A star from another world suddenly broke into the solar system, and its surface was filled with hordes of undead. In this apocalyptic catastrophe, the stars crashed into the Earth, and humans and the undead were thrown into an unknown new world. This world is full of dangers and is cruel to both the undead and humans. The law of the jungle governs everything, and you must do everything you can to survive. Upgrade the shelter. Use the cards in your hand to build a solid tower defense, and reclaim land to produce resources. All of this will be the only hope for mankind to survive. Fortunately, I hold a god-level card found in the ancient ruins of the Earth, becoming one of the few variables in the new world. Unknown adventures and opportunities are waiting, and the choice of life and death has begun. The brave man's journey officially begins from this moment. I looked down at my clothes, which were hopelessly thin, and the cold wind penetrated my bones like a knife. I wrapped my coat tightly around me and looked around, trying to figure out where I was. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Living beings, if you want to survive in this world, please remember the following points. The cabin is your only shelter. Without it, you cannot survive the night. Gather resources and build cabins, or death will come mercilessly. All items can be energized and made into cards, which will be the key tools for your survival. Remember, you are not welcome in the new world. Try to survive. My name is Guan Xiaoqi. At this moment, I was looking around. There were only a few scattered trees and a muddy hillside. There was no wooden house or even a doghouse. When I looked up again, the sun was slowly setting and dusk was approaching. Fuck! I cursed under my breath, my heart beating as fast as a drum, and all I could think about was the words "can't make it through the night" on the radio. What should I do? I looked up at the top of the hill. Maybe if I stood a little higher, there would be hope. I took a deep breath and clenched my fists. Climb up and give it a try. It's better than waiting to die. The muddy road under my feet was slippery and steep, and the branches were my only support. I climbed up carefully step by step, and my hands were scratched by the branches. The pain was so severe that I was numb, but I didn't dare to stop. Several thoughts kept circling in my mind. Wooden house, food, water. These are the basic conditions for survival, and I must find them. Just when I was feeling extremely thirsty, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a large leaf plant by the roadside with some rainwater accumulated in the center of the leaves. I immediately plucked off the leaves and drank the water. The water was cold and a little bitter, but it was more precious than any other drink at that moment. After quenching my thirst, I continued to climb. The grass on the roadside became increasingly dense, blocking my view and making it almost impossible to see the road clearly. Suddenly, a plant with a bulb came into view. The bulb looked very much like potatoes on Earth, and there were even traces of bird pecking on it. If birds can eat it, humans should be able to try it too. I squatted down, pulled out a plant, broke off a small piece with my hands, and tasted it. The taste was as light as soil, and the fibers were too coarse to swallow, but at least it filled my stomach temporarily. To be on the safe side, I dug a few more and put them in my pocket. After climbing for more than 10 minutes, I finally stood on the top of the mountain. Looking into the distance, in the misty fog, a lonely cabin was looming. I was delighted and quickly quickened my pace. Just as he was about to take the bulb out of his pocket, his fingers touched a cold card. Instantly, a memory emerged in his mind. This was brought back from the ruins on Earth. As a young archaeologist, I once joined a team to explore an ancient ruin. There, we found a strange altar in the center of which lay this card. It looked ordinary, but it exuded a strange aura. Now, it has come into this world with me. The moment I took out the card, actually emitted a soft light, and then a message appeared in front of me. Magician, a mysterious card from another world, with the ability to see through secrets and upgrade other cards. I stared at the card and couldn't help laughing at myself. Wow, is it more advanced than the system? As soon as I finished speaking, the card actually merged into my forehead, transformed into a warm stream of light, and disappeared into the Niwen Palace. The cold wind was howling as I stood on the top of the mountain, looking out at a strange and dangerous world. New world, I will survive. I locked my eyes on the wooden house in the distance, took a step forward, and ran towards it without hesitation. Standing on the top of the mountain and overlooking the hills below, I was shocked by this natural dividing line between heaven and earth. The plain on the left is like a giant unfolding scroll, with green covering the entire earth and dotted with dense woods, like a symphony of life given by nature. The right side is completely different. The hills undulate like waves, and the mountains in the distance reach the sky like giants standing guard, exuding desolation and heaviness, as if telling another story of loneliness. The two are in sharp contrast. One is full of vitality, the other is silent and cold. My sight fell on a corner near the plain, where a dilapidated wooden house stood alone. Thank God! I breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat off my forehead, and said to myself, luckily, I climbed to the top of the mountain. If I had gone the wrong way and fallen into the valley on the right, I would have missed the cabin. There was no place to hide except the wooden house. Just as I was feeling a little relieved, the magician card in my hand suddenly glowed. Wooden house shelter. The place you were looking for, but be careful. There are hidden dangers here. Suggestion: be prepared. The card's reminder interrupted my mirth. I glanced at the words on it, and my heart sank instantly. This couldn't be a safe paradise. I clenched my fists, suppressed my anxiety, and slowly approached the cabin. The closer I got, the more I could feel the chilly atmosphere emanating from the cabin. Standing in front of the wooden house, I lowered my head and took out the collected roots from my pocket, put them on the ground, picked up a stone of suitable size, and looked around vigilantly. The wooden house was shabby, and the small window was as small as a vent. I didn't dare to stick my head in, for fear of causing trouble. Creaky. The door of the wooden house suddenly opened slowly. My nerves tensed up instantly. I clenched the stone tighter and stared at the door. The next second, a skeleton staggered out of the house. Dead person? I blurted out, and was so shocked that I almost dropped the stone in my hand. Unexpectedly, the skeleton replied in a hoarse and strange voice. A living person? The moment it opened its mouth to speak, I subconsciously threw the stone out, hitting its skull accurately. With a crack, the skull broke into several pieces. It roared. You sneak attacked me, and then rushed towards me waving the bucket in its hand. I couldn't dodge in time, and the bucket hit me hard on the waist, causing me to gasp in pain. This skeleton looked frail, but it was extremely powerful. I gritted my teeth, swung the stone, and smashed it hard. I kicked the crotch, grabbed the face, and focused on the skull. The unsystematic attack was unexpectedly effective. Finally, the skeleton was smashed to pieces. The blue flames slowly died out from the skull, and the skeleton was scattered all over the ground. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath while holding my aching waist. This guy looks sick, but he has terrifying strength. A glowing card floated on the ground. I picked it up and checked it. Summon Skeleton Soldier, a severely injured skeleton with limited combat power, but better than nothing. I stared at the card, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It seemed that the card was obtained by defeating monsters. The skeleton fell down, and I was finally able to go into the wooden house to take a look. I pushed open the door and saw that the house was small and simple, only 10 square meters in size, with only a lonely wooden table and building materials piled in the corner. At this moment, a reminder sounded in my mind. The owner of the wooden house has died. Do you want to occupy this wooden house as your first base? The skeleton is the master? I sneered and chose to occupy without hesitation. The next second, a miraculous change occurred inside the cabin. The dark wood turned into a warm log color. Warm flames rose in the fire pit, and the piled materials also glowed. This change made me feel a little relieved, and I began to check the supplies. There are 65 pieces of wood, 33 pieces of stone, and 15 black coal-like objects. The purpose is unknown, piled in the corner. There are 2 cards and a parchment book on the table. Opening the parchment book, it records the rules of transactions, tasks, chat channels, etc., but most of the functions are temporarily locked. Time, 1837 weather. Light fog, temperature 16 degrees Celsius. The red warning was particularly eye-catching. Be sure to return to the cabin before 2000 hours. Time was running out, so I quickly moved the collected supplies into the house and used a wooden bucket to collect some dew from the trees. Although the amount was not much, it was enough to last for one night. Seeing that it was still early, I decided to go out and chop wood. I chose a tree outside the house that was as thick as a bowl and swung my stone axe to chop it down, but I found that this tool was extremely inefficient, and it took me half an hour to chop it down. I'm afraid this axe is not a $5 street stall item. I complained helplessly, the base of my hand aching from the vibration. Time, 1951. I returned to the cabin with the wood, locked the door, and lit the fire. The warm orange light drove away the chill. Small fire. Each piece of wood can last for 1 hour. Please use with caution. Just as I was feeling a little comforted by the warmth brought by the fire, the system's cold reminder sounded. But this time, the sound was eerie. Ding. Night falls and danger begins to approach. Good luck, creature. My body stiffened, realizing that this was not going to be simple. Ding. Welcome to the card survival world. The familiar voice rang in my mind again, and the cold and ruthless mechanical voice made my heart tighten. I was stunned. Didn't this sound just happen? Why did it happen again? Is there something wrong with the system? The content of the prompt was exactly the same, repeated. I couldn't help but look back at the parchment book on the table. At this moment, a faint light suddenly emanated from the book, and an old oil lamp appeared on the desk. Although the light was weak, it was strangely still, making people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. I approached the parchment book, opened it, and was surprised to find that the chat channel, transaction channel, and task channel that were originally locked were all opened. What's going on? My heart tightened with uneasiness. I touched the parchment book with my fingertips and opened the chat channel. The default channel is Human Channel, which covers 1,000 kilometers. The information on the screen is flashing quickly. I slow down and check it one by one. Where is this place? Why am I here? Alive? Impossible. Didn't the Earth explode? It's freezing cold. The cabin is drafty, and I'm going crazy. Have you found the beginner's gift pack? It's right next to the fire. Gift package? Tell me where it is. Seeing this, I was shocked and turned back to look at the fire. However, there was no one around the fire, not even a piece of firewood, let alone a novice gift pack. At this moment, I finally understood something. These people had obviously just entered this world, and I seem to have arrived at least a few hours earlier than them. Why is this happening? What's even more strange is that they all have their own wooden house and a so-called novice gift pack. But what about me? I desperately snatched the wooden house from the skeleton, and I haven't even seen the shadow of the novice gift pack. I shook my head and stopped worrying about these questions. Someone in the channel has already started to show the contents of the gift package. Quarrying hammer card, white. Woodcutting stone axe card, white. 15 pieces of wood and a wooden water cup. Looking at these, I felt a little more balanced. Although I didn't have a cup, I had a wooden bucket with a larger capacity, so I guess I made a profit. The sky gradually darkened and thick fog covered the surroundings like ink. There was deathly silence outside the wooden house, with only the sound of the wind mixed with strange noises. Rustle, rustle. There was a slight friction sound coming from outside the door, as if something was moving slowly. Then a sharp scratching sound, crunch, made my heart tighten. I stared at the wooden door, and then I was horrified to find that the door's health was decreasing. 86, 84, 82. Fuck! My heart almost jumped out of my chest. I quickly took out the white skeleton soldier card and summoned my teammates. The skeleton soldier staggered out, looking horrible. Half of its head was missing, its bones were broken, and the bone knife in its hand looked more like a broken stick. Its body was also covered with black spots, as if it would fall apart at any time. All right, let's give it a try. You hide behind the door and ambush me. When I open the door, you rush in. I gritted my teeth and whispered the command. Even though I was unsure, I had no choice but to take a chance. Picking up the stone axe on the table, I carefully approached the wooden door and gently opened it a crack. Outside the door, a gray wolf was squatting there, its scarlet eyes emitting a creepy light in the darkness. Its sharp claws scratched the wooden door hard, making a harsh sound. Go to hell? I pulled open the wooden door and swung the stone axe at the gray wolf's head. The gray wolf was startled by the sudden attack, but the axe only left a bump on its forehead and did not cause any serious damage. It let out a shrill howl and pounced on me in an instant. Skeleton soldier move, I shouted, but the skeleton soldier seemed to be distracted and still hid behind the door. The gray wolf swung its sharp claws and knocked me to the ground. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards my face. In desperation, I grabbed its nose with both hands and pushed it away. Oh! The gray wolf felt pain and moved more ferociously, its sharp claws flashing coldly in front of me. At this time, the skeleton soldier behind the door finally swung the bone knife and hit the gray wolf's neck with a heavy blow. Dua! The gray wolf's spine was broken, but the skeleton soldier's bone knife also broke into 2 pieces. Its defective nature was indeed not worth expecting. After being seriously injured, the gray wolf became even crazier and turned around to bite off the skeleton soldier's leg bone. Seeing that the situation was not good, I decisively took out the magician card and chose to upgrade the skeleton soldiers. Card upgrading. Along with the surge of strange energy, the skeleton soldiers changed rapidly. The bones became harder and the surface was covered with a layer of dark armor. The broken bone knife turned into a sharp black bone axe, and a ferocious helmet appeared on their heads. Kill it! The skeleton soldier's momentum suddenly increased. He kicked the gray wolf away and swung the bone axe to chop it hard. The wolf's movements were restricted and it was shaky. It tried to escape, but I would never give it a chance. I picked up the stone hammer and took advantage of its weakness to smash it hard on the head. The gray wolf was knocked to the ground by my hammer. It lay there still alive, but its struggle was obviously weak. The skeleton soldier and I cooperated, taking turns to greet it with the weapons in our hands. The health indicator above the gray wolf's head jumped wildly until the last bit of vitality was exhausted, and it finally died under our torture. I sat on the ground exhausted, feeling like I was falling apart, without even the strength to stand up. The cold black fog had already poured into the house through the cracks in the door, and the room temperature dropped sharply, freezing my bones. Gritting my teeth, I propped myself up and closed the wooden door tightly, and hastily added another piece of wood to the fire pit, and the flames danced and gave off warmth. Only then did I catch my breath a little and sat back on the ground, gasping for air. The gray wolf's body on the ground revealed several pieces of wolf meat, a wolf skin, and a white card. I reached out and picked up the card, and the words appeared clearly. Wooden bow and arrow. White a simple bow and arrow card, with limited lethality, but can be used for long-range attacks, and comes with 50 arrows. When the arrows are exhausted, you need to return to the campfire to restore energy. Looking at the instructions on the card, I felt relieved. Finally, I had some long-range attack methods. After putting away the card, I turned to look at the skeleton soldier squatting in the corner. You're quite good at cooperating, using me as bait, and finally you get the advantage, I said sarcastically. What if I can't hold on and get bitten to death? The blue will-o'-the-wisp of the skeleton soldier flickered faintly in the eye sockets of his skull. It was obvious that he didn't understand what I said. He just squatted there stupidly, looking unresponsive. I flipped out the summon skeleton card and found that it had turned from white to green. Summon skeleton warrior. Excellent has certain combat capabilities and can cooperate with the summoner in combat. However, I noticed that the skeleton warrior's energy was rapidly depleting, and it was obviously not able to stay outside for long. I had no choice but to put it back into the card, then sat back by the fire and waited quietly for the card to recover its energy. As the flames jumped, I took a deep breath and became more and more aware of the importance of this shabby wooden house. It was not only a shelter, but also a place for charging cards. I couldn't leave this simple shelter anytime soon. Click on the cabin status to check, and a line of data appears on the screen. Level 0 shelter. A simple cabin with low defense. To upgrade to a level 1 cabin, you need 63/100 wood, 3350 stone. The materials may seem few, but it is not easy to gather them all, especially the stones, which are almost impossible to mine without tools. Leaning against the fire, I opened the parchment book and entered the chat channel. The channel was still lively, with messages complaining about hunger and cold all over the screen. Looking at these messy messages, I couldn't help but send one. Didn't you encounter any monster attacks? As soon as these words came out, replies poured in. Monster? What monster? Are those noises outside? Did you encounter a monster? What does it look like? It would be great if monsters were edible. Starving to death is worse than being bitten to death by a monster. I frowned slightly. No one in the channel mentioned encountering monsters. There are only two possibilities. Either the others really didn't encounter monsters, or the ones who encountered monsters are dead. But I quickly ruled out the latter. The data in the parchment book showed that the number of surviving humans was still 8 billion, with no decrease. Why am I the only one who encountered a monster? This question loomed over my mind like a shadow. I suspected that maybe it was because my cabin originally belonged to a skeleton that attracted the attack of the gray wolf. But everything was just speculation, and I had no clue. At this time, a message on the trading channel caught my attention. Who is food and water? I'll trade them with your extra wood. Many people began to talk about exchanging food and water for wood, but most people were reluctant to do so. After all, these resources were more scarce. I stared at the trading channel, thinking in my mind, although exchanging wolf meat and water for wood is a loss, upgrading the wooden house is the most urgent task. So I quietly put up a deal, a cup of water for a piece of wood, a piece of wolf meat for 4 pieces of wood. Almost instantly, my deal was snapped up. After getting 50 pieces of wood, I was both happy and worried. I had enough wood, but what about the stones? Just when I was at a loss, a new option appeared in the parchment book, World Channel. Out of curiosity, I clicked on it. The next second, the content on the screen made me gasp. None of the avatars in the channel were human. All of them were skulls, zombies, and orcs. Humans are here too, but they're joining the game tonight. Living people? Haha, I love the flesh and blood of living people the most. The cabins are too far away. We might as well go catch rabbits if we find them. Who has a black spirit? My energy fire is almost extinguished. Exchange it for resources. Watching this group of monsters talking, my heart went cold. How could this be a survival game? It was clearly a den of ghosts. The insight skill consumes physical strength and cannot be used for a long time, but the black spirit mentioned in the World Channel just now gave me a shock and a flash of inspiration. My eyes fell on the pile of small black balls that looked like coal briquettes in the corner. I couldn't help but activate the insight skill of the magician card and probe towards them. Black spirit. Energy supply of the ghost clan's will-o'-the-wisp, equivalent to the food of the ghosts. This line of clues made my eyes light up. It turns out that these black spirits are necessary for skeletons, and skeletons entered this world earlier than humans, so they are very likely to have stone resources on hand. Thinking of this, I suppressed my excitement and quickly opened the World Trading Channel. Sure enough, several trading applications for exchanging stones for black spirits appeared in the channel. The prices were chaotic, with some offering 5 stones for a black spirit and others offering 1 stone for a black spirit. These ghouls had obviously only just arrived in this world and were not yet clear on the value of resources. I chose the highest deal without hesitation, 5 stones for 1 black spirit. I immediately got 4 black spirits in return, and suddenly I had 20 more stones on hand. As soon as the transaction was completed, the World Channel immediately exploded. Oh my god, I just traded with a living person. Don't be ridiculous. The human channel has just been unlocked. How is this possible? Really? It's a living person's portrait. The system won't lie to me. Someone also made a deal with me, and it was definitely a living person. The discussions among the zombies became more and more intense, and the channel was filled with messages. This must be a bug. How can a living person enter our channel? Should we file a complaint with the system? Looking at the comments on the screen, my face darkened, realizing that my identity had been exposed. This was not good. I quickly exited the World Channel and returned to the human channel, my heart pounding. The human channel was still busy, but the atmosphere was completely different, with more complaints about the difficulty of survival. Why doesn't the food seller sell set meals anymore? I'm starving. Don't wait. Save your energy and go cut down trees tomorrow. Ignoring the small talk, I clicked on the cabin page and prepared to upgrade. Do you want to upgrade the cabin? Required. 113/100 wood, 53 50th stone. Resources are sufficient. Sure, I confirmed decisively. The next second, the wooden house shook violently, the furniture shifted, and the walls rearranged themselves. The originally dilapidated wooden house quickly became spacious, expanding from 10 square meters to 30 square meters. New bedrooms and bathrooms were added. The fire pit was replaced with a European stone fireplace, and a chimney was added to the roof. The wooden door became thicker, and its health and defense were doubled. Looking at the newly renovated wooden house in front of me, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I felt a little safer now. However, even though there was a bedroom, there was still no bed. I shook my head helplessly and had to sit by the fireplace to keep warm, which was much better than the cold floor. Check out the properties after upgrading. Level 1 wooden house. Can resist the invasion of low-level monsters and improve the ability to resist cold. Accommodation, 1 person. To upgrade to level 2, you need 500/500 wood and 200/200 stone. When I saw the attribute accommodate people, I was stunned. Could it be that after upgrading the cabin, it could accommodate more people? Maybe even turn it into a real fortress? I smiled bitterly and shook my head, mocking myself in my heart. Lord, don't think too much. It's good enough to survive tonight. Just as I was leaning against the fireplace and preparing to take a rest, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Someone has completed the cabin upgrade task, and the system will give a special reward. This message instantly caused an uproar in the chat channel. Cheating? Leveled up so quickly? Got out to chop wood in the middle of the night? Someone with connections. Must have a backer. Looking at the screen full of impotent rage, I was too lazy to pay attention and closed the parchment book. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and a treasure chest lay quietly on the floor next to the fireplace. My eyes lit up, and I quickly opened it. Jacket, white. Warm clothing slightly increases defense. Gold coins, color, 10 pieces. It is said that this is a hard currency that even ghosts love. French breadsticks, white. 2 pieces, hard but nutritious. Large bottle of Sprite, green. 1 bottle with sugar, very precious. Tailoring recipe. How to make white boots. Requires light leather and hemp rope and can be made on the alchemy table. Wood 200, stone 100. One-stop service, food, clothing, and daily necessities are all included. Much more affordable than the newbie gift package. But there is still no bed. Looking at the cold stone floor, I couldn't help but sigh. After collecting the reward, I put the recipe and gold coins into the storage compartment. These things may come in handy in the future. The next morning, I rolled out of bed with only one thought in my mind. Today, I must finish building the second-level wooden house. The goal is clear and simple, but it requires extraordinary efforts to achieve it. But it doesn't matter. I have made up my mind. This time, I must not let myself down. After packing my luggage, I put on my stone axe and hammer, picked up the bucket, pushed open the door of the wooden house, and greeted a new day of struggling life. The warm sunlight shines on my body, and the air is so fresh that it seems to be mixed with mint. The horror of the end of the world seems a little unreal at this moment. I took a deep breath and almost forgot that I was in a dangerous environment. Just as I was about to leave, a system notification sound suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! You have upgraded. Please select a free attribute point. Upgraded. I was stunned for a moment, feeling puzzled, but also surprised. The system then gave a reply. Congratulations on reaching level 2. You can gain experience points by killing monsters or surviving until dawn. Attribute points are limited, so please allocate them carefully. Cautious. I sneered and invested my attribute points into strength without hesitation. Logging and quarrying are the focus today. Strength is productivity, and hesitation is a waste of time. After the attribute points were allocated, the body immediately underwent obvious changes. A warm current flowed through the body, and the muscles seemed to be activated. When I held the stone axe, it felt much lighter. I swung the stone axe excitedly. Boy, this feels good. Let's go cut wood first. There are a few scattered big trees near the cabin and a forest further away. I decided to collect materials nearby and use a large bucket to collect dew to prepare for a rainy day. After filling it with water, I locked onto the thickest tree and thought, this tree is even harder to cut than the one I cut yesterday, but plus 1 strength should be enough, right? I swung the stone axe, and sawdust flew everywhere with a crack. Sure enough, it was much easier than yesterday, but soon the problem arose. The sharpness of the broken stone axe was really worrying. After a few chops, the base of my thumb began to ache. Half an hour later, the tree finally fell down, and I harvested 13 pieces of wood, but the price I paid was a sore back and weak arms. I looked down at the resource bar. Wood 213/500, stone 103/200, which is still a long way from the goal of upgrading the wooden house. Just when I was at a loss, an idea suddenly occurred to me. Summon a skeleton warrior. It also has an axe. Maybe it can help cut wood? I took out the card and raised it to the sky. Come out, skeleton warrior. Accompanied by a dazzling light, a tall skeleton warrior appeared before my eyes. I wielded a stone axe and demonstrated the motions of chopping a tree. Learn this. Chop a tree like this. The skeleton warrior tilted his head. His hollow eyes seemed to ask, are you serious? Just when I was about to lose my patience, it suddenly swung its big axe and chopped down. But its target was not the tree, but my stone axe. Bang! The axe was split into 2 pieces. I stared blankly at the broken axe handle, and it seemed as if 10,000 horses were galloping through my heart. But before I could open my mouth to curse, I heard a system prompt, logging for 12 pieces of wood. I looked up and saw that the tree had already fallen. The skeleton warrior was indeed very strong and solved the problem with just 1 axe. Although its IQ was questionable, its ability was indeed impressive. So, I suddenly had an idea and pretended to chop with the broken axe, and the skeleton warrior would indeed imitate me. As long as I acted quickly and retrieved the tool before it attacked, I could avoid damaging my equipment. Just like that, the human-skeleton collaboration mode was turned on, and the skeleton warrior and I officially entered into a logging competition. 6 hours later, my back and waist ached, and my hands and feet were numb, but the results were amazing. 585 pieces of wood had been accumulated, and I finally reached the target. The skeleton warrior also ran out of energy and returned to the card. I dragged my tired body back to the cabin and roasted wolf meat while charging the card. Although the wolf meat had no seasoning, it was full of fragrance and chewy. After eating and drinking, I picked up the stone hammer again and prepared to mine stones. The skeleton warrior card must not be left behind, as it would be needed at the critical moment. There is a stone mine 100 meters outside the cabin, which is a good place I discovered before. I swung the stone hammer and hit the bluestone. After a dozen ding-ding-ding sounds, only a tiny crack was left. The shock made my palm numb, and I almost couldn't hold the hammer. Seeing that today's stone mission had not made any progress, I gritted my teeth and decided to give the skeleton warrior, this iron idiot, another try. After I summoned it out again, I waved the stone hammer and yelled to it, "Watch this. Follow me and smash the rocks." After that, I swung the hammer towards the bluestone. In order to prevent it from breaking my hammer again, I moved quickly and retracted it immediately after hitting it. However, the skeleton warrior still stood by, motionless, as if watching an acrobatic show. "Hey, move!" I couldn't help but urge him, feeling both amused and helpless. Perhaps it was irritated by my tone. It finally slowly raised the axe in its hand and clumsily smashed it at the stone. Bang, with a loud bang. As a result, the axe had a small chip on it, but the bluestone was unharmed. Stop, stop, stop. I quickly stopped it. If it continued like this, even its axe would be scrapped. After scratching my head, I finally admitted a fact. Although the skeleton warrior was very good at chopping trees, he was a complete rubbish at quarrying stones. Using an axe to smash stones? It was ridiculous to think about it. In desperation, I had to take the skeleton warrior back into the card and start doing it myself. I hammered the bluestone one after another. My hands were numb from the shaking. An hour passed, my back and waist ached, and I only managed to break 4 stones. This efficiency was very touching. I complained in my heart. If a weak girl came instead, she probably wouldn't be able to even knock out a stone. Seeing the few gains, I decisively gave up on quarrying and took the skeleton warrior back to the woods to cut wood. With it, the wood was much more efficient, but the stone could only be exchanged for wood. The logging process was much smoother than quarrying. We each had an axe and took turns. Although the skeleton warriors occasionally attacked at an outrageous angle, the overall efficiency was much better than in the morning. The big trees fell one after another, and the wood quickly piled up into a small mountain. My clothes were soaked with sweat, but the cool breeze blowing in my face made me feel comfortable. Before I knew it, thick fog began to rise in the sky and a chill came over me. I checked the time, 1856. I was so tired that I was almost falling apart. I had only one firm thought in my mind. I must exercise more in the future, or I would die of exhaustion in the lumberyard sooner or later. As it was getting dark, I hurried to move the wood back to the cabin bit by bit. It took me more than 10 trips to move all the materials. When I counted the harvest, I was a little excited. I harvested another 267 pieces of wood in the afternoon, and together with the harvest in the morning, the total was 852 pieces. In this new world with scarce resources, this is a huge fortune. But the issue of stones remains unresolved. There are only 107 pieces at present, 93 pieces short of the 200 pieces required for the upgrade. It was completely dark, and the fog was getting thicker. I locked the cabin and bolted the door a few minutes in advance. There was a rustling noise outside, and I shuddered. I quickly put some wood in the fireplace and lit a fire. The warm firelight dispelled the chill, but I noticed 2 neat rows of blood blisters on my hands. It hurts. I couldn't help but gasp, and the pain all over my body made me not want to move. Looking at the upgrade conditions for the wooden house, 852/500 wood, 107/200 stone. I have 352 pieces of wood left, but the gaps in the stone are giving me a headache. The plan to mine stones for the day has completely gone to waste. I sighed, took a few gulps of Sprite, and regained some energy. The wolf meat sizzled on the fire, and I casually opened the survival manual and opened the human chat channel. The channel was as lively as ever, with everyone chatting about a variety of topics, including complaints and requests for help. I'm starving to death. Can anyone save me? What did you do during the day? Get some resources in exchange. I have nothing here, and I am reluctant to exchange the stones I have saved. Haha, I'm lucky. I picked up some wild apples, so I didn't starve to death. You're just lucky. My place is covered in ice and snow, and there's not even a blade of grass. There are even more outrageous ones. Don't mention it. I'm in a swamp here, and I was almost dragged away by an alligator during the day. My life was hanging by a thread. Just as I was enjoying the show, a message popped up. I'm going to die. Desert, desert, desert. There's only sand all around. No water, no wood, no stone, no food. How am I going to survive? This buddy's despair completely ignited the atmosphere of the channel, and everyone responded, Brother, my condolences. Can you still survive in the desert? Look around. Maybe there are some resources there. It's useless. I remember that the mines in the desert are just for show. The system directly said that they are useless to humans. While the human channel was still lamenting the fate of the unfortunate person in the desert, my eyes were fixed on a message in the trading channel. The name of the, or was clearly written, Black Spirit. Black Spirits. This is the hard currency of the corpse ghosts. One can be exchanged for 5 ordinary stones. And this desert brother actually has more than a dozen of them. My heart was pounding as if it was about to burst out of my chest. The others obviously didn't know the value of the Black Spirit. They couldn't communicate with the corpse ghosts, and they didn't understand the function of this, But I am different. My cabin and survival manual were originally stolen from the ghouls, which gave me some special information advantages. I quickly wrote down the name of the desert brother, Zhu Yinshan, and immediately sent him a private message. Hello, I'm interested in or can we chat? After the message was sent, the screen was silent for a long time. I couldn't help but frown. Could this guy have frozen to death? Just when I was about to give up, a weak reply finally popped up. Who are you? These 3 short words revealed a strong sense of fatigue. I quickly replied, Bring your cup over, I'll give you some water. The person on the other end of the screen seemed stunned. Zhu Yinshan probably didn't expect that someone would be willing to give him water for free at this time. He hesitated for a moment, handed the cup over, and muttered, You're not lying to me, are you? I was too lazy to talk nonsense and poured him a glass of water. His hand shook and some water spilled out. He was so panicked that he even lay on the ground to lick the spilled water. Okay, stop licking. I held my forehead helplessly. I got the water, let's talk business. A trembling voice of thanks came from the other side. Brother, I received the water. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I didn't waste any time and quickly typed out a line of words. Listen, I'm interested in the Black Spirit where you have. Sell me all these little black balls in the future, and I can provide you with a stable supply. Really? Zhu Yinshan was obviously a little flustered, and hurriedly replied, Brother, I will give you all the black spirits now. Just give me some food and wood. I can't hold on any longer. A few seconds later, he hung up a total of 17 black spirits. I secretly rejoiced that this guy obviously had no idea of the true value of black spirits. I casually exchanged all his ores for 30 pieces of wood and 2 yun yams. Zhu Yinshan quickly accepted the deal and lit a fire to dispel the cold. Through the screen, I could almost see him wolfing down the sweet potato. His tone was filled with gratitude. Brother, you saved my life. From now on, my life belongs to you. I couldn't help but laugh. Don't exaggerate. A deal is a deal. We both get what we need. Collect more black spirits tomorrow. I'll trade 2 pieces of wood for 1. How about that? Okay, of course. Zhu Yinshan replied almost instantly, full of excitement. After the transaction was completed, I looked at the 17 black spirits in my hand, and a sense of pride flashed through my heart. These ores are hard currency among the corpse ghosts, enough to trigger a scramble. I recalled the crazy scene on the Ghoul channel when I traded with the Black Spirit last time, and I became alert. If the news of the living man's manipulation leaked out, I would be finished. After thinking for a moment, an idea came to me. Got it, Skeleton Warrior. I summoned a Skeleton Warrior and asked it to sit in front of the survival manual, while I hid behind it to make sure I didn't show my face. In the eyes of the ghouls, skeletons were just the same kind and would never arouse suspicion. I opened the Ghoul channel and took a quick look. The price of black spirits was stable as expected. 5 ordinary stones for 1 black spirit. The comments here were almost all from ghouls, and the voices of other races were pitifully few. I controlled the Skeleton Warrior and put the 17 black spirits up for trade, and soon got back 85 ordinary stones. After the transaction was completed, I immediately exited the channel, took the Skeleton Warrior back into the card, and breathed a sigh of relief. This operation was flawless. No one would have thought that the manipulator behind this transaction was a living person. I frowned slightly. When I lowered my head just now, I found that the skull of the skeleton warrior was missing a piece. I didn't notice it during the day because it was covered by the helmet, but when I looked closely, it was indeed quite eye-catching. This guy was missing a piece of his head before he upgraded, and it's still missing after he upgraded. Can this scar be inherited with each level? I scratched my head and muttered to myself. I hope it doesn't affect his combat effectiveness. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to raise a useless soldier? Suddenly, I glanced at the upgrade conditions of the wooden house. Upgrade shelter. 822/500 wood, 192/200 stone. Insufficient resources. I still need 8 stones. I have more wood than I can burn, but the stones on the market are ridiculously expensive. The cheapest one costs 3 pieces of wood for 1 stone. And exchanging stones for wood is only 1 for 1, which is naked exploitation. It's really shady. I complained in my heart. The rules of the trading interface were surprisingly consistent. No one wanted to suffer a loss, and everyone tacitly followed the principle of scarcity makes things valuable. Stones are indeed more difficult to deal with than wood, but the 3-for-1 exchange rate is too outrageous. I weighed the pros and cons and decided not to change it for the time being. One night won't delay much, and I can just dig some stones tomorrow. Besides, if Zhu Yinshan can get more black spirits, I can use them to exchange for more stones from the corpse ghosts and take advantage of them. But if humans and the ghouls were to trade online, life would probably be a little better. I smacked my lips and imagined it, and could only sigh. Maybe it will happen tomorrow, or maybe it will never happen. As long as I can use it for one day, I'll try to make as much money as possible. As night fell, thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and the cold penetrated my bones. I added some wood to the fireplace, tightened the jacket given by the system, and warmed myself by the fire to feel better. There was a sudden rustling sound outside, as if something was moving. I held my breath and dared not look out the window. Just hearing the sound made my scalp tingle. Fortunately, the wooden house had been upgraded, and the monsters circled around outside, probably thinking that they could not be broken, and finally dispersed. I was bored, so I took out the bow and arrow card and summoned a white ordinary bow and 50 arrows. I put a few wooden boards at the other end of the room and started practicing archery. The room was not big, the shooting range was only a few meters, and the target was so close my hit rate was pretty good. Pull the bow, release the arrow, hit the bullseye. After repeating it several times, I felt much better. Even the chill was somewhat dispelled. Although this white bow is very soft and suitable for practice, its power is impressive. I am afraid that it may not be able to kill a hedgehog, let alone a wild boar. It can only be used to deal with small targets such as rabbits or pheasants. Ding! 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 I was so addicted to the practice that I practiced for hours without realizing it. The arrows in the card would be automatically replenished, so there was no need to worry about running out of ammunition. I stopped reluctantly until my arms were so sore that I couldn't draw the bow. I was sweating profusely, but I finally got rid of the cold. As the night progressed, I fell asleep by the fire. In the morning, I woke up from the cold, and half of my body was frozen like ice. I sneezed several times and quickly lit the fire. I didn't put enough wood yesterday. I learned a lesson. I rubbed my frozen hands and said to myself, after the fire started, my body gradually regained warmth. I checked the system time. New World Calendar. Year 1, Month 3, 6 a.m. Weather, sunny. Temperature, 5 degrees Celsius. A bit cold, please put on more clothes. The weather is suitable for collecting resources. It's only 5 degrees Celsius, no wonder it's so cold. Today's goal is clear, to make up for the missing 8 stones. Although it is most cost-effective to exchange black spirits for stones at night, it is more reassuring to be able to collect them in the morning. With the hammer and the skeleton warrior card in hand, I hummed a little tune and headed straight to the quarry. The quarry was quiet and silent. I raised my hammer and was about to start working when suddenly a colorful light appeared in the distance, dazzling me. Fuck! I was startled and looked up in the direction of the light. A dozen meters away, there was a faint light flashing behind a small tree, as if tempting people to get closer. Enemy? Or treasure chest? Countless thoughts flashed through my mind, and my heart was beating like a drum. According to the routine of surviving in the wooden house, this flash of light is either a treasure chest or a new resource point. With curiosity and caution, I slowly approached the tree, carrying the hammer and going around to the source of the light, but I didn't see the enemy or the treasure chest. Instead, there was a colorful light door, standing there quietly, emitting a soft glow. What is this? I tentatively reached out and touched the light door. The next second, a line of prompts popped up. A level 1 secret realm has been discovered. Do you want to enter? Secret realm? I was stunned. Before I could complain, I suddenly felt dizzy. When I came to my senses, I had been sucked into the light gate and fell into an unfamiliar cave with a thud. Ah! Several screams exploded in my ears. My heart tightened, and I quickly rolled over and hid behind a rock. I quickly switched cards and replaced the hammer with a bow and arrow. What's going on? Who can withstand going in without choosing an option? I held my breath, holding the bow and arrow, and observing my surroundings. There were several strangers in sight. The nearest one was a burly man wearing iron gloves, half crouching and looking around vigilantly. The scream was obviously not from him. Following the sound, I saw 3 people on the left, a thin man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and 2 girls in school uniforms. The boy lay on the ground, trembling, not even daring to raise his head, while the 2 girls covered their faces and screamed in fear, almost shaking the roof of the cave down. What kind of development is this? The corners of my mouth twitched. I clenched my bow and secretly complained in my heart. Is this script going to be a comedy? Chapter 10, Guangzhou. How boring. The man wearing the ironed boxing gloves saw the surrounding environment clearly, sighed, and then glanced at Guan Xiaoqi vaguely. He was very surprised that there was actually a boy with a normal reaction. There was a kind of natural ferocity in his eyes, and his glance was extremely sharp. Guan Xiaoqi was nervous, thinking that this was definitely not an ordinary person. The 2 girls shouted for several minutes before they stopped. The boy with his but sticking out found that there was no danger around, so he stood up carefully, holding onto the stone wall. Where is this? Why are we here? A girl asked, carefully covering her chest. She looked at the strange men in front of her nervously and subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. Don't you know how you got in? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but complain. Of course, he was a little angry, as he was scared by the screams of the 2 girls just now. I just saw a rainbow gate, thought it was pretty, so I touched it, and then... The girl said stutteringly, we won the prize. This is a secret realm copy. There should be treasures inside. The burly man said easily while keeping his half-squatting position. Secret realm copy? Baby. The boy with gold-rimmed glasses pushed his glasses with his hand. When he heard what the burly man said, he suddenly perked up and walked out cautiously. The strong man didn't move, and Guan Xiaoqi didn't move either. The 2 girls were about to follow him out, but when they saw that the strong man and Guan Xiaoqi didn't move, they hesitated for a moment and then didn't move. The boy with gold-rimmed glasses walked out of the cave. After going out, he saw that he was actually inside a huge mountain. There was a cliff in the distance, and a waterfall flowed down from the cliff, forming an underground river. There's water? There's fish in the water. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was already very hungry, and when he saw the fish swimming in the water, he became very excited. Seeing that there was no danger, the sturdy man also walked out of the cave, still observing the surrounding environment very carefully. Guan Xiaoqi and the 2 girls also followed him out. When they saw the river water, the 2 girls' eyes lit up. The water was so clear. I haven't taken a shower for 2 days, and I'm stinking. I stole a glance at a few boys, and it was obviously not the right time. The man with gold-rimmed glasses ran to the river excitedly. When he got there, he first scooped up a sip of water and drank it. It was very sweet. Then he stretched out his hands to catch the fish. The fish was too slippery, and he failed to catch it after several attempts. At this moment, call out! A sharp arrow shot out from behind a rock on the opposite bank and hit him right in the neck. The arrow was so fast and accurate that it directly pierced the glasses man's neck. The poor man with glasses didn't even have time to scream. His eyes widened, his glasses fell off, and he fell headfirst into the river. His blood instantly dyed half of the river red. He didn't get to eat the fish, but instead became the fish's food. Ah! There was a strong smell of urine. The 2 girls had never experienced such a tragic scene before and started screaming again. The sturdy man didn't even look at them. Both he and Guan Xiaoqi stared behind the rocks on the other side of the river. 2 skeletons appeared from behind the rock, one holding a longbow and the other holding a giant axe, and they were walking towards them. The river was very shallow. The strong man looked back at Guan Xiaoqi, who nodded. The 2 of them ignored the girl who was curled up and screaming behind them. At this time, saving your life is the most important thing. 2 skeletons came running over, shooting with bows as they ran. Go! The sturdy man roared, without even looking back, All the muscles in his body exploded, and he rushed out suddenly. There was a dead end behind them. If they wanted to survive, they had to rush past these two skeletons. Guan Xiaoqi gritted his teeth, drew his bow, and rushed forward with the strong man. When two brave men meet in a narrow road, the brave one wins. The longbow shot at the sturdy man, who was obviously very skilled and had quick reactions. He flicked his fist and deflected the arrow. The two sides quickly approached each other. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The two sides rushed towards each other and quickly came into contact. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly shot an arrow, but the man holding a huge axe on the opposite side easily blocked the arrow. The strong man had already reached in front of the skeleton. Guan Xiaoqi's bow was soft and had a short range, but he could shoot arrows continuously. One of the arrows from the giant axe skeleton was not blocked and shot into its head, getting stuck between the bones. When he was about to reach out to pull out the arrow, the strong man suddenly exploded. He was still more than 10 meters away, but he jumped up and approached the giant axe skeleton in less than a moment and smashed it down hard with his hand wearing an iron glove. Guan Xiaoqi could hear the sound of breaking bones even though he was more than 20 meters behind, which shows how fierce the punch was. The giant axe skeleton's sternum was broken by the strong man, making a strange and shrill sound. The strong man was relentless and punched continuously, smashing the giant axe skeleton's head, and the fire of life in the skeleton's head was extinguished. Bite! The dead skeleton soldier dropped a green weapon card, which fell to the ground. The longbow skeleton soldier in the distance suddenly stopped. It never expected that the man in front of it would be so fierce. It yelled, "Turn around," and ran away. Guan Xiaoqi shot 3 arrows in a row. The arrows did not do much damage, but their accuracy was good. One of the arrows happened to get stuck in the skeleton's ankle. The skeleton was running but suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. The sturdy man rushed over and used the same method that Lu Zhishan used to punch Shin Guanxi. He punched him hard on the head several times and smashed the skull into pieces. Bones were scattered all over the ground. Another green weapon card dropped. Guan Xiaoqi caught up with him breathlessly and watched the burly man calmly put away the weapon card. Guan Xiaoqi did not try to snatch it. The man in front of him had unfathomable fighting power, and judging from his eyes, he had definitely killed someone before. The sturdy man came over and threw a card to Guan Xiaoqi. "Your bow is not good, and you have a limited number of arrows. Use this card." Guan Xiaoqi reached out and took it. It was a green dagger. Ice dagger. Excellent damage 2 to 4. Speed 1.3. This is a standard combat dagger with extremely fast speed. "My name is Guan Xiaoqi. Please give me your guidance." "Guan Zhong." The strong man's tone was cold and without any emotion. At this moment, a faint light shone down from the dome and fell on Guan Zhong's face. There was a faint smile on his thin face. Somehow, to Guan Xiaoqi, this smile was full of a strange charm. Domineering, confident, cruel, and calm. This is a ferocious beast, carrying an indescribable aura of dominance. "Why don't you come over here?" After hearing this, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but take a step forward. Then his head cleared, and he took a deep breath. The weapon card that Guan Zhong just got was a giant axe. He put away his gloves, took out the giant axe, and walked along the river. The two men seemed to have forgotten that there were 2 screaming girls behind them. There may be more than just these 2 skeletons entering this secret realm, or even more than just these 5 people. Every step could mean life or death. Keeping them here may be the greatest mercy. The dome of the mountain seemed to be inlaid with gems, and a faint light shone down, making the mountain not so dark, but the places where the light could not reach were still pitch black. Guan Zhong's hand holding the axe was very steady, and his back was extremely calm. Following behind Guan Zhong, Guan Xiaoqi thought to himself, "Did I get to hold on to a powerful person on my first dungeon? If I were a small soldier, even if this guy was not as good as Zhang Sanfeng, he should be considered the Golden Lion King, right?" Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 11, Underground River. The river is very long, with cliffs on both sides and a waterfall at the back. It seems impossible to climb up, so there is only one way, which is to follow this underground river downstream to the bottom. Guan Zhong was very careful. There were smooth stones on both sides of the river. He climbed on these smooth rocks deftly, and his movements were extremely agile. Guan Xiaoqi followed behind him, and he openly offered his back to Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi felt very excited, thinking that if he had bad intentions, he could stab him in the back and maybe he could get the axe back. Just thinking about it, this guy's muscles were shaking all over his body, which was scary to look at. Guan Xiaoqi felt that even if he really went for a sneak attack, there was a 99% chance that he would be the one to die. Guan Xiaoqi was not as agile as Guan Zhong, so he followed behind with difficulty, slowly crawling over the stones. They walked to an underground river in front, looking at the dark passage. Even Guan Zhong stopped and carefully observed the surroundings. Guan Zhong did not look back at Guan Xiaoqi, nor did he even look at the dark passage ahead. Instead, he looked up at the dome, at the strange glow on the dome, and at the steep rock walls on all sides. He looked for a while, then lowered his head and looked into the river. "Are you ready?" "Ready." Guan Xiaoqi had already crawled over, and suddenly a hint of excitement arose in his heart. "Is this the feeling of adventure?" "Yes." Even though I knew it was fatal, I still couldn't suppress the excitement inside, instead of feeling nervous and afraid. Maybe every boy is born with some adventurous genes. Guan Zhong's arrogance and confidence just now unconsciously infected Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Zhong took the lead and walked into the dark underground river, and Guan Xiaoqi quickly followed. In the passage, water vapor hit my face, and the air seemed damp and stuffy. The stones on the ground are muddier and slippery, with moss growing on their surface, so you have to be very careful where you step. There were many fireflies flying around on the walls and in the caves, bringing a faint light. Guan Xiaoqi was curious and reached out to catch them, but the fireflies flew away immediately. Guan Zhong walked very fast, so Guan Xiaoqi had to give up catching fireflies and tried desperately to catch up with him. The two of them walked for more than half an hour, and just when Guan Xiaoqi was out of breath, they arrived at a flat ground. There was no road ahead, only a turbulent underground river that flowed deeper into the mountain. The water became deeper, and there was no place to stand on either side. Guan Zhong looked down at a wooden stake with a broken rope on it. Originally, a boat should have been tied here. Of course, it's gone now, and only a wooden stake remains. It must have been scratched away by a skeleton or someone. In other words, they were not the first group of people to enter this secret realm. Someone had already entered. While Guan Zhong was frowning, Guan Xiaoqi walked to the edge of the plain and saw a cluster of bamboo growing in a dark corner. "How about we build a bamboo raft?" Guan Xiaoqi asked Guan Zhong tentatively. Guan Zhong walked over upon hearing this. His eyes lit up, and he touched the wall again, touched a vine-like plant, reached out and pulled it, and using considerable force, pulled the vine off the wall. It should be possible. The two men took out their axes and started to cut wood together. It took Guan Xiaoqi several strikes to chop down a bamboo, but Guan Zhong only needed to strike with one stroke, and the bamboo fell down. There's a big difference in power between the two people. "I'll chop the bamboo, and you make the raft." "Okay." Guan Xiaoqi followed the advice and immediately turned around to cut the vines and weave a bamboo raft. It happened that he had an ice dagger in his hand, which was very suitable for dealing with the vines. Weaving a bamboo raft is a delicate job. Guan Xiaoqi was afraid that the raft would fall apart in the river, so he tied several layers of vines on the top and bottom. But he was still not satisfied, so he wanted to try again. "It's okay. It's strong enough. We're in a hurry," Guan Zhong said with a frown. Two people carried the bamboo raft into the water. Guan Zhong jumped on first and sat at the bow, while Guan Xiaoqi also jumped on and sat at the stern. Two people each held a bamboo pole in their hands and paddled the raft downstream. This underground cave is obviously a standard karst landform. The underground river meanders, and the cave is connected in all directions. It is unknown how many exits there are. It is simply a large underground sewer maze. It was not difficult for two people to paddle the bamboo raft because they were paddling downstream. There was already a current in the underground river, and they were just drifting downstream. The bamboo poles were mainly used to push the raft away when it was occasionally knocked off course by the current and about to hit the rock wall on the shore. After paddling the bamboo raft for half an hour, Guan Xiaoqi felt that the water was flowing faster and faster, and the height difference was becoming more and more obvious as they went down. It was pitch black all around, with only the light of fireflies floating around and occasionally some faint light from the stalactites above the head. These lights were very weak, and you could hardly see your hand in front of you. Guan Zhong frowned, took out a lighter, and lit the road ahead. The bamboo raft sailed out of the cave, and the surroundings became brighter, and the faint light from the dome shone down again. Guan Zhong suddenly thrust the bamboo pole into the river, stopping the raft abruptly and scaring Guan Xiaoqi. The bamboo raft was blocked by the bamboo pole and lay sideways in the water. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know what happened and almost fell into the water. He quickly propped the bamboo pole to the bottom of the river and held onto the pole with both hands to steady his body. Just as he was about to ask Guanzhong what happened, Guanzhong pointed ahead and whispered, "Look!" The bamboo raft had entered a wider cave. On both sides of the river, there were sandy beaches again. On the cliffs on both sides, there were some very strange purple plants covered with thorns. These plants hung down from the cliffs to the bottom, like a purple curtain. What Guanzhong was pointing at was not these purple plants, but the river beach. On the dark river beach, there seemed to be some stone-like things. Upon closer inspection, these stones were wriggling and crowded together, and they were all living things. It's just that these stones move so slightly that if you don't look carefully, you can't see them at all. You might think they're just ordinary rocks, and they will be ignored. After a careful look, Guan Xiaoqi immediately recognized it. It was crocodiles crowded together. Looking around, there was no telling how many crocodiles there were, densely packed on both sides of the riverbank. The more they looked, the more ferocious they looked. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to look at them any longer and was trembling with fear. However, Guanzhong was fascinated. After watching for several minutes, he sighed and said, "This is just a level 1 instance. I thought it would be easy, but now it seems that the difficulty is higher than I expected." No one had any experience, and it was the first time to go into a secret realm dungeon, so no one could have expected it to be so difficult. Chapter 12, Tiger Dragon. He looked back at Guan Xiaoqi and said, "This river is very turbulent. You and I will cooperate, and we will pass through here quickly. Try not to disturb the things on the shore. If the bamboo raft gets close to the shore, you and I will use the bamboo poles to push it away. We must not touch those things. Remember, just keep the bamboo raft moving fast and steadily." Guan Xiaoqi sniffed and said, "Are those alligators? They look so scary." "Crocodile?" Guanzhong sneered. "I'm afraid that thing is even scarier than a crocodile." "Huh." Guan Xiaoqi didn't believe it. So he used up a little of his energy and used the identification function of the magician card. He took a look and found that it was indeed not a crocodile. Isn't this Guanzhong interesting? Is it some kind of identification skill? Or is it his intuition as a scout? Tiger dragon cubs. Tiger dragons are terrifying predators in the underground caves. They have absorbed the power of darkness and become the first barrier to protect this place. Don't mess with these cubs. Their parents may be nearby and watching you. Guan Xiaoqi's face turned pale. He had never heard of this name, but he just felt a sense of awe. Anyway, it was very scary. Moreover, such a terrifying thing was just a cub. What would their parents be like? I don't know how Guanzhong knew that this thing was not from a crocodile. Guan Xiaoqi carefully glanced at Guanzhong, who had no expression on his face. "Do you understand? If you understand, then get ready to move forward," said Guanzhong. "Okay, let's go." Guan Xiaoqi felt that he was ready. Two people worked together to control the bamboo raft and rush forward without hitting the riverbanks on both sides. It sounded easy, but in practice it was unexpectedly difficult. This underground river has undercurrents and countless reefs at the bottom of the river. Neither of the two people are professional raft rowers. They are all amateurs. The raft is like a disobedient child, swaying from side to side. The two men were sweating profusely as they carefully steered the raft downstream. There were several times when they were about to hit the river beach and were about to alarm the tiger dragons. The two men hurriedly used bamboo poles to hold it back, and only then did they get the raft back to the middle of the river. It was like this all the way down, for dozens of meters. Guan Xiaoqi was a little out of breath. It was not that he was very tired, but more that he was scared. Looking at the horrible monsters on the river beach, they were so close that I could see more clearly the tiger dragons curled up together. When I got closer, I found that these things looked much more ferocious than crocodiles, which was really frightening. Seeing that they were almost halfway across the dangerous river, the two men were struggling to control the bamboo raft when they heard a voice from behind. The two were shocked. Why is there someone behind them? A small boat came from behind with several skeletons sitting on it. Their boat was equipped with a motor, making a roaring sound, and there was also a searchlight on the bow, shining over. This was a small boat equipped with a motor, and it was traveling at an extremely fast speed. A buzzing sound could be heard. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned for a long time, not knowing where their boat came from. They must have the wooden boat card. Guan Zhong's face was very ugly. These dead skeletons are simply killing people. He turned to Guan Xiaoqi and said, "Hurry, don't worry about anything else. Let's paddle forward as hard as we can and get out of here." Obviously, it was a bit late at this time. The boat rushed into the waterway, and the roaring sound of the motor echoed back and forth in this semi-enclosed space. Inside the cave, it was simply deafening. Guan Xiaoqi looked towards the shore. The tiger dragon cubs on the shore were awakened from their slumber and then quietly crawled into the water one by one. The sound of the splashes was very small and was completely covered by the sound of the motor. The boat behind them had already seen the raft of the two people in front. A tall skeleton stood on the bow and shouted loudly, "There are living people in front. Let's go and catch them." The skeleton shouted in human language, which scared Guan Xiaoqi. In this strange world, the language is quite unified, and even the skeletons speak human language. The only difference is that skeletons have no voices, and the sounds they make are very rough, with a rough feeling of metal friction. Let's ignore these skeletons who know nothing and row quickly. Guan Zhong cursed and ignored the skeletons. He quickly paddled the raft forward with the bamboo poles and didn't bother to alarm the tiger dragon. The attention of the skeletons was all attracted by Guan Xiaoqi and Guan Zhong, and they didn't notice the tiger dragons that quietly entered the water on both sides of the riverbank. They screamed in fear and took out their weapons, ready to rush over and cut the two living people in front of them into pieces. Guan Xiaoqi stared blankly into the water. The water in this underground river was so clear that under the searchlight, it was crystal clear. Dozens of shadows underwater had surrounded the skeleton's boat. The sound of the boat's motor successfully attracted the tiger dragon cub, plus the sound of the skeletons shouting and screaming. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to look anymore. He turned around and desperately used the bamboo pole to support the bamboo raft and paddled hard downstream. The two of them had a rare tacit understanding. They raised the rod together, held the pole together, and paddled forward with all their might. The tall skeleton was laughing wildly, and suddenly, a shadow jumped out of the water and pounced towards it. Ah! A scream. The skeleton reacted very quickly, reaching out and grabbing a tooth in the shadows. Grabbing the tooth of an ancient beast that was more ferocious than a crocodile. What good could this end up being? The tiger dragon bit down, and with a crisp crunch sound, the skeleton's entire wrist was bitten into pieces. I saw that the skeleton, which was originally as white as jade, turned black in an instant. A ball of black gas spread upwards along the bones, and in less than a moment it reached the skeleton's life fire. The life fire was extinguished instantly, and the entire skeleton became brittle like weathered sand, turned into powder and scattered. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. This tiger dragon was so poisonous? This was too scary. He tried his best to speed up the action of holding the bamboo pole. The skeletons behind were all dumbfounded. Only then did they notice that there were not only two humans in this river, but also so many terrifying underwater monsters. There were constant screams from behind, and more shadows jumped onto the boat. Ding dong dong, no one knew how many tiger dragons climbed onto the boat. This group of skeletons were all armed and were not weak. They tried desperately with their knives and axes to chop the tiger dragons back into the water, but soon they discovered in despair that there were more and more tiger dragons. One of the skeletons emitted a flash of lightning, as if using some skill. The lightning illuminated the surrounding water. Several tiger dragons were electrocuted and had convulsions. They were hacked to death by the skeletons behind them. The bodies of the tiger dragons fell into the river, dyeing the water red. The remaining tiger dragons quickly retreated, but soon, more tiger dragons pounced on them again. Dark creatures like the tiger dragon are afraid of electricity. The skeletons on the boat held weapons and released various skills, desperately resisting the tiger dragon cubs and preventing them from boarding the ship. Guan Xiaoqi had no intention of looking at them. He was horrified to see a huge shadow underwater, swimming past from under the bamboo raft and heading towards the small boat behind. Hashtag Chapter 13 Fight Out. The size of this shadow is shockingly large. Damn, Ron, they've disturbed a big guy. Guan Zhong couldn't help cursing. They killed the little tiger dragon and disturbed its parents. Run! Boom! There was a loud bang. Guan Xiaoqi turned his head and saw a huge head sticking out from under the water. The monster's head was hideous and terrifying, and it was 70% like a crocodile. Just a head. It's as big as a door panel. With just a quick glance, Guan Xiaoqi saw that on the head that looked like a crocodile's head, there were two things that looked like dragon horns. It opened its mouth wide and bit the boat in half with one bite. No matter what skills the skeletons used, they were ineffective when they hit its head. After biting off the small boat, there was still half a skeleton in the monster's mouth. He chewed it like chewing crispy candy and swallowed it in a few crunchy bites. The boat capsized in the water. The skeletons couldn't swim and were particularly afraid of water. They struggled desperately in the water in fear. The little tiger dragon rushed over and bit all the skeletons to pieces in less than a moment. A skeleton was still in the giant monster's mouth, making its last struggle. Suddenly, the giant monster slammed its mouth shut and bit it to pieces. The skeleton's head flew into the sky, drawing a beautiful arc, and hit the bamboo raft directly. The skull fell beside Guan Xiaoqi and spun around for a long time. Guan Xiaoqi stared at the skull and was almost scared into the river. Oh my god! Guan Xiaoqi's scalp was about to explode. I used to watch the movie Jaws while eating popcorn, and it was quite enjoyable, but this time I was actually there in person, and it was a completely different experience. Countless shadows, led by that huge shadow, swam towards their bamboo raft. Guan Xiaoqi's hands and feet became limp with fear, and he didn't even know how to hold on to the bamboo pole. But fortunately, Guan Zhong, who was on the bamboo raft with him, had really seen the world. Don't be in a daze, Guan Zhong shouted. Paddle forward. If you don't want to die, row forward as hard as you can. Guan Xiaoqi was awakened by Guan Zhong's roar and immediately paddled forward with all his might, no longer caring about any undercurrents or reefs. Even if the bamboo raft was smashed to pieces, he had to accept his fate. The bamboo raft was several times faster. It turned out that the power unleashed by people in danger was astonishingly great. At this time, Guan Zhong suddenly stopped paddling the raft, stood up on it, and took out a card from his arms. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know what he wanted to do, but he still paddled forward desperately. The card flashed, and a battery was taken out. Guan Zhong wrapped an electric wire around the bamboo pole and connected it to the battery, and it became an electric fishing rod. Will this thing be effective? Guan Xiaoqi looked a little doubtful. At this time, we can only try our best to save the situation. The shadow behind us is obviously faster than the bamboo raft and is about to catch up. The biggest shadow was the fastest. Guan Zhong sneered and stuck the bamboo pole down. The bamboo pole exploded as soon as it entered the water. I don't know what the voltage of the battery was, but the entire water surface turned blue. Even if you were sitting on the bamboo raft, you will feel numbed by the splashing water. There is a huge roar behind you, and the huge shadow pops its head out of the river again, its eyes turning blood red. Guan Xiaoqi's heart moved. This big monster is also afraid of electricity. The creatures in the dark world are most afraid of fire and electricity. Just now, a skeleton released a lightning scroll and killed several tiger dragon cubs. This big tiger dragon is also afraid of electricity, and this battery is continuously discharging, so its power is much more lasting than that of the lightning scroll. It was no longer possible to paddle the raft, so Guan Xiaoqi simply let the raft drift with the current. He stood up, took out his bow and arrow, and shot continuously. Guan Xiaoqi's arrows had more of a harassing effect, and there was lightning in the water. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi was wearing rubber-soled shoes and was able to barely stand on the bamboo raft. Lightning flashed blue light in the water, and all kinds of tiger dragons were stiffened by the electricity, and the bamboo raft quickly moved away. Suddenly, the water's surface parted, and the big head emerged from the water, splashing huge water. It stretched out from the water, with its ferocious teeth oozing pus. It was staring at the bamboo raft and pounced on it viciously. Go to hell? The sturdy Guan Zhong simply used the bamboo pole as a spear and threw it quickly into the monster's mouth. The bamboo pole pierced into the monster's mouth in a parabola. Guan Zhong decided to go all out and simply threw all the batteries over there. Guan Xiaoqi stared at this guy in amazement. Is he the throwing champion? Guan Zhong threw both the bamboo pole and the battery into the monster's mouth. The monster bit the battery to pieces with a crunch. There was a huge explosion, and fire and heat waves gushed out from the monster's mouth. Guan Xiaoqi even lost the bow in his hand and lay on the bamboo raft in a mess. What a shit. We don't even have weapons anymore. Bye. In the chaos, a hint suddenly appeared. The magician card cooldown is over. You can continue to upgrade your cards. The white bow has been lost, and the skeleton soldiers are useless in this situation. Guan Xiaoqi now has only one weapon in his hand, which is the excellent level small dagger. It was a last-ditch effort, and Guan Xiaoqi couldn't care less. Upgrade the dagger directly. Ice dagger. Excellent damage 6 to 10, speed 1.3. This is an excellent level dagger. extremely fast with dagger skills, stab, continuous stab, triple stab. Guan Xiaoqi took out the dagger, and a mysterious feeling entered his mind. The three moves of the dagger suddenly appeared in his memory. Stab, stab violently, causing 120% damage. Continuous stab, stab twice quickly, each time causing 55% damage. Triple stab, stab 3 times at an extremely fast speed, each causing 30% damage. 3 consecutive stabs with extra damage bonus. Before I had time to figure out how to use this thing, the furious tiger dragon rushed over with a splash of water. Before Guan Xiaoqi could even react, a huge head appeared in front of him. It was a giant crocodile with its mouth open, and it was the same height as Guan Xiaoqi. A gentle voice reminded Guan Xiaoqi, "Stab its horn." Guan Xiaoqi didn't have time to listen to who was reminding him. He had already launched 3 consecutive stabs. The monster's head had just emerged from the water when Guan Xiaoqi stabbed it. A lightning-like strike came from the dagger in his hand. The tiger dragon had just been electrocuted and exploded, and it was the most sluggish at that time. Prick. Stab continuously. 3 consecutive stabs. 3 consecutive dagger strikes all pierced the horns on its head at extremely fast speeds. When he got closer, Guan Xiaoqi noticed that the horn on its head looked more like a tumor than a real dragon horn. The monster was stabbed and let out a deafening wail, as if in extreme pain. Guan Zhong saw an opportunity and suddenly jumped high with a huge axe in his hand and chopped at the tumor on the monster's head. The tumor burst open and a thick juice oozed out, which was fishy and smelly, and almost made Guan Xiaoqi faint. The bamboo raft hit a reef and flew up. Guan Xiaoqi and Guan Zhong lay on the raft together, fearing that they would fall into the water. The bamboo raft spun in the underground river and floated downstream. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi and his team tied the bamboo raft tightly enough, so it did not fall apart. Hashtag Chapter 14, Stone Chamber in the Mountain. After passing the rapids and the bamboo raft stabilized, the two looked back together and found that the monster was no longer chasing them, but actually ran away in pain. Both men were splashed with water all over. Guan Zhong was slightly better off, with a serious expression and veins all over his hands. Guan Xiaoqi had never seen such a scene before, and was so frightened that he was shaking all over. It was really horrible that he had just escaped death. "Good job, young man," Guan Zhong praised. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless and could only nod. "How do you know its horn is its weak point?" Guan Zhong stared at Guan Xiaoqi with an unfriendly look. "Have you heard of this kind of monster before?" Guan Xiaoqi felt a chill on his back. Guan Zhong's eyes were no kinder than Hu Jiao's. "I was totally confused at the time. I just stabbed it randomly. How could I know where the weakness was?" Guan Xiaoqi was really scared. His whole body was shaking, but it was not fake. Guan Zhong looked at him deeply, but didn't see anything unusual. "Those few stabbings you made with your dagger were really fast. Have you practiced?" You know, when people are nervous, they can sometimes burst out with strength that they can't believe. "I even forgot how I stabbed just now. I was so nervous." Guan Xiaoqi looked absent-minded. He quietly put the blue dagger back into the card and hid it. Fortunately, Guan Zhong did not doubt his dagger because he gave it to Guan Xiaoqi. He naturally thought that there was nothing wrong with the dagger, and it was just an ordinary excellent weapon. "We're here. Let's get off the raft." Guan Xiaoqi looked forward and saw that the river channel in front had reached its end. The river water had flowed into the underground. There was an arched cave entrance on the stone beach. The shape of the cave looked very regular, and it was obviously artificially excavated. There was no need to row anymore, as the bamboo raft had already run aground on the rocky beach, and the two men tumbled and crawled off the raft. 2 other small boats were also stranded on the rocky beach. It should be the skeleton from before that stayed. Guan Xiaoqi felt sore all over, and Guan Zhong was also a little tired. After climbing up the stone beach, they both sat down on it to rest. "You're good." Guan Xiaoqi was not flattering him. He really thought Guan Zhong was very powerful. If he had not met him in this instance, he would not have been able to make it here alive. Guan Zhong did not comment. "You used to be a scout in the army?" "Killer." Guan Xiaoqi was startled and didn't dare to ask any more questions. No wonder this guy looked so creepy. Guan Zhong was also a little confused at this moment. Guan Xiaoqi was right, he was indeed a scout, but he did not want to share this identity with anyone. It was an honor, but also bitterness, so he now only had one identity, that is, a killer who did all kinds of evil. He was once the world's top scout and top killer, but some of his past was too painful to think about. "Let's go." Not daring to rest for too long, The two men entered the entrance of the cave. Walking in the passage, there were traces of artificial excavation everywhere. Guan Xiaoqi became more and more certain of one thing. This was a huge underground maze. On this strange planet, who would build such a huge underground maze? Why were humans transferred to this planet? What about the Corpse Ghost clan? Guan Xiaoqi was full of questions. The passage was very flat. Although it was dark, Guanzhong took out a lighter and illuminated the surroundings. Not only were the walls smooth, but there were even murals carved on some places. Guan Xiaoqi himself is an archaeological expert. After careful study, he is certain that these murals are definitely not murals of any known ancient humans. There are no humans in the murals, only demons with wings and horns, and some strange races that he himself cannot identify. There was a slight sound of dripping water in the distance. The two people walked in the maze for more than 10 minutes and passed through a stone door. Suddenly, the view in front of them became clear. What's this? A stone chamber the size of a basketball court, with several stone statues standing around it, with wings flapping behind them, horns on their heads, and spears in their hands. Each devil statue is different and lifelike, as if they are fighting. Behind these statues, there is a chariot, which is pulled by 4 rhino-like monsters with their hooves flying. The rhino's eyes are scarlet, as if they were alive. Some of the demons standing on the chariot hold spears, while others hold crossbows. The crossbow arrows are shining, and there seems to be no corrosion at all, and they still look extremely sharp. Guan Xiaoqi noticed that the weapons in the hands of these devil statues were all pointing outwards through the passage. There is a platform in the middle, on which stands the only devil who does not use a spear or a crossbow. It has one hand on its waist and a sword in the other. Its face is ferocious and terrifying, like a commander. The two men walked cautiously among the statues, which undoubtedly made people feel a little uneasy. Guan Xiaoqi subconsciously reached into his pocket and grasped the card of the ice dagger. A strange voice appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's mind. It was the same voice that had asked him to stab the tiger dragon's horn just now, a soft but emotionless voice. Guan Xiaoqi guessed that it came from the magician's card. They are very angry. Anger? What does it mean? Guan Xiaoqi was stunned after hearing this. Can a statue also be angry? Before Guan Xiaoqi could figure it out, Guanzhong suddenly raised his hand and made a stop gesture. From the other side of the stone chamber, several beams of light shone in, and there were faint sounds of footsteps. Skeleton? Guan Xiaoqi frowned. Guanzhong quickly extinguished the lighter in his hand, then pulled Guan Xiaoqi to hide behind the middle platform. Neither of them noticed that at the moment they bent down, the commander-like devil standing on the platform, its left foot seemed to move slightly. Go! Huh? There's a door ahead. Hurry over there, it looks like a stone chamber inside. Go in. Jack will be the last one left. Close the door quickly. Damn it, where is Jack? Jack is dead, he fell behind. I saw him killed with my own eyes. Leave him alone, run. The sound of staggering footsteps came from another passage, and then a swaying beam of light was seen, and 4 people in strange clothes ran out frantically. It's a person, not a skeleton. Guanzhong did not move, nor did he go out to say hello. Guan Xiaoqi also remained patient and did not move. A very fat black man who was running at the end was panting heavily. The moment he stepped into the door, he heard a sound of breaking air behind him. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced his body. The black man's body shook, his eyes bulged out, and he fell to the ground with a scream, obviously dying. The 3 survivors all cried out in surprise. No one wanted to check whether the black man was dead or alive. Bronze arrows kept shooting at them from behind, and they crawled into the stone chamber. Close the door quickly. With a creaking sound, the 3 white men worked together to close the stone door of the stone chamber, then dropped the bolt and picked up a lot of stones from the ground around them and blocked the door with them. Boom! There was a sound of banging on the door, and no one knew what was chasing them. But after a few hits, the sound gradually died down. Chapter 15, The Devil Statue Comes to Life. Obviously, this stone gate is quite solid. Guan Xiaoqi was curious. Were these people being chased by the skeletons? Seeing that Guanzhong did not move, he also quietly hid behind the high platform. The 3 white men stared at the stone gate nervously for a long time, and then they were sure that the sound had disappeared. They were all sweating profusely and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are they gone? A thin man in blue jeans, holding a wooden staff in his hand, looked a little bit incredulous. But as soon as he turned around, he screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Damn it, There are some here too? There are so many. The three of them turned around together and saw several rows of devil statues in the stone chamber. They were so scared that they raised their weapons together. Don't move. They don't seem to be activated yet. They are dead. A white woman shouted. Look, they are dead. They haven't come back to life yet. Is it? The thin man in jeans was so scared that he stuttered and trembled as he looked at the statues in the stone chamber. There was a strong white man holding a shield nearby. He looked at the thin man with disdain and said, Carl, can you stop being such a coward? Don't you know that on the battlefield, the more cowardly you are, the faster you will die? God bless you. The thin man exhaled. I'm just an elementary school teacher. Damn it. How could I be dragged into such a terrible world? Charlie, you are a Marine. How can we be the same as you? You can't ask for too much. Charlie, the white man holding a shield, didn't bother to pay attention to him and asked the woman next to him, What should we do now? Guan Xiaoqi felt strange listening to them talking, as if this woman was their leader. The young woman's tone was very cold. What else can we do? There are 6 of us in total, and 3 of us died in the other stone chamber. This is only the first level of the secret realm. I thought it would be very simple. Who knew it would be so difficult? It's really hell? She took a deep breath and said, Be careful. Don't touch these scary statues again. If Jack hadn't been touching everywhere just now, God knows what mechanism he triggered. Now, for safety reasons, no one can touch these statues. Charlie raised a shield and looked around and found that there were many exits in this stone chamber. There are several passages here. Let's choose one to leave here. Or, let's just hide here and not go any further. The timid Carl said in a trembling voice, 3 of us have already died. If we keep going, I'm afraid we will all die here. Suddenly the young woman turned around and shouted, Someone! Who is it? Charlie reacted very quickly. He quickly picked up the shield and protected the coward Carl beside him behind him. Although this guy spoke harshly, he was still very loyal. Guanzhong came out from behind the stone platform, clapped his hands, and smiled. Laura, is that you? Long time no see. Guanzhong. The young woman's expression changed, and her eyes revealed many complicated expressions. It's you? Seeing that the two knew each other and that their expressions didn't look like enemies, Charlie breathed a sigh of relief and put down the shield in his hand. Guan Xiaoqi also walked out carefully from behind the stone platform. This is my former partner, Laura. Guan Zhong introduced her to Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi muttered in his heart. Former partner? Is Laura also a killer? But this explains why everyone else listens to this young woman. After all, in this world, the strong are respected, which is normal. Laura looked at Guan Xiaoqi carefully and could only say that he was healthy. There was no sign of a well-trained physique at all. He was just an ordinary person. She glanced at Guan Zhong and said, I didn't expect that you were becoming more and more compassionate. The words were half said. Actually, it meant that Guan Zhong brought a burden. Guan Xiaoqi was not moved by Laura's words. In his observation, Laura's look was clearly very charming, and he was just a side topic. These 2 people are probably having an affair. This is our temporary member, Warrior Charlie. Laura pointed at Carl and emphasized, This is our great magician, Carl. He is a real magician. Carl was a little embarrassed. He was just lucky. He picked up a green staff card that could shoot out a few fireballs, and then he became the great magician that Laura mentioned. Guan Zhong greeted Charlie and Carl naturally. It would be beneficial for both parties to get to know each other better and cooperate with each other. In this situation, Guan Xiaoqi did not say much. He just stood aside cautiously. At this moment, a slight voice suddenly sounded in my mind again. They are getting angrier and angrier. Very angry. It's dangerous here. You better leave here immediately. Guan Xiaoqi's expression changed. He turned around to look at the devil general on the platform and saw the devil general lowering his head and looking at everyone. Just now, its gaze didn't seem to be looking in this direction. Guan Zhong was now asking Laura, What was chasing you just now? A skeleton? Laura shook her head. No, it's these statues. We also encountered this kind of statues in another stone chamber. They suddenly came alive and chased us desperately. Huh. When Guan Zhong was shocked to hear the news, he heard a strong wind coming from behind him. He reacted extremely quickly and dodged immediately, and saw a spear behind him miss the target and pierce through his side. A devil statue was holding a spear in both hands. It had woken up, and when its arms moved, there was a crackling sound. It took big strides and was stabbing forward with the spear. Charlie was not as agile as Guan Zhong. He simply raised a shield to block the spear, and then pushed hard with a bang. He rushed forward and hit the devil statue directly. The devil statue was not that strong, and it shattered into countless pieces of stone with a bang. This stone is a bit strange. It doesn't seem very solid, it's quite brittle. What the hell? Several people screamed together. Something terrifying happened. All the devil statues came to life. These fully armed devil soldiers were stretching their bodies, as if they were adapting to the stiffness of sleeping for too long. Some of them shook their heads, some bent over, and then raised their weapons at the same time. Hashtag Chapter 16. Fierce Battle in the Stone Chamber. On the high platform, the devil who looked like a general suddenly opened his bloody mouth and roared as if he wanted to devour the world. His face was ferocious and chilling. All the devil stone statues seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and instantly formed into an array in an amazing tacit understanding. They were like warriors from hell, reappearing on earth, ready to go through fire and water for their lord. The devils in the front row raised their spears high, forming a dense forest of spears, with the sharp spear heads flashing coldly in the moonlight. The devils in the back row nervously pulled the crossbows, put arrows on the strings, and were ready to go. The devil statues in the front row quickly squatted down like cheetahs, ready to charge. The whole scene was filled with tension and solemnity, as if foreshadowing the upcoming fierce battle. The devil general on the high platform held a long sword in his hand, the blade flashing with cold light, as if it could cut through all obstacles. He gently waved the sword, and after a few swings, the air seemed to be filled with a murderous aura. Then he suddenly pointed the sword at the people below and said in a low and cold voice, "Kill! Roar! Kill! Kill!" All the devil statues roared in unison and attacked together with spears like forests and crossbow arrows like rain. Fuck! Charlie cursed angrily, and the shield was already in front of him. With a few bangs, the crossbow arrow shot at the shield, and the forest of guns behind stabbed at him. Charlie retreated quickly. Run! Laura dodged a spear that was thrust at her, and suddenly a big hammer appeared in her hand. She swung it up with great force, smashing the spear in one blow. She then rushed over and kicked the devil statue over. The kick was very tricky, and the statue lost its balance and fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces. Its legs were broken, leaving only the upper body. It was still crawling towards her miserably, reaching out to grab Laura's legs. What the hell is this? Laura jumped out of the way. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. The petite woman in front of him was wielding a heavy hammer. Strength and elegance were perfectly combined in her, just like Guan Zhong holding a giant axe, full of wildness and power. More devil statues are rushing over. This group of guys was like a real ancient demon army, rushing over in formation, spears thrust out in unison, crossbows shooting in succession from behind. More stone statues woke up in the distance, and the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. A crossbow arrow whizzed over and almost brushed Laura's nose. This woman, who originally had a good appearance, suddenly had a blood groove on her face. Carl was extremely unlucky. The crossbow arrow did not hit Laura, but hit his arm, directly piercing his arm. Carl screamed and fell to the ground, rolling around. Charlie saw that the situation was not good, so he grabbed his collar and pulled him behind his shield. "Stop shouting and use your magic." Charlie held his shield and blocked left and right, trying his best to prevent the devil statue holding a spear from approaching. The scene was in chaos. Guan Xiaoqi rolled flexibly and cleverly dodged a crossbow arrow. He quickly turned over and stood up, holding the ice dagger tightly in his hand, his eyes sharp as an eagle. Seeing a stone spear rushing at him like a tiger, Guan Xiaoqi did not hesitate and stabbed it with the force of thunder. Prick! This kid is agile and has some talent as a fighter. The ice dagger pierced directly into the head of the stone statue like a bamboo, breaking through. The stone statue was extremely weak, and the dagger cut through it as easily as tofu, with no resistance at all. Guan Xiaoqi flicked his wrist lightly, and the head of the stone statue turned into powder like a broken pottery jar. Without its head, the stone statue lost its sight of the enemy, waving its spear and roaring blindly in place, while Guan Xiaoqi took the opportunity to escape. When Guan Xiaoqi bent down, he exerted too much force and almost sprained his waist. This was a case of forcing Guan Xiaoqi to learn how to fight. The stone statue slowly rotated. Its huge body drew a steady arc in the air, and finally, its butt happened to be aimed at Guan Xiaoqi, who was bending over. Guan Xiaoqi did not hesitate for a moment. tightly grasped the dagger and stabbed it instantly. The sharp blade drew a cold light in the air and accurately pierced into the stone statue's lower back. It is immoral to stab someone in the anus, and besides, the height of Guan Xiaoqi's dagger is just at the lower back, making it easier to exert force. Continuous stab. A hole was pierced on the waist of the stone statue, and a white stone rolled out of the hole and fell to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone statue fell to the ground and turned into a pile of waste stones. What's this? Guan Xiaoqi was quick and bent down to quickly pick up the white and smooth stone that had fallen on the ground. Energy stone, a stone that provides energy. It can power tower defenses, puppets, machinery, or other facilities. Isn't this a battery? Is this the battery that powers these statues? Are these devil stone statues all alchemical puppets? Guan Xiaoqi's head was full of question marks. Another spear stabbed at him from the side. He didn't have time to think about it. He stuffed the energy stone into his pocket, turned around, pushed away the spear, and rushed over to fight with the devil stone statue. After several consecutive stabbings, the stone statue was knocked down and shattered into pieces on the ground. As expected, an energy stone fell out, killed 2 stone statues in a row. The fear gradually faded away. Guan Xiaoqi's heart was warmed up and his fighting spirit was high, as if he was a completely different person. The young man's bloodiness was released, and he rushed to the crossbow position with red eyes, knocking down several crossbow stone statues in succession. Prick! Continuous stab. 3 consecutive stabs. The plain and simple dagger of excellent grade had no problem breaking through defense. This kid really had the talent to be a warrior. He was completely immersed in the atmosphere of wanton killing. But just when he got too excited, suddenly a crossbow arrow shot over and flew past his scalp, scaring him so much that he suddenly woke up. Looking at the battlefield, I found that everyone was engaged in a tough fight. Laura was swinging her hammer hard. Charlie was holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, trying to resist. Only Carl was covering his arm that was hit by an arrow, rolling on the ground and howling. What about Guanzhong? Guanzhong? Guan Xiaoqi searched everywhere in a hurry, but he saw a scene that surprised him. Guanzhong was leaping up, holding up his huge axe. The goal was precisely the stone statue of the devil general on the high platform. Guanzhong clenched the axe with both hands, and his figure flew down from the air like a big bird, chopping it on the head. The devil stone statue roared, raised its sword to block it, but the axe was so powerful that it took 2 steps back, and several cracks appeared on its legs immediately. This axe with accumulated power is extremely powerful. This devil general was also extremely fierce. He roared, raised his sword, and stabbed towards Guanzhong. With the majesty of a devil's elite soldier, his whole body was filled with murderous aura. Guanzhong wielded a huge axe and fought with the devil general on the high platform. At this moment, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly felt a vibration under his feet. Everyone else was fighting fiercely, and no one noticed this change. I was secretly shocked and had a bad feeling that something bad was going to happen. When Guan Xiaoqi looked up at Guanzhong, his eyes were attracted by the complex and delicate hollow patterns on the ceiling of the stone chamber. His sight followed these patterns, and he accidentally caught a glimpse of a stone pillar covered with uneven patterns, as if hiding some secret. With a thought in his mind, Guan Xiaoqi immediately took action. He quickly rushed to the stone pillar, clenched his hands, and climbed up with all his strength. His fingers wandered among the lines of the stone pillar, looking for a support point like a skilled rock climber. After some effort, Guan Xiaoqi finally climbed to the ceiling. He took a deep breath and stuck his body tightly into the hollow gap, hiding himself completely. His heartbeat gradually slowed down, and he held his breath and listened to the movements around him, waiting for the next move. Guan Xiaoqi felt sore all over. He had used up all his strength after the outburst just now. If he continued fighting, he would surely die, so he simply hid himself. The fighting below was already fierce. After countless slashes, Charlie's shield finally couldn't bear the weight, and cracks spread like spider webs. Although he was a burly man, he was rolling on the ground at this moment in a state of embarrassment. However, his eyes revealed ferocity and determination. He skillfully used the shield to protect himself, and the spear was like a venomous snake, focusing on the lower body of the devil statue. A crossbow suddenly shot at his leg. Pain and anger intertwined. He threw the spear in his hand. The crossbow stone statue in the distance fell down and shattered into stones on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The entire cave began to shake. Chapter 17. Escape. Laura waved the hammer in her hand, becoming more and more courageous as the battle went on. Although she was holding a heavy weapon, her body was extremely fast. Two devil stone statues attacked her head-on, but she managed to squeeze out from the gap between the statues, then turned around and swung the hammer around, smashing the two statues together. Her movements were even lighter than the wind, and under the dim light, they even left an afterimage, making it almost impossible for Guan Xiaoqi's eyes to keep up with her movements. As expected, she was Guan Zhong's lover, and neither of them was an ordinary person. Guan Xiaoqi was surprised. Boom! There was a sound coming from the cave. Not only was the ground shaking, but even the walls began to shake. Before Guan Xiaoqi could react, bang, 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 bang. 3 consecutive heavy crashes. The stone door that was closed when Laura and the others escaped was suddenly knocked open. Broken stones rolled everywhere, and several devil stone statues nearby were smashed to pieces. Outside the door, a stone trolley with countless spikes on the front rushed in. This stone trolley was a bit like a small explosion-proof car, with ferocious iron teeth all over the front. After breaking through the stone door, it gradually started to accelerate, making a loud roar, and rushed towards Charlie, who was closest to it. Behind the car, more and more devil stone statues rushed over from the broken stone door, and the number was simply uncountable, like a tide. It was too late for Charlie to dodge. The stone pulley hit him hard, and his shield failed to save his life this time. He was knocked into the sky by the powerful force. He hit the stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and when he fell, a spear had already pierced his thigh. Charlie screamed, threw away his weapon, gritted his teeth and pulled out the spear stuck in his leg and rolled out on the spot, just rolling next to Carl. Charlie stood up and tried to run despite the severe pain, but suddenly his calf was grabbed. Looking back, he saw Carl lying on the ground, trembling all over. "You can't leave like this. You can't abandon me. Save me. Save me." Charlie panicked and tried to get rid of Carl, but Carl was holding Charlie's injured leg, and he couldn't use any strength at all. Charlie was so angry that he yelled, "Let go, bastard! You're going to kill me." Carl held on tighter, refusing to let go of the straw that was finally coming to his rescue. It's too late. The stone trolley hit again, and the heavy wheels crushed Carl's head directly, and the front of the car hit Charlie. The power of the stone pulley was so amazing that Charlie began to spur blood while still in the air. When he landed, he was no longer in human form, and a large part of his chest had collapsed. Then several devil stone statues surrounded him and stabbed him with spears. Laura also slowed down at this time. There were too many enemies around her, and the space for her to move was getting smaller and smaller. She screamed several times and was covered with wounds. Fortunately, the clothes she was wearing seemed to be produced by the system and had good defense, which blocked several fatal attacks for her. Guan Xiaoqi stared at the stone trolley. There was a devil stone statue controlling the open-top cab of the trolley. Seeing the trolley was about to reach him, he gritted his teeth, loosened his legs, and pounced down from the roof with a dagger in hand. He fell from the sky, and before he arrived, the dagger had already stabbed at the devil stone statue. The devil statue turned around and saw Laura, who was driving the car and turning, and had no idea that there was an attack above his head. Prick! Stab continuously. 3 consecutive stabs. Guan Xiaoqi brandished the dagger and used all the moves he could, instantly stabbing the devil statue into countless pieces of stone. He kicked the upper body of the devil statue off the car. He looked down and found that there was only a steering wheel and an accelerator on the controller, which was simpler than the bumper cars in the amusement park. "Hit me! Go to hell!" Boom! Guan Xiaoqi drove this half-out-of-control stone trolley recklessly, smashing the devil stone statues on the ground into pieces. He was almost invincible in this stone chamber. In just a moment, a bunch of devil stone statues were knocked to the ground by him and turned into rubble under the car. But more and more devil stone statues crowded in from that door, and it looked like they were endless. "Get in the car!" Laura, with disheveled hair and wounds all over her body, was subconsciously waving a hammer to resist. A stone pulley rushed over, and she thought she was doomed. She was about to give up resisting when suddenly the car rushed past her, and a hand reached out and pulled her into the car. "Thanks." Laura slumped in a corner of the car, the hammer thrown aside, her body covered in blood, trying hard to endure the pain all over her body. Guan Zhong had already chopped the general into pieces, but was surrounded by endless stone statues of devils. Seeing Guan Xiaoqi driving the car towards him, he let out a long whistle, jumped up, and landed steadily on the car. Guan Xiaoqi was very shocked. He was too powerful. Who was this person? Hold on tight. Guan Xiaoqi found an exit of the passage, drove the stone trolley forward, and after knocking away countless devil stone statues, he finally rushed out of the stone chamber. The entire passage was shaking. The car was moving very fast, advancing rapidly in the passage. In less than a moment, it had left the army of devil stone statues far behind. Before a few people had time to celebrate, there was a sharp turn in front of the passage. The car was going too fast and could not turn it. It looked like the car was about to hit the wall in front. Jump out of the car. Quick. In a panic, Guan Xiaoqi was the first to jump down. He rolled on the ground for several times before stopping, with many scratches all over his body. Guan Zhong turned around and hugged Laura, then jumped down. His balance was much better than Guan Xiaoqi's. Although he was holding someone, he staggered slightly and then stood firm. The stone trolley hit the wall in front of it hard, and finally broke into pieces with a loud bang, turning into rubble on the ground, and the iron spikes in front of the car were scattered everywhere. The three of them were panting on the ground, and Guan Xiaoqi and Guan Zhong couldn't help but yell a few times. Ha! Ha ha! That was a close call. That was close. Escaped. After resting for a while, Guan Xiaoqi slowly stood up with the help of the wall, walked to the bend in front, looked at the pile of rocks on the ground, bent down, and picked up a stone. These stones used to make the statues were not very strong. Perhaps they had become brittle after being buried underground for too long. From a pile of rubble, he fished out a smooth green stone. Excellent energy stone. Compared with ordinary energy stones, it can provide more energy. Guan Xiaoqi turned his back to Guan Zhong and quietly put the stone into his pocket. No one dared to stay here for long, for fear that the devil statue behind them would chase them again. Guan Zhong helped Laura stand up and walk to the corner. Looking in the other direction, there is still a winding underground maze ahead. Let's go. There is no way back, only forward. Guan Zhong looked at Guan Xiaoqi deeply and said, "Did you perform well just now? Did you use the dagger I gave you?" Guan Xiaoqi had already put the ice dagger into the card and said calmly, "You handed it to me personally. Have you forgotten?" "Ah, it's quite powerful." Guan Zhong laughed and didn't ask any more questions. He and Laura had already walked to the front to lead the way, and Guan Xiaoqi followed silently behind. Chapter 18. Becoming enemies. That Carl is a coward. Even if he is a magician, you shouldn't bring him with you. Guan Zhong frowned. If there is such a person in a team, no matter how capable he is, he will be a burden to everyone if he has such a bad character. Guan Zhong stretched out his hand and gestured at his neck, his eyes flashing with ferocity. "We should just kill that thing. When we first met, who knew he was such a person? I thought his magic had some potential, so I took him with me." Obviously, Laura also regretted it. Guan Xiaoqi followed behind and heard the two people in front talking about killing. It was as easy as eating and drinking water, and he felt a chill on his back. I know that these two people are not good people, and they're just temporary partners. Did you also come into this underground maze from the underground river? Guan Zhong was a little surprised. What underground river? We didn't encounter any underground river. We just entered this underground maze from a cave halfway up a mountain. The two looked at each other and felt that this question was not simple. It seems that everyone landed in different places and then entered this underground maze together. In other words, there may be many people or many skeletons in it. Obviously, the terrain you and I walk through is the maze that leads from the outer perimeter of the secret realm. Judging from the distribution direction, the direction we are heading is the depths of the maze. I think, according to normal inference, the key point to completing this secret realm mission must be in the depths of the maze. Maybe that is where the real main battlefield is. Guan Zhong guessed that this was truly a large secret realm, and he didn't know how many people had entered. A completely unfamiliar world and completely unfamiliar enemies. I hate it the most. Laura sighed. No matter what, we can only move forward. There is no turning back. Guan Zhong looked at the front of the corridor. It was pitch black, and he didn't know where the end was. There were forks in the road everywhere. It would be normal to not find the way even if he walked around here for a year. "Go down," Guan Xiaoqi suddenly said. "Huh? Why?" Guan Zhong turned around and looked at Guan Xiaoqi. "Because we are actually going down all the time. I guess even if the final location is not at the deepest point, it is very close to it." I believe that at the very bottom is what we are looking for. Guanzhong looked at Guan Xiaoqi again with a strange look. You're quite smart, little brother. Laura giggled. Guanzhong, holding a lighter in his hand, led the way and walked deeper into the corridor. Whenever he came to an intersection, he would take the downhill route. Sure enough, just as Guan Xiaoqi expected, there was an obvious downward corridor at every intersection. The group of three groped their way forward in the corridor. After about half an hour, the corridor became narrower and narrower. After turning another bend, Guanzhong stopped. There is a straight passage in front, and at the end of the passage, you can even see a huge bronze door. A little excited, have we arrived? But there were more than a dozen bodies lying in the passage. Some are living people, and some are skeletons. The ways of death vary. Some were shot to death by arrows, some were smashed to pieces, and some had their heads separated from their bodies. It doesn't look like cannibalism. It looks like a mechanism. Guanzhong frowned, looked at Laura, then turned around and looked at Guan Xiaoqi coldly. Guan Xiaoqi felt a murderous aura emanating from Guanzhong's eyes, and his whole body turned cold. How about you go ahead and explore the way? Guanzhong said lightly. Guan Xiaoqi was immediately furious. He had just saved him, but he turned against him in the blink of an eye. This bastard was simply too cold-blooded. He reached into his pocket and clenched the card. Seeing that veins on Guanzhong and Laura's hands were bulging, they all held their weapons and stared at him warily. Guan Xiaoqi smiled and took out a summoning skeleton card from his pocket. I have a summoned creature. Let it go explore the way first. Guanzhong was stunned, and his hand holding the axe loosened a little. You have a lot of cards? Guan Xiaoqi has summoned the skeleton warrior and commanded it to walk in front. I'm lucky. The skeleton warrior looked at Guan Xiaoqi questioningly, and Guan Xiaoqi patiently explained to the skeleton warrior, It's safe ahead, go and take a look. The skeleton warrior nodded, believed Guan Xiaoqi, walked in the corridor holding the giant axe, and strode forward. After taking only a few steps, he triggered a mechanism and an arrow shot out, piercing the skeleton warrior's chest and breaking 2 ribs. Fortunately, this was a skeleton and the fire of life was not hit. Although he was injured, it was not serious. He probably still remembered what his master said, that it was safe ahead, so he insisted on moving forward. Walked a few more steps. Suddenly a stone hammer came down from the top of the corridor. The skeleton warrior jumped hard, but only dodged half of it. Half of his body was crushed under the stone hammer, and there was a sound of bones breaking. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked and ran over quickly, avoiding the place where the arrow was shot. He walked over and put the seriously injured skeleton warrior into the card. As long as it is not completely shattered, it can be slowly restored by entering the card. Guanzhong's eyes were shining brightly, and he was staring at the location and method of each mechanism appearing. The stone hammer that fell from above was pulled by an iron chain and slowly rose up again, disappearing on the top of the corridor again. When Guan Xiaoqi was looking up, his feet suddenly shook. Suddenly, the ground where he was standing, about 3 meters long, and the entire corridor floor flipped over as a whole. After turning it over, there was a huge black hole in the ground. Guan Xiaoqi screamed and fell directly from the hole. The floor flipped 360 degrees for a week and returned to its original state. Even the flipped edge fits perfectly with the floor elsewhere. There was no movement in the corridor. It was pitch black, as if no one had ever been there. Guanzhong stared in amazement as Guan Xiaoqi suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Ah! Ah! Guan Xiaoqi screamed loudly as she slid down. It was a slide, not a fall. Guan Xiaoqi was like sitting on an extremely steep slide, sliding all the way underground. It was very steep and the slope was not very smooth. Guan Xiaoqi bumped into things all along the way and got bruised in countless places all over his body. He had bruises and scratches all over his body, and he didn't know what a mess he had become. The handsome young man was thrown down and turned into a pig-headed man. He just tried to curl up into a ball to avoid further injuries. The slope was too steep. Guan Xiaoqi suspected it was about 60 degrees, and it was impossible to stop by human power. It took a full minute before he slid to the bottom. He was about to hit a huge object in front of him, so Guan Xiaoqi quickly took out a dagger and stabbed it hard into the ground. His arm shook with great pain, and it stopped him from sliding down. The corridor behind him made a rumbling sound and suddenly collapsed inexplicably, blocking all escape routes. Guan Xiaoqi pulled out his dagger and crawled to avoid the collapsed intersection to avoid being hit by the rolling rocks. Still in shock. Oh my God! If you survive a great disaster, There will be good fortune in the future. Guan Xiaoqi patted his chest to comfort himself. I looked up and saw that this seemed to be another strange secret room. The ceiling was about 7 or 8 meters high, and the ceiling was inlaid with some kind of gemstones, which emitted a faint light. Chapter 19. Woman in Green. Looking around, Guan Xiaoqi took a breath of cold air. This secret room was similar to the one where he had encountered the devil statue before and was about the size of a football field. But this secret room has no exits on all 4 sides, not even a stone door. It is actually a truly closed secret room. Although this secret room is as big as a football field, the ground is divided into countless square spaces. Most of the spaces are empty, while some of them are occupied by huge stone statues. This arrangement is so familiar. Is it a chessboard? Guan Xiaoqi stared blankly at the huge chessboard in front of him. What frustrated him the most was that this was not any kind of chessboard he knew, not Chinese chess, not international chess, not Go, or anything like that. Is this the devil's chessboard? Who would download something like this? At this moment, he suddenly saw a figure in a square in the center of the chessboard in the distance, about several dozen meters away. Unlike other huge stone statues, this is a small figure. It's a person, a woman, wearing a green tights. If Guan Xiaoqi's eyesight was not good, it would be difficult to spot this person in such a dark environment. The woman in green sat cross-legged on the chessboard with her head lowered and her golden hair loose. She held a green longbow in her hand and sat there with her chin resting on her hand, motionless. Guan Xiaoqi frowned, took a breath, and shouted loudly, "Hey! Hello! Ko and I Shiwa. Say hello first to avoid misjudgment. If I go over rashly, and she suddenly shoots me with an arrow, it would not be worth it." The woman then raised her head. Although the distance was too far and her face could not be seen clearly, a sharp look was cast at him, as if piercing through Guan Xiaoqi. This look is a bit fierce, even 10 times more terrifying than Guan Zhong's. Is it a monster? Guan Xiaoqi's heart sank. He was worried that he had recognized the wrong person and was a little nervous. The woman seemed to have only looked up at Guan Xiaoqi, then lowered her head again, as if she was thinking about something very important and had no time to pay attention to him. Guan Xiaoqi felt that everything here was weird, so he gave up the idea of shouting again, looked around carefully, and then walked to the edge of the chessboard and observed for a while. Then he knocked on the wall and searched for a long time. This is a dead end. The cave on the other side has collapsed. The only way to find a way out is to go to the other side of the chessboard. This chessboard looks a bit scary, but if you don't go up, you can't get to the other side. Guan Xiaoqi took a deep breath, stepped carefully, and stepped onto the first square on the chessboard. Very stable. Nothing unexpected happened. Guan Xiaoqi felt a little relieved. Each grid was not big, only 2 meters square. Guan Xiaoqi jumped from the first grid to the second grid. That's good too. The grid seems normal. But a second later, Guan Xiaoqi's face changed. The second grid lasted only a second before it suddenly broke, revealing a dark hole underneath. Guan Xiaoqi almost fell into the pit again. Fortunately, he was fully alert at this time and suddenly jumped up to the next grid. There was another tremor under his feet, and the black hole appeared under his feet again. Guan Xiaoqi was so desperate that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He jumped up for the second time, but the third grid also broke. Damn you, my ancestors. Are you kidding me? Run, boy. After running for more than 10 squares, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly felt something solid under his feet. He quickly stopped, as all his strength was almost used up. If he didn't step on solid ground, he would really fall. Just then he heard a voice. The woman in green in the middle of the chessboard finally spoke to him. "If you don't want to die, don't move." Guan Xiaoqi complained in her heart. "You little girl, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm already running. I have to move. Am I going to wait for death here, or fall into the abyss below?" He lowered his head to glance at the collapsed chessboard square on the edge. It was deep and dark inside, and he didn't know how deep it was. There were horrible sounds coming from inside, as if there were thousands of demons hiding in there. Not to mention falling down, just listening to the sound from up here would scare you half to death. Just when Guan Xiaoqi was still observing the abyss, there was a sound of springs. Guan Xiaoqi looked up and saw a huge stone statue rushing towards him, waving a sword. The 4 or 5 meter tall giant frightened Guan Xiaoqi so much that his mouth was dry. Is this a trigger? The stone statue was wielding a sword that was more than 10 meters long with great vigor. The sword's light was so invisible that even splashing water could not penetrate it. He looked at the small dagger in his hand and wondered how he could fight. This huge stone statue is even more powerful than the devil general that Guan Zhong dealt with. It looks to be 10 times more powerful and 10 times faster. Can he deal with it? Escape? Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to resist at all and didn't care how dangerous the chessboard blocks under his feet were. He continued running while shouting. He stepped on empty squares on the chessboard one by one and nearly fell into the terrifying abyss below several times. He had originally run out of strength, but now suddenly adrenaline burst out and he became full of energy again. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He realized that he had unknowingly run to the woman's platform. At this time, he was almost exhausted. Finally, he made a great effort and jumped onto the woman's platform. Lying on the ground, he didn't want to move at all. He almost lost the strength to breathe and felt that he might suffocate in the next second. The woman stared at Guan Xiaoqi, and her eyes seemed to be somewhat complicated besides dissatisfaction. She had long golden hair, bright eyes, fair skin, slightly upturned eyes, a strange blend of natural charm and girlish purity, a straight nose, plump lips, and somewhat strange ears, slightly long and pointed. Coupled with her tight green dress, she exudes a cool and charming aura. The woman glanced at Guan Xiaoqi and raised the longbow in her hand helplessly. Guan Xiaoqi even saw a leaf growing on the longbow. Is this a longbow made from random branches? Guan Xiaoqi was shocked and confused. He didn't dare to waste his energy to identify other people's weapons now. He was almost exhausted. Besides, it seemed that there was no need. He just felt that it was a bit strange to advocate the bow. The woman raised her longbow and shot not at Guan Xiaoqi, but at the stone statue with the long sword that was chasing after her. The arrow was like a meteor with a hint of green, shooting rapidly towards the long sword stone statue. The terrifying stone statue seemed a little panicked when facing the long arrow. It stopped and took a few steps back. Then another shield stone statue on the side rushed over and blocked the long arrow for it. The 4 or 5 meter tall stone statue was actually knocked back 7 or 8 steps after being hit by the arrow, and then it stopped with a thump, thump, thump. The chessboard changed again. All the stone statues stopped. The power of an arrow? Chapter 20 Chessboard Dilemma. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. After shooting an arrow, the woman just glanced at Guan Xiaoqi casually, then immediately lowered her head and continued to stare at the ground. Are you human? Guan Xiaoqi asked a nonsense question, but the woman ignored him at all. At this time, Guan Xiaoqi got up from the ground and moved closer. Only then did he see that the woman was sitting cross-legged on the ground, drawing some patterns on the stone slab. After looking at it carefully for a few times, Guan Xiaoqi recognized it at a glance. It was this chessboard picture. On one square, there were crisscross patterns which were obviously drawn by her with a sharp tool. Although it was very simple and rough, all the squares on the chessboard were drawn on it, including the stone statue square, the real square, and the fake square. They were all marked out. A large square with hundreds of small squares densely packed inside. Hello? What do you want to do? Guan Xiaoqi asked. The other party did not answer. How did you get in here? The other party did not answer. Do you know where there is a way out? The other party did not answer. But the young woman finally raised her head, obviously annoyed by Guan Xiaoqi's chattering. She glanced at Guan Xiaoqi with her bright eyes and said, "Can you be quiet? Are all of you humans so rude?" Guan Xiaoqi was choked. What do you mean by we humans? Aren't you a human? The young woman looked at him and said, Of course not. I'm a sea elf, not a human like you. I am not as noisy as you. Huh? Guan Xiaoqi seemed to have discovered a new world. He then realized why this girl had pointed ears. It turned out that she was an elf. I've only seen corpse ghosts, but never elves. Guan Xiaoqi said in surprise. It's not surprising. There are only a few of us. The elf girl was probably a little tired, so she said a few more words. We and the corpses both live on the planet of the undead, but they are the masters of that planet. The corpses are afraid of water. We sea elves live far away from the undead continent and on islands and small oceans. We never deal with them. Later, we collided with your planet. Guan Xiaoqi continued. So, we were teleported here together? The elf girl nodded. This is a very scary place. After seeing the girl's stunning arrow, if even the elf girl thinks this place is dangerous, then a weak human like me is the bottom of the food chain? Do you know where this secret place is? Guan Xiaoqi asked casually, not expecting the elf girl to give an answer. Unexpectedly, the elf girl replied seriously. I have seen some inscriptions and patterns. This should be a tomb of a god. God's tomb? There are a bunch of devil stone statues guarding God's tomb? Guan Xiaoqi was a little confused. The relationship between gods and demons in this world was surprisingly good. Suddenly, Guan Xiaoqi thought of another possibility. Could it be that the devil here was regarded as a god? That guy with horns, small wings, and scarlet eyes might be the god of this world? I was stunned for a while. Guan Xiaoqi thought of something even more terrifying. Is it true that there are gods and demons in this world? And the system clearly said that this world is not friendly to humans? Gods and demons, are they powerful indigenous people? Just as he was having groundless fantasies, the elf girl lowered her head again, holding a dagger in her hand, and gestured on the drawn chessboard. The girl's frown was quite adorable, especially since she was such a pretty girl. Guan Xiaoqi came closer again and watched her gesture on the ground. This boy is quite clever and gradually figured out the trick. Are you drawing a route map? Do you want to destroy these stone statues? Guan Xiaoqi stared at the girl. Huh? Do you understand? I understand a little bit. How about you explain it to me briefly, and I can help you think of a solution. The elf girl looked up and looked at Guan Xiaoqi. Her bright eyes made Guan Xiaoqi feel both scared and excited. We have to win this chess game to open the door to the secret room. But these stone statues are very powerful and will help each other, especially the stone statue holding a shield. It always hides in the distance, but it can teleport. Any arrow I shoot will be blocked by it. It is a stone statue that is immune to long-range damage. I think we should be able to find a route to prevent it from rescuing other stone statues. How can we make it impossible to rescue it? It can't cross another statue to rescue. So as long as the 3 statues are lined up in a row, it will not be able to rescue the outermost statue. Guan Xiaoqi understood. He stood up and counted. There were 7 stone statues on the chessboard. Only one of them was holding a shield, and the others were all holding various weapons. Crack! The sound of a spring startled Guan Xiaoqi. When he looked down, he found that the stone slabs he had just stepped on had miraculously recovered. The entire chessboard returned to its original state. Stepping on different stone slabs will alarm different stone statues, so you have to attract at least 3 stone statues to track you, including the shield-bearing statue. Then find a way to line up the stone statues. You also have to be careful of the stone slabs under your feet. Your final destination must be on solid ground. The girl frowned. Obviously, this complicated math problem troubled her. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose. Although he majored in archaeology, he was admitted based on his science background, and he was the top archaeology major in the country. Although this question was difficult, it was not difficult for him. He squatted down and carefully calculated for a long time, then numbered the 7 statues, with the shield-holding statue being number 0, and then asked the elf girl which statue each stone slab triggered. He used his hands to draw a complicated route on the map in a zigzag manner. Then take out 7 energy stones to represent the positions of the 7 statues, and use the green one to represent the shield-holding stone statue. While gesturing the position where he would move, he moved the stone statue according to the rules. The elf girl didn't take it seriously at first, but when she saw it to the end, she found that the 3 statues were already lined up in a row. Seeing that the difficult problem she had been thinking about was easily solved by Guan Xiaoqi, the girl's eyes lit up. Not bad. You humans have weak bodies, but your brains are quite useful. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. Is this a compliment? The girl stood up and was about to take action. No, Guan Xiaoqi laughed and said, "Let me rest for a while and recover my strength. I'll go lure the monsters out. It's better for you to shoot here." The girl didn't understand. Why? There are 7 statues in total. I will lure the monsters. After you shoot down the first statue, I will just move 1 step and immediately form another 3 in a row. Then you jump there and continue shooting. Guan Xiaoqi even demonstrated all the subsequent changes to the girl. Guan Xiaoqi not only calculated the first 3 consecutive times, but also calculated all the subsequent changes. The girl was very shocked. Guan Xiaoqi's arrangement of the 3 statues in a row could only be considered as a clever move, but he was able to calculate all the subsequent movements and routes in such a short time. This was really amazing. Are all you humans so powerful? The girl's eyes became much softer as she looked at Guan Xiaoqi. They were not so sharp, or rather, not so disdainful. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 21 Clearance. Guan Xiaoqi laughed. No, I'm just better. After satisfying his little vanity and taking a short rest, Guan Xiaoqi was ready to set off. Leaving this secret room is not only the elf girl's business, but also Guan Xiaoqi's own business. The air in the secret room is already a bit turbid. The gas floating up from the stone slabs underground is carrying a lot of pollution and is becoming more and more turbid. So we must leave as soon as possible. It takes 1 second for the stone slab to collapse after you step on it. As long as a normal person is prepared, they can actually jump continuously. The biggest dangers are first, lack of concentration, and second, not being able to find a place to rest on the road. Guan Xiaoqi was also very ruthless. He moved his ankle and shouted, "Let's begin!" He suddenly leaped up without touching the ground and ran on the stone slabs like a rabbit being chased by a hunter. The stone slabs behind him broke one after another and fell into the abyss. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even look at them, but calculated his steps in his mind, fearing that he would take a wrong step. When he took the 23rd step, he felt something solid under his feet. Guan Xiaoqi almost couldn't control himself and rushed out. He quickly bent down and half-knelled on the stone slab. Click! Crack, crack, crack! The sound of springs continued to ring, and the stone statues were startled one after another, waving swords, spears, halberds, and other weapons and rushing towards Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi's face turned pale, and he began to worry about a problem at this time. Does this elf girl really have the ability to destroy such a huge stone statue? Just when he was feeling uneasy, 3 huge stone statues have been lined up in a row, and a stone statue in the middle holding 2 hammers blocks the transmission route of the shield-holding stone statue. Opportunity is just a moment. Missing it means death. The stone statue near Guan Xiaoqi had already raised a big knife and was about to chop off his head in the next second. Sweat dripped down Guan Xiaoqi's head. It was so fucking exciting. A sharp whistle was heard. Call out! A green arrow, carrying a flash of light, instantly arrived in front of the stone statue. With a loud bang, the statue's head exploded and the stone slab under the statue's feet collapsed. Boom! The broken stone statue fell directly into the abyss. Feeling this domineering arrow again, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly realized that Guan Zhong was already one of the top fighters among humans. But 10 Guan Zhongs might not be able to defeat this elf girl. We were all teleported to this world together, so the start was unfair. Is Elf a super VIP account? Quickly suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Guan Xiaoqi continued to jump to a stone slab on the left according to the original plan. Call out! Another arrow flies over. With a loud bang, the second statue fell into the abyss. Guan Xiaoqi was responsible for luring the monsters, and the elf girl's arrows never missed their targets. The power of each arrow was terrifyingly great, followed by one loud rumbling sound after another. The 5 stone statues in front and behind have sunk into the abyss. Guan Xiaoqi was so tired that he was out of breath and jumped back to the stone platform where the girl was. Only a stone statue holding a shield and a stone statue holding a spear were left, standing in the distance, motionless. There are only 2 stone statues left, and it is impossible to arrange them in a row of 3. What should we do now? Guan Xiaoqi was at a loss. The elf girl shook her long hair, gave Guan Xiaoqi a look, and smiled charmingly. What else can we do? Kill them by force. There are only 2 stone statues. Let's kill the one holding the shield first. Good. The elf girl raised the longbow in her hand. A green light appeared on the bowstring, and then a green arrow suddenly appeared on the longbow and shot out. This is not a card weapon. This is our elf's own weapon. The elf girl saw that Guan Xiaoqi's eyes were fixed on the longbow in her hand, drooling, his eyes full of curiosity, so she explained casually. The arrow was like a meteor, but it could not hurt the shield-holding stone statue. This stone statue was immune to the lethality of long-range attacks, but it was knocked back several steps by the huge force brought by the arrow, and then rushed forward suddenly. The girl slung her longbow over her shoulder and took out a dagger. It was the same dagger with which she had carved the chessboard on the floor. Superior! The stone statue holding a shield instantly teleported in front of the 2 of them and smashed it down with the shield. The girl jumped high and attacked the stone statue from above. The statue moved extremely quickly, raising its shield and sending the girl flying. Then he turned around and smashed towards Guan Xiaoqi with the shield. Guan Xiaoqi raised the dagger, but had no idea how to stab such a huge stone statue. So he turned around and ran away. Like a rabbit, with wolfhounds chasing it from behind and traps all around it. It's really scary. Countless stone slabs were trampled over, and there were fewer and fewer places to stand. Fortunately, most of the other stone statues were cleared away, and only 1 stone statue with a halberd followed in the chase. Guan Xiaoqi jumped and dodged the swing of the halberd. Click! The front was blocked by a stone statue holding a shield. Mud horse? Will stone statues also pick on the weak? Why are you chasing me? Can't you see the cute little girl over there? Guan Xiaoqi felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his chest and was speechless. This was too much of a bullying. Just as the shield-holding stone statue was raising his heavy shield to smash down, he suddenly turned around and the shield changed direction. The elf girl pounced from behind like a butterfly and stabbed the shield-holding stone statue. The knife at the back is more dangerous. The shield-holding stone statue turned around quickly, leaving its back to Guan Xiaoqi. The butt of the huge stone statue was as high as Guan Xiaoqi's head, and Guan Xiaoqi almost didn't think twice. Stab, stab, stab again, stab 3 times. The dagger stabbed out like a phantom. Of course, he was not aiming at the statues, but its waist. Guan Xiaoqi remembered that the statue's energy stone system was at its waist. The dagger was of excellent grade and extremely sharp. The girl's dagger stabbed into the shield, preventing the stone statue holding the shield from coming back to rescue. Guan Xiaoqi's dagger pierced into the waist of the stone statue without any hindrance. Blue light is emitted from it. It is an excellent energy stone. No wonder the stone statue is so powerful. Guan Xiaoqi stabbed more than 10 times in an instant, crushing the waist of the stone statue and digging out the blue energy stone. The shield-holding stone statue collapsed, and countless fragments and the blue energy stone fell into the abyss together. He reached out to grab it, but couldn't reach it, which made Guan Xiaoqi extremely distressed. My feet are empty. Only then did he remember that the stone slab under his feet was hollow. Guan Xiaoqi was so scared that he didn't care about the excellent level energy stone and quickly jumped to the side. The whistling halberd stabbed at him. Guan Xiaoqi bent down, rolled over another stone slab, and fell face first on the ground, his nose bleeding. Critical moment. Call out. With the whistling of an arrow, the stone statue, holding the halberd, shattered. Guan Xiaoqi, still in shock, lay on a stone slab, his whole body limp. He didn't need to look in the mirror to know that he must look like a pig's head. All the stone statues were knocked down. Crack, 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 crack. On the other side of the wall, the sound of countless springs was heard, and a circular corridor entrance appeared in the corner of the wall. Wah! There were no stone slabs around Guan Xiaoqi's feet to step on. The stone statues were all broken. He didn't know whether the original stone slabs could be restored. He was very anxious. The elf girl leaped over, took Guan Xiaoqi's hand, and flew to the side. A leap of dozens of meters is almost the same as flying. So strong. Guan Xiaoqi was flying in the air and turned to look at the elf girl. It was then that Guan Xiaoqi noticed that the elf girl had a slender figure. The tight green clothes outlined her perfect curves, slim waist, and round and plump buttocks. What made Guan Xiaoqi most suffocated was that this elf girl was not flat-chested. Big breasts, thin waist, perky butt, and a pair of long legs. Chapter 22, Entering the Tomb of the Gods. The hand holding Guan Xiaoqi's was soft, as if it had no bones. If this elf girl were on Earth, she would definitely piss off a lot of big stars. Well, now's not the time to look at beauties. The elf girl has already taken Guan Xiaoqi to the other side of the chessboard. The distance of this leap is really terrifying. There's a person holding his hand. Guan Xiaoqi secretly made up his mind that he would never provoke the elves in the future because they were too powerful. After flying over the chessboard, the girl finally let go. The elf girl patted Guan Xiaoqi on the shoulder and said, "Nice to meet you. We finally found the exit. By the way, my name is Alicia." Alicia? What a nice name. My name is Guan Xiaoqi. Alicia smiled slightly, jumped and ran to the entrance of the corridor, then turned around and waved, saying, "This is indeed the exit." Guan Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief and ran over, not caring about the pain all over his body. The entrance to the corridor was circular, and it went all the way up. It looked winding, and it was too dark inside to tell how long it was. Just as Guan Xiaoqi was about to step in, Alicia stopped him. "What are you doing?" "Lead the way," Guan Xiaoqi said as a matter of course. "You are too weak. Let me lead the way. If we encounter any danger, I can resist it." Alicia said the truth. Guan Xiaoqi looked at Alicia and smiled. "Okay." He smiled and made way, shrugged. The little girl doesn't speak as tactfully as humans do. She speaks directly and doesn't beat around the bush to make people happy. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi doesn't mind. Alicia lowered her head and entered the corridor. The leaf on the longbow in her hand emitted a green light, illuminating the corridor, making it a bright green patch, which was quite strange. Guan Xiaoqi lagged behind by 5 or 6 steps and followed Alicia into the corridor. The corridor is extremely long, winding, and twisting inside. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it turns down, sometimes it turns left, and sometimes it turns right, but the overall feeling is still going up. The further we walked, the narrower the corridor became, barely enough for one person to pass through. Even at the back, 2 people couldn't stand up straight. After walking for another quarter of an hour, Alicia, who was leading the way, said loudly and excitedly, "It seems we have reached the exit." At the end of the corridor was a stone door. Alicia shouted and pushed hard, opening the quaint stone door. Immediately, the light from outside shone in. Guan Xiaoqi quickly closed his eyes and slowly opened them after a long time. Alicia had already walked out of the stone gate, and Guan Xiaoqi hurriedly followed and walked out together. As soon as he came out of the cave, Guan Xiaoqi was stunned, and even Alicia stood there watching the scene in front of them. 2 people stood here, staring at the front quietly. It was a while. "What the hell is this?" Guan Xiaoqi finally managed to utter a word. In front of him was a valley full of bird song and flowers, with steep cliffs standing on all sides. But that was not important. What shocked Guan Xiaoqi was that there was a huge bronze coffin floating in the air in the middle of the valley. A suspended staircase connects from the ground to the bronze coffin in the sky. There is a platform halfway up the stairs. There was a very fat woman in blue on the platform, embroidering very seriously. If she wasn't a fat woman with blue skin, Guan Xiaoqi would even think she was Dongfang Booby. Guan Xiaoqi was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? He raised his head to look up at the cliff, which was so high that he could not see the top. This was already a very deep underground place. The coffin was inlaid with various luminous pearls, illuminating the valley like daylight. The fat woman in blue was extremely huge. Guan Xiaoqi felt that she weighed at least 300 kilograms. He didn't understand how the suspended platform could bear the weight. It was terrifying just looking at it. Inside the valley is a huge and magnificent palace, right below the suspended bronze coffin. There are no walls, and all the palace buildings are shining here. In front of it is the front hall, which is arranged horizontally and is 100 meters wide. The bluestone foundation is high above, with a height difference of more than 10 meters from the ground, and all the pavilions and towers are built on the high platform. On both sides of the front hall, there is a long corridor connecting to the palace behind. The eaves, roof, and corridors are inlaid with patterns, which are simple and thick, with black as the main color, exuding a solemn and murderous atmosphere. In the center of the palace is the starting point of the stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven is about 5 meters wide, without any support, and is suspended in the air. Guan Xiaoqi had never seen such a magnificent palace. Even the Forbidden City was not half as majestic as this one. This place may be underground or in the belly of a mountain, but this huge palace complex, the terrifying bronze coffin, and the strange embroidered woman are all full of fear. Alicia stared at the hall in front of her for a long time before she let out a long sigh. Is this the mausoleum of the gods? But why would someone embroider in front of a god's tomb? Guan Xiaoqi's first reaction was to search his pocket for his cell phone, to quickly take a photo and post it online. This short video would surely go viral. After searching for a long time, he finally remembered that he was in another world and had a damn cell phone. Let's go. The final mission must be here. Let's hurry. Since this is the tomb of God, the body of God must be in the coffin, Alicia said, pointing to the bronze coffin in the sky. The two walked forward, and the fat blue-skinned woman on the platform in the air didn't even look over at them. After walking 100 meters, the 2 men entered a palace without walls. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's vision system, and the system's voice began to broadcast in the secret realm. Tip: a creature has entered the final mission area. The secret realm dungeon mission is officially launched. The dungeon mission is unlocked. Defeat the Blue Princess, seize or destroy the resurrection card, and prevent the resurrection of the gods. This secret realm dungeon is of level 1 difficulty. After the secret realm ends, rewards will be calculated for each person based on the completion and contribution of the dungeon mission. Dungeon mission failure conditions: 1. Being killed. 2. The gods are resurrected. If any of the conditions are met, the dungeon fails. The killed person dies, and the gods resurrect all the creatures to accept the dungeon failure penalty. After reading this tip, Guan Xiaoqi was so depressed that he just wanted to curse. This is a level 1 dungeon. It's the lowest level dungeon. You're telling me that the mission of a level 1 dungeon is to prevent the gods from resurrecting? Are you kidding me? Is the second level copy about going up to the sky and killing gods? The moment they stepped into the palace area, the woman in blue on the platform, whom the system called the Blue Princess, immediately shifted her gaze from the embroidery work in her hands and stared at the two of them. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 23 Blue Princess. Tip. The countdown starts at 120 minutes. After 120 minutes, the gods will be resurrected. When the gods are resurrected, the mission will fail. 2 hours. Guan Xiaoqi stared at Princess Blue on the podium, looking at the flower she was embroidering. A butterfly emerging from its cocoon, so lifelike. Green life energy flows on it. She's not embroidering flowers. She's embroidering a card. It's a resurrection card. Guan Xiaoqi understood and said with a wry smile. So, we have to defeat this blue princess within 2 hours and destroy the card she's embroidering. There was a loud rumbling sound in the belly of a mountain in the distance. Several skeletons smashed open a stone door from the inside, crawled out of the cave, and entered the valley. Looking up, they saw the huge bronze coffin in the air. Who got here before us? The angry roar could be heard throughout the valley. The unbridled demonstration showed the arrogance of this group of skeletons. Hurry, we can't let others take away our mission. Hurry up. Another skeleton shouted from behind. The skeleton in the front is wearing full armor and holding a black knife in his hand, just like the Dark Warrior in StarCraft. He is obviously the leader of this group of skeletons. Follow me, it shouted in a hoarse metallic voice. The skeletons rushed down following their leader. Before they rushed to the palace, another person, his face covered in blood, crawled out of a cave, squinting his eyes to adapt to the light in the valley. This person was Guanzhong, but Laura was not with him. More and more creatures gathered here. Both humans and zombies began to gather in the valley. Guan Xiaoqi and Alicia were only a small step faster than the others. But this small step became a big step when the rewards were calculated. Extra bonus for starting a mission. Let's go up and kill Princess Blue and complete the mission quickly. Alicia was a little anxious. Guan Xiaoqi stopped Alicia, stared into her eyes, and said sincerely, "Do you believe me?" Alicia thought for a moment. "You are very smart. I believe you." Guan Xiaoqi smiled. "Trust me. Let's not go up yet. That platform is too dangerous. Although I know you are very strong, I don't think Princess Blue is a weakling. Why don't we let other impatient people try first?" Alicia hesitated. "But what if Princess Blue is very weak and they complete the task in an instant? What's wrong with that? Even if someone else wins, we have completed the mission, right? What if Princess Blue is very strong? If we rush forward blindly, we will become a stepping stone for others. It's not worth it. Besides, I don't think Princess Blue is really easy to deal with." Guan Xiaoqi said word by word. "Compared with the mission, life is more important." Alicia didn't care too much at first, but Guan Xiaoqi's last sentence touched Alicia. She suddenly smiled, and instantly all the flowers blossomed. She smiled and said, "Then what are you going to do? This palace is really magnificent. Now that you are here, why not take a look around?" "Good idea. I agree with this. Let's go quickly." When she heard that they were going shopping, Alicia's eyes lit up immediately. This was much more interesting than fighting, so she immediately put aside Princess Blue's mission. 2 hours is neither too short nor too long, and it is enough to visit the palace. The two of them trotted away, but instead of going to the ladder to heaven, they ran deeper into the palace and ran all the way to the large hall in the middle. I ran up the stairs and found a magnificent hall with the door locked. Alicia walked up and kicked the giant black gate that was 7 or 8 meters high. Boom! Her kick made a dull roar. One could imagine how powerful this girl's kick was. The roar shook the entire palace 3 times, and the valley was filled with echoes. The door didn't move at all. Guan Xiaoqi felt very bad at this moment. He felt as if there were countless pairs of strange eyes staring at him, and his back felt cold. Damn it! Alicia didn't believe it, squinted her eyes and looked at it, then raised her leg to kick again, but Guan Xiaoqi quickly pulled her back. "My little ancestor, stop kicking. Something is wrong here. Let's go." Guan Xiaoqi felt as if a wild beast had awakened in the hall, opening its sleepy eyes and looking outside, which made him a little panicked. "I don't know where this feeling comes from. I just feel like I'm seeing it myself." Not daring to continue doing anything rash, he quickly pulled Alicia away. "I don't know what's going on with this hall. It's too creepy. I'd better stay away from it. Although Alicia was a little unwilling, she was not stubborn and was pulled away by Guan Xiaoqi. Coward, she made a face. Only by being cautious can you live longer. Guan Xiaoqi laughed. He was not ashamed of his contempt for Alicia, but proud of it. There is a row of main halls in the middle. Each one is magnificent, and each door is different, but they are all solemn black doors with noble red door knockers. Guan Xiaoqi pulled Alicia out of the hall and walked towards the side door. Where are we going? Alicia asked curiously. According to my research on the buildings here, there are servants' rooms or maids' rooms on both sides. Let's go there and take a look. Guan Xiaoqi majored in archaeology. This palace complex has all the characteristics of classical architecture. Guan Xiaoqi understood it at a glance. Maid's room. Alicia pouted. Girls all like princess rooms. Who likes maid rooms? Elf girls are no exception. But I am destined to be a maid. There were corridors on both sides. After walking along the corridor for a few minutes, we arrived at the servant's room that Guan Xiaoqi had identified. In front of him was a whole row of servants' rooms, all locked. Guan Xiaoqi walked to each servant's room one by one. When he reached the 10th room, he gently pulled the door and it opened. Huh? There's an unlocked room here? Guan Xiaoqi walked in and saw a room of over 100 square meters with a desk, a dressing table, and a large bed. This big bed is 5 meters long and is carved with dragons and phoenixes. A maid can also carve dragons and paint phoenixes. Guan Xiaoqi also found it a little unbelievable. Also, isn't this bed too big? But think about the huge size of the blue princess on the platform and the huge door of the main hall. It seems that this big bed makes sense again. The room was very bright. On the lampstand on the table, there was a night shining pearl, which should be the same as the night shining pearls on the coffin. It emitted a very bright white light, illuminating the surroundings. As soon as Alicia entered the room, she set her eyes on the night pearl. His eyes suddenly lit up. This night pearl is much brighter than the leaf in his hand. As a sea elf living in the ocean, she often has to go on deep-sea adventures. In the deep sea, a very important thing is lighting. The deepest part of the ocean is pitch black. Even the leaves in her hand can only illuminate a very small area. However, this night pearl is extremely bright. Alicia showed joy on her face, walked over quickly, and picked up the night pearl lovingly. Guan Xiaoqi was not interested in the night pearl. He saw a cabinet opposite the bed with a blue backpack on it. There's also a scroll on the side. Go over and pick up this scroll and the backpack. Name: backpack making scroll excellent. Materials: 1 piece of light leather, 4 pieces of canvas, 3 meters of thread. Function: make an exquisite backpack that can carry various supplies. This world does not only have cards, but also a lot of raw materials that require a backpack. Introduction: excellent backpack can double the backpack space and reduce weight by 20%. Only those who master the basic tailoring skills can complete the backpack, making it the tailoring workbench. This is a very practical scroll. Almost everyone needs a backpack. It would be useful even for carrying wood and stones to your own cabin. What's more, it can increase space and reduce weight. Chapter 24. The Power of a Fart and Picking Up Leaks. Guan Xiaoqi looked at another finished backpack and wondered in his heart, is this just a sample? After using the magician card to check it, I realized that I was wrong. The backpack in my hand was not a sample. Blue Princess's small bag. Excellent, this is Blue Princess's small carry-on wallet. The backpack space is 3 times larger than it looks, and the weight of the items put in it is reduced by 40%. Note: this is a women's backpack, mainly light and flexible. The backpack is naturally the best of the best, but Guan Xiaoqi is stunned by the name of the backpack. Blue Princess's backpack? So, this room is actually Princess Blue's room, not a servant's room? If this side hall is the princess's room, then do the dozens of rooms in this row all belong to the princess's room? What is the big house behind the main hall? What monster lives there? This is beyond Guan Xiaoqi's common sense in archaeology. After all, this was his first time participating in the archaeological work of the gods' tombs. No wonder only the door of this room is open. It turns out that Princess Blue lives here. Both of them got something, and they searched the room again, but found nothing else. Princess Blue's backpack was an off-road style backpack. Guan Xiaoqi carried it on his back and then put all the bulging energy stones in his pockets into the backpack. It suddenly became a lot lighter. It was really a great treasure. The color is blue with a little pink, a bit girly. Bear it. Let's go. This is Princess Blue's room. If she finds out that we stole her things, I think she will go crazy. Guan Xiaoqi said with a smile. Ah, is this Princess Blue's room? Alicia was a little surprised and a little disappointed. A princess room like this? The two men left Princess Blue's room and walked around the back of the palace, but they didn't find any room with an open door. Is it possible that Princess Blue is the only one left in the entire palace? There were screams coming from afar, and someone fell off the platform. It was obvious that the battle there was extremely brutal. The two of them were very brave. While the others were fighting with Princess Blue, they walked around the palace for more than an hour. Princess Lan is so powerful. She has been fighting for such a long time. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. Let's go back and take a look. We still have to find a way to complete this mission. Alicia looked at Guan Xiaoqi and clenched the longbow in her hand. There is not much time left. The two of them went around in a circle and returned to the bottom of the ladder. There is no blue princess in the sky. There were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, some humans and some skeletons dressed differently. They were obviously explorers who had entered the dungeon. These guys died in a very miserable way, especially the one closest to Guan Xiaoqi, which was a male corpse. His head had been smashed and rotted into a ball, with blood and brain matter mixed together. It was really red and white. Some people had been stabbed with countless holes on their bodies. All the blood had flowed out, and broken skulls and bones were scattered all over the ground. Oh, is there anyone still alive? There were people squirming among the pile of corpses, struggling to get up. Guan Xiaoqi walked over and dragged him out. He was a middle-aged man with blood all over his face and gasping for breath. With Guan Xiaoqi's help, he barely sat up against the wall. Thanks. His mouth was covered in blood and all his teeth were knocked out, so he couldn't even speak his words of thanks clearly. What happened? Why did so many people die? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't see anyone else, nor Princess Lan, and felt very strange. We rushed forward and fought with the blue monster. She was too powerful. There were so many of us that we almost couldn't defeat her. But there were a few powerful skeletons and humans who suppressed her and made her feel very uncomfortable. Just as she was about to fall into a disadvantage, she suddenly farted. The middle-aged man looked at Guan Xiaoqi awkwardly. So, you were all knocked down from the sky by her fart? Guan Xiaoqi was very surprised. Her fart was green and smelled very bad, and it was extremely powerful, at least a Force 12 typhoon. 3/4 of the people on the platform were blown away by her fart. May I ask what you do? I'm an engineer from the Meteorological Bureau. Nice to meet you. Guan Xiaoqi stood in awe. That must be a Category 12 typhoon. There's no doubt about it. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose and imagined the extremely smelly gas blowing towards him with the force of a level 12 typhoon. He shuddered. Guan Xiaoqi was still very curious. What about the others? Where is Princess Lan? The man sighed and said, the rest of the people couldn't resist and fled. Princess Blue is chasing them. This mission is really fucking unique. An angry roar was heard in the distance. It was the roar of Princess Blue. A group of cowards had escaped from the valley and hid in the cave. The power of the fart stunned them all. The blue princess could not leave the valley. She beat her chest wildly and roared in extreme anger. Guan Xiaoqi also wanted to escape. He didn't want to face this terrifying blue monster, especially after seeing the corpses all over the ground. You could try. She is just bluffing. She is actually very weak. A soft voice sounded in Guan Xiaoqi's mind, and the magician was giving him a hint. Guan Xiaoqi's little thoughts suddenly came alive. After driving away this group of hateful skeletons and humans, Princess Blue dragged her heavy body back, and every step shook the earth. A princess weighing several hundred kilograms deserves the name of 1,000 pounds. Just as she reached the bottom of the ladder to heaven, she saw a human boy standing in front of her. It's Guan Xiaoqi. His white clothes were tattered, his eyes were swollen, his mouth was crooked, his nose was bleeding, and one of his trouser legs was missing, revealing half of his calf, which was covered in blood and scratches. Because his face is full of scars and swelling, like a pig's head, he naturally looks extremely ugly. Damn humans. You are so ugly. Why do you have to appear in front of me? Guan Xiaoqi shrugged, turned slightly, and showed the backpack behind him to Princess Blue. Ah! Princess Blue's eyes turned red. Little thief. You and I cannot coexist. Go to hell. Princess Blue naturally recognized her backpack, which was now on the back of this ugly man. She rushed towards Guan Xiaoqi like crazy. I want your life. The ground was shaking with her footsteps. At this moment, there was a sudden whoosh sound, and the furious blue princess was completely unprepared. A green arrow shot out and pierced her chest directly. She looked down and saw a big hole in her chest. Through the hole, she could see the scenery behind her. Looking up with difficulty, I saw a graceful elf girl standing on a high platform not far away, holding a longbow in her hand. You are taking advantage of someone's misfortune, Princess Blue said bitterly. She was already at the end of her strength, and all her anger was attracted by Guan Xiaoqi. She lost her mind, and it was natural that she could not avoid this arrow. You're such a disgusting human. I'm going to kill you. Princess Lan had blood gushing out of her chest, but she was still able to pounce towards Guan Xiaoqi at an extremely fast speed. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. A big hole was shot through his chest. How could he not die? What kind of monster was this? In panic, he stabbed out the dagger that he had already clenched in his hand. 3 consecutive stabs. 3 consecutive stabs. 3 consecutive stabs. Guan Xiaoqi stabbed 9 times at an extremely fast speed, and 9 more blood grooves appeared on Princess Lan's body, and blue blood gushed out like a fountain. Guan Xiaoqi lowered his head and slipped under Princess Lan's crotch. Princess Lan fell to the ground with her, but facing Guan Xiaoqi. When Guan Xiaoqi turned around, he heard a strange fart sound. His face really changed. A level 12 typhoon? But at this time, he had already used up all his strength, so how could he have the strength to dodge? Puff! A foul smell was released. It does stink, and it's really green, but there's no Category 12 typhoon. If I fart again, you're dead. Princess Blue turned her head and said sarcastically to the panicked Guan Xiaoqi. Princess Blue was very sorry because she only had the strength to fart once and could not fart a second time in such a short time. The skill cooldown period is too long. Her eyes were fixed on the bronze coffin in the sky, and she died with her eyes open. Princess Blue is dead. Chapter 25 Clearance and Settlement Rewards. Guan Xiaoqi covered his nose and was almost suffocated to death. Countdown to the copy. 2019, 18, 17. The copy was about to end, but there was no prompt that the task was completed. Guan Xiaoqi looked up at the resurrection card on the platform in midair, which was emitting light. Obviously, killing Princess Blue alone would not prevent the resurrection of the gods. Everyone in the copy saw the countdown. No one knew that Princess Blue was dead, but everyone knew that the gods were about to be resurrected. The mood is very gloomy. If a copy fails, there will be a copy penalty. No one knows what the penalty is. Everyone frowns, has gloomy faces, hides in the corner, and licks their wounds silently. Alicia stood on the platform and shouted suddenly, pulling the bow into a full moon. A green arrow, faster than a meteor, shot towards the platform in the air in a parabola. A stunning arrow, howling away. The resurrection card exploded in green light. Guanzhong's face was as black as charcoal. He hid in the cave, staring at the countdown without blinking. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He sighed and waited for the punishment from the system. No response for a long time. When the countdown reached 1, it suddenly stopped. The system's voice floated. A creature has successfully prevented the resurrection of the gods. The mission is completed. All the living creatures in the copy will be rewarded according to their contributions. Please check. What? Guanzhong screamed. Who prevented the gods from resurrecting? At this moment, he was somewhat distracted, and a strange image of Guan Xiaoqi appeared in his mind. Could it really be him? How is it possible? The picture of the entire secret realm was fading, as if an illusory world was disappearing. Alicia was a little anxious. She shouted a number loudly to Guan Xiaoqi, and her voice became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but yelled, "What did you say? I can't hear you clearly." The picture shattered, the void dissipated, and Guan Xiaoqi felt as if he was being sucked into a strange dark space by a huge force. He was awakened by a series of system sounds. The copy is being settled. Wait! Dee-dee-da-da. The results of the personal copy settlement are as follows. Kill 37 golems. Complete the Devil's Chessboard. Trigger the ultimate mission of the copy. Kill the Blue Princess. The final evaluation of the copy is 102 points, S level. Congratulations on winning the highest reward in this instance. Please check. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned for a while. He could understand everything else, but how was the number of golems killed calculated? When had he ever killed so many golems? Suddenly, he remembered the stone trolley he was driving. Could it be that all the golems killed by the stone trolley were counted under his name? Please draw 1 excellent level item. Draw 2 excellent level items. The first thing that happens is the lucky draw, which is Guan Xiaoqi's favorite part. As countless exquisite cards pass by my eyes, like a waterfall, I couldn't see the contents on the cards at all. Guan Xiaoqi simply picked one out at random. Name: Arrow Tower Excellent. Function: basic defense facilities to defend against all invading enemies. Introduction: this is a building card that can be used in the courtyard. After use, the card disappears and an arrow tower is built. The arrow tower needs to be loaded with energy stones to start. This is good stuff. It can save lives. Guan Xiaoqi was very satisfied with his luck. The advantages of an excellent arrow tower in the early stage are self-evident, especially since your own cabin is particularly likely to attract monsters. With this arrow tower, I can feel a lot more at ease. Continue to draw excellent level items. The excellent level is green equipment, which is one level lower than excellent. The green light curtain passed before my eyes again. Still unable to see clearly, Guan Xiaoqi casually took out 2 cards. Bronze Hammer. Excellent, much stronger than a stone hammer. Increases quarrying efficiency by 100%. It can also be used as a weapon, but its power is limited when used as a weapon. Blanket. Excellent, a high-quality blanket measuring 1.5 meters by 2 meters, the only function of which is to keep out the cold. Guan Xiaoqi was immediately overjoyed. These 2 pieces of green equipment were even more urgently needed than the arrow tower. This was what he needed most now. Sure enough, those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future. Obtain 100 gold coins, 2 healing potions, and 2 baguettes. Gain 102 experience points. Character upgrades by 2 levels. Please select the attributes to upgrade. Guan Xiaoqi finally had time to look at his basic attributes. There were only 4 basic attributes for a character: strength, endurance, agility, and perception. Strength: 3+1, weight carrying capacity, melee damage. Stamina: 4 defense, durability, resistance to disease. Agility: 4 reactions, speed, jumps, melee hits. Perception: 5, observation, ranged hit, magic power. No wonder I worked so hard at logging and quarrying. It turns out that strength is the lowest among my basic attributes. After 2 levels up, I gained 2 more free attributes. Guan Xiaoqi added strength without hesitation. The strength was directly increased to 6 points. After choosing the reward, the void shattered. And after a burst of colorful light, Guan Xiaoqi instantly returned to the original small tree. The color aperture is gone. Guan Xiaoqi looked up at the sun and found that it was still in the same position and had not moved at all. Huh? Time hasn't passed. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. He had spent a whole half day in the copy. He was hungry, thirsty, and covered with wounds. This could not be fake, but the position of the sun in the sky showed that basically no time had passed. The quarry was right next to him, and there was not a single healthy spot on his body, with blood dripping from it. It's impossible to go mining. You'll almost die. Holding onto the small tree with his hand, he took a few difficult steps forward. Then, gritting his teeth and holding his waist, he moved towards the cabin little by little. He returned to the cabin, touched the unfinished bottle of Sprite on the table, unscrewed the lid with trembling hands, took a big gulp of the Sprite, then took out a healing potion and swallowed it. Not wanting to move at all, Guan Xiaoqi breathed heavily, waiting for the medicine to take effect. The healing potion was indeed very effective. The wounds all over his body were healing before his eyes. Potions can heal wounds, but they cannot heal fatigue. Guan Xiaoqi made a Thai pose, still breathing heavily, lying on the ground like a dead person, not wanting to move at all. In the secret realm, he had exhausted all his strength, even overdrawn all his physical strength, and he could no longer hold on as soon as he returned to the cabin. The floor was cold, and he remembered that he had just been given a blanket, which was now in the small blue backpack that he had just thrown beside him, but he didn't want to move it now. After lying there in a daze for half an hour, my stomach started to growl. The cold air from the floor surged up, and a chill rose from my tailbone. I couldn't help but sneeze. He had just eaten a little breakfast in the morning and immediately felt hungry. In other words, the time in the copy was real to himself, but illusory to the world. Kind of interesting. He struggled to get up, went over to open the backpack, and reached in to take out the blanket and baguette inside. He spread the blanket on the ground, lit a piece of wood, and threw it into the fireplace. Although there was no need to burn wood during the day, Guan Xiaoqi was worried about catching a cold, so he still lit a fire since he had enough wood anyway. The fireplace started burning, and warm air blew out continuously. Guan Xiaoqi wrapped himself in a blanket and felt a little more comfortable. The baguette is very hard and is a long strip. One baguette can be eaten for 3 meals, with 1/3 each for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Not only is it hard, but the taste is also very ordinary. Fortunately, it was whole wheat bread. After biting it for a while, I could smell the aroma of maltose, and I could barely swallow it. Drinking Sprite and eating a small piece of bread. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi feel that he was finally alive. A first-level copy? A level 1 copy. I thought it would be an easy journey, but it turned out to be so dangerous at every step. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have died in there. It has been an hour since Guan Xiaoqi came out of the copy, but he has not completely come out of the shadow. He was in a daze when he suddenly remembered that Alicia shouted a 12-digit number to him when she left. Guan Xiaoqi guessed that it was her ID number, and he could use this number to add friends in the survival manual. Hashtag Chapter 26 Second Level Cabin. Unfortunately, the picture became increasingly blurry, and the sound became increasingly quiet towards the end, and Guan Xiaoqi couldn't hear the last 2 numbers clearly. He remembered the first 10 digits, except for the last 2. After thinking about it, it's not a big problem. Just 2 numbers, and there are only 100 possibilities. Guan Xiaoqi sat down in front of the survival manual, operating the keyboard with both hands, and added 100 friend requests in one go. The first 10 digits were fixed, and he applied for all the last 2 digits from 00-99. There was always one that was Alicia. There was no immediate response. In broad daylight, everyone is probably collecting supplies and won't stay at home. I checked the time in the survival manual, and the system showed it was only 7:38. I went out at 6 in the morning, collected water, then went to collect stones, entered the dungeon, came back and lay down for so long, and only more than an hour had passed. Guan Xiaoqi almost felt like half of his life had passed. Therefore, the passage of time in the copy has nothing to do with the real world. Although it was thrilling, the profits were also huge. He didn't have time to organize the profits, nor could he use them immediately. Take everything out of your backpack. Arrow tower cards, backpack crafting scrolls, and gold coins are placed in the drawer. Blankets, folded up on the floor, with nowhere else to put them. Several energy stones were piled on the floor, next to the wood. The room was bare and empty. Let's leave it like this for now. The skeleton summoning card was almost destroyed, so Guan Xiaoqi took it out and placed it next to the fireplace to slowly restore its energy. He also took out his own cold light dagger card, which had been stabbing stones for several hours and was a little worn out, and placed it next to the fireplace. Everything is sorted. Carrying the blue princess's bag and holding the bronze hammer, Guan Xiaoqi was thinking about how to collect enough stones first so as not to waste time in the cabin. Even the first-level copies are so dangerous. The real world isn't much safer. If you don't upgrade quickly, you will be dead. Perhaps because his strength had increased a little, he felt light even holding the bronze hammer. Guan Xiaoqi pushed open the door. The sun was shining, and the breeze was clear. It was a perfect day for working. He returned to the stone mine 100 meters away. The small tree was swaying left and right in the breeze, and the halo behind the tree had disappeared. Did this dungeon entrance appear by chance? Or are there any rules? Guan Xiaoqi was stunned for a while, unable to figure out what was going on. He turned to the stone mine, took a deep breath, swung the bronze hammer, and smashed it hard on the stone. Duang, duang, duang. Crack! It only took 3 hits to smash out a stone. After changing to bronze tools and increasing strength, the efficiency of quarrying was indeed greatly improved. The Skeleton Warrior's card is still recovering energy by the fireplace, and we don't have the right tools for felling trees, so we'll just focus on quarrying in the morning. This efficiency seems to be not much slower than logging. Quarrying requires not only brute force, but also skills. Breaking with brute force is a waste of energy and inefficient. Guan Xiaoqi has never done this job before. At the beginning, the hammer always bounced away, causing pain in the base of my thumb and wrist to become sore. Various accidents occur frequently, greatly affecting efficiency. After doing it many times, you will slowly figure out the pattern. The hammer should be swung high and brought down with the help of gravity to save the most effort. When hitting the stone, the hand holding the bronze hammer should be pulled back along with a rebound force to avoid hurting the base of the thumb and wrist. This is a lesson I learned after the recoil even caused my knuckles to bleed. Guan Xiaoqi was a smart man. After suffering a little loss, he quickly mastered the rhythm of smashing stones. Duang, duang, duang. The rhythm is coming. The more he smashed, the more rhythmic it became, and Guan Xiaoqi became more and more adept at using the hammer. Guan Xiaoqi hummed a little tune in his mouth and set a rhythm. Brother is the chosen worker. Hey, he doesn't feel tired after working for 10 hours. He himself didn't know where this folk song came from, but shouting labor songs while working could indeed relieve fatigue. We still have to believe in the wisdom of the ancients. Pieces of bluestone were collected. After hammering for more than 2 hours and smashing out a total of 62 stones, Guan Xiaoqi was sweating profusely. He stuck the hammer on the ground and held the hammer handle with both hands. He was really out of strength. Guan Xiaoqi had not recovered much of the physical strength consumed in the copy. He felt that his whole body was sore and was about to fall apart at any time. He looked at the pile of stones on the ground and thought that it was definitely enough to upgrade the cabin. There was no need to push himself so hard. Every stone on the ground is about the size of a brick. If Guan Xi's backpack were of normal size, it could only hold 10 stones, but the actual usable space is 3 times larger. In other words, Princess Blue's backpack can transport 30 stones at a time. After putting the stones into the backpack, their weight was reduced by another 40%, and Guan Xiaoqi was still able to carry them. It is truly a magic weapon for workers. Princess Blue is a good person. After running back and forth twice, he moved all the stones back into the cabin. On the second trip, there were still 2 stones that could not fit into the backpack, so Guan Xiaoqi simply carried one in each hand. He did not want to make an extra trip just for these 2 stones. Back in the cabin, all the upgrade information is ready. Are you sure you want to upgrade the level 1 cabin to a level 2 cabin? You need 811/500 wood and 254/200 stone. You have enough resources. The system sent a query. Upgrade! More than half of the wood and stones piled in the corner of the wall disappeared in an instant. The wooden house was shaking, and soon the upgrade was completed. Guan Xiaoqi looked for a long time and was a little puzzled. Why didn't the room in front of him change at all? There is still a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. The area hasn't changed? What's going on? Just when he was in doubt, the system sent him a reminder to make a selection. For the second-level wooden house, you can choose one of the following 3 options for facility construction. Please make your choice. Kitchen, 15 square meters, where you can cook ingredients to make food more delicious and nutritious, and the food can be preserved for a longer time. Workshop, 20 square meters, can provide a production place, which can be placed with various workbenches. Yard, 60 square meters, can be used to grow crops and place various outdoor objects such as tower defenses. Introduction. House upgrade only provides a place. You need to solve the stove and kitchen utensils in the kitchen by yourself. Various workbenches in the workshop, such as alchemy workbench, tailoring workbench, smelting, and forging workbench, also need you to solve them by yourself. All of the above buildings can be constructed by obtaining blueprints, or there are upgrade options later. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose. It felt like he was given an empty room with nothing in it. After thinking about it, Guan Xiaoqi made a choice. Build a yard. The kitchen had no utensils and was useless. The workshop is still useless without a workbench. But I have an arrow tower, so I can only choose the courtyard. There was a clicking sound outside the door. Guan Xiaoqi pushed the door open and walked out of the wooden house. A front yard of 8 meters by 10 meters appeared in front of the door. The foundation of the courtyard wall was made of stone and was surrounded by a wooden fence about 1.5 meters high. Can defend against some not-so-powerful beasts. If a wild beast really comes, this wall probably won't be of much use. Level 2 cabin. A boutique cabin that already has some risk resistance capabilities. Warmer and easier to resist cold snaps. It is better sealed and more solid, and can better withstand strong winds and heavy rains. But the defense is poor and can still only resist low-level monsters in the dark. Please keep working hard. This shelter can accommodate 1 creature. To upgrade to the next level, you need 311/1000 wood, 54/500 stone, and 110/200 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi immediately noticed that the upgrade requirements for the next level of the wooden house had changed. In addition to basic resources, gold coins were also required. And a lot is needed. I was rewarded with 100 gold coins for completing a copy by myself, but 200 gold coins were needed to upgrade the wooden house. In addition to obtaining gold coins through tasks, Guan Xiaoqi really doesn't know other ways to obtain gold coins. Will a task system be released? Guan Xiaoqi has a thoughtful personality. Based on the materials needed for the upgrade, he guessed that the system would most likely issue a task. Otherwise, where do you get your gold coins? Chapter 27, First Order Arrow Tower. Go back to the room to get the Arrow Tower card and walk to the middle of the yard. because the door to the house and the door to the yard are both on the left, which is similar to the layout of many houses in rural areas in the north. Guan Xiaoqi built the arrow tower a little to the right so that it would not block the entrance and exit. Use the arrow tower card. In an instant, a wooden lamp pole was erected in the yard. It is slightly thicker than a street lamp pole, with some ancient patterns on the surface, which is quite beautiful. Its diameter is about 10 centimeters. Is this the arrow tower? Slim enough. No one can stand on it, so this is an automatic shooting tower. Guan Xiaoqi looked up and saw a blue sphere floating on the top of the arrow tower. You know what? It really looks like a street lamp. First order arrow tower. Excellent attack power 100, range 60, shooting speed 0.6, durability 300. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't fully understand these data. He didn't know what the attack power of 100 was, and the range of 60 was not given, but Guan Xiaoqi guessed it was 60 meters. As for the firing rate, he didn't understand it even more. He only knew about durability. On the first day, a gray wolf attacked the wooden house, and Guan Xiaoqi saw that the durability of the wooden house door was decreasing. In other words, durability is the health value of the arrow tower. It seems we can only wait for verification. However, an excellent arrow tower is definitely not bad. Please add energy stones to activate the arrow tower. The system prompt sounded again. Guan Xiaoqi was mentally prepared and quickly took out an ordinary energy stone and came to the arrow tower. Where should I put it? After walking around the arrow tower and looking for a long time, Guan Xiaoqi finally found a mechanism that could be opened under the arrow tower. He pressed the mechanism and a control box popped out. It's a bit like a computer operating interface. Click! A card slot on the side suddenly popped out. At first glance, the size was just right for the energy stone, so Guan Xiaoqi put the energy stone in. I don't know whether to distinguish between positive and negative poles. This stone is round, and I really don't know how to distinguish them. Fortunately, there is no need to worry, because once the energy stone is put in, the card slot will automatically shrink back, and it will take effect immediately. Click! Crack, crack, crack! There was an immediate mechanical sound coming from the arrow tower in front of him, and the control system in front of him also lit up. Guan Xiaoqi found that there were only two options in the control system. Active mode. Automatically attack any creature that approaches. Passive mode. Only attack the creatures that are destroying the yard and cabin. Guan Xiaoqi was curious, so he pressed the active mode first, thinking that since there was no one around, it would not hurt to give it a try. A few seconds later, there was a sudden ding sound from the arrow tower, and a bright light shone out from all sides of the sphere on the top of the arrow tower. What the hell, in broad daylight, the street lights are on? Guan Xiaoqi looked up and saw that the round ball on the top suddenly began to glow and turned into the Eye of Sauron. He began to look around vigilantly, but it emitted blue light, which even illuminated the entire yard. Fortunately, it is daytime. If it was night, couldn't this arrow tower be used as a street lamp? Just when Guan Xiaoqi was shocked, suddenly, the Eye of Sauron looked up at the sky, and an arrow of light shot out from the eye. Call out! A small bird happened to fly in the sky and was innocently shot through by the arrow tower. It fell from the sky into the yard without even struggling. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned, clasping his hands together and muttering, "What a sin! What a sin! I didn't mean to kill you. It was all done by it. Active mode is too dangerous. This time I shot a passing bird. What if I shoot a passing dragon next time? And then the angry dragon blows a flame at my house?" Guan Xiaoqi was worried and felt that the active mode was too unreliable, so he quickly changed the arrow tower to passive mode. The arrow tower finally fell silent. The Eye of Sauron no longer looked around, but simply closed it and started to work calmly. This arrow tower seems a bit fierce, but it is too ostentatious. Such a bright blue light. Wouldn't it attract wild beasts at night? Guan Xiaoqi was a little worried. You don't have to worry. This light is a warning light, just like the bright patterns on a poisonous snake. It can deter attacks from some low-level monsters. Unless these monsters are attacked for special reasons or are driven, the light itself will not provoke the monsters. A gentle voice sounded in my mind. It was the answer given by the magician's card. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi feel relieved. He walked over happily and picked up the body of the bird. This is precious food and cannot be wasted. The bird's chest had been pierced, and Guan Xiaoqi happened to have inserted a stick, so he took it back into the house and roasted it in the fireplace. In less than 5 minutes, the aroma of bird meat filled the room. We are not savages, and we don't eat raw food. I just don't know how long an ordinary energy stone can keep this arrow tower working, Guan Xiaoqi thought as he roasted the bird meat. I can only try it slowly and see how long it takes for the energy to run out. After eating the bird, I ate a small piece of baguette. Fortunately, natural meat also contains a small amount of salt, which makes Guan Xiaoqi very satisfied. Lying on the blanket and wrapping his whole body in it, the exhausted Guan Xiaoqi finally fell into a deep sleep. Guan Xiaoqi slept for almost 3 hours. Even wrapped in a blanket, he felt a little cold, so he got up. When I looked at the time, it was already 2:40 in the afternoon. I actually slept for so long? I looked at the fireplace and found that the fire had gone out. No wonder it was so cold. I stretched and took the cards of Summoning Skeleton Warrior and Stone Axe beside the fireplace. Too much time has been wasted. Now we have to hurry and cut down trees. Stones can be exchanged for black spirits. Although I have a bronze hammer, the efficiency of quarrying is still not as high as that of one person and one skeleton cutting wood. Moreover, logging is much more labor-saving. The main force is the skeleton warriors, and Guan Xiaoqi has not fully recovered yet. No matter how you look at it, logging is profitable. As soon as I opened the door, a cold wind blew in my face. Shivering, Guan Xiaoqi frowned. Why is it so cold in broad daylight? The weather in this world changes too fast. It was actually not that cold when I first came to this world the day before yesterday. How come the temperature has dropped so much in just 2 days? Walking out of the yard and looking into the distance, he was suddenly stunned. He clearly remembered that the forest in the distance was lush and vibrant yesterday. But now, when he looked over there, he saw withered yellow leaves falling everywhere. Except for some conifers. What happens? Trees shed their leaves to protect themselves from the cold. Guan Xiaoqi understands this. But I have never seen leaves go from lush and green to suddenly turn yellow overnight. Is this a cold wave coming? All creatures that can survive in this world, whether animals or plants, have their own way of survival. Guan Xiaoqi is an outsider. He was in awe of nature, and he immediately realized that a terrible cold wave might hit soon. The principles of this world are completely different from those of my original world. The climate may change drastically within a few days, and the plants here are the barometer. Don't dare to waste time. All the trees in front of Guan Xiaoqi's door had been cut down by him. This time he walked a little further away. About a few dozen meters away, there was a small forest. Summoning the skeleton warriors, the two guys now have a tacit understanding. You use your axe and I use my axe, and soon we cut down a big tree. Bye. Congratulations, you have discovered a new type of wood, walnut. You have obtained 13 pieces of walnut. Walnut. This is a special wood that can be used as ordinary wood or made into some special products. Walnut is more suitable for making furniture and artworks. Guan Xiaoqi picked up a piece of walnut and found that the texture of this wood was brown, very beautiful, giving people a feeling of nobility and elegance. No matter what kind of special wood it is, as long as it can be used as ordinary wood, it is good wood, and the difficulty of collecting it is about the same. Looking back at the grove, I saw that the entire grove was filled with this kind of walnut trees. If only I could build my own furniture. Keep some for later use. Maybe someone who demands quality furniture will buy some at a higher price. Wielding an axe, shouting labor songs, and working hard with the skeleton warriors. No matter what kind of tree you are, once you cut it down, it will become my wood. Chapter 28, Salt. The logging work lasted until about 7 o'clock in the evening, a total of 4 hours. The efficiency was obviously higher than before, and a total of 338 pieces of wood were harvested. The timber production site was a bit far from the cabin. Even with the help of Princess Blue's bag, it still took Guan Xiaoqi more than 40 minutes to move the timber back home. 1947. Guan Xiaoqi returned to the cabin and closed the door. Everyone has returned from collecting. Some have directly entered the survival manual's network, some have taken a break, and some diligent guys have gone straight to prepare dinner. Soon, the survival manual became lively. Guan Xiaoqi grilled another portion of wolf meat and drank up the Sprite. He glanced at the bucket of water in the corner. He knew that he could only drink dew water from now on, and there would be no enjoyment. In a difficult environment, having water to drink is good enough, and you can't be too picky. When the clock struck 20, the colors between heaven and earth seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand, and the last faint light quietly disappeared from the edge of the new world. Then came a thick haze, and the ink-like fog surged out rapidly, silently invading the entire world and submerging everything in the bottomless darkness. Terrifying cries rose and fell in the fog. The thick fog was extremely cold, adding even more chill to the already extremely low-temperature world. Perhaps today's copy was exciting enough, These calls did not affect Guan Xiaoqi's mood. After eating and drinking, he sat down in front of the survival manual. The forum inside was already very lively. After taking a look at the content, it's no surprise that most of the content is complaints. I am freezing to death. What a shabby house this is. Why is it drafty on all sides? I'm so hungry. I've worked all day and found no food. Is there any kind-hearted person who can give me some? The one upstairs. Can you exchange it for resources? I can't bear to do that. I'll be able to upgrade my cabin to the next level soon, and I'll have to exchange some stones later. Don't wait. Stones are very expensive now. I think there's something wrong with the current market. Stone can only be used to build houses. How can it be as versatile as wood? Why is wood so cheap? It's a short-term market demand. We can't help it. Everyone is short of stones to upgrade their cabins. How can it be cheap? If you can bear it, wait until everyone has upgraded. The price of stones will drop tomorrow. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the price and found that the mainstream market price was 4 pieces of wood for 1 stone, which was really too unfair. Fortunately, I don't need it now. Beep! Several private chats lit up. Guan Xiaoqi took a look and found that it was Alicia who replied. In addition to Alicia, there were several other people. He applied for 100 friends today. In addition to Alicia, 2 other elves also approved Guan Xiaoqi's application. Because it was a consecutive number application, there were basically ocean elves around Alicia's number. A young male elf, who was at an age when he was curious about everything, was surprised to see that a human had applied to add him as a friend. He quickly clicked the yes button and saw a handsome human boy sitting in front of the screen and was about to ask a question. The screen suddenly went black. The other party has deleted you as a friend and put you on the blacklist. The young elf was dumbfounded and couldn't help cursing. Fuck, what kind of human is this? Is he so boring? Alicia occupied an island by herself. She had just come back from catching some fish at the beach. She hummed the elves' unique melodious tune and walked briskly back to her cabin. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi did not hear this heavenly sound. Otherwise, I don't know if I can continue singing my tune-out labor songs. When I opened the survival manual, I saw Guan Xiaoqi's friend request. Alicia was delighted and admired Guan Xiaoqi's memory ability. She nodded in agreement. Although this human boy looks like a pig, he has a really good brain. He remembered such a long number after hearing it once. Good evening. After waiting for a while, Guan Xiaoqi didn't reply. Alicia thought Guan Xiaoqi was busy and had no time to pay attention to her, so she picked up the fish in her hand with a wooden stick and put it in the fireplace to grill. After a while, the aroma of fish filled the whole room. The fish from the distant sea is very fresh, tender, and fragrant, and is sprinkled with some salt, which is edible salt extracted from sea water by the elves' secret method. Good evening, Guan Xiaoqi finally replied. Hey, who are you? Looking at the handsome boy on the screen, Alicia almost couldn't recognize him. I'm Guan Xiaoqi. Don't you recognize me? Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose habitually. Alicia took a closer look and finally saw that the outline was almost the same. She couldn't help but complain. You look like a pig today, but how come you look so pretty at night? Hey, do you have any secret beauty method? Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. I was injured at that time. My face was swollen, and now the injury has healed. It has nothing to do with beauty. Huh? Alicia didn't know what she was thinking about, and she couldn't help laughing. What's so funny about this? It's okay. I'll just find your pig-headed appearance funny. Is that okay? Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to talk. Let me treat you to some grilled fish. It's all thanks to you that we fought together today. You humans are really smart. Alicia sent a grilled fish over from the trading channel. The grilled fish was very tender and smooth. Guan Xiaoqi drooled at the sight of it. He took a few bites ravenously and almost got his throat stuck with a fish bone. Guan Xiaoqi was halfway through eating when he was stunned and realized something was wrong. I say, why is there salt in your grilled fish? Salt is essential for life. Without salt, our resistance will decrease. We elves actually have a deep connection with you humans, so we all need salt. Alicia didn't understand why Guan Xiaoqi asked this. No, where did you get the salt? I haven't eaten real salt for 2 days, and I feel weak. Guan Xiaoqi's face was full of questions. Oh, are you asking this? We elves live in the ocean and have a secret method to make salt. Do you need it? I can get you some when I have time. Alicia didn't care. Is it really easy to make salt? A burning fire ignited in Guan Xiaoqi's heart. Alicia tilted her head slightly and smiled casually. It's not that difficult, actually. At least, it's more than enough to ensure your salt supply. No, what I'm talking about is whether it is possible to produce salt on a large scale. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes flickered with anticipation. If this can be done, you don't even need to collect resources yourself. You can get all the resources by just using salt. Guan Xiaoqi knew how huge the profits were when the salt industry was monopolized in history. Human beings cannot live without salt, but it is not easy to get pure salt in this world. Alicia was stunned. In the Ghoul continent, there were very few living creatures that needed salt. The ghouls did not need salt. The elves had a small population, and everyone knew how to make salt, so salt was not valuable at all. But she forgot that humans were a huge race, and they needed a lot of salt. But why can Guan Xiaoqi add himself as a friend? He is the life of the earth, and I am the life of the planet of the dead. It shouldn't be possible for everyone to communicate with each other, right? Only then did Alicia realize that something was wrong. You a human, how can you add me as a friend? How can you chat and trade on the forum of the Undead planet? Alicia was shocked and covered her mouth, a little bit unbelievable. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know how to explain for a moment and hesitated for a long time. At this moment, the private chat window flashed again, attracting Alicia's attention. She clicked it lightly, and a new message appeared in front of her. Sister Alicia, guess what I encountered today? It's unbelievable. You won't believe it. A message from an elf boy appeared on the screen, full of curiosity and surprise. Today, a human actually took the initiative to add me as a friend. This is simply a fantasy. But what's even stranger is that after adding me as a friend, that guy suddenly blocked me and disappeared directly from the friend list. Sister, is there something wrong with our system? Should we report it? Alicia looked at the information and smiled helplessly. She replied, Kid, what are you reporting? This is not the Ocean Council. You can't do whatever you want. Mind your own business and just go play. Chapter 29. Smuggling is the real profit. After cursing, Alicia was still not satisfied. After thinking for a while, she sent another message. Boy, last time a guy knew a terrible secret and told everyone about it. When others found out, they cut him into 8 pieces and fed him to sharks. Did you know that? Ah, what do you mean? Sister is advising you not to talk nonsense. Do you understand? I know, sister. I know nothing and saw nothing. The elf boy looked pale and was shivering as he sat on the chair. Is this world really so scary? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't think of any reason, so he typed with both hands on the keyboard. Actually, I don't know what's going on, but being able to communicate with 2 planets must be a good thing. At least everyone is trying to survive so we can share what we have. What do you think? Alicia also agreed with Guan Xiaoqi's statement. Okay, then I won't ask any more questions, but you'd better keep a low profile. The fewer people who know about this, the better. There are too many things in this world that people don't understand. Guan Xiaoqi felt warm in his heart. That's for sure, I'll be careful. How about it, can I do the salt business? Alicia hesitated for a moment. It's not impossible, but large-scale salt production requires a lot of materials, which I definitely don't have on my island. It's troublesome to purchase these materials from undead creatures. It would be best if you can find them among humans. Send me the list of materials and I'll look for it. Guan Xiaoqi was obviously very interested in salt making. After a while, Alicia sent the list to Guan Xiaoqi. It was quite long, and Guan Xiaoqi took a look at it. Arrow rain bamboo, 10 pieces. Volcanic ash, 20 kilograms, the more the better. Red crystal 1, energy stone, unlimited. The list is very long, with more than a dozen items. Guan Xiaoqi only has energy stones in his hands now, and the quantity is limited. He knows that this is a long-term task, and it is impossible to see immediate results, so he can only search slowly. I got it. I'll go find it right away. Okay, I'm going to practice now. We'll talk another day. Bye-bye. After closing Alicia's private chat and returning to the human channel, he found that Zhu Yinshan had called him dozens of times. Zhu Yinshan was almost in despair, thinking that Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to trade with him anymore. He lived in the desert, and there were no resources around him except this strange black stone. After calling dozens of times without any response, this buddy had already been worried all day. He finally broke down a little and burst into tears when he couldn't get through to Guan Xiaoqi. He thought to himself, have I been abandoned by the whole world? Just when he was heartbroken, private chat lights up. Good evening. At this moment, Zhu Yuanshan suddenly felt that the whole world was brightened up. Tears had not yet stopped, and he complained aggrievedly. Brother, I called you dozens of times. Sad, pitiful, and helpless. Sorry, I was busy just now and just saw your call. Guan Xiaoqi laughed. Zhu Yuanshan was a little suspicious. Brother, are you going to pick up girls? Guan Xiaoqi was sweating profusely. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't do that. It's not what you think. Zhu Yuanshan didn't believe it. Hey, I was just saying it casually. You were so eager to deny it 3 times. Does that mean you were guilty? Why is this guy so sensitive? Guan Xiaoqi was speechless and pretended to be angry. The ancient said that it is a bad omen to see fish in the deep water. Do you know what it means? Zhu Yuanshan looked confused. I have little education, brother. I really don't know what this sentence means. Guan Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and said fiercely, it's because you know too much. You will be chopped into pieces and fed to fish, or chopped into 8 pieces and fed to sharks. If the elf boy heard this, he would definitely be amazed. It turned out that the evil deeds of all the evil people in the world are mostly similar. Zhu Yuanshan was frightened and said timidly, brother, I know I was wrong. I don't know anything. Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to delve into this question and quickly changed the subject. How much black, or did you mine today? Zhu Yuanshan stepped aside and showed the black spirits behind him to Guan Xiaoqi as if he was presenting a treasure. They were piled up like a small hill, with more than 100 of them. Guan Xiaoqi felt itchy in his heart, and he counted on his fingers, wondering how many stones it would take. You can exchange 600 or 700 stones with the undead. If you exchange it for wood, according to the current market price, wouldn't it be more than 2,000 pieces of wood? Guan Xiaoqi suddenly became a little uneasy. No wonder in the real world, there are people who smuggle even beheaded people. Smuggling is a very profitable business. Make money back. How much is life worth? What do you want? All wood. According to the previous agreement, if all of them were replaced with wood, there would be about 300 pieces. Zhu Yuanshan would then use the wood to exchange for food and water, which was just enough to barely maintain the situation. There was no need to think about upgrading. After hesitating for a long time, Zhu Yuanshan said, brother, can I discuss something with you? If you can give me some wood and stones and a day's worth of food and water, I will upgrade the cabin. This cabin leaks everywhere at night, which is too scary. I can't sleep. Seeing that Guan Xiaoqi did not respond immediately, Zhu Yuanshan quickly added, brother, my physical strength has improved. I can dig out more black spirits tomorrow. Can I buy them on credit? He waited anxiously for Guan Xiaoqi's reply, fearing that this big brother would be unhappy. How could Guan Xiaoqi not be happy? This guy helped him make so much money, so he had to ensure that he survived. If this guy really couldn't hold on and died, where would I find someone to dig out the black spirit for me? How much less will you earn in a day? For the sake of money, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't just watch him starve to death. Hurry up, come over and trade. Give me all that black ore. Guan Xiaoqi has prepared everything. Zhu Yinshan looked at the transaction list and was stunned. 120 wood, 50 stones, a baguette, 3 sweet potatoes, and some water. Your water cup is too small, so I can only give you a glass of water first. You can come to me for more after you finish drinking it. But I go to bed at 11 o'clock and will not do business with you after that. Guan Xiaoqi explained. Brother, you are really my father. Zhu Yuanshan was a little incoherent and didn't care about seniority or anything like that. He had escaped death several times and thought he was dead, but he didn't expect to meet Guan Xiaoqi and miraculously survived. Stop talking nonsense and do the deal quickly. I still have a lot of things to do. Guan Xiaoqi felt that this guy was a bit procrastinating and wasting his time. Yes. Seeing Guan Xiaoqi was anxious, Zhu Yuanshan did not dare to delay and traded all the black spirits at once. The deal is done. Guan Xiaoqi showed that he received 147 black spirits. Brother, go ahead and do your work. I'm going to upgrade the house. It's too scary outside. Bye-bye. After receiving the black spirit, Guan Xiaoqi used the same trick again and asked the skeleton warrior to impersonate himself and go to the forum of the Undead continent to trade the stone. The 2nd and 3rd days after entering this world are the peak time for everyone to upgrade their cabins. Wood and stone are the most expensive, especially stone, because collecting stone is really hard work. However, the undead entered this world before humans by who knows how many days, so the time when stones were in short supply must have passed, so prices are relatively stable. But food is still scarce and will remain scarce for a long time to come. Hashtag Chapter 30 Icefield Corn. The exchange rate of black spirits for stones is basically 5:1. There are even individual undead who would exchange 6 stones for a black spirit. However, the demand is too rare, and it takes a long time for one to appear, so it is not worth waiting. Guan Xiaoqi didn't force it. There were too many problems on this Undead continent forum, and he didn't dare to stay there for too long. Quick trade back, 735 stones. Immediately log off the Undead Continent network. I checked my inventory and found that I now had 526 wood, 851 stone, and 110 gold coins, which filled up 1/3 of the living room. Upgrading the wooden house to the next level is not enough, and the key is that I don't know how to get gold coins. It would be a waste to just leave these resources. It is better to exchange them for something useful. Now everyone is upgrading their cabins, so the prices of wood and stone are bound to be higher. Guan Xiaoqi estimated that as long as they could survive 2 nights, the prices of food and heating clothes would definitely go up. Smart people who had extra stones and would begin to exchange them for some material reserves, especially food. If you have food in your hands, you won't be worried. It seemed that his own food was not enough. There were only 2 pieces of wolf meat, 2 baguettes, and 3 or 4 sweet potatoes left. Even animals know to store food for the winter. Guan Xiaoqi certainly understood as well. He began to search the trading channel and found that the prices were in a mess. There are even many guys who deliberately make trouble. The forest is so big that all kinds of birds fly out. There are even bizarre trade requests, such as exchanging a piece of wood for a bag of rice. A loaf of bread for 100 stones? Finally, I saw a good thing. A large ceramic tank for storing water, which cost 1,000 pieces of wood. Guan Xiaoqi was grinning as he watched. The era of material scarcity was full of chaos. He had heard stories like this of people exchanging a steamed bun for a woman during the famine, and a piece of cake for a gold bar or a mansion. He had thought of them as jokes before, but today he actually saw them. Because Guan Xiaoqi hadn't decided what to exchange for, and many items in this world had names that he had never heard of. You had to read the descriptions to know what they were used for. You couldn't search by name, so he could only bite the bullet and read through them one by one. This is the legendary gold panning and shit. After flipping through more than 30 pages, Guan Xiaoqi's eyes lit up and he found something good. Ice corn seeds. Excellent, this is a staple food suitable for human consumption. This plant is cold-resistant, drought-resistant, and has a short growth cycle. It is very suitable for planting in the New World. The only drawback is that the yield is too low. For 10 seeds, this person sold them for 100 stones. It was a little expensive, but not too greedy. After looking at the name, the man's name was Zhou Tong, and the profile picture showed that he was an uncle. Guan Xiaoqi quickly typed and contacted him. Uncle, why don't you grow these seeds yourself? Why sell them? During this period of time, not many people can easily take out 100 stones. When Zhou Tong saw a customer coming, he quickly leaned in front of the screen, and his head instantly doubled in size. Little brother, although this thing is good, there is a cycle for planting. I am afraid that I can't survive that time. This broken house is leaking on all sides. If I don't upgrade it, I will freeze to death sooner or later. And, before Zhou Tong finished speaking, Guan Xiaoqi asked curiously, and what? Uncle, just tell me, it doesn't matter. Zhou Tong sighed and said, besides, we can't plant ice corn yet. It's not the planting season yet. Who knows when we can plant it? How long do we have to wait? I'm thinking that we might as well change resources to get through this difficult time first. Guan Xiaoqi frowned and thought, so that's how it is. Then the value of the ice corn seeds is much lower and cannot be planted at any time. However, Guan Xiaoqi thought about it and realized that judging from the weather, a cold wave was coming soon. Although this plant was called ice corn and was known to be cold resistant, it was impossible for it to withstand wind and snow. It would have to wait until the cold wave was over before it could be planted. Guan Xiaoqi knew that this uncle was an honest man, and he told everything because he was afraid of being taken advantage of. He felt a good impression of him. Uncle, how about this? I will bargain a little bit. If you sell it to me for 80 stones, it should be enough for you to upgrade your cabin. Zhou Tong didn't reply for a long time, and Guan Xiaoqi was not in a hurry. Zhou Tong was indeed a little reluctant to give it up. He knew that the seeds must be good things, not to mention that they were excellent seeds. However, he was still in a level 0 cabin. Stones were too difficult to collect and were expensive on the market. Outside, the strong wind was blowing in black fog, and the cold was overwhelming. He really couldn't bear it. But think about it, I actually got 20 seeds in total and sold 10 of them, which just means I will be a little slower to plant in the future. Okay, let's do this. Zhou Tong finally made up her mind. Guan Xiaoqi didn't waste any time and quickly completed the transaction with him. After getting the seeds, Guan Xiaoqi was a little surprised that each seed was almost the same size as an egg. Is this corn seed? Why does it look like potatoes? The seeds have shells, are golden yellow, and are much harder than potatoes. Looking at the seed instructions, they are indeed cold region corn seeds. It seems that in this world, even if the names are the same, the species are different. After collecting the 10 seeds, Guan Xiaoqi heard a buzzing sound in the yard. Guan Xiaoqi quickly looked through the window and saw that the Eye of Sauron on the arrow tower was open, staring at a corner of his courtyard wall, ready to strike. What's going on? Is there another monster invasion? Guan Xiaoqi became nervous, walked to the door, pulled the bolt, gently pushed the door open a crack, and looked out. Huh? Why isn't there any black fog coming in? Guan Xiaoqi was very surprised. He remembered that when he opened the door on the first day, a large amount of black fog, carrying cold air, rushed into the room. Why was it gone this time? He pushed the door open a little wider, but there was still no thick fog, so he simply pushed the door open and walked into the yard. The yard seemed to be surrounded by an invisible barrier that separated the thick fog. Only a small amount of fog seeped in, bringing a hint of chill, but much lighter than the chill in the black fog. The Eye of Sauron, like a loyal guard, tirelessly stares at every corner of the yard. The thick fog outside the yard was dark and terrifying, as if it had emerged from hell, and it was impossible to see anything inside. Mixed in with some low growls and the sound of footsteps, Guan Xiaoqi realized that there were countless wild beasts hiding in the thick fog. Seeing the second-level cabin and the threat of the Eye of Sauron, most of the beasts hiding in the thick fog slowly left the area around Guan Xiaoqi's house. The Eye of Sauron withdrew its gaze from the corner of the courtyard wall and began its routine patrol. A beast that was planning to attack left. Guan Xiaoqi did not feel relieved, but felt very cold. At least, these beasts must have extremely high intelligence to make such a choice. This world is even more terrifying than I originally expected. The temperature was close to 0 degrees, and white air was coming out of his mouth. It was getting colder and colder all around. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to stay in the yard for long. He hurried back to his warm cabin and added a few more logs to the fireplace to ensure that it would burn until dawn. It was still early. Guan Xiaoqi returned to the survival manual and suddenly remembered something, so he found Zhou Tong again. Uncle, I have another question for you. Where did you get this seed? Hashtag. Chapter 31. Different Opinions. Zhou Tong had already upgraded his wooden house, and it was finally no longer leaky. The small fire had turned into a fireplace, and he was warming his hands. He was sighing that the transaction just now was not a loss when he saw Guan Xiaoqi coming to ask him again. Zhou Tong, who was in a good mood, replied patiently. Found it in a treasure chest? Haven't you found the treasure chest yet? I looked at the forums, and everyone found 1 or 2 treasure chests near their homes. They're all not far away. They must have it. It was like a bolt from the blue for Guan Xiaoqi to hear the news. Treasure chest? How come I've never seen it? Guan Xiaoqi thanked him a few times, then quickly went to the forum to search for the topic of treasure chests. Sure enough, almost everyone had found 1 or 2 treasure chests, and people were showing off their treasures everywhere. I almost vomited blood. Thinking back carefully, he realized that he had been either cutting wood or quarrying stones for the past 2 days, and had not explored the area around the cabin at all, so it was normal that he could not find the treasure chest. It turns out that being too hardworking is also a mistake. I need to spend some time looking around tomorrow and not keep my head down chopping wood. I go to the forum too seldom, and I don't know a lot of information. I need to change this habit. Guan Xiaoqi reflected secretly. In fact, the hottest topics in the forum right now are dungeons, skeletons, and treasure chests. As a result, Guan Xiaoqi was either in private chat or in the trading channel these 2 days. He never chatted with everyone in the public channel, nor did he often browse the public channel, and missed a lot of things. Today, when I had some free time, I browsed through the forum in its entirety and found quite a bit of content. Do you know? A big guy found a secret book of a secret realm, saying that the dungeons in this world are divided into 5 levels. I heard that the first level is the lowest level, full of gold and easy to enter. It's like picking up money. Wow, that's great. How do we get into the secret realm? I heard from 2 high school girls that it was just a colorful halo. Once you enter it, you don't have to do anything. You just have to hide in the cave and sleep for 7 hours. Then the mission is completed, and you get a lot of amazing rewards. Fuck, there is such a good thing? Why is it not my turn? I heard that the halo appears randomly, and if you see it, it's the spirit of your ancestors appearing. Envious. +1, +1, +1. This aroused endless envy, but at this moment, an inappropriate voice appeared. Don't click on the secret realm halo randomly. It's very dangerous inside. Be careful and lose your life. Ah, you are jealous, right? What a fool this person is. He says grapes are sour because he can't eat them. These two high school girls are fine. How could they be in danger? There's something wrong with this guy. He has pink eye. Everyone ignore him. After more than 100 replies, the guy was scolded into quitting the internet. Guan Xiaoqi held his hand in the air and originally wanted to type a few words, but seeing the situation, he didn't dare to say a word. Cyberbullying is too scary. I'd better keep a low profile. Even if you say something, no one will believe it. Have you heard that there is a land of skulls in our world? I've heard about this a long time ago. Where did these skeletons come from? Does anyone know? A big shot said that it was on the planet that collided with our Earth. It was a continent of the dead, full of skeletons. It was very scary. What? You mean those skeletons are in this new world with us? Nonsense, we have seen them all in the secret realm. These skeletons are extremely ferocious and kill anyone they see. Moreover, these skeletons can speak human language. Don't you think it's strange? It's not strange. What they speak is not actually human language. It's just that the language of this world has suddenly become universal. I suspect that the language part of our brain has been rewritten. Fuck, brother, don't scare me. There are all kinds of strange questions and many different opinions. After a while, the conversation turned to showing off the trophies. Look, what is this? I found it in the treasure chest today. It's a cashmere coat. This coat is really warm. You come show off your cashmere coat, too. Look at mine, a furnace workbench that can smelt metals. What's the use of a furnace workbench? You need skills to smelt metals. Do you have a skill book? Let me show you my elementary alchemy skill book. Dude, are you selling this skill book? I'll buy it for a high price. With all my heart. Of course not. Skill books, once you learn the skills in the future, it will be a very profitable business. Hey, you guys, you pick up a little trash and put it out to dry. It's so embarrassing. The guy above you is so arrogant. If you have anything good, why don't you show it to us? He just has a big mouth. What good can he have? I've seen many boasters like him. That's right, that's right. Hey, if you still don't believe me, I'll show it to you. Just don't regret it. Ding, 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 look at my treasure. Light shield. Epic, this is a light shield that can cover the entire cabin and yard. The light shield has powerful protective capabilities and can adjust the temperature within a large range. In the yard covered by the shield, any crops can be grown without seasonal restrictions. Waji. For a moment, everyone was silent. What kind of treasure is this? Isn't this too outrageous? Guan Xiaoqi was also shocked. This was the first epic item he had seen. There are 8 billion people teleported into this world, and there are always a few who are lucky. After watching this, everyone felt a little sad. This is so unfair. Suddenly, someone typed a line of words. If nothing goes wrong, this light shield needs an energy stone to activate, right? Do you have an energy stone? Energy stone? I believe I will get it sooner or later. The person who was showing off felt a little guilty. He didn't expect that there were people who knew that an energy stone was needed to activate this kind of prop. Maybe he had never seen what an energy stone looked like. So your light shield is still useless now. It has no effect at all. What's there to brag about? Is that so? The boss is awesome. He knows everything. I learned some weird knowledge from the boss again. With just a few words, this person made the originally quiet forum lively again. Everyone finally calmed down. Hate others for having. Hate yourself for not having. This is the reality of life. It turns out that the treasure chest can contain so many good things. After reading the forum, Guan Xiaoqi became even more excited and determined to explore the area around the cabin tomorrow. I went to the trading channel, spent more than an hour selecting, and exchanged stones for some food. Stone was scarce, but so was food, so the food is not cheap. Guan Xiaoqi spent 200 stones and bought half a box of bread. The bread did not look good and was about to expire. It was very likely that it was not produced by the system, but was brought from Earth for some reason. Fortunately, it was packaged in sealed plastic bags and did not go bad. I counted them and found there were 12 pieces of bread in total. If I eat them sparingly, they would last me a few days. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 32 Mission System opened. Everyone treats the good things as treasures, and there is no rush to buy the remaining furniture and the like. No one is a fool, and in the current environment, the key is to stockpile food and warm clothes, as well as upgrade the cabin. As for chairs, cabinets, and all other enjoyable things, they are worthless. Guan Xiaoqi was not interested in wasting resources on exchange. Under the pressure of staying alive, anything that is not so important to survival is not important now. Seeing that he couldn't exchange for anything good, Guan Xiaoqi gave up. When I looked at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. Zhu Yinshan was a cautious person. He was afraid that Guan Xiaoqi would be unhappy, so he didn't even dare to ask for another glass of water. The temperature outside was very low. Guan Xiaoqi's cabin was a second-level one, which was well sealed and came with a blanket, but it was still a bit chilly sleeping directly on the stone floor. Fill the fireplace with wood. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't care less about all these. He was so tired that he could hardly open his eyes. On this day, I suddenly had 7 more hours, and I worked hard all the way. Miserable. Very miserable. Guan Xiaoqi felt aggrieved and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Around 4 in the morning of the next day, I was awakened by the cold air on the floor. When I opened my eyes, it was still pitch black outside. I looked at the fireplace and saw that the fire was still burning. The side of my body closest to the fireplace was still warm, but the other side was ice cold. Guan Xiaoqi was helpless. He sat up, wrapped himself in a blanket, and warmed himself by the fireplace for a while, warming up the other half of his body and energizing his blood. I sat by the fireplace in a daze, warming myself by the fire, and fell asleep again without realizing it. When the black fog dissipated and light appeared on the horizon, the alarm in the survival manual rang. New World Calendar. Year 1, Month 3, 6 a.m. Today's weather, cloudy and windy. Temperature, -3 degrees Celsius. The weather is cold. Please wear more clothes and be careful of strong winds. It is suitable for quarrying, but not for logging. Guan Xiaoqi had breakfast. The baguette produced by the system had a longer shelf life. Guan Xiaoqi first ate the bread he bought from Earth. It contained a lot of sugar, which was not considered good quality. However, in this world, the high amount of sugar was not a disadvantage, but an advantage. Sugar is energy. After dinner, put on your backpack and carry all the cards with you. We are not going to cut wood or quarry today, but to explore the area around the cabin first. Just as he was about to go out, the system suddenly released a major news. Task system is open. Task system description. The system releases short tasks every day. Each person can accept up to 3 short tasks a day. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. The accepted short tasks must be completed on the same day. The system will also issue growth tasks. Each person can only accept 1 growth task. If you want to accept another growth task, you must give up the task you are currently executing. Guan Xiaoqi understood immediately. Sure enough, the system released the tasks, which can be simply understood as 3 daily tasks and 1 growth task. Please check the survival manual for specific tasks. Guan Xiaoqi walked to the survival manual, where there was an additional task option flashing. Click on the flashing red dot to enter the task interface. Daily Task 1. Cut down 50 pieces of wood. Reward 2 gold coins. Daily Task 2. Quarry 30 stones. Reward 2 gold coins. Daily Task 3. Kill 1 prey. Reward 2 gold coins. Daily Task 4. Explore an unfamiliar environment of 1 square kilometer and receive 2 gold coins as a reward. Daily Task 7. Upgrade the level 2 wooden house. Reward 10 gold coins. Daily Task 8. Discover new items during exploration, such as wood, stone, or various exotic materials that you have never seen before. Reward 10 gold coins. Most of them are very routine tasks, and the reward is 2 gold coins. There are 2 more difficult tasks at the end, and the reward is 10 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi took a look and directly selected Task 4, Task 7, and Task 8. Ding! You have completed Task 7 and received 10 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi smiled slightly. This task was simply given to me for free. Moreover, my plan today is to explore the surroundings. Task 4 and Task 8 are both related to exploration, so I just took them all together. Then turn to the next page to look at the growth tasks. There are not many growth tasks, only 3 options. Growth Task 1. Production Master. Every time you upgrade your life skills, you will receive additional rewards. Growth Mission 2. Fighting Elite. Every time the basic attribute is improved, you will get extra rewards. Growth Task 3. Explorers will receive additional rewards for every 10 square kilometers of land explored. Growth tasks are the only tasks. If you abandon the growth tasks you have already received, you cannot accept new growth tasks within 3 months, and your rewards will be deducted. Guan Xiaoqi was very nervous about the deduction of rewards. This system was too powerful. Could the rewards given out be taken back? Or is there something wrong with my understanding? Regardless of the system, Guan Xiaoqi calculated and felt that the second task might be the most suitable for him. When he was about to choose, the magician card in his mind suddenly spoke. You must choose task 3, Explorer. It will be of great help to you in the future. Huh? Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. Listen to what people say and eat your fill. Guan Xiaoqi always had a feeling that the magician card had some connection with him, a very familiar feeling, and he felt that this card was there to help him. This belief is very strong. Guan Xiaoqi chose task 3 without hesitation. A white light flashed, and suddenly a white card appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's hand. Map card. This is a card that records maps. It can record all terrain within a 200-meter radius of your personal location and draw a map. There will be extra rewards for every 10 square kilometers explored. After exploring 1 million square kilometers, the ultimate mission is completed and a mythical ornament is awarded. 1 million square kilometers? Is that something a human can do? Guan Xiaoqi is very good at mathematics. After a simple calculation, he knew that it was impossible to complete this ultimate task by walking. There was probably no hope in this lifetime unless he had a car. Walking in the same direction for 10 years without stopping? If you also count the area you have to go back and forth and take breaks, you won't be able to finish the walk even in 100 years. On such a desolate planet, even if there are cars, there are no roads, so they are useless. I don't understand why the magician card had to choose this task himself. However, this map card itself is very practical. It records the places you have been to, so you won't get lost when you go there again next time. It's not bad. Guan Xiaoqi put away the map card and went out with his bag. There was a plain in front of the cabin, a forest not far away, and a small hill behind it, which was where he came from. Overnight, almost all the trees in the forest had lost their leaves, and only a few coniferous forests still retained a bit of green, but also had a gray feeling. In just one day, the plants here complete changes that would take a week or even a month on Earth. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. Instead of heading towards the forest, he turned and walked towards the hill. That was where he came from. He remembered that after climbing over the hill, there was a valley below, which also had a small forest, and cloud potatoes were growing on the top of the hill. Guan Xiaoqi wants to go and try to see if he can dig up some more sweet potatoes. Cloud potato is a rare green food. Although it is not delicious, it is rich in fiber and vitamins, and is definitely a rare ingredient. It's winter, so we need to stock up on food. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 33 Bronze Treasure Chest. According to the analysis of the task prompts, there are wild beasts in the wild. Guan Xiaoqi took out his ice dagger and carefully climbed up the hillside. The slope was extremely hard and the surface was frozen, but there was no ice or snow, which saved Guan Xiaoqi a lot of energy. The wind was strong and cold, and Guan Xiaoqi felt chilled all over. Guan Xiaoqi did not back down because of the cold. In less than 10 minutes, they climbed up the hill, and standing on the top of the hill, they could see the place where he first appeared in this world. Just 3 or 4 days seemed like a lifetime ago. In the small woods on the hillside, all the leaves had fallen, covering the ground with a golden color. Guan Xiaoqi bent down to sweep away the leaves and saw that under the leaves, there were many rhizomes of cloud potatoes still buried in the frozen soil. He was delighted. He squatted down and dug out all the cloud potatoes one by one with a dagger. Half of them had been pecked by birds, but Guan Xiaoqi didn't mind and put them all into his backpack. The ice dagger is extremely sharp. The frozen soil can be dug up easily, just like cutting tofu. After digging for more than half an hour, he dug out more than 20 cloud potatoes. Almost all the cloud potatoes in the vicinity were dug up by him. Guan Xiaoqi searched for a long time, but did not find any more. All the dug-out sweet potatoes were put into the backpack, and they felt so light, as if they had no weight at all. After collecting the cloud potatoes, Guan Xiaoqi continued to walk into the valley. Initially, he chose to climb the hillside instead of going into the valley. Now he wanted to see what was in the valley. The day he first arrived, there was white fog here. Now the fog has dissipated, the leaves have fallen, and the scenery in the valley is clearly visible. This is an uninhabited area, extremely desolate. The ground is covered with thick fallen leaves, covering up all traces on the ground. It is unknown whether there are any wild animals nearby. Fortunately, I didn't go down into the valley at the beginning. At first glance, it was so desolate and terribly desolate. I walked carefully in the jungle, with soft leaves under my feet. There are small gullies everywhere, and there are a few strange rocks blocking the way from time to time. Although these gullies are not deep, it is a waste of time to crawl around in them. I walked for more than half an hour without realizing it, but still found nothing. When Guan Xiaoqi was climbing into another ravine, he saw a cave in a corner of the ravine out of the corner of his eye. The entrance of the cave was very small and was blocked by vines. However, due to the cold air, the vines withered and the leaves fell off, revealing this hidden cave. Worried that there might be wild beasts in the cave, Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to go over and check it out himself. This boy was quite cautious. He took out the Skeleton Warrior card and summoned the Skeleton Warrior out. The Skeleton Warrior held a bone axe and looked around, occasionally swinging the axe, looking around blankly, not knowing where he was. Go explore the cave, Guan Xiaoqi gave the order. The Skeleton Warrior glanced at Guan Xiaoqi. His eyes seemed to have life in them. Guan Xiaoqi seemed to sense the skeleton's dissatisfaction. Why should I go? Huh? Who is allowed to have his own ideas as a summoned creature? Guan Xiaoqi said with a dark face. Don't you see how dark and deep that cave is? What if there is a wild beast hiding inside? Wouldn't it be very dangerous? In such a dangerous place, of course you should go. Should I go? Guan Xiaoqi tried to reason with him, and the skeleton understood. It felt that what Guan Xiaoqi said made a lot of sense, so it stopped hesitating and walked over with the axe in hand. When it reached the entrance of the cave, it chopped the vines with 2 axe strokes and lowered its head to crawl into the cave. Guan Xiaoqi's heart moved. It didn't seem like there were any large animals in this cave. Otherwise, the vine would not have grown completely at the entrance of the cave. I guess if there was any, it would be a rabbit, a pheasant, or something like that. Or at most a wolf, and a very small one at that. Otherwise, you can't get out of the gap between the vines. The fear gradually faded. The Skeleton Warrior went in for a long time, but there was no movement. Guan Xiaoqi could not stay there any longer and walked over with a dagger in his hand. Guan Xiaoqi walked in carefully, pushing aside the cut vines with his hands. It was very dark in the cave. Guan Xiaoqi moved forward slowly, and it took him a few minutes to adapt to the light inside. At this time, Guan Xiaoqi discovered the benefits of the night pearl. If he had a night pearl, he wouldn't have to be so passive in the dark. Probably due to the weather, the cave was very dry. Guan Xiaoqi walked in and did not find any danger, let alone wild animals, not even a bug. There was some light in front, emerald green, which reminded him of the leaf on Alicia's bough. After walking for more than 10 meters, we suddenly found ourselves in a natural cave. The Skeleton Warrior was standing there with an axe in his hand, and a hibernating python was lying on the ground. Behind the python, a green treasure chest was glowing in the corner, illuminating the cave. Is there really a treasure chest? But I haven't heard that the treasure chest is guarded by a python. The Skeleton Warrior held up a big axe, seeming to be hesitating whether to chop down or not. Seeing Guan Xiaoqi coming in, the Skeleton Warrior gained confidence and slashed fiercely at the hibernating python on the ground. This scared Guan Xiaoqi. Damn, you are so fierce. You dare to attack such a big snake? This is a 3-meter-long giant python with a bowl-sized thickness. The scales covering its body are different from others, exuding a strange aura. It is not a common snake on Earth. Guan Xiaoqi originally planned to steal the treasure chest and evacuate quickly, but he didn't expect that this stupid skeleton would directly chop the giant python with an axe. Now that the relationship has been broken, we must go all out and show no mercy. Guan Xiaoqi was a decisive person. Seeing that he could no longer stop the Skeleton Warrior's actions, he immediately drew out his dagger and fought side by side with the Skeleton Warrior, and together they launched a fierce attack on the giant python. Rush forward quickly. Prick. Continuous stab. 3 consecutive stabs. The skill was used 3 times in a row, resulting in a critical hit instantly. The excellent level dagger pierced into the python's body, ruthlessly cutting its flesh. The sleeping python woke up in pain, making a nasal buzzing sound. It rolled over and opened its eyes, and saw a ferocious skeleton and a sinister and despicable human being who was shamelessly attacking it while it was hibernating. It was the first time that Guan Xiaoqi knew that pythons could also roar, a sound a bit like that of a cow. He quickly stepped back a few steps. The python had already rushed up and fiercely wrapped around the Skeleton Warrior who was rushing in front of him, using all its strength to strangle him fiercely. The bones made crackling sounds, obviously under great pressure. The Skeleton Warrior swung his axe in vain, but his hands and feet were restricted and he couldn't chop the python at all. The sound of bones breaking is so painful. Guan Xiaoqi took advantage of the python entangled with the Skeleton Warrior and rushed forward again. Prick. Continuous stab. 3 consecutive stabs. Another skill cycle. Guan Xiaoqi has used the dagger many times and found that as long as he can complete a skill cycle, his speed will suddenly increase a lot, creating an effect of 1 plus 1 plus 1 far greater than 3, and it is extremely easy to get a critical hit. The snake skin could not defend against the cold dagger and was stabbed into a bloody mess. Blue snake blood spurted out from the wound. After all, the python had just awakened from hibernation and its full strength had not yet recovered. However, the python was also a ruthless character. The harder Guan Xiaoqi stabbed, the more tightly the python wrapped around it, determined to crush this skeleton. The skeleton was also puzzled. The person who stabbed you was that guy. What do you mean by keeping pestering me? In the eyes of the python, these two guys are in the same group, so it's time to hang one of them first. Can't withstand the sharpness of the ice dagger. Soon, the python was covered in blood and had no strength left. It could no longer wrap around the skeleton warrior and fell off his body softly. It lay on the ground, apparently dying. The skeleton warrior, freed from his restraints, angrily hit the python's head several times with his axe, smashing it to pieces. The python had entangled many of its bones, breaking countless bones. Guan Xiaoqi was horrified just watching it. Fortunately, the python did not entangle him. Well, it's mainly because I ran a little bit faster. This silly skeleton usually keeps complaining, but becomes quite fierce at critical moments. Seeing that the skeleton warrior was seriously injured, Guan Xiaoqi quickly put him back into the card. Hashtag Chapter 34 Black Cabin. Do you want to decompose the python? Reminder, you don't have the decomposition skill, and a simple decomposition will result in a loss of a lot of materials. Breakdown. Such a big python cannot be put into my backpack. Although I don't have the skills to disassemble it, there is no other way. Guan Xiaoqi didn't hesitate at all. Decompose the golden-scaled python to obtain 12 pieces of snake meat, 1 piece of snake skin, and 1 snake inner elixir. Excellent. From such a big python, only 12 pieces of snake meat were cut out and neatly stacked on the ground. Guan Xiaoqi wrapped the pieces of meat with snake skin and stuffed them all into his backpack. In his hand, he held a strange inner elixir that was glowing green, indicating that it was a basic raw material of excellent grade. He didn't know what it could be used for, so he took a look at it and put it in his backpack. Ding! You have completed task 7 and received 10 gold coins. The inner elixir of the strange snake was a newly discovered item. The task was easily completed and Guan Xiaoqi was happy again. After dealing with the python, Guan Xiaoqi walked towards the green treasure chest. This is an excellent level bronze treasure chest, which can contain 3 items, at least 1 excellent level item. If you are lucky enough, you may also get an excellent level item. When Guan Xiaoqi was about to open it, he suddenly stopped. If I open this box and find a large wardrobe, how can I take it back? I better take it back to the cabin and unpack it slowly. Holding the green treasure chest, Guan Xiaoqi left the cave. The green treasure chest glows and can be used as a lighting fixture. Holding the small wooden box, it can illuminate the inside of the cave brightly. After a few quick steps, he reached the cave entrance and casually put the green treasure chest into his backpack. Good things are worth a try. The uncle is indeed an honest man. There are really treasure chests around the cabin. Guan Xiaoqi had wondered where so many treasures came from. Now we finally know the answer. 8 billion people. Even if each person opens 1 treasure chest, that would be 8 billion treasure chests. It's not surprising to see something good come out. There was no road in the woods, only rugged wilderness. Guan Xiaoqi took 1 deep step and 1 shallow step, stepping into the ditch from time to time. The most fortunate thing was that the water had frozen into ice, but there was no danger of sinking into the mud. After climbing for half a day, he actually didn't go far and was still wandering within a kilometer radius. It is windy today, and leaves are blown up and flying all over the sky from time to time. Walked for a while longer. Guan Xiaoqi was starving. His hands and legs were almost frozen, so he found a flat ground to sit down and rest. When he was about to take out a few slices of bread from his package to satisfy his hunger, he suddenly felt a piercing chill under his butt. He frowned in confusion. He was sitting on thick leaves, so why was it so cold? Guan Xiaoqi became suspicious. Could it be that he had accidentally sat on the hidden ice? He stood up hurriedly and waved his hand to brush away the leaves under his hips. However, the expected ice did not appear under the blade, but instead a dark stone was revealed. What is this? Guan Xiaoqi used the mysterious magician card to explore the secret of the black stone. Cold iron, or this is a rare ore. After smelting, it can be refined into cold iron. Cold iron has excellent toughness and stretchability, and also has unique thermal conductivity. Therefore, it is often used in weapon forging, tower defense construction, and can also be used in the production of furniture and workbenches. Cold iron can also be used as an ordinary iron block. Iron ore? This is good stuff. It is not only iron ore, but also rare iron ore. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed. After reading the description of the ore, he knew that this ore must be worth some money. Indeed, one cannot just sit at home cutting wood. One has to go out for a walk occasionally. Otherwise, how would I know there are so many treasures near my home? The only drawback of this cold iron mine is that it is a little far from the cabin, about 1 kilometer away, and it also requires climbing a small hill. 1 kilometer in the mountains is much more difficult to walk than 1 kilometer in the plains. The map card automatically recorded the location of the cold iron mine, saving Guan Xiaoqi a lot of trouble. After eating, Guan Xiaoqi continued on his journey, but he didn't dare to go too far, fearing that he would not have enough time to return to his cabin. He had no interest in trying to walk in the thick black fog at night, not to mention the wild beasts inside. The coldness of the black fog alone was terrifying enough. After checking the map card, he realized that he was already 2 kilometers away from the cabin, separated by a small hill running north-south. This was Guan Xiaoqi's first exploration, and he didn't want to be too adventurous, so he decided to go over the hill first and then reach the plain. Then he would turn back to the cabin from the direction of the plain to see if there were any other discoveries along the way. The hill here was steeper and more rugged. Guan Xiaoqi used both hands and feet to climb to the top of the hill. This boy is a member of the archaeological team. Climbing is not a difficult task for him. It's just that the ground is cold and his hands are a little frozen. Guan Xiaoqi was wearing a coat given by the system, but it was barely enough to keep him warm. If the weather got any colder, wearing this coat would even make it a question whether he could go out. The price of clothing will inevitably increase significantly. His hand slipped, and a stone came loose, which Guan Xiaoqi broke when he was climbing up. He almost lost his balance and fell down. He was so scared that he quickly stuck to the mountain. Still in shock, he managed to keep his balance and steady himself before continuing to climb to the top of the mountain. It is a bare, rocky mountain with sparse vegetation. We finally climbed to the top of the mountain, which turned out to be the highest point on the entire hill, and we could see the scenery all around. Looking from afar, Guan Xiaoqi was surprised to find that there seemed to be a small wooden house more than 10 kilometers away. A small black wooden house that would be invisible if you hadn't climbed such a high hill. Just on the other side of the plain, with a clear view. The black cabin is the skeleton's house. Skeletons are extremely unfriendly to humans. Humans are also food for skeletons to replenish their life fire. The effect is even far greater than that of black spirits. Guan Xiaoqi's heart was pounding. Could it be that every living creature in this world has its own living area, and he accidentally entered the area of the corpse ghost tribe? Otherwise, why are there 2 zombie cabins here, but no humans? Then when I go out to explore in the future, won't all I meet be skeletons? Guan Xiaoqi stared at the cabin for a long time, but did not see any skeletons entering or leaving, and it was too far away and a little blurry. The sun has set. It has been more than 8 hours since I came out. It is time to go home. I still have more than an hour to go back and tidy up. Having remembered the location of the skeleton cabin, Guan Xiaoqi prepared to go down the mountain. There were more than a dozen dead trees on the top of the mountain. After turning around a dead tree and preparing to go down the mountain, I looked down and suddenly saw a small white wooden box placed casually under the tree. What good luck! Guan Xiaoqi also put the white wooden box into his backpack. The mountain road here is not very steep and is much easier to walk on. People say it is difficult to go down the mountain, but in fact, as long as you master the skills, it is much easier than going up the mountain. Guan Xiaoqi almost ran all the way down the hill. He has good balance to begin with, and this slope, which is not a cliff, is not difficult for him. The foot of the mountain is only 2 kilometers away from the wooden cabin. If I walk on the plain, I still have more than an hour, which is enough time. He quickened his pace and walked towards the cabin. Because of the cold, Guan Xiaoqi's thighs were frozen blue, so he started jogging. A small river, right in front of me. It is about 1 kilometer away from the cabin. Guan Xiaoqi looked upstream and found that the source of the stream was flowing down from the hills. The current temperature was just below 0, which was not enough to freeze the stream. The water flowing down from the hills carried icicles and flowed downstream. Chapter 35: Cold Wave Invasion. The water in the stream is shallow and clear, and the riverbed is covered with pebbles of different colors, which is very dreamy and beautiful. Guan Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief as he finally found a reliable water source. Although it was 1 kilometer away from the wooden house, which was a little far, it was better than nothing. Roar! The sound of the wind was like the roar of a devil, raging wildly across the wilderness. As night fell, the wind gradually strengthened, and the forest in the distance seemed to be stirred by the horrible sound of waves, one after another, which was frightening. Guan Xiaoqi, wearing thin clothes, already felt the biting cold. Especially his worn-out pants, which were leaking air everywhere, made his 3 legs shiver with cold. Guan Xiaoqi was alone in this desolate wilderness, facing the raging wind and the cold. He hugged himself tightly, trying to resist the ruthless natural force. However, the wind became stronger and stronger, as if it was going to swallow him up in this dark wilderness. Clamp your legs together. Fuck, I'm still a virgin. Guan Xiaoqi had no place to put his hands that were frozen into popsicles, so he put them in front of his mouth and blew out a breath. A puff of white mist came out, and soon he felt even colder. The weather forecast in this world gives the average temperature for the day, but the actual temperature can fluctuate between 10 degrees above and below the average. As the temperature began to drop again, the amount of ice in the creek increased visibly. It was estimated that the creek would be completely frozen by tomorrow morning at the latest. Guan Xiaoqi quickened his pace and started to jog. His knees were almost frozen stiff, so he quickly moved around. His brain was almost frozen stupid, and all he wanted to do was hide back in the cabin. Just when he was about to reach home, he suddenly stopped and saw a meadow about 50 meters behind his cabin. The grass was very lush and more than half a person tall, but now it was all withered and yellow. Guan Xiaoqi's heart moved, so he walked over, stretched out his hand, and touched it. This kind of grass was something he had never seen on Earth, but it was very soft. Taking out the ice dagger, Guan Xiaoqi endured the cold wind and began to cut the grass quickly. Guan Xiaoqi remembers that when he was a child, he saw people putting some straw into the pigsty in the countryside to keep the pigs warm. There was still some space in the backpack, so he filled it up, picked up a large bundle in his hands, and quickly ran back to the cabin. I looked at the time, 1931. There is still some time. At this moment, Guan Xiaoqi's daily task 4 was also prompted to be completed, and he received 2 more gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi didn't have time to read the prompt. He dumped everything in Princess Blue's backpack onto the floor, ran out again, and came back to cut some grass. When I returned to the cabin with straw for the second time, it was already 1952. This time, knowing that there was no time left, Guan Xiaoqi threw the straw in his hand on the floor, put down his backpack, turned around, and closed the door. Outside, the wind was howling, the sun was disappearing, and thick fog and strong winds instantly filled the entire sky and earth. The oil lamp on the desk was burning all the time, without moving at all. Guan Xiaoqi went over, lit the wood, and threw it into the fireplace. Warmth from the fireplace began to spread into the room. Guan Xiaoqi was frozen through and through, and he only recovered after warming himself by the fire for more than half an hour. The insulation effect of the second-level cabin is quite good. The only drawback is that there is no bed and the floor is made of stone, so it is still very cold to sleep on. Putting the straw aside for the moment, Guan Xiaoqi took the 2 treasure chests first, muttering to himself, "Give me a cotton coat. Hallelujah. Amichuofo, Wuyang Tianzuan." He recited the names of all the gods he knew. Maybe that god opened his eyes today, and then he opened the green treasure chest first, which was a bronze box. Congratulations, you have won an excellent warm down jacket. Congratulations, you have won a pair of excellent thick sports shoes. Congratulations, you have won a pair of excellent long-piled, tight, warm sports pants. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. 3 pieces of excellent clothing, all warm, no 2 pieces are the same, and they are complete from head to toe. Could it be that every god has blessed me once? What virtue and ability have I gained to deserve the protection of the gods? I can brag about this for 10 years. Suppose I can live in this world for 10 years. Well, make your fortune quietly and don't tell anyone because there are too many people suffering from conjunctivitis. The green box will always contain 3 items, and there is a small chance that it will contain something of excellent quality. Guan Xiaoqi's box is just average, as it only contains excellent items, but they are very practical. I couldn't wait to put on all my clothes, and my whole body felt warm instantly. It feels so comfortable. If I had these clothes a day earlier, I wouldn't be frozen like this. Guan Xiaoqi's torn pants had been torn into pieces in the copy. Since he had no change of clothes, he was reluctant to throw them away. Otherwise, he would have to go out naked. This time, he finally changed into new clothes. Just like the kids in the old days, they would be excited for a long time to change into new clothes during the Chinese New Year. This simple joy was magically resurrected in the new world. As for this white treasure chest, just go with the flow. It doesn't matter what comes out of it anyway, so it doesn't matter how good the white treasure chest is. We're not picky. Whistle and open the white wooden treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the primary tailoring skill book. Congratulations on obtaining the tailoring workbench blueprint. What's going on? Is this what comes out of the white treasure chest? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't believe it and pinched his face. It hurt so real. Is the koi possessed? When he took out a skill book and a blueprint, Guan Xiaoqi was dumbfounded. Is today your lucky day? First open the tailoring skill book and a prompt will pop up. It costs 100 gold coins to learn tailoring skills. Are you sure you want to learn it? Guan Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment. He didn't have much gold coins and wanted to prioritize upgrading the cabin. He didn't study for the time being and took another look at the tailor's workbench. Name: Primary Tailoring Workbench Ordinary. Materials: 510/100 wood, 571/50 stone. Function: it can sew tailoring products, process leather, and weave threads and ropes with cotton or linen. Introduction: this is a most common workbench, which can sew ordinary and excellent items. I don't have a studio, but this thing doesn't say that it must be placed in a studio to be used. I don't know how much space it will take up, so I guess it can be placed in the living room. Guan Xiaoqi had no shortage of wood and stone, so he built this workbench directly. Under the illumination of a dazzling white light, a strange machine appeared out of thin air in the living room. Its appearance is somewhat similar to that of a common sewing machine, but its size is several times larger, giving people a rather mysterious feeling. Looking closely, the machine body is densely covered with intricate gears and levers, which is extremely complicated. Guan Xiaoqi had no sewing skills and had no idea how to operate the machine. I glanced at my inventory and saw that I had 132 gold coins. After struggling for a long time, I finally decided not to learn tailoring skills. You still need to upgrade the cabin first. Can't be tempted. Guan Xiaoqi had an inexplicable sense of oppression and always felt that the area around his cabin was unsafe. After being busy for a long time, I saw that the private chat channel of the survival manual was flashing all the time. I remembered that I still had an important transaction. Zhu Yinshan was probably waiting anxiously again. Sitting in front of the survival manual, Alicia and Zhu Yuanshan's private chats were flashing. Click Alicia first. She was not in front of the screen, just a message. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but you weren't here. I want to practice martial arts, and I left a box of salt for you. You can use it first. I made it especially for you today. A wooden box was passed over with a small lid on it. Guan Xiaoqi opened the lid and found about 100 grams of salt inside. Looking at this rough box, Guan Xiaoqi intuitively felt that this was Alicia's own handicraft. It was obviously a box that was casually dug out of the wood with a dagger. This elf girl is quite skillful with her hands. Guan Xiaoqi chuckled and thought he couldn't accept a girl's gift for nothing, so he returned 2 pieces of snake meat. She seems to practice martial arts every day. No wonder she is so powerful. I don't know what kind of martial arts she practices and whether humans can practice it. Guan Xiaoqi's imagination ran wild. He clicked on Zhu Yinshan's private chat again. Brother, you are finally here. Have you picked up all the girls? Zhu Yinshan's anxiety and complaints overflowed through the screen. No, really not today. I was delayed by other things today. Guan Xiaoqi explained seriously. In other words, you did go out to pick up girls yesterday? Although Zhu Yunshan's mouth was dry, his gossipy heart was still burning. Fuck, I just slipped up. Guan Xiaoqi felt that there was something wrong with his recent state and quickly changed the subject. What nonsense, have you forgotten the abyss fish I told you about yesterday? Hurry up and see what you have gained today. Brother, can you give me some water first? My mouth is about to smoke, my throat is hoarse, and I can't speak. Fuck, I asked you to type, but didn't ask you to speak. Will my voice not become hoarse if I type with my hands? Forget it, what this kid said makes sense. Guan Xiaoqi had no choice but to go to the corner to get a bucket, and found that there was only half a bucket of water in it. It should be enough for today, and he would have to go to the river to fetch some water tomorrow. Then he saw Zhu Yinshan holding a fish tank and collecting water. How did you get your fish tank? Did you get it from a treasure chest? Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 36, Straw Mat Artist. I found a treasure chest today and it got a weapon out of it, a spear. I thought it was useless, so I exchanged it for a fish tank. I don't have anything to hold water, so how much water can that small teacup hold? I'll die of thirst sooner or later. Guan Xiaoqi carefully poured him half a cup of water, thinking it would be enough for him to drink. Brother, can you fill it up? I'm really panicking without water. This is a desert. There's no one living within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, and there's not even a drop of water. I forgot to fetch water today. I'll fill it up for you tomorrow. Zhu Yuanshan had no choice but to say enviously, "You have a water source? You are so lucky." Guan Xiaoqi chuckled. There is indeed a small river nearby, but it is almost frozen and is still a little far from the cabin. Zhu Yunshan didn't want to talk. There was no comparison between people. Other people's dissatisfaction was the paradise in his dreams. We collected a lot of black spirits today, 205 in total, but it's hard to say about the future because I have almost collected all the easy ones, and the collection efficiency may be lower as time goes by. Zhu Yunshan said. Guan Xiaoqi thought about it and gave him an idea. You can spend an hour or two every day walking around. I personally think that although the system is a bit shitty, it must follow some rules. There is no reason for it to arrange a desperate place for you. When I was a child, I heard from the old people that the most dangerous places often have great fortunes. He hoped that what Guan Xiaoqi said was true, but in fact, the area of more than 10 kilometers was really desolate, with nothing but sand. However, there was a strange thing here. Zhu Yunshan hesitated for a moment and said to Guan Xiaoqi, "It would be great if what you said was true, but I also have an advantage here. Recently, I saw on the forum that everyone said that it was getting colder, but I didn't feel any change here." Guan Xiaoqi was a little surprised. The temperature there is different from ours? What's the temperature today? 20 degrees Celsius. What's wrong? Guan Xiaoqi was even surprised. You are very lucky because the cold wave is coming soon, and it's already below zero here. Guan Xiaoqi always felt something was wrong. The initial temperature is similar for everyone, and others are cooling down all the time. So why isn't his temperature cooling down? Could it be that the environment around each person is very different? The temperatures in different regions are different. I don't know whether this place belongs to the frigid zone or the temperate zone. In any case, it is definitely not in the tropics. As for Zhu Yunshan, he should be in a special place, which may not be related to latitude. Because Zhu Yuanshan is in a group thousands of kilometers away, there is no reason for the temperature difference to be so big. This new world is weird and strange. Guan Xiaoqi has too little information to analyze it clearly. Zhu Yunshan traded all 205 black spirits. Guan Xiaoqi gave him 410 pieces of wood as agreed, and also gave him an extra baguette and 3 sweet potatoes. Meet his basic living conditions. With more than 10 pieces of snake meat in hand, Guan Xiaoqi had no shortage of food. For once, he was generous and gave Zhu Yunshan a piece of bread. Snake meat is a large piece of meat, weighing almost 2 kilograms. People with a small appetite cannot eat even one piece of snake meat in a whole day. The transaction is completed in an instant. A flash of black light. The black spirits were already piled up in his living room. The skeleton warrior was nearly shredded by the python during the day, and the card is still recovering by the fireplace, so it cannot be traded immediately. Out of boredom, Guan Xiaoqi refreshed the forum again. After looking for a while, he found that some people lived by the sea, some lived in the mountains, and some lived in the plains. Everyone lived in a different environment, but there were some good things around each cabin. There couldn't possibly be only one black spirit mine near Zhuan Mountain. There must be something he missed. Guan Xiaoqi was almost certain of this. Guan Xiaoqi had no interest in chatting with everyone, so he browsed through the content and didn't find anything that required special attention. So he switched back to the trading channel. There are more items available, prices are a little more reasonable, and there are fewer random quotes. This shows that after 3 or 4 days here, everyone has gradually faced the reality and started to be pragmatic. As he flipped through the books, Guan Xiaoqi discovered many strange products. Wooden barrel, purely handmade, can hold water or rice. 20 stones, you definitely deserve it. A straw mat, a warm straw mat. Are you still worried about sleeping on the cold ground every day? Try my hand-woven straw mat. You can take it back with 50 stones or 100 woods to get rid of the cold. Bamboo beds and chairs are all high-quality products with mortise and tenon-joint structures and exclusive craftsmanship. If you want to buy, please contact us privately. We can customize them. There are many more products made by artisans in the store, some of which are very rough, while others look very delicate, and it is obvious that they are the craftsmanship passed down from generation to generation. At the critical moment, these craftsmen became rich. These are products that everyone urgently needs, the quantities are limited, and the prices are rising steadily. At this moment, he saw a message from the straw mat craftsman. The inventory of straw mats has been sold out, and now I have no raw materials. All the mats for the next 10 days have been reserved. Thank you for your support. Guan Xiaoqi saw the name and saw that it was a middle-aged man named Lei, who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He quickly added him to a private chat. Uncle Lei, can I chat with you? The uncle had just made a lot of money and was in a particularly good mood today. He quickly replied, Hello, young man. What do you want to talk about? I have sold out all my straw mats. Guan Xiaoqi smiled and said, Uncle, I've seen your straw mat weaving skills. It's absolutely exquisite, just like a work of art. I was stunned. The uncle laughed. Of course, this is a craft passed down from my ancestors. How about it? Young man, do you want to learn it? Looking at the handsome Guan Xiaoqi, the uncle liked her more and more. Guan Xiaoqi said, Your craft must be very difficult. I don't think I can learn it in a short time. Uncle, can you help me see if the grass in my hand can be woven into a straw mat? The uncle was stunned. You went to cut the grass today, too? Guan Xiaoqi said, Yes, it was so cold I cut some grass, thinking I could put it under my body to keep warm. I didn't expect to see your amazing craftsmanship. And then look at this grass nest I built. It instantly turned into a pigsty. Guan Xiaoqi flattered the uncle calmly. The uncle was amused by Guan Xiaoqi. Stop talking nonsense and show me a piece of the grass you cut. Guan Xiaoqi quickly handed over a few straws. The uncle received the straw, touched its softness, and pulled it to feel its flexibility. He was a little surprised that the quality of the straw was very good. I've never seen this kind of straw before, but it can definitely be made into a mat. It's very flexible. You'll have to try it yourself to see if it keeps you warm. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed. No matter what, it's definitely better than sleeping on the floor. Uncle, how much do you charge for providing you with straw? The uncle hesitated for a moment. Although it was dark, it was still early for bed. He thought that it would be nice to make some money since he had nothing to do. Why don't you just give me 20 pieces of wood, and I will weave a straw mat for you. The price is very affordable. The uncle likes Guan Xiaoqi and is worried that he doesn't have many resources, so he gave him a very favorable price. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed and quickly traded all the wood and straw. The uncle didn't say much. He collected the processing fee and straw, then ended the chat and went back to make the mats. I'll chat with you privately when I'm done, so go ahead and get busy. Okay, uncle. Originally, Guan Xiaoqi just planned to cut some straw, pile it on the ground, and sleep in it like a pigsty to keep warm. I didn't expect that there are so many talented people on the internet, and I can also enjoy pure handmade straw mats. This is really an unexpected surprise. Hashtag Chapter 37, The Terrifying Beast Outside the Window. The trading price of stones is slowly falling, which shows that many people have already upgraded to the first level cabins. Now is a buffer period. Everyone is hoarding supplies and storing materials for upgrades. Occasionally, there are people selling gold coins, but the prices are ridiculously high, asking for as little as 100 pieces of wood or 100 pieces of stone. Leave the trading channel. The internet was full of discussions about the cold wave, and in the end, everyone reached some consensus. A level 1 cabin is the minimum configuration to withstand cold waves. If you don't even upgrade to a level 1 cabin before the cold wave comes, you'll almost certainly die. For the weak and sickly, even a first-level cabin may not be able to withstand it. Everyone is saying this, but Guan Xiaoqi feels that perhaps everyone is too optimistic. This world may be more cruel than you imagine. Because Guan Xiaoqi had participated in a level 1 dungeon, the difficulty there was extremely high. Level 1 is the primary difficulty, which actually corresponds to the most basic survival difficulty in this world. Guan Xiaoqi believed that if it weren't for the participation of super elf creatures like Alicia, the previous copy would have ended in a disastrous defeat for humans and the undead. How can a test be so simple? Humans, who have only been in this world for 3 or 4 days, still hold on to unrealistic and beautiful fantasies, and do not see at all that this world is slowly revealing its truly terrifying fangs. Thinking of Alicia, she practices martial arts every night. I can't be lazy. If I don't exercise well, I won't be able to survive. Guan Xiaoqi also decided to practice martial arts well. Clear the place. Guan Xiaoqi stretched his arms and kicked his legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, full of energy. 2, 2, 3, 4, no regrets in youth. 3, 2, 3, 4, pursuing dreams and making achievements. 4, 2, 3, 4, the 8th set of radio gymnastics. Get moving, young man. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the arrow tower outside issued a very long and sharp alarm. Guan Xiaoqi was startled. Is there a monster attacking? In a panic, he took out his dagger, without caring about exercising, pushed open the door, and rushed into the yard. An arrow of light shot out from the eye of Sauron and penetrated the wooden fence. The wooden fence was intact, but a roar came from behind the fence. Guan Xiaoqi held the dagger and stared at the wooden fence carefully. There were monsters attacking outside, and the health of the wooden fence was constantly decreasing. 99, 98, 97. The blood volume decreased very slowly, and it didn't look like a ferocious beast at all. The Eye of Sauron shot 3 or 4 arrows in a row, and the attack from outside stopped. The health of the wooden fence stopped at 95 and stopped falling. It was unknown whether the monster escaped or was shot to death by the arrow tower. Such a small animal caused the arrow tower to sound such a loud alarm? Wrong. After shooting to death the small animals that attacked the wooden fence, the Eye of Sauron still maintained its highest brightness, and the strong light continued to shine into the depths of the fog. The crisis has not been resolved at all. Guan Xiaoqi felt his hair stand on end. In addition to the sound of the wind, there is another sound in the world. A heavy sound of footsteps came from the thick fog, like an ancient giant elephant walking on the ice and snow, making a terrifying trampling sound. This must be a giant creature. Guan Xiaoqi felt like crying, but had no tears. She felt that her cabin was haunted and all kinds of strange things would happen here. The Eye of Sauron emitted an extremely bright light, obviously sensing the danger. The brightness of the blue light was at least several times higher than usual. Guan Xiaoqi's heart was in his throat, but the terrifying, unknown giant stopped outside Guan Xiaoqi's courtyard wall. The thick fog rolled violently, showing its presence. All its forms are hidden in the mist. Just from the shaking of the earth just now, you can tell how huge this monster is. But it's weird. It stopped outside the courtyard wall and did not attack. Guan Xiaoqi could even hear it breathing heavily, and the thick black mist from its breath shot into the yard like a smoke ring and slowly dissipated. It's very irritable, but instead of attacking, they circled Guan Xiaoqi's cabin several times. Guan Xiaoqi confirmed that he really didn't wet his pants. It seemed that after coming to this world, his self-control had improved a lot. Faintly, Guan Xiaoqi seemed to see a pair of gray eyes in the thick fog, staring at him. That invisible sight was terrifying and evil, full of the breath of death. Although Guan Xiaoqi did not wet his pants, his face turned pale with fright. The gaze that penetrated the thick fog seemed to be real, and he felt like a transparent person. Bah! Guan Xiaoqi spat. Who the hell are you? Guan Xiaoqi suddenly asked questions to the thick fog. The monster in the fog seemed to be stunned, stopped, and listened carefully to Guan Xiaoqi's words. I'm very lucky today. I was in need of clothes, and I got a whole set of clothes when I opened a treasure chest. Even the most ordinary wooden treasure chest dropped 2 top-quality items, a skill book, and a very useful blueprint. Guan Xiaoqi was like telling this monster a story. But I heard that in ancient times, officials would give prisoners a sumptuous meal before beheading them, called the last meal before execution. So, is today's reward also my last meal before execution? The monster listened quietly in the fog, motionless. It seemed unable to understand what nonsense Guan Xiaoqi was talking about. If this is your last meal, just come over here and let's have a good fight. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by God. Don't King Dawdle and scare me here. Guan Xiaoqi sneered. If not, then get out of here right away and don't hang around near my house, disturbing my eating and sleeping. Ah! With an extremely angry roar, a large amount of thick fog gushed out of half of the yard. The temperature dropped sharply, and Guan Xiaoqi was frozen a little stiff. The monster was furious. He kept stomping on the ground, and the cabin was buzzing. The blue light from the Eye of Sauron on the arrow tower no longer illuminated the black fog, but turned to shine towards Guan Xiaoqi. Is my master seriously ill? Why did you mess with it? Guan Xiaoqi's face was covered in sweat, which flowed down his eyebrows and ears onto his down jacket. Of course it wasn't hot. It was below 0 outside. Scared, frightened. After a standoff of more than 10 minutes, Guan Xiaoqi wanted to go back to the cabin, but his legs were stiff and he couldn't take a single step. For some reason, the monster slowly retreated. The strong wind started to blow again, and thick fog was rolling outside the yard. Guan Xiaoqi almost fainted as the footsteps in the fog became smaller and smaller. It was not until the light of the arrow tower disappeared, indicating that there was no danger around, that Guan Xiaoqi's hand holding the dagger began to tremble. The monster's power was like facing a huge, evil dragon in the sky. The invisible pressure made it hard for him to breathe. After putting away the dagger, Guan Xiaoqi returned to the cabin in silence, with an expressionless face. The mind was greatly shocked. I didn't feel like doing radio gymnastics anymore, so I took off my down jacket, wrapped myself in a blanket, and sat by the fireplace. I sat there quietly, with no appetite for dinner. Guan Xiaoqi had a strong intuition that his life and death was hanging by a thread today, and that his struggles and efforts could be completely destroyed in one breath. Just when I was getting used to this peaceful life of living alone, the reality told Guan Xiaoqi that it was not really that beautiful. He suddenly remembered a joke. Someone asked, "What would you do if you were surrounded by 3 hungry tigers in a primeval forest?" The answer was, "Hold your weapon tightly." The person asked again, "Will holding your weapon tightly drive away the tigers?" The answer was, "Of course not. It will only allow you to die with more dignity." Guan Xiaoqi almost thought that he would die with dignity today, but somehow, he unexpectedly survived. Guan Xiaoqi felt a little helpless. How can one's own destiny be related to one's own efforts? Even if you risk your life, it will only allow you to die with more dignity. Guan Xiaoqi was not convinced. No matter how hard you try, you can't defeat the world's tiny finger. One slight crush, and you'll be gone. Ding! Someone sent a private message. Guan Xiaoqi sighed, stood up with difficulty, sat down at the table, and opened the survival manual. It turned out that Uncle Lei had woven the straw mat and was asking him to take it. "Young man, why you look so bad? Are you sick?" Uncle Lei took a look at Guan Xiaoqi and was shocked. How could the young man who was so enthusiastic and sunny a few hours ago suddenly become so lifeless? Guan Xiaoqi typed a few words weakly and replied, "No, I just encountered a very scary thing, and I felt that I was too fragile and completely unable to control my own future." Uncle Lei laughed. "It's great to be young. I thought it was a small matter." Guan Xiaoqi was dissatisfied. "This is a matter of life and death. How can it be called a trivial matter?" Uncle Lei shook his head. "Do you believe in fate?" As he spoke, Uncle Lei handed over a straw mat. The mat was densely woven and very soft, so it should be very comfortable to lie on. The private chat was closed, and Guan Xiaoqi did not answer this question. Before, he definitely didn't believe in fate. He believed that he had to fight for his own happiness and that his destiny was in his own hands. But just now, my faith was broken, and I realized that my destiny was not in my own hands. It just depends on other people's thoughts. Even though it's not a human, but a beast. This feels terrible. Chapter 38, Entering the Forest. No matter how difficult it is, life must go on. Guan Xiaoqi spread a straw mat on the ground and then put a blanket on it. He lay down heavily. Very soft and very stretchy. Comfortable. Guan Xiaoqi hadn't slept well for several days and had dark circles under his eyes. This straw mat was really good, soft and warm. Come out of depression. Don't care about fate or not. You have to struggle every day you live. If you really can't take it anymore, you're dead, so why bother with it? Guan Xiaoqi became depressed quickly and recovered from depression quickly as well. When I first came into this world, my depression and stress finally reached their peak. It just so happened that this terrifying giant touched the most helpless chord in his heart, but it only took a few hours for him to recover. Life never believes in tears. Looking down, he saw that the black spirits on the ground had not been sold yet. The energy of the skeleton warrior cards had been restored. Guan Xiaoqi summoned the skeleton warrior and quickly exchanged 205 black spirits for 1025 stones. I won't have to go quarrying stones for a while, but it's a pity that my quarrying hammer is of excellent quality. What a waste. After everything was done, Guan Xiaoqi added enough wood to the fireplace, wrapped himself in a blanket, and fell asleep. There is only one reason why people suffer from insomnia. They're not tired enough. They are too idle. Moving bricks every day ensures that you will eat well and sleep well. Guan Xiaoqi's daily work now was harder than moving bricks. He was cold, hungry, and tired. He naturally fell asleep as soon as he lay down on such a soft straw mat. The next day, the alarm clock rang for the third time before Guan Xiaoqi woke up. He had never slept so comfortably. If Guan Xiaoqi hadn't been hungry, he would have really wanted to sleep for another 2 hours without caring about anything. New World Calendar. Year 1, Month 4, 6 a.m. Today's weather. Strong wind. Temperature. -7 degrees Celsius. The weather is getting colder. Please wear more clothes and be careful of strong winds. Today is not suitable for adventure. He climbed up from the straw mat and remembered that he didn't seem to have eaten anything last night because his stomach was growling in protest. My emotions were unstable last night. First I was afraid, which led to frustration, then confusion, and finally a sense of relief. Well, after a good night's sleep, I felt much better, although I was still a little depressed. My stomach was rumbling, so I quit. He took out a piece of python meat and cut it into 6 long strips with a dagger. Then, seeing that the fire in the fireplace was still there, he put it into grill and didn't forget to sprinkle some salt on it. Drink some water. I returned to the fireplace and roasted it for half an hour. The brown snake oil was roasted out, and the aroma of meat filled the house. It's a weird aroma. It feels refreshing just by smelling it. Anyway, there's something odd about this meat. Guan Xiaoqi took out a strip of meat and took a careful bite. It was very tender and melted in his throat. All the pores on his body opened up. It was so delicious that he could not control his mouth immediately. He swallowed the strip of meat in big mouthfuls without caring that the meat was still a little hot. As soon as the meat was eaten, a heat suddenly rose from his dantian, and his whole body felt warm. Guan Xiaoqi was surprised to find that he was now full of strength. This python meat seems to be special. Looking at the greasy meat strips, Guan Xiaoqi ate another one in no time, his mouth full of oil. Tasty. So delicious. No cooking skills are required, just natural top-quality ingredients. Using the most primitive barbecue method and retaining the original flavor is the best cooking method. At the same time, the daily tasks were announced, and Guan Xiaoqi carefully picked 3 tasks, all of which were related to exploration. The system issued a daily task to upgrade the cabin to level 3, and the reward was very generous, with 20 gold coins. Of course, Guan Xiaoqi didn't accept it, as he probably couldn't complete the task by himself. I took 2 low-level tasks related to exploration and 1 task to discover new materials. Guan Xiaoqi decided to explore the forest on the plain today. He didn't believe that in such a big forest, he wouldn't be able to discover a new material on his first exploration. Take all the tool cards, take the leftover python meat strips, and carry Blue Princess's small backpack. Guan Xiaoqi left his cabin and walked into the yard. The Eye of Sauron on the arrow tower was half open, but because it was in defense mode, it didn't cause any trouble. I didn't expect that just a primary energy stone could be so durable. It has been on standby for 3 days, and the arrow tower shows no signs of running out of energy. The energy stones in this world are much more advanced than the battery technology on Earth. By the way, the arrow tower attacked several times yesterday. Thinking of the attack, Guan Xiaoqi quickly walked outside the courtyard wall and saw the corpse of a small wild beast in a corner. White mink. The snow-white fur and the entire body were pierced by arrows of light. Breakdown. Guan Xiaoqi used the system's primary decomposition to decompose a piece of mink meat and a piece of mink skin. Bite. There was a flash of green light, and another card fell out. Guan Xiaoqi picked up the card and found that it was an excellent grade logging axe. Bronze logging axe card. Excellent. This is an upgraded version of a logging tool, which increases logging efficiency by 100%. Yesterday's unhappy mood gradually dissipated. People will not always be unlucky. You see, when luck comes, even the devil can't stop it. Feeling much happier, Guan Xiaoqi whistled as he carried the mink meat and fur back to the cabin. Only then did he set out again. The edge of the forest was about 3 kilometers away from the cabin. Because the road was flat, Guan Xiaoqi was worried about dangers and traps, so he walked very carefully. The grass has turned yellow, the earth looks extremely desolate, and the rustling of falling leaves in the distance makes the world look bleak. The wind was a little cold, and Guan Xiaoqi quickened his pace when he saw there was no danger. In less than an hour, we arrived at the edge of the forest. In the straight birch forest, the tall trees towered into the sky. The trees were sparse, and all the leaves had fallen off. The strong wind blew the branches, swinging them back and forth. From time to time, dead leaves on the ground were rolled up and flew everywhere, like countless dancing butterflies dancing in the forest. The weather today is even colder. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi changed into winter clothes. Although it affects his movements a little, he can still hold on. In addition to cotton-padded clothes, Python meat also seems to be able to resist severe cold. Guan Xiaoqi took small steps, cheered himself up, and slowly walked into the forest. Worried that there might be a wild beast hiding behind the rock or the tree that might suddenly attack, Guan Xiaoqi took out the ice dagger and held it across his chest. A little bird fluttered past overhead, its thick black feathers quickly flying away into the distance. A cold wind carrying dead leaves came and hit Guan Xiaoqi's face, which actually hurt a little. The wind today seems to be stronger than yesterday. Walking step by step in the woods, stepping on the thick fallen leaves, the rustling sound, and listening to the howling of the wind, all the big trees are swaying in the wind. After more than 10 minutes of walking deep into the forest, Guan Xiaoqi's footsteps suddenly stopped, as if he had stepped on something hard. His heart tightened, and the silence around him added a bit of mystery and uneasiness. He carefully used his feet to push aside the fallen leaves covering the ground. As the leaves spread out, a horrifying scene gradually appeared before his eyes. It was not an ordinary hard object, but a piece of bone, lying there alone, which was particularly dazzling. Guan Xiaoqi felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. He knew that these were definitely not human remains. Humans had only been in this world for 4 days, and it was impossible for them to turn into bones in such a short time. The only explanation is that this skeleton is a member of the corpse clan. He took a deep breath and tried to calm the panic in his heart. This forest seemed to hide too many unknown secrets, and he was stepping into this unknown area step by step. Guan Xiaoqi bent down and swept away all the leaves with his hands, revealing a complete skeleton. All the bones in his body were broken, and his head was broken into several pieces, as if he had been hit by a heavy truck. On the ground, a white card lay quietly. Guan Xiaoqi bent down and gently picked it up. What was depicted on the card was an ancient spear. Its shape was full of traces of time, as if telling of the glory of the past. However, the energy displayed on the card was disappointingly zero. It seemed that the owner of the spear, the skeleton, had exhausted all its power. Although this was just an ordinary white weapon and might not be very useful in battle, it might be able to exchange for some meager resources for Guan Xiaoqi. So, he put the spear card into his backpack without hesitation. Looking at the card in his hand, Guan Xiaoqi's thoughts drifted far away. He recalled the skeleton hut 10 kilometers away that he had seen when he was at the top of the mountain. Could it be that this skeleton came from that mysterious hut? Now that its owner has disappeared, wouldn't the hut be abandoned? Guan Xiaoqi's mind was full of questions, and he decided to find a free time to find the source of the skeleton and uncover the mystery. Chapter 39, Two-Headed Bear and Strange Plants. I must go and check out that hut when I have time. No matter whether the skeleton is the owner of the hut or not, it would be very dangerous if I don't find out that there is a zombie clan so close. Guan Xiaoqi already knew at this time that humans were actually a source of food for the corpse ghosts, and a very nutritious one at that. An inherent contradiction. Just like lions and antelopes, they can't coexist. This skeleton was really poor. He only had one card on his body, and it was a white card. Guan Xiaoqi stood up and continued to move forward, but he was more cautious. I don't know how many days the skeleton has been dead, and whether the thing that attacked it is still there. Guan Xiaoqi had no intention of retreating. Even if I encounter a giant python, I am not powerless to fight. Fortune and wealth must be achieved through risk. No matter how strong it is, it can't be stronger than the giant in the fog. Guan Xiaoqi is very angry now. He feels really uncomfortable when being threatened. He now has a strong desire to become stronger. After walking forward for a few more minutes, I heard a rustling sound under my feet. The leaves in front of me were flying all over the sky, blocking my view. I turned my head to avoid the strong wind in front of me and turned into a dense forest. When the wind died down and the dead leaves fell, Guan Xiaoqi turned around and was startled. The view penetrates some trees. Deep in the misty forest, a strange plant grows quietly. Its leaves are emerald green, yet carry a hint of indescribable weirdness. This green is so eye-catching. Everything around was withered. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but feel an inexplicable panic in his heart. It was winter when all the plants were withering. This plant goes so far against common sense. What is this? Guan Xiaoqi summoned the skeleton warriors immediately, and then they slowly walked towards the plant together. After walking another 10 or so meters, the plant became clearer. On the outside of the plant, you can even see a faint purple halo. Just as Guan Xiaoqi was watching intently and preparing to use the magician's card to identify it, the skeleton warrior turned around suddenly. A metallic friction sound came from his throat, and he swung his axe and started to chop towards something. Guan Xiaoqi turned around suddenly. The leaves were blown away, and a strange two-headed bear jumped out from the dead leaves, about to attack Guan Xiaoqi. Unexpectedly, the skeleton warrior discovered it in advance and rushed forward fiercely. The skeleton warrior raised his axe and chopped hard at the bear's claws. The two-headed bear turned his palm to block the axe. Guan Xiaoqi also became fierce at this time. He rushed forward with a dagger in his hand and stabbed the bear's head. Fear is useless when facing a strong enemy. Guan Xiaoqi has become more like a qualified fighter from being timid at first. Prick. Stab continuously. 3 consecutive stabs. The two-headed bear stood up as tall as a human, more than 2 meters tall. Guan Xiaoqi was not tall enough and could only stab it in the chest. The ice dagger was sharper than the two-headed bear had expected, and it pierced into the two-headed bear effortlessly, causing the two-headed bear to let out an angry wail. 2 claws smashed down towards Guan Xiaoqi's head from the sky. Boom! Most of the bear's abilities come from these claws. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to take it head-on and retreated. Just as the two-headed bear was about to rush over, an axe nearby chopped it down fiercely. It hit the bear's claw accurately. The skeleton warrior is a green card, and this axe is a genuine bronze-level weapon that no flesh and blood can be immune to. Crack! The huge force of the axe struck up the dead leaves around. The two-headed bear's paw was injured. The skeleton warrior was not as strong as the bear, and he retreated 5 or 6 steps. The 2 consecutive attacks were blocked by the skeleton warrior. The two-headed bear became angry and left Guan Xiaoqi behind, using a powerful charge skill to rush towards the skeleton warrior. Guan Xiaoqi's combat awareness was far superior to before. He immediately changed his steps quickly, dodged to the side, and stabbed forward again. The skeleton warrior could have dodged, but he did not. Instead, he held the axe flat and held tight against the giant claws of the two-headed bear. Cracks appeared on the axe, and the skeleton warrior could not withstand such tremendous force and was about to be knocked away. The purpose of the skeleton warrior is clear. This gives Guan Xiaoqi a chance to attack. His dagger is even sharper. Guan Xiaoqi seized the opportunity because when the giant bear was charging, its entire body was stretched out and its 2 heads were right in front of Guan Xiaoqi. Stab, stab repeatedly. 3 stabs in a row. Critical hit. One of the bear's heads was pierced by a dagger, and its brains were gushing out. The giant bear felt pain, and only half of its strength was left to hit the skeleton. The skeleton was knocked back more than 10 meters but was not knocked away. He rubbed his body and rushed up quickly again. Guan Xiaoqi was secretly surprised. Why is this skeleton so fierce today? It wasn't like this before. Looking back, the skeleton's eyes were all red, which showed anger. This is strange. Why did this giant bear provoke this skeleton? Guan Xiaoqi is a ruthless person. He showed no mercy when he saw the bear was injured. He took advantage of your illness to kill you. It was you who took the initiative to attack me, so don't blame me for being cruel. The ice dagger is indeed a sophisticated weapon. Ordinary weapons probably cannot break the bear's defense. The man and the skeleton were fighting in circles. The skeleton warrior was extremely brave and refused to give in. Guan Xiaoqi attacked ruthlessly, and soon the bear was covered with wounds and was obviously dying. If it were a tiger, it would have run away long ago. Tigers are extremely intelligent hunters, and they believe that as long as there is life, there is hope. But the bear has a different personality. He is extremely stubborn and will never give up until he is dead. Even if the enemy escapes, this guy can get so angry that he rams himself into a tree and kill himself. Guan Xiaoqi slid away, dodged the bear's weak paw, and stabbed the two-headed bear's heart with a dagger. Thump! The two-headed bear used up its last bit of strength, and its corpse smashed up all the fallen leaves, sending them flying all over the sky. A strong wind blew, and Guan Xiaoqi retreated several steps and half-crouched on the ground. Just when Guan Xiaoqi was about to check the bear's corpse, the strange plant suddenly began to flash. What happened again? Guan Xiaoqi stared at this strange plant, feeling a little at a loss. Deal with the plant first, it's trying to escape. The voice of Magician Ka appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's mind. Treating plants? What kind of treasure is this? But how should we deal with this plant? Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. He had no experience in dealing with plants at all. Just cut off a branch from it and go back to plant it in your yard. Hurry, it will teleport away soon. The magician's voice was urgent. Find the thinnest spot to cut. This plan is very tough. Okay, got it. Superior. Guan Xiaoqi quickly called out to the skeleton warrior, and then immediately replaced the dagger in his hand with a lumberjack axe. To chop wood, you still need special tools. Even a fine dagger is not as professional as a lumberjack axe. The plant was already in a state between reality and illusion, glowing faintly. Guan Xiaoqi became anxious and jumped up to chop at its smallest branch. When? The palm of my hand shook violently, as if I had hit metal. What kind of plant is this? It's so hard? The skeleton warrior had also rushed over. The two guys had always had a tacit understanding when it came to cutting wood, and they chopped at the same place on the branch in succession. Seeing white marks and cracks appearing on it, the plant panicked and accelerated its escape, and the whole plant became more and more unreal. Cut it for me. Dua, dua, dua. Guan Xiaoqi used all his strength and chopped down hard. I just don't believe it. There was a flash of light, and the plants disappeared. Congratulations, you have reached level 4. Please select attribute points. Does chopping trees also get experience points? Or does the system treat this tree as a monster as well? Guan Xiaoqi didn't have time to pay attention to the system prompt. He was staring at the sky nervously. A small piece of branch slowly fell from the sky. Guan Xiaoqi was about to reach out to catch it when suddenly a tornado arose out of nowhere and instantly blew the branch high into the sky again. Fuck! How can this be possible? Seeing that the strong wind was about to blow the branch away, Guan Xiaoqi went crazy and chased after it. The skeleton warrior followed closely behind. Chapter 40, The Devil's Deal. You really know how to find time. This strange tornado suddenly rose from the ground, carrying the small branch high into the sky. Guan Xiaoqi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was not willing to give up, so he ran wildly underground to chase after it. A snow wolf was looking for food and saw from afar the furious Guan Xiaoqi and the skeleton warrior running wildly with weapons in their hands. The snow wolf was so frightened that it stuck its head into the dead leaves, trembling all over, and muttered to itself, "You can't see me. You can't see me." The habit of the snow wolf is that in the winter when it is icy and snowy, it just burrows into the snow and uses its pure white fur to avoid being chased by ferocious beasts. But it forgot that it had not snowed yet, and with its white fur, it buried its head into the dead leaves, with its snow white but exposed outside, looking extremely conspicuous. Guan Xiaoqi ran past the snow wolf, his eyes fixed on the twig, and really didn't see it. A murderous aura flashed past the snow wolf. In a blink of an eye, he and the skeleton warrior ran away. The snow wolf poked its head out, thinking that it must be the ancestors who blessed it. The two evil stars really didn't see it and ran away in fear. The man and the skeleton just now were really scary to the wolf. There was a bloody smell of killed bears. An enraged Guan Xiaoqi chased after the small branch. The wind was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and the branch was bouncing up and down in the sky, just like a beautiful woman teasing him, but not letting him succeed. How can you bear that? Guan Xiaoqi was running so fast that he almost couldn't breathe. Suddenly he remembered that he had just leveled up, so he quickly clicked an agility point. His body became lighter, and his speed immediately increased by 3 points. After jumping and chasing for more than half an hour, they had unknowingly chased it deep into the woods. The tornado hit a building and broke apart, and the branches slowly fell down. Guan Xiaoqi stopped suddenly. He gasped heavily and looked at the scene in front of him with some fear. One building, one person. The building looks like an airship that landed here temporarily. It is full of cyberpunk mechanical style. You can hear the roar of the steam engine and the sound of gear transmission. Wooden shell with some metal wrapped in some places. A man in a cloak, with his back to Guan Xiaoqi, suddenly reached out to catch a small branch falling from the sky. Then turn around. Ah! Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but exclaimed and quickly gripped the axe. He didn't even have time to change out the dagger. The skeleton warrior, holding an axe in his hand, is also eager to try. This guy has a long pointed mouth like a bird's beak, red eyes, and there is a faint trace of small wings behind his cloak. Isn't this the devil I saw in the copy? No, there is only a devil statue in the copy, but the guy in front of me is the real devil. The devil looked at the branch in his hand and seemed a little surprised. It looked up at Guan Xiaoqi. Its red eyes seemed to contain a ball of fire and a strange power that could shock people. You are human? Guan Xiaoqi felt that he was very brave, as he did not even take a step back. However, his legs were shaking a little, and his speech was not so clear. Ah, yes. You are? The skeleton warrior glanced at Guan Xiaoqi and wondered when did my master become so polite? The guy bowed and performed a noble salute. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know what it was, but he thought it was quite elegant. I didn't know how to respond, so I just smiled foolishly, and that was my response. The devil didn't care and introduced himself. Robin, a devil, a native of this world, and a scientist. Yes, according to your understanding, I am a scientist. The scientist? What does scientist mean? For a moment, Guan Xiaoqi was a little confused about what scientists do, and his mind went blank. Seeing that Guan Xiaoqi didn't understand, Devil Robin explained a little more. Studying cards, studying organisms, and studying various strange substances should be considered a scientist. Or, as you said, my alchemist is almost the same. Devil Robin grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs, each of which gleamed with metallic luster. It's definitely not vegetarian. Guan Xiaoqi's heart was pounding. I thought to myself, maybe he is a scientist who studies what substances to use to kill various creatures in the easiest way, and then makes various creatures into cards? But Guan Xiaoqi showed surprise on his face. Really? Scientist is a noble and great profession for us humans. It is my greatest honor to meet you. I'm so lucky. The skeleton warrior turned his head to the sky and looked at the white clouds in the sky. Such a hypocritical guy must not be my master. Devil Robin is like a gentleman, still smiling, baring his steel fangs, and his red eyes emitting fiery passion. Actually, I don't really understand why the creator teleported you humans and skeletons to us. Of course, I'm not questioning the creator, who is the supreme and great existence. I just think there must be some reasons behind this. I'm a scientist. Robin looked at Guan Xiaoqi and said something a little confusing. Guan Xiaoqi asked, "What do you mean?" Robin smiled. "I am very interested in you alien beings, so I want to make a deal with you." The devil asked seriously, "Do you accept it?" Guan Xiaoqi was shaking with excitement. Doing business with the devil? This was truly the first time. He asked cautiously, "What business? Can you tell me briefly?" Robin said, "It's a very simple deal. I just want you to help me do a long-term survey. I want to know the current living conditions of humans, such as population, cabin upgrades, the status of top humans, what new cards have been invented, and so on. In short, I'm very interested in everything about humans." Robin said gently, "Of course. I won't let you work for me for free. I will pay you." Remuneration? Guan Xiaoqi blinked. Is this to commit adultery? To leak information about humanity to the devil? It sounds exciting. I'm happy to serve you, Guan Xiaoqi said with a smile. There are still 7.8 billion humans left, and 200 million people have died in the past 4 days. The conditions here are too bad. As far as I know, the highest level of the cabin is level 2. The strongest human is unknown, and I've never heard of any new cards. Guan Xiaoqi stared into the devil's eyes. Robin's eyes were focused, and he was obviously memorizing the data. It turns out that this devil doesn't know the system's data. Guan Xiaoqi quickly came to the conclusion that the system would not help the indigenous people. Very good. I like dealing with smart people. Robin laughed and handed the branch in his hand to Guan Xiaoqi. I have no use for this thing. You take it. The branch felt very warm to the touch, and one could even feel a hint of warmth all over the body. This showed the extraordinary nature of the branch, but the devil Robin obviously looked down on this branch. Guan Xiaoqi took the branch he had been chasing after so long, and said in a confused tone, "Is this the reward you gave me?" Robin narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "Of course not. This is your stuff. We devils are reasonable and trustworthy." It felt around in its bosom and pulled out 2 items from somewhere. A booklet, a card. The cards produced by the system are all colored, and different colors represent different levels. For example, green means excellent, blue means excellent, and purple means epic. But the card Robin handed over was gray. In other words, there is no color at all. That is the color of the card material itself. Guan Xiaoqi reached out and took it. Chapter 41, Dark Wizard Enlightenment. A card, a booklet. Communication card. This is a card that can be used for remote communication. You don't need to carry a survival manual. As long as you carry this card, you can communicate with others remotely at any time. Isn't this just an alien version of a smartphone? The technology in the alien world is quite advanced. Opening the old booklet, I saw 5 large, ancient characters on the cover, written in a powerful and vigorous manner. Elementary meditation, the entry-level method of devil magic, teaching elementary meditation techniques, leading you to feel the magic of this world, and exploring how to mobilize the infinite energy flowing between heaven and earth. Ever since Guan Xiaoqi held the ice dagger in his hand, he firmly believed that he was a natural assassin. Whenever the moonlight shone on the blade, reflecting the faint blue, he seemed to hear the whispers of the ancient assassin, tempting him to embark on that secret and deadly path. Now, holding this booklet in his hand, Guan Xiaoqi's heart was stirred again. He wondered if he was destined to embark on another unknown path and become a wizard who controlled the power of darkness. Guan Xiaoqi is a thorough pragmatist and doesn't care what his profession is. Meditation is followed by 2 basic spells, 1 illumination spell and 1 basic healing spell. Lighting spell. With just a thought, a gentle ball of light will be born quietly, accompanying the practitioner's steps, silently illuminating the road ahead. The light ball provides lighting for about 10 meters, which lasts for 1 hour. To cast the spell, an energy stone is required, and 10 points of stamina are consumed. Primary healing spell. It can heal simple injuries and bring some recovery ability to the injured. It requires energy stones to cast the spell and consumes 20 points of physical strength. The Devil's Dark Magic. Lighting? Treatment? Such a strange spell actually relies on energy stones to give it power. Could it be that in this world, magic and science coexist and merge into one at a higher level? Every bit of energy input and output follows the ancient law of conservation of energy. It violated all of Guan Xiaoqi's imagination about the fantasy world. A look of confusion. When Guan Xiaoqi accepted the gift from the devil, Robin smiled, and there seemed to be some unspeakable weirdness hidden in that smile, as if foreshadowing the success of some conspiracy. In the devil's world, once you accept his gift, it means the contract is concluded and no one can go back on it. At this moment, the devil's contract has been formed and no one can escape. He seemed to relax, bowed slightly, and said politely, "In the future, you only need to use that communication card to contact me at any time. I will also pay you the due remuneration through that communicator. I hope our cooperation will be as pleasant as the spring breeze." He paused for a moment, with a searching gleam in his eyes, and asked, "Do you have any other doubts or questions?" Guan Xiaoqi opened his mouth slightly, almost saying no. However, his thoughts suddenly changed, and he let out a long sigh, his expression instantly becoming sad. "I hit it off with you, and I had hoped to work with you." He smiled bitterly, and then said, "However, near where I live, there is a ferocious beast that often roams around. Its shadow is like the scythe of the god of death hanging over my head, making me live in fear every day. I might die one day." The devil just smiled when he heard this. How could he believe Guan Xiaoqi's words of getting to know him at first sight? It was obvious that he was frightened and had to compromise. "It would not be good if the agent I found with so much difficulty died like this." The devil frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "In this case, I will give you 2 more things." He fumbled in his arms for a long time and finally took out 2 stone-like objects. Guan Xiaoqi recognized one of them at a glance. It was the white energy stone he was familiar with. The other is a black stone that exudes a mysterious aura. The 2 stones emitted strange energy fluctuations at the same time, one bright and one dark, echoing each other. The white energy stone contains gentle and stable energy, like a docile stream, flowing gently at your fingertips. The energy in the black stone is violent and difficult to tame, like a wild beast, roaring in the darkness, waiting for the moment to be released. Guan Xiaoqi widened his eyes in astonishment and blurted out, "What is this?" The devil smiled gently and stretched out his palm. 2 shining stones were quietly lying in his palm. He handed them to Guan Xiaoqi gracefully and explained, "One of them is an energy stone. I almost forgot that you are new to this world, and you may not have enough energy stones to practice magic. With this energy stone, you will be able to access some elementary magical secrets, enough for daily defense and self-protection. The other one is a black magic grenade, which is extremely powerful." Guan Xiaoqi carefully took the 2 stones and felt that they seemed to contain endless energy, flowing and beating in his hands. His heart was filled with surprise and expectation. The devil smiled and said, "In this world, there are 2 kinds of power. One is the power of order, which can be shaped into energy stones to provide us with a stable source of energy. The other is the power of chaos, which can only be used to forge magic weapons, such as the grenade in your hand. The power contained in it is extremely violent, so you must use it with caution. Guan Xiaoqi himself had a few energy stones, but he didn't mind having more. He gladly accepted the white energy stone given by the devil and put it in his backpack. He had never seen a magic grenade before, and at this moment, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at it, his heart filled with curiosity and awe. Magic grenade. Throw it out, it will explode after 3 seconds. You'd better stay away from it, it's very dangerous. Remember, for such a magic grenade, the best strategy is to throw it as far as possible. Remember? The farther you throw it, the better. This grenade is actually a bit too dangerous for you. Please use it with caution. Good. Devil Robin's laughter echoed in the night sky, like the eerie cry of an owl, and he said, "Well, it's getting late. I have to go. It's really pleasant to chat with you. You are just like a fellow devil who walked out of the depths of hell." Robin laughed loudly and jumped into his strange airship. The engine roared like a group of angry beasts, and all the mechanical gears turned madly. Steam gushed out of the gaps in the airship, like an angry dragon breathing fire. The airship, like a small moving castle, slowly rose into the air. It rose higher and higher, breaking through the sky. Even the howling wind could not shake it. Soon, it turned into a small black dot in the night sky and finally disappeared behind the distant horizon. Why did he say I look like a devil? Guan Xiaoqi was not satisfied with this comment. He thought, how could he, who was so handsome, look like such an ugly devil? Guan Xiaoqi turned his head and looked at the dazed skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior was just a puppet and did not understand such profound language. He looked up at the sky, as if thinking about some profound philosophical questions. It was a long run, but luckily I finally got the branch. As for the deal with the devil, Guan Xiaoqi didn't care, as long as he could survive. This devil was unexpectedly polite and a good devil. Guan Xiaoqi could feel the terrifying power in the devil's body. He actually talked to him, which was really magical. But, is it really okay to accept a gift from the devil? If it weren't for this magical map card, Guan Xiaoqi would have lost his way in the dense forest. He gently took out the map card and carefully checked every mark, looking for the right path. He returned along the original route, taking every step carefully. The half-hour of chasing the branches seemed like an exciting adventure, but it took more than an hour to get back to the starting point. He recalled his speed at that time, and the feeling of being so fast surprised even himself. When they returned to the original place, the body of the two-headed bear was still on the ground. A snowflake fell from the sky. Guan Xiaoqi stretched out his hand, and snowflakes fell down, melting when they touched the heat on his palm. The first snow in a new world. Winter has finally arrived. Decompose the body of the two-headed bear. Congratulations, you got 10 pieces of bear meat, 1 bear skin, and the blue card Raven Staff. A flash of blue light, it shipped. Except for the card in the secret realm. This Raven Staff card is the first excellent level card Guan Xiaoqi obtained in this new world. Crow Staff. Long-range magic weapon. When fully charged, it can fire 50 magic missiles. The damage of the magic missiles is 10 to 15. The attack speed is 0.5 and the range is 50 meters. Agility +2, perception +2. Staff's own skills. Summon energy crows. Energy crows inherit 80% of the magic properties of the caster. Guan Xiaoqi had already figured out the weapon's properties. A speed of 0.5 meant 0.5 times per second, or 1 missile every 2 seconds, which was much slower than a dagger, but fortunately, it was a long-range attack. He took out the Raven Staff and held it in his hand. A mysterious spell formed in his mind, and Guan Xiaoqi shouted, "Raven!" A crow with black light flew out from the staff and quickly rushed into the distance. Without finding any enemy, it kept circling in the air. In an instant, Guan Xiaoqi understood the spell. Endurance determines physical strength, determines the number and time of summoning. Agility determines the speed of the crow, and perception is the crow's lethality. This crow is not bound to the attributes of the staff, but to its own attributes. So the stronger you are, the stronger this crow will be. Guan Xiaoqi fell in love with this weapon at once. Remote attacks are much safer. Unfortunately, strength has no effect on this weapon, so I added so much strength in vain. Guan Xiaoqi did not feel regretful. After all, cutting trees and mining stones both required strength, and he would use the dagger according to the environment, so it was not like he would not use it at all. Moreover, once the magic bullets of this crow staff are used up, It can also be used as a stick to hit people. That means it is a melee weapon, and its lethality is naturally related to strength. At that time, it would be almost like fighting for life. The bear meat and bear skin were collected. Today, I have completed 3 daily tasks without realizing it and obtained 14 gold coins. There are already 156 gold coins, and only 44 gold coins are needed to upgrade the cabin to level 3. Guan Xiaoqi is looking forward to the performance of the 3rd level cabin. There was still some time left, so Guan Xiaoqi decided to explore the forest deeper again. The snowflakes grew bigger and bigger, fluttering down, dyeing the earth white. Guan Xiaoqi stepped on the snow, a thin layer that was very slippery. The footprints he made were soon covered by the new snow. The traces left by the devil robin in this forest, like his existence, were gradually covered by snowflakes and disappeared silently in the vast snowfield. ##. Chapter 42 Magician. The sky and the earth were pure white, and a strong wind was raging across the wasteland, blowing snowflakes everywhere. After walking not far, Guan Xiaoqi could no longer hold on and hurried out of the forest. On the way back, I deliberately turned to the river, knocked off a large piece of ice, wrapped it in bear skin, and stuffed it into my backpack. Blue Princess backpack is really practical. Although snowflakes are falling from the sky and can be heated and turned into water when they hit the ground, ancient common sense says that the first snow of each winter is the dirtiest and cannot be drunk. Although this is a different world, I think the common sense of physics would not be much different. Guan Xiaoqi thought of the devil again. He could take out things at will. He should have a smaller space equipment, such as a space ring or something. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. That's a real treasure. I only dared to fantasize about it in immortal novels before, but I didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the other world. Someday I'll have one myself. Taking one step deep and one step shallow, I started my journey home. When Guan Xiaoqi arrived at the cabin, the time was exactly 1811. It was still early, so he decided to deal with today's harvest first. Take out the ice cubes, smash them with an axe, and then put them into the wooden barrel. The ice cubes will collide with each other in the barrel, making crisp sounds. Next, take the bear skin and bear meat out of the backpack. Fortunately, it is winter and meat is easy to store. It would be a big trouble if it was summer. However, food is so important that Guan Xiaoqi is still worried that the meat will go bad. So he decided to build a wooden shelf himself. Since there were no nails, he could only cleverly use wood to make several grooves so that the shelf could be firmly stuck. Although this wooden shelf does not look beautiful, even a little ugly in Guan Xiaoqi's eyes, it is an invaluable work of art. He was full of confidence that his craftsmanship was the best in the world. Seeing the wooden shelf standing there steadily, without falling down immediately, his heart was filled with satisfaction and joy. Afterwards, he hung up the python meat and the 2-headed bear meat together and let them dry in the air. Although he didn't know the specific steps of making bacon, he had watched some food shows and knew that only by letting the meat go through the air drying process could it be preserved for a long time. There is water, meat, a strange vegetable called cloud potato, and salt. Coupled with this warm little wooden house, Guan Xiaoqi feels that this kind of life is actually quite special. There are no social engagements here, and you don't have to look at your boss's face. Apart from the uncertainty of life and death, there is no other anxiety. After a few days, Guan Xiaoqi actually began to like this kind of life. It was just that the unknown monster in the fog last night had cast a deep psychological shadow on Guan Xiaoqi. He couldn't tell why, but he felt a strong hostility from the monster, as if it came just for him. However, puzzlingly, the monster did not attack him. Will it come again tonight? Guan Xiaoqi whispered to himself. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know. A little nervous. He didn't know the answer, and this unknown made him feel a little uneasy. He tightened the magic grenade in his hand, which was his only support. As long as the monster was still a flesh and blood body, as long as the power of this magic grenade was equivalent to the grenades on Earth, then he had the confidence to deal with it. I don't want to go out to cut wood anymore. With the bug of the Black Spirit Mine, Guan Xiaoqi can make a profit from the price difference and collect more resources than others. Clean up the room first. It was so messy inside with wood, stones, empty boxes, and a huge sewing machine everywhere. Tidy up the house. He sat quietly at the table and opened the elementary meditation technique. Guan Xiaoqi was an archaeologist and had read a lot of ancient books, many of which contained some basic meditation rules. In ancient times, Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism each had their own unique meditation techniques. and there were some similarities between them. Guan Xiaoqi always scoffed at all of this, thinking it was just some tricks to mystify. Whenever he read these ancient books, he always treated them with a cynical attitude, thinking that the meditation techniques described in them were nothing but empty theories. However, today, when Guan Xiaoqi opened the chapter of this book on elementary meditation in another world, he was surprised to find that the words in the book seemed to be exactly the same as some scriptures he had read before. His eyes wandered between the words and sentences, and an indescribable shock surged in his heart. Could it be that these meditation techniques really hold some unfathomable mysteries? The devil can be a devil, but it is not a real devil. The God can be a god, but it is not a real God. The devil is the origin of heaven and earth. The God is the mother of all things. These words seem to have magical power, and they frightened Guan Xiaoqi so much that his hair stood on end. I quickly browsed through it and quickly turned to the preface. It turned out that these words were just a general outline of the theory, and the specific practice methods were followed. Only the general outline is similar. The actual cultivation method inside is completely different. It also emphasizes the need to sit in deep silence and watch the inner waves slowly subside, so that the mind is like still water without a single ripple. However, in this book, after reaching this ultimate tranquility, practitioners need to actively feel the presence of surrounding energy and learn to mobilize this energy. Guan Xiaoqi decided to give it a try. Sit cross-legged on the straw mat and put aside all distracting thoughts. In less than a moment, I was free of worries, and my mind soon became as clear as a mirror. Everything in the cabin was perceived to have turned into energy bodies, but there were 7 extremely powerful energy bodies that were located in the drawers of the desk. Guan Xiaoqi also immediately understood during meditation that they were 7 energy stones. Try to use the methods in the book to mobilize the energy in these energy stones. With a bang, a ball of light appeared above Guan Xiaoqi's head, jumping around like an elf, and the light instantly illuminated the entire cabin. Guan Xiaoqi was caught off guard and was startled, waking up from his meditation. You have learned the elementary meditation technique and mastered the use of illumination technique. Oh my God! Is it that simple? I thought I had to train hard in the hottest days of winter and the coldest days of summer, build a foundation for 100 days, and complete the elixir in 3 years before I could release a small ball of light. The result is this? Less than an hour later, the system prompted that I had learned it, and there was no need to practice anymore. Isn't this too easy? In this magical world, as long as you have a book, you can immediately become Einstein. He spent a little more time learning some basic healing techniques, which were also very simple. The spells he learned seemed like Guan Xiaoqi was born with some talent, quite magical. After learning the art of meditation, Guan Xiaoqi also saw his physical strength value, which totaled 40 points. Before I knew it, it was 2000 hours again. Night has fallen. The thick fog came back again. The weather was already cold, and the thick fog made the cold even colder. Your snake meat is a great tonic. It's really good stuff. I'm on an island, and there's no such good stuff. Alicia finally got through to Guan Xiaoqi's chat. I still have a lot. Come back for me when you've finished eating. You see elves are in the sea. Is it cold there? Guan Xiaoqi was very curious about Alicia's living environment. It's okay. This might be the tropics where I am. It's around 25 degrees right now, which is actually quite hot. Alicia said. Guan Xiaoqi's curiosity didn't seem to be satisfied, so he continued to ask, "Are there any monsters over there?" Alicia chuckled and responded, "Are you talking about those in the sea? There are indeed some mutated fish that are ferocious and scary. However, they're not a threat to me. I've almost cleared out all the monsters within 10 miles. Guan Xiaoqi shook his head helplessly after hearing this and said with a smile, "It seems that you are the real monster." Hearing this, Alicia laughed even more happily, and her laughter was as free and unrestrained as the sea breeze. "Are there no monsters approaching your cabin in the thick fog at night?" Guan Xiaoqi still didn't give up. "No, the fog here isn't too thick at night. There's a little more moisture, and occasionally some seabirds fly over, and they're all very gentle." Alicia smiled and said, "In fact, I occasionally go for a walk on the island at night. It's not that dangerous. You elves, are you here for vacation?" Guan Xiaoqi felt a little jealous after hearing this. He glanced at the elf woman in front of him and muttered to himself. Of course, it's not directed at Alicia personally, but how could the elves do this? Humans and ghouls fight to the death on this continent, but it seems that the elves don't participate at all. There are no cold waves, no monsters, and superb martial arts? Occasionally go to a dungeon to make some money. What is this? VIP? Guan Xiaoqi was confused. Does the system show special care for certain groups? Just as Guan Xiaoqi was pondering this question in his heart, Magician Ka seemed to sense his doubts and responded softly. Suspicion is useless. The system is fair and impartial. It just follows the established rules and operates silently. As for the elves, they exist in this world for a different reason. They are neither you humans, nor those cold and gloomy corpse ghosts. Their uniqueness comes from the ancient contract and secrets, not what you think. Guan Xiaoqi raised a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. What you mean is that they are distinguished guests, and we are just insignificant little characters here? The magician did not respond immediately, but remained silent, as if he agreed with Guan Xiaoqi's interpretation. Chapter 43, Evergreen Tree. Zhu Yunshan had been calling him for a while. Guan Xiaoqi opened Zhu Yunshan's private chat. Zhu Yunshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He waved the mineral sample in his hand and shouted eagerly, boss, come and take a look at this. I have a new discovery." The gem in his hand was like a burning fireball, crystal clear, shining, and emitting indescribable power. "Hey, where did you find it?" "It's right next to my cabin. You won't believe it if I tell you. It's only 10 steps away. The stone is hidden under a sand dune. I followed your advice and searched everywhere. Finally, I found an incredible phenomenon. As long as I stay away from the cabin, the cold air around me becomes more and more oppressive. But once I get closer to the cabin, warmth comes quietly. So I decided to explore around the hut carefully. Inadvertently, I touched a sand dune which was incredibly hot, like a hot potato. I was curious and dug carefully. Gradually, a piece of unusual ore appeared in front of me. This should be a good thing, right? Zhu Yunshan was so excited that he finished speaking in one breath. Guan Xiaoqi also found it strange. "Send one over here for me to see first." Zhu Yunshan immediately sent one over. Guan Xiaoqi held the red stone in his hand. It felt warm. Because he had practiced meditation, he could clearly feel a breath of energy in the stone. Energy stone? But isn't the energy here a little too weak? Guan Xiaoqi was a little unsure. I used the magician card to identify it again. Natural energy stone can be extracted from this ore. This is an extremely important ore that can provide basic energy. Smelting the ore into natural energy stone requires smelting skills. Frowning, Guan Xiaoqi felt something was wrong. He suddenly opened a drawer and took out a white energy stone from it. This is the energy stone dropped in the dungeon. Energy stone normal. This energy stone obtained from the copy does not have the word natural in its name. The energy it contains is extremely strong, at least 10 times that of this natural energy, or through the window, the eye of Sauron outside was still on guard in the yard, and it didn't look like it had run out of energy at all. It turns out that the energy stones I brought out from the copy are completely different from the energy stones outside. No way. Are there big differences between energy stones and natural energy stones? Guan Xiaoqi was trembling a little, with a strange intuition that there might be a huge secret hidden in this. Suppress the anxiety in your heart. Guan Xiaoqi handed the natural energy ore back to Zhu Yunshan. "Brother, congratulations. You have made a fortune. This is a natural energy ore with a very high price. You may no longer need to dig for black spirits. The price of this ore is much higher than that of black spirits." Guan Xiaoqi privately did not want to tell Zhu Yunshan about this, but this kind of thing could not be concealed at all. There were many people who could identify it, and sooner or later he would know the value of this ore. Zhu Yunshan was not stupid and remained silent for a long time. "Boss, that black spirit..." Guan Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Speaking of selfish motives, I naturally hope that you will continue to collect black spirits. But after careful consideration, that kind of, or may be the most valuable pursuit for you. This kind of, or is urgently needed in the market and does not need to be transferred by Guan Xiaoqi. We are all smart people, and we all understand it once it is explained." "Boss!" Zhu Yunshan didn't know what to say. He silently put all the 180 black spirits he collected today into the trading channel. "Boss, I remember you saved my life. These black spirits are just my small token of thanks." Guan Xiaoqi saw this and a smile flashed in his eyes, but he was also a little helpless. "Brother, you really don't have to do this. When I saved you, it was just a matter of convenience. It was a fair deal between us, and we both gained something. I didn't expect anything in return from you. These black spirits still follow the old rules. Guan Xiaoqi took out 360 pieces of wood and traded the black spirit to him. Today, we are still trading, just treat it as the last transaction. This is good. Zhu Yinshan hesitated for a long time. Brother, you gave me the chance to be reborn. Logically, I should continue to dig out the black spirit for you. But people are always greedy. I also want to develop, not just live a lingering life. This guy is a real person and not hypocritical. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help laughing. Life, after all, is nothing more than a bustling pursuit of interests, where there's so many romantic things and love affairs. If you really remember my kindness, then remember this. If I need your rare natural energy or in the future, as long as the price is fair, you are willing to sell it to me first, then I, Guan Xiaoqi, will accept your favor. Zhu Yinshan's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was choked with sobs. Boss, if you put it that way, if you really need that kind of ore, I'm willing to give you a discount. Guan Xiaoqi shook his head gently, with a faint smile on his lips. Yinshan, I appreciate your kindness. But I don't need your discount, just guarantee that I have the right of first refusal. You know, a business that loses money will not last long. If you think about taking advantage all day long, you will never become a real big businessman. No need to talk anymore. Go find a buyer. I have something important to do. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Guan Xiaoqi closed the private chat, feeling no regrets. Although he had saved Zhu Yinshan, the Black Spirit also brought him a huge early advantage. Just mutual benefit. It's just a simple business. In this horrible world, there is no humanity. He pulled a twig from his backpack. The twig was full of vitality, lush green, and emitting a faint purple light. This was a precious little piece that Guan Xiaoqi had cut with great effort. If it weren't for the pursuit of this mysterious twig, he might never have met the devil. Who knows right from wrong, fortune from misfortune. Evergreen tree branches. The most vigorous plant, not afraid of severe cold or heat. Even a branch, if inserted into the soil, can sprout again and grow into a new evergreen tree. In the area covered by the evergreen tree, crops can be planted regardless of the season. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly remembered a treasure he saw on the internet yesterday. That thing had been exposed to the sun for a long time. It was called Light Shield, and it could also allow plants to be grown regardless of the season. But there is a big difference between the two treasures. The Light Shield has defensive functions, but the evergreen tree does not. However, the evergreen tree is a natural plant, so it does not require energy stones to activate it. This is another huge advantage of the evergreen tree. Holding evergreen branches, Guan Xiaoqi arrived in the yard. Snowflakes fell gently in the night sky. Although there were not many of them, they had covered the yard with a layer of white-silver gauze, making the surrounding thick fog seem softer. Guan Xiaoqi took out the ice dagger and gently dug a hole in the hard ground covered with ice and snow. He followed the instructions and carefully inserted the branch of the evergreen tree into the soil, and then fixed it with crushed soil. He couldn't help but wonder if it was really that simple, just inserting the branch, it would grow. But he still chose to believe it. After all, this mysterious evergreen branch might really have incredible power. In the hazy night, the evergreen tree quietly releases soft purple light, like a mysterious guardian, spreading warm breath to the surroundings. As the purple light spread, warmth spread from the branches to the surroundings, and the first to feel the warmth was the frozen soil around it. The frozen soil gradually softened, becoming soft and elastic. As the snow melted, the evergreen trees greedily absorbed water and nutrients. As time went by, the warmth gradually spread, and the snow in the yard melted without anyone noticing. The melting area continued to expand, with the evergreen tree as the center, and the land within a 10-meter radius was bathed in this warmth. Guan Xiaoqi's yard is just a small yard of 6 by 10 meters, which means that the entire yard is covered by the saplings. The snowflakes falling from the sky turned into rain while still in the air as soon as they entered the yard. The whole yard seemed like spring, with the drizzle falling continuously. Guan Xiaoqi was very happy. He still had 10 seeds of ice corn. Before, because the season was not right, he could only watch them sleeping in the drawer. Now, the time was finally ripe, and he could finally sow the seeds. Just as he turned around and was about to go back to get the seeds, a burst of urgent alarm suddenly rang through the sky. Beep! 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 The eye of Sauron on the Arrow Tower suddenly opened, like a beast suddenly awakening. It shot out a strong light, shining into the fog. Guan Xiaoqi slowly turned around and stared at the rolling fog in front of him. He could clearly feel the earth shaking. As the roaring footsteps gradually approached, Guan Xiaoqi's heart rose to his throat. He knew that the monster from yesterday had come again today. Chapter 44 Second Meeting. For some reason, after the shock of the first night, Guan Xiaoqi was not panicked the second time he faced this giant creature. He stared into the fog. Call out! An arrow of light shot out, and small animals attacked the wall again. There was a mournful cry from outside the wall. Guan Xiaoqi remained unmoved. It seemed that for some reason, this giant creature could not attack him directly, but instead drove some small animals to die. Or was it that the giant was being overly cautious and was testing the cabin's defenses? Guan Xiaoqi felt that it was really unnecessary. A monster of this size could probably crush him with one foot. The wall of the cabin was just a wooden fence. Was there any need to test it? Maybe I'm overthinking it. This monster just can't actively attack itself. He smiled. Guan Xiaoqi ignored it and went back to the room to take out the seeds of ice corn, which were the size of eggs. He took them out again and still felt surprised. Could it be that although the name of this ice corn is similar to the corn on Earth, it is actually not the same type of plant at all? Never mind. Just plant it first, and you'll know when it grows. Guan Xiaoqi had done some farm work. Not much, but burying the seeds was simple, and he knew it. The worst that happened was that the harvest was not good, so he would learn slowly in the future. The ground in the yard is wet. Although it is snowing outside, the snow turns into rain when it falls. The red soil has a high sand content and may not be particularly suitable for growing crops. Fortunately, this kind of soil has good water permeability, and the yard is not muddy. Guan Xiaoqi used a dagger to dig 10 holes along the wall and buried 10 seeds in them. It's drizzling, so I don't have to water the plants specially. That's great. The huge monster watched Guan Xiaoqi's every move and breathed heavily from his mouth, spraying thick fog into the yard. The giant was very close. Its head was probably just outside the courtyard gate. Judging from the position of the mist it was spraying, the giant was at least 4 meters tall, the size of a mammoth. The two-headed bear we encountered before was not even a baby in front of this giant. It took me more than an hour to plant all the seeds. The monster hasn't left yet. Guan Xiaoqi stood up, holding his waist, and suddenly shouted into the mist. You are such a big guy. If I kill you, will a purple card drop? Ah! Boom, boom! The earth shook. Guan Xiaoqi rubbed his nose. Huh, this guy seems to understand what people say? Or do you simply feel that you despise it? Crackle. The health of the courtyard wall began to drop rapidly, and another group of small animals began to attack the wall. The monster became angry and drove the small animals to attack the cabin. Guan Xiaoqi simply walked to the door and opened the gate of his own yard. Several gray wolves rushed in from outside. The arrow tower shot out light arrows, making a whoosh whistle sound. A blue light flashed, and a gray wolf was pierced by the light arrow. The gray wolf was still very tenacious and did not die. It limped over with a grin. Guan Xiaoqi put away the dagger. Take out the raven staff. Shoot! A magic missile shot out from the crow's staff, drew an arc in the air, and accurately hit the gray wolf's head. One of the gray wolf's eyes was shot and injured. The huge explosive force bounced the gray wolf several steps away. 2 more gray wolves rushed over from behind. Guan Xiaoqi shouted, Summon the crows. After consuming 20 points of physical strength, a crow with a black glow made an unpleasant sound and flew out from the staff. The crow was huge, with a wingspan of more than 1 meter, and a sharp beak like a sharp knife. As soon as the crow flew out, it flew towards the gray wolf. The leading gray wolf screamed, and a bloody hole was pecked on its head. The arrow tower continuously shot out blue light arrows. After Guan Xiaoqi summoned the crows, it continued to release magic missiles. These magic missiles were different from what Guan Xiaoqi expected. Each one was the size of a football and caused explosive damage when it flew out. If you're talking about instant damage, it's definitely not as good as the ice dagger. The ice dagger is so fast that in the time it takes to release a magic missile, the dagger can already stab out 6 or 7 times. But fortunately, this thing is a long-range attack. It's safe. It sounds complicated, but it actually didn't take long, and the bodies of 4 gray wolves were lying on the ground. Only then did Guan Xiaoqi truly feel that he was no longer an ordinary person. He never thought that he could now kill 4 gray wolves easily. Even the gray wolves couldn't get to him. Of course, 3 of them were shot dead by the arrow tower. Most of them were bitten to death by crows, and the remaining half was killed by his own magic missile. The effort comes from everyone, but the credit belongs to you alone. The monster no longer drove the animals in to die. Instead, it disappeared into the thick fog and slowly left. Is it just a warning? Guan Xiaoqi closed the gate and looked at the 4 gray wolf corpses on the ground, thoughtfully. After dissecting 4 wolves, they obtained a lot of wolf meat, as much as 30 pieces. However, the wolf meat was much smaller than the python meat and the 2-headed bear meat. 1 piece of wolf meat was less than half a pound. They are all food for the winter. Guan Xiaoqi took them all and hung them on the shelf he made himself. There are also 3 white cards and a white wooden box. Hey. It turns out that wild beasts can also drop treasure chests. White cart card can summon a cart, which is the simplest means of transportation. White rattan chair card, a very soft rattan chair that can be used for outdoor rest or at home. White umbrella card. I guess you must like this card on rainy days. It can summon a very sturdy umbrella. A magical set of 3 daily necessities cards. Guan Xiaoqi had only received weapons before, but when he saw these cards, he realized that the most basic daily necessities could also be turned into cards. Will there be cards of tanks and fighter jets in the future? Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but start a daydream again. If there is no tank, a car will do, or a motorcycle will be nice too. Summoning the rattan chair makes it look very elegant and classy. Guan Xiaoqi sat on it. It was much more comfortable than the wooden stool in front of the desk before. It felt great. There was a drizzle in the sky. Summon the umbrella again. Guan Xiaoqi sat in the yard at night, holding an umbrella, sitting on a rattan chair, watching the black fog rolling outside the yard. This feeling, achoo! I felt a chill because the gate to the yard was open and black fog kept pouring in. The yard was getting colder and colder, and the vinca trees couldn't withstand so much black fog. The snow that had been melted by the evergreen trees froze again, forming an ice surface that continued to extend. Guan Xiaoqi jumped up from the rattan chair and ran over to close the gate. But you can't get sick. If you catch a cold, it will be bad. There is also a white wooden treasure chest at the end. When this treasure chest was opened, only 1 item dropped. Smelting scroll. Learn the smelting skill. This skill can double your mining ability and give you the ability to smelt ore. Using this skill requires a smelting furnace. Learning this skill requires 100 gold coins. Another skill scroll. Guan Xiaoqi vaguely felt that the fact that he got the skill scroll in the first wooden box might not be luck, but that it was probably set up that way. Chapter 45 Gold Coin Trading. The white wooden box should contain scrolls containing many life skills. This setting may seem outrageous at first glance, but it is reasonable if you think about it carefully. After all, everyone must first have a job to make a living. Therefore, workbenches and life scrolls should not be rare items. The only thing is that the learning cost is a bit high. It costs 100 gold coins to learn a basic life skill, and that's a basic skill. How many gold coins will it take to learn an intermediate or advanced skill? Return to your cabin. Let the skeleton warrior sell all the black spirits and get 900 stones. After looking at my own resources, I found that wood was running out and stones were overflowing. 43 wood, 2446 stone, 156 gold. The wood used in recent transactions has been almost used up. The little bit of wood that was stockpiled before may not be enough even for burning in a few days. In the market now, 1 stone can be traded for 2 pieces of wood, but Guan Xiaoqi has no plans to sell the stone. Quarrying is too troublesome. Logging is easier. In particular, there's a walnut forest nearby, and you can collect some special wood. Wait a few days and see if anyone needs it. Maybe you can make a small profit. At this stage, everyone is struggling to survive. The demand for materials like walnut wood that improve the quality of life is extremely low, and Guan Xiaoqi is not interested in promoting it. He was not worried about not having enough wood. He now had a green logging axe, and with the help of the skeleton warrior, they could quickly replenish their stock. The main problem was that gold coins were too scarce. The big guy outside the house was really scary, so Guan Xiaoqi wanted to raise his wooden house urgently, and it would be best if he could upgrade it tomorrow. The only thing missing is gold coins. Back in the cabin, Guan Xiaoqi dried his clothes in front of the fireplace and felt refreshed all over. Then I replaced the small wooden stool with a rattan chair. In the room, including in the yard, these card summons can exist permanently and automatically restore energy. Alchemy seems to be about making cards. Guan Xiaoqi was very envious. When I become a master of alchemy one day, I will turn the cabin into a card and put it wherever I go. Ha! Guan Xiaoqi didn't know if it would work, but after thinking about it, He thought there shouldn't be any problem. Open the survival manual. The atmosphere in the forum is bad. Almost everyone is complaining. The weather is getting colder and colder. I can't go out without warm clothes. It's really difficult. Let me tell you, today one of my buddies wanted to level up, so he went out to chop trees in a single layer of clothing. He developed a high fever in the afternoon and was offline in the evening. Offline? What does that mean? Did we enter a game? The one above. Is there a possibility that being offline means dying? Ah. I learned tailoring skills and planned to make a fortune by making clothes, but it turned out that I couldn't buy cloth and cotton at all. It was such a rip-off. You are such a rich guy. Learning a skill costs 100 gold coins. I have cotton seeds, but they say we can't plant them this season. Oh, it's so hard. I say, forget about the cold. I went out today and saw a gray wolf. I was so scared that I ran back to the cabin. This world is too scary. There are such ferocious wild animals everywhere. Kill the gray wolf to get meat and possibly a treasure chest, you wimp. Go ahead if you dare. I won't dare to do that anyway. I killed a rabbit and a treasure chest dropped. Ha! I dare to kill rabbits. They were all meaningless chats. Guan Xiaoqi closed the chat channel and opened the trading channel to search for gold coin-related transactions. The daily tasks have just begun, and now everyone has just had gold coins in their hands. Most people are unwilling to trade, but there are always a few people who really have no choice, or are sick, or hungry and cold, and they also take out gold coins to buy things. The gold coins with the lowest bid were sold out in seconds, and Guan Xiaoqi's hands were not fast enough to grab them. A lot of the high prices are just bullshit. Do you have a roasted whole lamb? I'll buy it for 1 gold coin. Why don't you go, Rob? +1. +1. There were a bunch of contemptuous messages following, and the seller actually replied to these messages. I don't dare to rob. I'm a coward. After filtering out these junk information, Guan Xiaoqi specifically looks for food-related needs. Nowadays, people are willing to spend gold coins either to buy food or warm things, but the problem is that they don't have many warm things. My biggest advantage is that I kill a lot of animals, so the meat content is extremely high. Many people have no food, especially those with poor physical fitness. It is hard to say whether they will think of using gold coins to buy meat. Just about to search for meat trade by category. Suddenly, a new gold coin transaction request popped up. Urgent. 50 gold coins to buy an energy stone. Guan Xiaoqi was quite excited. He had 8 energy stones in total, one of which was given by the devil, 7 were obtained from the copy, and even one was an excellent level energy stone. After Guan Xiaoqi learned meditation, he could clearly feel the difference in energy in the energy stones. Excellent grade energy stone, 10 times more powerful than ordinary energy stone. However, his energy stone seemed to be different from the energy stones in this world. Guan Xiaoqi's heart moved. Today, the devil gave him an energy stone. He didn't look at it carefully at that time, so he didn't know whether it was a natural energy stone or a high-energy stone. After opening the drawer and rummaging through it for a long time, Guan Xiaoqi was disappointed. He couldn't tell the difference at all. In other words, the energy stone given by the devil today was not a natural energy stone, but a high-energy stone. The devil statues in the dungeon and the devil himself all use high-energy stones, so there might be some connection between them. After hesitating for a moment, Guan Xiaoqi skipped the deal. People who come from the industrial world certainly know the importance of energy and are unwilling to trade it easily. Moreover, their own high-energy stones seem a little special. I searched 2 keywords again. One was meat, and the other was gold coins. Some transactions popped up one after another. After filtering out the spam messages, Guan Xiaoqi actually found a few people who were sincere in using gold coins to buy meat. Looking to buy a piece of meat? Any kind, 2 gold coins. Buying meat in bulk, 1 gold coin per piece, half a pound per piece. Don't fool me with half a pound of meat. A normal person can get 6 gold coins a day. Some can get more than 10, and the extremely special ones can only get about 20. They also have to upgrade their cabins and life skills, so it is impossible for them to have any left over. Some people who buy meat now really can't hold on any longer, while others are simply greedy and can't stand not having meat. The default size of a piece of meat in the trading channel is half a pound. Meat like my python meat or 2-headed bear meat are both large pieces of 2 kilograms, but no one trades them at all. There are only a very small number of people who can hunt large animals. Let's wait and see. I didn't rush to place an order, but just casually flipped through the transaction information. Suddenly, a message popped up. I need a piece of roasted meat, the kind with energy. Don't fool me with ordinary meat. I want to try it before buying it. If it's suitable, I will buy this kind of meat at a high price with gold coins. The message didn't even include a price. Meat with energy? The first thing Guan Xiaoqi thought of was python meat, the python that gave birth to the inner elixir. After eating its meat, a warm current would rise from the dantian. Could it be that she was referring to this kind of meat? What does she want with this meat? Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 46, Energy Meat. I looked at the name, and it was a girl named Wudan. Added private chat. Hello. I heard that you buy meat with energy. I have a kind of strange meat on hand. I wonder if it is what you need. Guan Xiaoqi waited for a while, and Wudan quickly replied, Do you really have it? A tone of distrust. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. I'll give you a small piece, you can try it first. Guan Xiaoqi roasted a few strips of python meat in the morning, cut a small piece with a dagger, and sent it over through the trading channel. Wudan received it with half belief and half doubt. To be honest, she just sent a message online to try it out casually, and didn't really believe that anyone could get the energy meat at this time. About 10 minutes later, how are you going to sell this meat? Guan Xiaoqi's heart moved. There is a way. It seems that this python meat really has power. You said you wanted to buy it at a high price. Just name a price. I want to hear what the high price is. You should make the first offer. You're the seller. Please, please. Guan Xiaoqi was very troubled. It was obvious at first glance that this girl was not a straightforward person. She didn't dare to make an offer because she wanted to take advantage of him and was sorry for her gold coins. Forget it. Since she is a girl, I will name the price. How much is a good price? I just checked the forum. An ordinary meat costs about 2 to 4 gold coins per pound. It is reasonable for the price of meat with energy to double. It can also keep you warm and increase your strength. Although it only lasts for a few hours, it may save your life at a critical moment. Guan Xiaoqi thought about it and offered a price. 10 gold coins per pound. Do you want to buy it? 10 gold coins? Isn't that too expensive? Can it be cheaper? Guan Xiaoqi felt a headache again. He was not the type to bargain. He thought that the meat might have other uses, so he decided whether to buy it or not. Guan Xiaoqi was a little impatient. This is the lowest price. It can't be cheaper. If you don't want to buy it, forget it. The girl is still confused. Guan Xiaoqi was also a little confused, so he waited for a while, and suddenly the system issued a new announcement. Cold current alert. 3 days from now, a very strong cold current will invade the new world. Please prepare for the cold weather. During the last 3 days of the newcomer protection period, a bronze treasure chest will be distributed every day, which mainly contains cold-resistant items. At midnight 3 days from now, the newcomer protection period will end, and you will face this real world. I wish you good luck. Guan Xiaoqi was startled. What? Are the first 7 days the protection period for new members? He suddenly realized why the huge and terrifying monster was lingering in front of his door late at night, instead of directly attacking his cabin. It seems that I am now protected by the system, and only small animals can attack my wooden house. 3 days later, when the protection period is over, will it come? Guan Xiaoqi's face was uncertain, and the desire to upgrade quickly became stronger. He thought to himself, forget it. Even if it's cheaper, I'll upgrade it quickly and see what new defense facilities the level 3 cabin has. When he made up his mind and was about to speak, Wudan on the other side was even more anxious than him and suddenly sent a message. Okay, then 10 gold coins per pound. I want as many as you have. Guan Xiaoqi. Fortunately, I am quite modest and speak a little slower. As the ancients said, noble people speak slowly, and they are not deceiving me. Guan Xiaoqi said, How much do you want? It depends on your needs. I will keep some for myself. This thing can keep me warm. Wudan was a little incredulous. You just use this thing to keep warm? Guan Xiaoqi asked curiously. If you don't use it to keep warm, then what do you buy this meat for? Wudan didn't say anything. Perhaps he realized that he had said too much, so he changed the subject. I need as much as possible, but at least 2 kilograms. Guan Xiaoqi's heart moved. This girl is quite rich. 2 kilograms is 4 caddies, which is 40 gold coins. Most people nowadays don't have so many gold coins. This girl must have had some other adventure. Guan Xiaoqi thought for a moment and said, I don't have that much, so I can only sell you 2 kilograms. Wu Danqi said happily. That's fine, it's enough. The two people traded directly. Guan Xiaoqi received 40 gold coins and traded a piece of python meat. Guan Xiaoqi never thought that his python meat was worth so much money. I felt a little bad that I ate 1 piece as a snack, so I gave 2 to Alicia. Oh my God! Don't you know this? But from what the girl said, It seemed that the meat had other uses, so Guan Xiaoqi was cautious and didn't sell more. Wait until the transaction is completed. Guan Xiaoqi asked curiously. If you don't buy this kind of meat to keep warm, what is the use of it? Wu Dan traded for python meat and was in a good mood. This is my secret, I can't tell you. Guan Xiaoqi thought for a moment and said, how about this if you tell me this secret? I will give you another piece of this kind of meat. I roasted it this morning, and that's the part you ate. There's probably about 300 grams left. Well, is that so? Apparently Guan Xiaoqi's request was a bit confusing for Wu Dan. Guan Xiaoqi smiled and said, I'm just curious. I don't know where you are, and I can't pose any threat to you. You may have some adventures, but I'm sure you're not the only one who has had adventures, right? Sooner or later, your secrets will be told by others, right? Wu Dan curled his lips and said, aren't you afraid that I will deceive you? Guan Xiaoqi laughed. I don't think you'd ruin your reputation by cheating for such a small matter. Besides, I'm just cheating you for a few pounds of meat. I don't care. Wu Dan thought about it and was still envious of the roasted energy meat in Guan Xiaoqi's hand. So he quickly typed, I'm telling you now, don't tell anyone else. I got a cultivation card that could be used to practice the skills of this world, and I need this meat to replenish energy and lay the foundation. Practice cards? Technique? Yes, this technique can generate energy for people. It can not only keep you warm, but also improve your combat ability. Have you seen the wild beasts in the wild? Once I learned this technique, I can easily kill those ferocious beasts. Guan Xiaoqi said, oh, that's it? I thought it was a big secret. I actually have the technique you mentioned, but it doesn't require eating meat to practice. You have it too? Why? You don't believe it? Wu Dan looked at the python meat in his hand and suddenly realized that if the man in front of him was not powerful, where did he get the python meat? It is said that only pythons that have practiced cultivation have energy. Please give me more advice in the future. Once Wu Dan understood this, he immediately became polite and full of respect for the strong. This chick is so damn realistic. You're welcome. Bye. We'll trade again if we have something good later. After closing the private chat, Guan Xiaoqi now has exactly 196 gold coins in his hand. He is no longer in a hurry. If he just completes 2 daily tasks tomorrow, it will be enough to upgrade. What he mainly lacks now is wood. He will go to cut wood with the skeleton warrior tomorrow. It will be quick. Guan Xiaoqi was closing the survival manual and preparing to rest. A green light appeared in the house, and a bronze treasure chest appeared next to the fireplace. This is a treasure chest given by the system. It is the last 3 days of the newbie protection period. There is 1 treasure chest every day, and most of the items inside are related to heating. What could it be? Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 47. Continue logging. Guan Xiaoqi opened the treasure chest. 3 items fell out, a blue light flashed, and Guan Xiaoqi's eyes suddenly lit up. The goods were delivered. A blue card appeared in Guan Xiaoqi's hand. Women's flower hat card. Excellent, a very beautiful flower hat with a green background and red flowers. Wearing this hat can increase your stamina by 2. Fuck you, you idiot. Guan Xiaoqi looked unhappy. This hat was actually okay. After all, it added 2 points of endurance, but why was it a women's flowery hat? Or the most rustic one with a green background and red flowers? Green hat? Well, there are red flowers embroidered on it, and the green isn't very pure. Put the cards away. The second item is also a card, a green card. Summon a fairy. Excellent summons a flying fairy to fight for you. Its attack power is limited, but it can release magic bullets and perform long-range magic attacks. This card is good, and is at the same level as Skeleton Warrior. However, Skeleton Warrior is a defective card, while this card is intact and its combat power should be stronger than Skeleton Warrior. The third one is a white heating object. Thin quilt. This quilt is relatively thin with some cotton inside, but not much, and can be used to keep warm. This white quilt is pretty good. It does feel a bit thin, and the quality is average. If you spread it directly on the ground, it will still be a bit cold. But Guan Xiaoqi has a straw mat, so he can use this quilt to pad it, so it should be enough. He spread the quilt on the straw mat and covered it with a blanket. It seemed quite comfortable. It is said that the probability of warm items has increased significantly. I just dropped a white warm item. If you insist, green hat also counts. Many people began to show off their various warm items online, but Guan Xiaoqi was not interested in that and simply closed the survival manual. Sleep. Let's go logging with the Skeleton Warrior tomorrow and try to upgrade the cabin. Sleeping in clothes was very uncomfortable, So for the first time, Guan Xiaoqi had a straw mat, a quilt, and a blanket. Happy little days are coming. He took off his coat and covered himself with the blanket with his backhand. A lot warmer. Life is getting better day by day, if there weren't that terrifying monster outside. He was so tired that as soon as his head touched the straw mat, Guan Xiaoqi fell asleep, sleeping soundly. The next morning, Guan Xiaoqi stretched, turned his head, yawned, and got up. For the first time, he felt refreshed and his sleep quality improved several times. It's not easy to get a good night's sleep. New World Calendar. Year 1, Month 5, 6 a.m. Today's weather. Moderate wind. Temperature. -15 degrees Celsius. The weather is cold, so please keep warm and be careful of catching a cold. The temperature is lower, but the wind is a little lighter, which is perfect for logging. After eating some of the leftover roasted python meat from yesterday, he felt hot all over, picked up the axe, and pushed open the door. The 10 ice corn seeds in the corner of the wall have sprouted overnight, and they are emerald green, just like spring has come. The evergreen tree seemed to have begun to adapt to the yard and was taking root in the soil underground. Plants in this world grow too fast. But think about it again, the forest outside can lose all its leaves overnight, and it goes directly from summer to winter. It makes sense that the plants here grow faster. Did not accept today's daily tasks. Guan Xiaoqi found that this daily task is actually very user-friendly, and you can take on other tasks after you have completed it. Just take the task that you can complete. Pushing open the gate and leaving the shelter of the cabin and the evergreen tree, a gust of cold air blew in my face. The temperature was more than 10 degrees below zero, and the wind was biting. Walking on the road to the woods. Although Guan Xiaoqi was wearing relatively thick clothes, he still felt a chill on his hands. Frozen hands, frozen nose, frozen ears. After struggling for several times, Guan Xiaoqi thought, no one will see it anyway, so what's wrong with me wearing a small flower hat? He gritted his teeth, took out a small flower hat with a green background, and put it on his head. A warm current flows down from the hat, which itself can block some of the cold wind. In addition, the hat also adds 2 points of endurance, and endurance itself can enhance resistance, including the ability to keep out the cold. Plus the python meat I had in the morning. My whole body finally felt warm. Feeling happy, Guan Xiaoqi strode to the walnut forest not far away. There are more than 100 walnut trees here. Guan Xiaoqi was about to cut down some wood when he suddenly had an idea and thought, I need to upgrade today, so I just need ordinary wood. I'd better keep this walnut forest. Maybe it will be useful if I want to make furniture someday. Looking around, about 50 meters away, there is an ordinary grove of trees. It didn't matter if he took a few steps, Guan Xiaoqi simply ran to the grove next door to cut wood. After summoning the skeleton warriors, the two guys cooperated very well. With your axe, I chopped down the trees in the grove one by one. The efficiency was much higher than before. Excellent felling axe, very efficient when used for the first time, plus 2 guys are chopping together. It is equivalent to chopping wood with 2 excellent axes together. Originally, Guan Xiaoqi planned to go and take a look at the cabin 10 kilometers away, but after thinking about it, he decided that the monster in the thick fog was more terrifying, so he had to prioritize upgrading his own cabin. Otherwise, when the newcomer protection period ends, the monster will kick over his own cabin, which will be a real joke. With the pressure of survival, Guan Xiaoqi worked even harder. The wind is a little weaker than yesterday, and it hasn't snowed yet, so it's a good time to go logging. As soon as he started exercising, his whole body began to steam. 10 degrees below zero was no big deal at all. Guan Xiaoqi even had sweat on his forehead. Wearing a small flower hat, working enthusiastically, and feeling good. They shouted work songs and sang them loudly with extremely unpleasant voices. The crows flying in the sky flapped their wings and almost fell from the sky, and they all took detours. It's so scary. What kind of devil's voice is this? Could he be the guy who made a deal with the devil? Our crows sing better. Let's stay away. We worked for more than 4 hours in the morning and cut down a total of 673 pieces of wood. Guan Xiaoqi took out the cart card, loaded the wood onto the cart, and pushed the cart back to his cabin with brisk steps. Now that there are more and more basic supplies, the room is too messy, so Guan Xiaoqi directly piles the wood in the yard and carefully stacks the wood into piles, which are neat and tidy and pleasing to the eye. I stretched my body, ate a piece of bread, and then gritted my teeth and gnawed on a sweet potato. You can't just eat meat. The sugar provided by bread and the vitamins provided by sweet potatoes are also very important. Although sweet potatoes are not delicious, you still have to force yourself to eat one. Both the crude fiber and vitamins in it are very important to the human body. After a short rest, Guan Xiaoqi didn't feel very tired. It seems that the 2 points of endurance are really effective. There is one good thing in this world, and that is freedom. Here, no one will restrain you, and no one will restrict you. You can do whatever you want, pursue your dreams, and explore unknown areas. This is a world that belongs to you, where you can give full play to your passion and talent, without any constraints, and be as free as the wind. However, you must be responsible for your own choices. One wrong step may mean the difference between life and death. Chapter 48, Facility Upgrade. In order to save time, Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to rest for too long. He immediately returned to the grove with the skeleton warrior and continued cutting wood. We worked until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon and felled another 559 logs. By the way, I stepped on a vole and killed it, and a small piece of mouse meat fell off. The smaller the animal, the smaller the reward. That makes sense. Guan Xiaoqi took the wood and hurried back to the cabin, anxious to upgrade it. Because there is a reward for upgrading the 3rd level cabin in the daily tasks. If it is completed on the same day, there will be a reward of 20 gold coins. I first accepted a daily task of cutting wood and was instantly notified that it had been completed. I received 2 gold coins, a total of 198 gold coins. I took on another daily hunting task. Why is this task only worth 2 gold coins? It's because even if you step on a caterpillar, you'll be considered to have completed the task, let alone killing a field mouse. Collected 200 gold coins. To upgrade to the next level cabin, you need 1303/1000 wood, 2446/500 stone, and 200/200 gold coins. Resources are sufficient. Are you sure you want to upgrade? Sure. There was another familiar white light, covering the entire cabin and yard. This is Guan Xiaoqi coming to this world and experiencing the shelter upgrade again. Every time the shelter is upgraded, it means that it has developed to a higher level and has been promoted to the next grade. After just a few seconds, Guan Xiaoqi opened his eyes and found the wooden house had been completely renovated. At first glance, the living room looks bigger. I went in and looked at each room. The bedroom and bathroom were a little bigger. Before, the whole house was just over 30 square meters, which was quite small. Now it is about 50 square meters. It is a very comfortable space for personal living. Level 3 wooden house. A sturdy wooden house with a stone foundation. It has a certain degree of defense against ordinary wild beasts in the wilderness. The thermal insulation performance is further enhanced, making it easier to resist cold waves. Stronger, able to withstand stronger attacks, and 100% more resistance to shock waves. This shelter can accommodate 1 creature. Additional facilities of the 3rd level cabin. Yard, 60 square meters. The yard wall can be upgraded, which requires 100 stones, and the scope of the yard can be expanded, which requires 100 wood and 100 stones. Level 1 arrow tower. Can be upgraded to level 2 arrow tower. Requires 200 stones. New facilities can be added. Kitchen, 15 square meters, where you can cook ingredients to make food more delicious and nutritious, and the food can be preserved for a longer time. Workshop, 20 square meters, can provide a production place, can place various workbenches, and increase the success rate of life skills by 5%. Warehouse, 50 square meters, an outdoor building that does not occupy the yard area and can store your various supplies. To upgrade to the next level, you need 303/2000 wood, 1946/1000 stone, and 2/500 gold coins. While Guan Xiaoqi was checking various information about the cabin, the system sent another inquiry. Please select a newly added free facility. Guan Xiaoqi chose the workshop without hesitation. There was a huge machine in his living room, which occupied several square meters. It was a tailor's workbench. It was very unsightly. Moreover, Guan Xiaoqi also felt that it was time for him to learn some life skills. Life skills are as important as combat skills. All of them are guarantees for survival in the other world. Economy and military force are indispensable to each other, and this is true not only for individuals but also for ethnic groups and countries. Unless you want to be a robber. But in this hellhole, there is only one skeleton neighbor more than 10 kilometers away. Who are you going to rob? All cards have energy limits, but people in the house have unlimited energy. The attacker is inherently at a disadvantage. You have used up all the card energy, but found that you couldn't even break down your opponent's door. How embarrassing. There was a flash of white light, and a big door appeared on the wall of the living room, and inside was the workshop. The door of the workshop was wide and large. Guan Xiaoqi pushed the sewing machine into the workshop. When I returned to the living room, it suddenly became much brighter. The wood and stones had been moved to the yard by Guan Xiaoqi. There were only a few boxes stacked in the corner and placed on the ground. Guan Xiaoqi used these empty treasure chests as storage boxes. The most wasteful room is actually the bedroom. Guan Xiaoqi has never entered his own bedroom. It is empty and there is not even a bed. It would be better to spread a straw mat and sleep next to the fireplace in the living room. After dealing with the things in the room, Guan Xiaoqi took on his daily tasks first. The upgrade of the third-level cabin is completed, and 20 gold coins are obtained. Guan Xiaoqi locked all the gold coins into the bronze treasure chest and immediately felt relieved. He was now a man with gold, although there are only 20 gold coins in total now. The wooden box was filled with food, including bread and sweet potatoes, which were all put into the box by Guan Xiaoqi. The only eyesore was the homemade wooden rack, which was filled with all kinds of meat, all drying. Bear it. After dealing with things inside the house, the key is to upgrade the yard. I opened the door and came to the middle of the yard. The yard was square and surrounded by a row of wooden fences. The arrow tower stood in the yard. It was not night yet, and there were no small animals around. So the Eye of Soren was half open and half closed. After the cabin is upgraded, the arrow tower and yard can be further upgraded. The yard can even be upgraded twice, once to reinforce the wall and once to expand the area. I don't lack these resources. Guan Xiaoqi clicked on upgrades continuously, expanding the yard to 80 square meters, and also upgraded the wall, consuming 200 stones and 100 wood. The courtyard wall turned into a stone wall, and the health volume increased 3 times. Guan Xiaoqi likes wooden fences, which just suit his aesthetic taste and are more natural and comfortable. Sit in the yard every day, basking in the warm sunshine. The country yard with a wooden fence is cozy and comfortable. Pity, the wooden fence is going to be taken down, but in order to save lives, the wall still needs to be reinforced. This is not just a question of aesthetics. Guan Xiaoqi chose to upgrade the courtyard wall and yard area. The yard was expanded to 80 square meters. Look at your new wall. Huh, it's not bad. Guan Xiaoqi was also surprised when he looked at the beautiful stone wall. It looked a bit like the white walls and green tiles of the Jiangnan folk houses, with some ancient patterns on it, full of classical charm. It's okay, not bad. Finally, Guan Xiaoqi came to the front of the arrow tower. He never expected that the arrow tower could be upgraded and built in the yard, and it could actually be considered his own building. All you need to upgrade the arrow tower is stone. Guan Xiaoqi chose to upgrade the arrow tower, but a bunch of options popped up. Please select the direction of arrow tower upgrade. Crossbow arrow tower. Shoots 3 arrows at the same time, attacking the same target. If the target dies, the second and third arrows will be shot in the original direction. Scatter arrow tower. Shoots out 3 arrows at the same time, aiming at different enemies respectively. If there is only one enemy, the 3 arrows will also be shot in different directions. Explosive arrow tower. Shoots an arrow that explodes with an explosion range of 2 meters. Poison arrow tower. Shoots a poisoned arrow to poison the target. Well, Guan Xiaoqi thought that upgrading the arrow tower was very simple and that he could just upgrade it to a level 2 arrow tower. However, he did not expect so many options to pop up at once, and he immediately suffered from decision-making difficulties. After looking around, I think all the arrow towers are good. How to choose this? It is said that only children answer multiple-choice questions. Guan Xiaoqi wanted to select all the options, but the facts did not allow it. Guan Xiaoqi thought, if I had 4 arrow towers, I would upgrade one of each type, but now there is only 1 arrow tower in my yard. Confused. It's so confusing. Guan Xiaoqi was hesitant and simply asked the magician card, "Brother, which one do you think is better?" Magician card didn't answer directly. Instead, he explained some common sense about arrow towers to him. Actually, they're all similar. The later levels are more complicated. There are 108 types of ultimate arrow towers. There are thousands of different forms of arrow towers in the process. From my point of view, I don't think there is any difference. The scope of application is just different. After listening to the introduction of the magician card, Guan Xiaoqi was even more confused. I say, just tell me, which arrow tower has the highest single target killing power? Chapter 49, Aura Compost Box. The magician replied, both the crossbow and the poison arrow tower have very high single target attacks. In theory, the crossbow has the highest single target attack, but the poison arrow tower can be upgraded to the dark arrow tower. The Dark Arrow Tower has the power to deprive souls. It is a hidden arrow tower that requires a lot of special materials. It is extremely powerful against enemies with souls. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned for a moment. Could there be enemies without souls? Are those puppets? No matter what, no matter how you look at it, things with souls are the biggest threat to him. No matter how powerful the puppets are, they are made by soul creatures and are not a concern. Moreover, when he heard that there was a hidden arrow tower, Guan Xiaoqi immediately became excited. Anything that is hidden is usually a good thing. With determination, Guan Xiaoqi upgraded the poison arrow tower. With a flash of green light, the arrow tower changed its shape. The black and green tower body looked even more ferocious. The eye of Sauron turned from blue to green, releasing green light. Poison arrow tower. Level 2 excellent attack power 100, range 60, rate of fire 1, shoots out poisonous arrows, gains continuous damage 20 per second, lasts for 30 seconds. Durability 600. It is still an excellent arrow tower. Its attack power has not changed, but its shooting speed has slowed down. However, it has gained continuous poison damage, its durability has doubled, and it is stronger. Guan Xiaoqi was a little nervous, not knowing whether his choice was right, but he thought that Magician Ka would not deceive him. I also have a vague concern. Can we eat the meat of poisoned animals after they die? Neurotoxins don't seem to have anything to do with the quality of the meat, right? Never mind. Just save your life first. You'll know after trying it. I looked at the time, and it was only 1803. There were still 2 hours before evening, but Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to work anymore and took a rare break. When he came back and opened the forum, there were not many people there. Guan Xiaoqi then remembered the salt and the list Alicia had given him. There are 2 core materials in it. One is arrow rain bamboo, and the other is red crystal. These 2 materials cannot be found on the undead side. I did a random search, and it turned out to be the same on the human side. I didn't find a single one. Guan Xiaoqi wondered. These materials are not possessed by either the undead or humans. So how did Alicia know the names of these materials? Could it be that these materials are in the copy or in the devil's area? I don't know if anyone else makes salt. Guan Xiaoqi was worried that someone would take over his business. So he searched for salt directly and actually found it. When Guan Xiaoqi first saw the man selling salt, he felt a sense of panic in his heart. Are you moving so fast? After reading the content carefully, I couldn't help but chuckle. Some people who live by the sea dry the sea water and make it into coarse salt to sell. The price is extremely high. Moreover, this salt looks black and contains a lot of impurities. It is definitely not good for your health if you eat it often. Then look at the white crystal salt that Alicia gave her. It's completely different. If I can survive to the end of the novice period and defeat the terrifying monster outside the wall, I will seriously study the information about this salt. Absolutely huge profits. If I die, then everything will be over. Time passes like water. 5 days have passed since he came to this new world. Guan Xiaoqi feels like he has lived a lifetime and has become a completely different person. It becomes extremely simple and pure. Staying alive is the highest moral priority. Other than that, he seems to have little interest in anything else. Seeing that he couldn't find what he wanted in the trading channel, he simply closed the survival manual, sat in front of the fireplace, and started roasting meat again. Now he knew that python meat was not ordinary meat, so he dared not eat it casually. He took a large piece of 2-headed bear meat, cut a strip of meat about 2 tails, put it on a wooden skewer, and roasted it. Bear meat is very tough, unlike python meat, which is cooked as soon as it is roasted. It took more than half an hour of roasting before the oil came out of the meat and a different meaty aroma wafted out. Guan Xiaoqi took a careful bite and found it a little hard. After eating it, he did not feel the heat in his dantian like he did with python meat. This kind of bear meat is not energy meat. It's a bit regrettable, but when I think about it carefully, when I killed the python, an inner elixir dropped, but this 2-headed bear did not drop the inner elixir. It seems that the python has been trained. Although this 2-headed bear looks ferocious, it is just an ordinary wild beast. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly thought of the terrifying beast outside his wall. Did it have an inner elixir? How much flesh would it lose? Judging from the monster's footsteps, the beast's size was at least 10 times that of the 2-headed bear, and it wouldn't be surprising if it was even dozens of times larger. Just as Guan Xiaoqi was daydreaming. Before I knew it, it was already 2000 hours. A green light flashed. A bronze treasure chest suddenly appeared next to the fireplace. Guan Xiaoqi smiled slightly, knowing that the system had started giving out gifts again. Many people were celebrating, and the forum was extremely lively, with everyone showing off their treasures. Guan Xiaoqi just smiled bitterly. The system was not a kind person. Giving gifts on such a large scale could only mean one thing. When the novice protection period was lifted in 7 days, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. I don't know how many of these 7 billion people will survive by then. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. He is not a savior. He can't even save himself. So how can he have the mood to care about others? After chatting with Alicia for a while, this elf girl went to practice again. Guan Xiaoqi was very curious, as her practice seemed to be different from his own. The devil gives you the basic meditation technique. Once you learn it through practice, you will have mastered it. There is no need to practice it every day. You will remain at the same level even if you continue to practice. The elves seemed to be practicing Kung Fu, which was very ancient and legendary on Earth. That's a bit strange. Close private chat. Guan Xiaoqi opened the bronze treasure chest. There was no blue light, 2 green lights jumped out, and a white light. Today's luck was average. Sofa. Excellent, this is a sofa of good quality, allowing you to have a good rest. Or a composting box. Excellent pile discarded organic matter, such as food waste, animal feces, plant debris, etc. in the box to produce organic fertilizer, essential for farming. The sofa was just SOSO, and it was just something for enjoyment, so Guan Xiaoqi didn't care too much about it. But this spiritual composting box caught his eye. It was just the right thing to help him with farming. Even though Guan Xiaoqi was not a professional, he knew that the soil in his yard was very average and too gritty, so this compost bin was a timely help. The 500L compost bin is about the size of a refrigerator. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't keep it indoors, so he moved it directly to the yard. Collect some dead grass and fallen leaves tomorrow and give it a try. Back inside, the last card is a white one. Mirror card. Hang on the wall. Do you need to put on makeup, wash your face, or shave? This mirror is your best helper. It's better than nothing, but it can't be said to be useless. Guan Xiaoqi hung the mirror directly in the bathroom. Boom! Boom! The huge vibration sound came again, getting closer and closer to the cabin. The giant beast arrived as expected, but Guan Xiaoqi was no longer interested and didn't even go to the yard to take a look. Perhaps because it did not see Guan Xiaoqi, the giant beast appeared silently and left silently. He is so persistent that he comes to see it every day. How did I offend it? Guan Xiaoqi was quite speechless. Everyone was preparing for the test of severe cold. In addition to dealing with the severe cold, Guan Xiaoqi also had to deal with this giant beast. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Chapter 50 Purple Key. Do I have what it wants? Guan Xiaoqi suddenly thought of a possibility. I have just arrived in this world, so there is no reason to make enemies with monsters unless I have something the monsters want. Guan Xiaoqi tried hard to recall when it started targeting him. It seems that this monster started targeting him after he killed the hibernating python. He opened a bronze box and quickly took out a green inner elixir from it. Strange snake inner pill. Excellent, the inner pill of a demon snake that has been cultivated. This is a basic alchemy material. There was energy fluctuation in the inner elixir, and it was still very weak. This was a python that had just cultivated the inner elixir, but during the period of molting and hibernation, it was accidentally discovered and killed by himself and the skeleton warrior. Guan Xiaoqi frowned. The energy in the inner elixir was beating like the pulse of a heart. This strange pulsation spread far away. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't feel it before, but after learning meditation recently, he can now clearly feel the energy fluctuations inside. Is the inner elixir alive? Guan Xiaoqi turned around and picked up the energy stone again, carefully feeling the energy state inside. The energy inside the energy stone is stronger, and the buzzing sound has no rhythmic beating at all. Looking at the magic grenade again, the energy inside is extremely violent, but there is no pattern at all. Whether it is an energy stone or a magic grenade, the energy state inside is in line with the laws of nature. Only the inner elixir is different. It has a special frequency, and every inner elixir is unique. This is life. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned for a long time. This kid is a top student. He chose to major in archaeology purely because of his personal interest. He likes to explore the secrets of the ancient times, and he also likes to think very much. Therefore, although the energy of this inner elixir is not high, it is a living energy. The giant beast outside is most likely here for this inner elixir. That is to say, although the giant beast is huge in size, it may not have formed its inner elixir yet. It is still a beast, not a monster. It's probably already on the threshold of becoming a monster, but taking the last step is very difficult. So it needs the inner elixir in its hand to transform into a monster. Is that so? The more Guan Xiaoqi thought about it, the more the logic made sense to him. Behind everything that seems unreasonable, there is a truth that you don't understand. Eliminate all impossibilities, and what cannot be eliminated is often the truth. Holding the inner elixir in his hand, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly had a new idea. When the time comes, he can try whether his judgment is correct. Since you are just a wild beast, why should I, as the most intelligent being among all creatures, be afraid of you? A raging fire of war instantly burned in Guan Xiaoqi's heart. Bring it on. Then let's fight. Since you want this thing, then show your strength. If you have the guts, you can step on my body to take this inner elixir. After getting excited, Guan Xiaoqi yawned and said he was so sleepy. He wanted to go to bed. New World Calendar. Year 1, Month 1, Day 6, 6 a.m. Today's weather, strong wind. Temperature, -27 degrees Celsius. The severe cold is coming, and everything is unsuitable. Stock up on supplies and prepare firewood. Even though Guan Xiaoqi's 3-level cabin was very well insulated, when the wood in the fireplace went out in the morning, he could still feel the icy cold. Guan Xiaoqi put on all his warm clothes and came to the yard. A spring breeze blew in the yard, which was warmer than the room. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked and looked at the evergreen tree. This small branch was so powerful, it could change the local weather? The corn in the north is still a young seedling and is growing slowly. After pushing open the gate and walking out of the yard, Guan Xiaoqi felt the real cold. The wind blowing on his face felt like a knife. He held his hands in his arms and shivered. The biggest question is, this cold weather is not a cold wave? Is this just a prelude to the coming cold wave? How high will the cold wave be? Guan Xiaoqi can no longer imagine it. He probably won't be able to go anywhere tomorrow, so he will just stay at home and warm himself by the fire. As for today, he wanted to go to the skeleton cabin 10 kilometers away to check and confirm whether there were really skeletons living there. The ground was already frozen very solid. A light snow fell the day before yesterday, which melted some of the water on the ground and condensed into ice again. Another thin layer of snow covered the surface of the ice. Very slippery. Guan Xiaoqi now has an agility of 8 points, which is far beyond that of ordinary people, and his balance is excellent. His feet didn't touch the ground. He was like the thief in ancient legends, flying on the grass and speeding on the ice. It was as if he ran a little slower, the golden beauty would be snatched away by someone else. In fact, it is easiest to maintain balance when running fast. It is the sudden speed and slowness that can be fatal. Guan Xiaoqi is very agile, so his speed and balance are naturally excellent. His current movements are a bit like those of an ice skater, and he has a fairy-like feeling. On the white land, a young man wearing a small flower hat ran across the plains, groves, and rivers, heading 10 kilometers away. Guan Xiaoqi is now a martial arts master with excellent light skills, but his internal strength is a little lacking because his endurance attribute is still that of an ordinary person and has not been increased at all. I can only rely on the 2 points of endurance provided by the small flower hat. After running for 20 minutes, I was exhausted and out of breath, and the shadow of the cabin appeared in front of me. Black cabin. This color is the exclusive color of the skeleton. With about 300 meters to go, Guan Xiaoqi stopped and hid behind a big tree, breathing heavily to recover his strength. After his breathing became steady, he turned around and came out from behind a tree, crouched down, and began to approach the cabin cautiously. There were many trees and stones around the cabin. Using these trees and stones as cover, Guan Xiaoqi sneaked closer. Get as close as 50 meters. The small wooden house in front of me was already dilapidated, isolated in the wind, making a whirring sound, as if it was a corner forgotten by the world. The wooden door that once protected the warmth inside the house has now decayed and collapsed to the ground. The windows have also disappeared, leaving only empty frames, allowing the cold wind to whistle in from all directions, mercilessly corroding every inch of the wooden house. The cabin stands quietly on this land, having long been abandoned by time, like a silent watchman, watching over some buried years and stories. Of course, there couldn't be a skeleton still living in there. Guan Xiaoqi slowly poked his head out from behind a hidden stone and walked forward with steady steps. The surroundings were in a mess. He listened carefully at the door. There was only the sound of the wind in the wooden house. Apart from the wind, there was not even the sound of an ant walking. Caution comes first, and he carefully took out the dagger. In such a narrow area, the dagger made Guan Xiaoqi feel more at ease than the staff. He walked into the cabin quietly. There was no one inside. There was a table in the middle of the living room. A broken oil lamp on the table had been extinguished. The lamp went out when the person was dead, which meant that the skeleton in this cabin was indeed dead. There is some wood and stone in the corner and a small white wooden box. Guan Xiaoqi walked over and opened the small wooden box, but there was nothing inside. Poverty is written inside this little wooden box of a skeleton. Guan Xiaoqi discovered one thing. He had seen two skeletons' cabins. They were both very poor and basically had nothing in their houses. Not even as good as ordinary humans. I walked to the desk, and besides the broken oil lamp, there was also a survival manual. It was already in tatters, with teeth marks from wild beasts all over it, and it was completely bitten apart. This is a second-level cabin, slightly better than the first one he found. At least it has a fireplace. It's really too poor. Guan Xiaoqi burst into tears when watching this. Feeling that it was of no value, Guan Xiaoqi was about to leave when he suddenly turned back to look at the desk. He had an idea and casually opened the drawer. A key lay quietly in the drawer. Guan Xiaoqi didn't have much hope at first, but when he looked at the key in the drawer, he was a little dazed. This key, shining with purple light, shows that this is not an ordinary treasure. A poor little cabin. There is an epic key stored in the drawer. Hashtag, Chapter 51, Return Home. I stretched out my hand and lightly touched the key with my fingertips, as if I could feel the ancient magic flowing through it. He fixed his eyes on the key, and with a thought, the magician's card identification function was activated. Magical key. Epic, this is a key that can open an ancient door, a key that is rejected by this world. As for whether there is a treasure or a horror behind the door, you will know when you open it. The simple and ancient patterns on the key show its extraordinariness. The key that is rejected by the world. Guan Xiaoqi was surprised by this sentence. The last time he saw a similar introduction was about his own magician cards. A key will naturally not make the world disgusted. What can make the world disgusted is naturally the thing behind the door. The key is weird. It doesn't say where the door is. Even if you are lucky enough to find that door, do you really dare to open it and face something that the whole world hates? But then I thought epic items can be worth a lot of money even if sold with gold coins. No matter what, the trip to the cabin was not in vain. After another look around, I confirmed that the wooden house was abandoned. He put away the key and summoned his own cart, loading all the wood and stones from the corner into it. There weren't many, only about 60 or 70 in total, and his backpack was even still empty. Pushed the cart and left the cabin. One advantage of this cabin is that it is very close to the forest. You have to walk 3 kilometers to reach the forest, but from this cabin, the nearest forest is only 300 meters away. I looked at the daily tasks and found that the exploration distance task had been completed. There are still 2 tasks missing. Guan Xiaoqi looked out into the distance and saw a small forest not far away. In the midst of ice and snow, it still retained a hint of green, like coniferous plants on Earth. He pushed the cart and walked over. When we arrived at the grove, we saw a kind of pine trees we had never seen before. They had rough bark and slender needles that were not as smooth as those of other tree species. The wind is freezing, but the pine trees are still able to retain some green color, which is not easy. Summon skeleton warriors. Wielding their axes, the 2 guys started chopping wood. After a few hits, a big tree fell down with a loud bang. Red pine. You have discovered a special kind of wood. The heat generated by burning this wood is 50% more than that of ordinary wood. You can also use it as ordinary wood. This is good stuff. It is very suitable for starting fires. And with the cold wave coming these days, it is expected to be a bestseller. I didn't expect to find much in the cabin, but I did find some treasures here. So there must be some good things around each cabin. Red pine can be considered a new material, and the daily task of 10 gold coins is also completed. Good luck. Just as he was about to raise the axe, something suddenly fell down. He looked down and saw that it was a squirrel that had fallen from the tree. Guan Xiaoqi thought that if he could step on the squirrel to death, he would complete another mission. He raised his foot with a grim smile. The little squirrel had a big furry tail and big, shining eyes. It huddled on the ground, trembling with fear. It looked at Guan Xiaoqi's big feet in horror, but did not forget to hold on to a pine cone tightly, as if the pine cone was more important than its life. He kept his foot up for a long time, and the skeleton warrior was staring at him. Guan Xiaoqi sighed, then gently put his foot down again and shouted at the little squirrel fiercely. Get out of here quickly. Can't you see I'm cutting wood? You have no sense. After all, I am still a human being, and I have compassion. The little squirrel blinked and looked at Guan Xiaoqi. At first, he didn't quite understand what the villain was saying, but when he saw Guan Xiaoqi's fierce eyes, he immediately came to his senses, hugged the pine cone in his arms, and ran away. After driving away the little squirrel, Guan Xiaoqi sang work songs again and cut wood with the skeleton warriors. The cold wind blows. The lumberjacks. The skeleton warriors' hands were shaking a little. The sound was more lethal than the howling of the north wind, and it made it impossible for the skeleton to concentrate on cutting wood. The various small animals hiding in their nests were frightened, and they all moved away, telling each other, "There is a vicious wizard who is chanting a terrible curse. Everyone leave quickly." Guan Xiaoqi's voice became even louder, releasing the infinite pride in your heart. In total, we cut down more than 300 red pine trees. The weather was too cold. Even though we were wearing winter clothes and working all the time, we didn't generate any heat and our whole bodies were almost frozen. This kind of cold is simply impossible to resist. Guan Xiaoqi's endurance was originally a shortcoming. If it weren't for the hat that added 2 points of endurance, he would be no different from a normal person. But the 2 points of endurance added by the hat are obviously not enough to completely protect against the cold. No, get out of here. The skeleton warrior card still had a lot of energy left, so Guan Xiaoqi simply let the skeleton warrior push the cart. The cart couldn't hold so much wood, so the rest was put into Guan Xiaoqi's backpack. Go home. The poor skeleton warrior never thought that he, a warrior, would be turned into a mule or horse and do such rough work as pulling a cart. If you have a master like this, you can only accept your fate. So sad. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Guan Xiaoqi felt the cold wind becoming increasingly biting. The ground is extremely slippery. There was also a strong wind blowing in our face. Fortunately, it is sunny today and there is no heavy snow. Otherwise, how would people survive? The wind was freezing, and a man and a skeleton were trudging through the wilderness with difficulty. The 10 kilometers were not a difficult task when he came here, as Guan Xiaoqi came alone with light luggage. But the return trip, with so many things to carry, was too difficult. Dolo Dololo, the cold wind is freezing me to death. I will make a nest tomorrow. The cold wind had frozen him to the bones. Guan Xiaoqi felt that if he stopped, even for a few minutes, he might stay in the wilderness forever and turn into an ice sculpture. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. He staggered forward on the ice for more than 2 hours, until dusk when he finally returned to his yard. As soon as she opened the door, a spring breeze blew on her face, and Guan Xiaoqi almost cried. Who knew the weather could be so cold? His hands and face hurt, but what hurt the most were his toes and ears. Guan Xiaoqi felt like he was about to lose feeling, and at one point he wondered if his ears had frozen off and were gone. It was not until I entered the territory of the Changchun tree that the ears recovered from the frozen state with the spring breeze, and then I felt a sharp pain again. Guan Xiaoqi's face was distorted with excruciating pain, and he kept comforting himself in his heart that at least his ear was still there, and it wouldn't hurt to have a little pain. Entered the cabin. He quickly took out the red pine wood that had just been cut, threw it into the fireplace, and lit the fire. The fireplace was burning with flames, releasing heat. Guan Xiaoqi sat on the sofa beside the fireplace, not wanting to leave at all. Half an hour later, Guan Xiaoqi finally recovered from the extreme cold and let out a long sigh. This damn weather almost took his life. I guess the temperature will drop further tomorrow, and I don't want to go out at all. Fortunately, I have enough supplies, and the 3rd level cabin has been successfully upgraded, so it's okay to hide there for a day. More importantly, the novice protection period will end tomorrow night, and I will have to face the giant beast head-on. I feel a little nervous, so I still need to prepare in advance. He just went to the backyard to cut some grass and put it in the compost bin. It would probably take a few days for the compost to come out, so Guan Xiaoqi was not in a hurry. Before I knew it, it was night. Guan Xiaoqi sat at the desk as usual and opened the survival manual. It was a bit surprising that Alicia was not online. Guan Xiaoqi frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. This girl was always on time on weekdays, but today she was late. What happened? Chapter 52 leads fish. A green light flashed. Another bronze box suddenly appeared beside the fireplace. Let's open the box and see what's inside first. Reaching out to open the lid, Guan Xiaoqi saw a blue light inside, and his eyes lit up, knowing that another shipment had been made. Gold coins, 200 pieces, something that even devils like. Do you like it? Simple and crude, The blue item directly gives 200 gold coins. Guan Xiaoqi was extremely shocked. He only had 34 gold coins in his hand, and he became several times richer in an instant. If the devil likes something, I like it too. Guan Xiaoqi was like a little money grubber and quickly put the gold coins away, fearing that they would be seen. Get rich. It turns out that the treasure chest can also contain basic supplies. What a surprise. 2 balls of white light followed behind, and the bronze treasure chest did not drop any excellent items. It was quite magical. Perhaps Guan Xiaoqi's luck had been used up by the gold coins. Canvas, 20 pieces. This is a basic fabric with a wide range of uses. Large water tank. Normal a ceramic water tank with a capacity of 200 L. A large water tank appeared in front of us. It was a yellowish-brown, round ceramic water tank more than 1 meter high. It was plain and without any decoration. For ordinary level items, the requirements cannot be too high. But isn't this right? Buckets are used to draw water, and water tanks are used to store water. Seeing this water tank, Guan Xiaoqi recalled the big water tanks that everyone used when he was a child in the countryside when there was no running water. They were exactly the same. Placed the water tank in the corner. Then he looked at the canvas and fell into deep thought. I already have a scroll for the tailoring skill, and there's also a backpack making scroll that I can learn. To make an excellent backpack, you need light leather, canvas, and thread. Now I have all the conditions. The only thing I lack is the thread. If you can buy it online, I can buy some and make a few backpacks. The price of the line shouldn't be very expensive. The space of an excellent backpack is twice as large, and the weight of the items put in it can be reduced by 20%. It is definitely a hard demand at present. Everyone goes on adventures everywhere, and who doesn't need a sturdy and durable backpack? Guan Xiaoqi was about to search for the line when he suddenly saw Alicia online. He couldn't help but open the private chat and asked, "What happened today? Didn't you come back in time?" Alicia looked a little tired. "Don't mention it. Today, a tyrant came to the ocean. It's an ancient leeds fish. It's very fierce. I didn't deal with it. By the way, when you have time, come and help me deal with this guy. It's too angry and too arrogant." Leeds fish. Guan Xiaoqi had vaguely heard of this name and suddenly remembered. Isn't this an ancient fish on Earth? It is an extinct ancient creature. How come it exists in this world? Alicia put on a mysterious look and said, "You don't know, do you? The planet of the dead, Earth, and this new world were very close in ancient times. Many creatures were similar, but they evolved separately later and became different." "Huh? Is that so? How did you know?" Guan Xiaoqi was extremely surprised. Alicia smiled mysteriously and did not answer Guan Xiaoqi's question. She just asked, "Just tell me when you are free to help me deal with that stinky fish?" Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. "How can I get to your place? Besides, I'm not a very good swimmer and I can't dive. I can't help you if I go there." Alicia smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. I'll get a teleportation scroll that can teleport you over here for a few hours. You can definitely help. It's okay if you can't dive. I have water repellent beads that I can lend you." "I don't need that." "Is this possible?" Guan Xiaoqi blinked his eyes and suddenly discovered a very important fact. This Alicia seemed to be a super rich woman, and she had all kinds of weird props at hand. It's really infuriating. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born as mules or horses. But thinking about her abilities again, Guan Xiaoqi could only sigh. He wondered if he could reach her current level after practicing for 100 years. That stunning arrow was so cool. Guan Xiaoqi was extremely envious, thought for a moment, and replied, "Of course, but our rookie period is about to end in the next few days, and there are many things to prepare. If I can live until the end of the rookie period, I will help you catch fish. You're so smart, there must be no problem. Then we have a deal." Alicia smiled gradually. She was more confident than Guan Xiaoqi. In her heart, Guan Xiaoqi was a very intelligent and shrewd guy. He was the only one who schemed against others. How could anyone scheme against him? Guan Xiaoqi smiled bitterly. He himself had no confidence, and he didn't know where this little girl's confidence in her came from. For some reason, Guan Xiaoqi thought of the devil Robin again. Robin seemed to be as confident in himself as Alicia. But am I really that good? I'm going to practice. Let's talk later. Bye-bye. After the private chat, Guan Xiaoqi thought of the teleportation scroll mentioned in the previous chat. If he could summon Alicia to his cabin, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with the giant beast tomorrow? But what should I exchange for? They weren't close enough to not care about compensation, and Guan Xiaoqi didn't think he had anything to ask Alicia to come over, so he sighed and decided to rely on himself. If a wild beast wants to kill itself, how can it rely on a girl to save its life? Sooner or later, I will die on this continent. Guan Xiaoqi's stubborn temper came up, and he calmed down. Continue searching the line. There are quite a lot of them online, and the prices are not expensive. After all, this thing is not a necessity, and only tailors need it. Currently, there are very few people who have tailoring skills. Supply far exceeds demand, so naturally prices cannot go high. After flipping through several trading requirements, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly saw a strange trading condition. I have 100 meters of wire. Exchange it with any heating item. If you need it, please private message me. I looked at the profile picture and saw that it was a middle-aged woman, about 40 years old, named Lin Shui. Sister Lin, I'm interested in your 100-meter line. What kind of heating do you need in exchange? Soon Lin Shui replied, anything is fine. Just show it to me. As long as it allows me to survive this cold winter, I'll do it. The voice was urgent. Obviously, he was scared by the cold. Guan Xiaoqi also wanted to use the items for heating himself, but he had just cut down some red pine wood today, so he put the wood on top. Sister Lin, take a look at this thing. If you don't go out, this wood can increase the temperature of your room by 50%, which is more practical than any heating clothes. Lin Shui was very surprised. In her mind, the items for heating were all cotton-padded clothes and blankets. She had never thought of such things as special wood. But, although this thing is good, it is just a disposable item. It will be gone after use, right? Lin Shui was a little doubtful. Sister Lin, you can't say that. Your thread is also a consumable. It's the same thing. And you heard the system notification. A cold wave is coming. A cold wave means it comes quickly and goes quickly. It is definitely not a long-term cold. You just need to get through this point. Think about it again. At this point, will anyone exchange a cotton coat with you for a bundle of thread? Guan Xiaoqi analyzed the market demand for her. Lin Shui was a man without a clear idea. He was a little shaken and asked, how much are you going to exchange for? Guan Xiaoqi thought for a moment and said, Sister Lin, let me do the math for you. The cold wave will last for 2 more days. We need 12 red pine logs every night, so that's 24 logs for 2 nights. I'll give you 6 more, so that's 30 red pine logs in total. What do you think? Guan Xiaoqi actually gave up the profit because he didn't want to get entangled. Time is precious, and Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to waste time bargaining. If she appreciates it, then we could do business. If she doesn't, then forget it. Chapter 53, Tailoring Skills. Seeing that Lin Shui was still struggling, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but say, I'm an honest person, and I am thinking about you. At this time of year, how much do you think I can sell these woods for? Do you still think you are losing money? Guan Xiaoqi's tone was not very good. He felt that this woman was too indecisive and wanted to hang up the conversation. She wasn't the only one selling the thread, and I wasn't in such a hurry to buy it today. Okay, let's do this. Lin Shui hesitated for a long time, and seeing Guan Xiaoqi's impatience, she hurriedly agreed to the deal. She was so cold that she was shivering in the wooden house, wearing only a single layer of clothing. This bundle of thread was just basic supplies from the small, white wooden box, not essential supplies. I also feel that it is not realistic to exchange a bundle of thread for a winter coat. Not to mention in another world, it is impossible even on Earth. I finally figured out the key points and quickly completed the deal with Guan Xiaoqi. 100 meters of thread is just a ball, not much. Guan Xiaoqi took the ball of thread in his hand, and the tailoring materials were ready. He dug out the basic tailoring skill scroll from the bronze box and immediately chose to study it. Are you sure you want to learn basic tailoring skills? 100 gold coins are required. Tip: a person can learn up to 3 life skills, and only 1 life skill can be upgraded to the Grandmaster level. There are restrictions on life skills. You can only learn 3 at most. It's said that having many skills is always a blessing. Guan Xiaoqi sighed and said he had to learn it. He had prepared so many things, it would all be wasted if he didn't learn it. Make sure to learn the tailoring skill. A mysterious information suddenly flooded into Guan Xiaoqi's mind. After a moment of distraction, it was as if something suddenly dawned on him. A lot of tailoring knowledge came into his mind, and he immediately understood how to use the tailor's workbench. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned for a long time. It felt very strange, as if a brain wave suddenly came from a distant place and was received by his brain. Just like receiving a downloaded file, a lot of knowledge appears in the computer without the need for hard study. If this technology existed on Earth, we wouldn't have to study hard for more than 10 years. You are learning tailoring skills for the first time and get a novice reward. Please select the type of reward. 1 10 pieces of light leather. 2 line 50 meters. 3. Canvas 10 pieces. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. If he had known earlier that learning life skills would come with free materials, he wouldn't have to spend half a day buying wires online. Big loss. Guan Xiaoqi has no shortage of light leather, and even more so of thread. Although he has 20 pieces of canvas, it is still not enough to make a backpack. To make a backpack, one needs 1 piece of light leather for pieces of canvas and 3 meters of thread. Canvas is in the greatest demand, and there is still a shortage, so Guan Xiaoqi chose canvas. There is a pile of animal skins in Guan Xiaoqi's room, but these skins are rough and need to be processed before they can become light leather. Carrying all the materials, Guan Xiaoqi entered his studio. This was his first time working in a studio. 5 wolf skins, 1 mink skin, 1 bear skin, and 1 python skin. The tailoring machine is semi-automatic. Guan Xiaoqi put an energy stone into it and started the machine. The machine roared and clicked. He put the wolf skin and mink skin in first. Each animal skin can only produce 1 light skin. Bear skin is larger and can be processed into 2 light skins, but the python skin surprised Guan Xiaoqi. After the machine processed the python skin, it actually produced 2 pieces of magic light leather. Magic light leather, leather from supernatural creatures with special magic. Items made with magic light leather will have their basic attributes increased by 1 to 2 points at random. This is really good stuff. Guan Xiaoqi was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It was really worth killing this python. Its whole body is full of treasures. However, I didn't see this supernatural creature use any supernatural powers. I and the skeleton warrior hacked it to death, and I didn't think it was that powerful. Guan Xiaoqi had no idea that, although this python had just achieved success in its cultivation and was still very weak, it was not something he and the skeleton warrior could deal with. Guan Xiaoqi was also extremely lucky. The python was in the period of molting and hibernating at that time. It had retracted its magical powers and concealed its entire body's aura. It was at its weakest when 2 insidious thieves took advantage of the opportunity and attacked it. It died before it even had the chance to use its supernatural powers. If it had happened on another day, Guan Xiaoqi would have been the one to die. I put away the enchanted light leather and made a backpack for myself to sell. I couldn't bear to use the enchanted light leather. I now have a total of 8 pieces of light leather, 100 meters of thread, and 30 pieces of canvas. Sitting in front of the tailor's workbench, Guan Xiaoqi operates the sewing machine like a professional tailor and processes the raw materials quickly. This sewing workbench is very user-friendly. It can actually be started without the use of energy stones, but its efficiency is only 1%, and it may take 2 or 3 days to process the leather. After using the energy stone, it becomes a semi-automatic machine and completes the process in no time, taking no more than half an hour. In a short while, 7 backpacks were made, and what was left was 1 light leather, 79 meters of thread, and 2 pieces of canvas. There is still not enough canvas, and the light leather has been almost used up. 7 backpacks are enough. Guan Xiaoqi put all the green backpacks online and made up his mind to offer a price of 40 gold coins for each one. He had already spent 100 gold coins and 30 pieces of red pine wood, so he had to make back the money he spent as he had to expand production in the future. We are currently in a stage of general scarcity, and no one has much money. But with more than 7 billion people, there are always some lucky people with money. There are just too many products, and you need to search to find them. Guan Xiaoqi is not in a hurry. If the products cannot be sold, he will adjust the price tomorrow. He is not in a hurry to recover the funds immediately. Finished with the backpack, Guan Xiaoqi sat in front of the survival manual and began to search for other things. There are still about 300 pieces of red pine wood on hand, and now is the time when its value is at its highest. Guan Xiaoqi wants to trade these pieces of wood. When the weather warms up, the wood will be worthless. Guan Xiaoqi did not exchange the wood for gold coins. Instead, he used the wood to exchange for many strange things. For example, tall bamboo poles, thick fishing lines, quicklime powder, wooden chevaux de frise, ground thorns, caltrops. They are all defensive props. Others were trying to resist the cold, so these things were completely useless, but Guan Xiaoqi needed them. He had to deal with an unknown monster, so it was always better to be cautious. Guan Xiaoqi bought a lot of things, and there was no room for them all, so he moved them all to the yard. The monster was quietly outside the courtyard wall, spewing black mist. He watched Guan Xiaoqi curiously as he carried all kinds of strange things into the yard, without even looking up in that direction. Last day, the monster was a little anxious and paced back and forth, But Guan Xiaoqi was not anxious at all. At 12 o'clock tomorrow night, the protection period for newcomers will end. Guan Xiaoqi has also given it his all. It's a life and death battle, so why should I be afraid of you? In ancient times, humans had to deal with huge beasts like mammoths. It's okay for us to learn from our ancestors' courage and wisdom. Besides, our ancestors didn't have as many ferocious weapons and strange defensive equipment as Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even look into the fog and went back to his room to sleep peacefully. The monster disappeared quietly at some point. Thick fog rolled in the night. On this huge planet, looking from space, a blue torrent was flowing from the North Pole to the whole world. The cold wave is coming. New World Calendar. Year 1, Month 7, 6 a.m. Today's weather. Strong winds and heavy snow. Temperature. -47 degrees Celsius. The cold wave has arrived. It is not recommended for anyone to engage in outdoor activities. Please stay in your cabin with caution. Chapter 54. Terrifying Cold Wave. The severe cold is much more terrifying than anyone imagined. Guan Xiaoqi opened the door. Even though there were evergreen trees in the yard, it was still very cold. Heavy snow was floating from the sky, and under the influence of the strong wind, it hit all obstacles like shotgun. The snow fell to the ground and slowly melted. The heating range of the evergreen trees has been reduced a lot. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi originally planted the evergreen trees and northern corn together in order to use them as an auxiliary planting method, barely able to protect the seeds. It can be considered that I have foresight. On the plain, the wind was howling like a lion, and although the courtyard wall had been turned into a stone wall, it was still shaking. Under this terrifying power of heaven and earth, human beings are so insignificant. Guan Xiaoqi felt like a floating cotton ball, drifting with the wind in the torrent of heaven and earth. After calming down, I started to work and began to set traps in the yard. The barbed nails and chevaux de frise were arranged crosswise in 3 layers, with caltrops and ground spikes placed in the gaps in the middle. A tall bamboo pole was erected in the middle of the yard. A bag was caught on the bamboo pole, and it was empty. After everything was arranged, Guan Xiaoqi went back into the house and moved out all the wooden boxes. He bent down and dug the soil with the ice dagger, filled half of the boxes with soil, and then transplanted the northern corn seedlings into the boxes. What if I am lucky enough not to die? I will still have to rely on this corn to live. This is a treasure and cannot be affected in the battle. Then Guan Xiaoqi moved all the boxes of corn seedlings into the room and placed them in his bedroom. The bedroom is warm and useless, so it's a good place to keep these plants. Originally, Guan Xiaoqi wanted to transplant the evergreen tree in there, but looking at the heavy snow in the sky, he thought that if he moved the tree in, the yard would quickly be covered with heavy snow, which would be enough to bury people. Wouldn't his trap be in vain? Fortunately, this kind of tree is very strong. Guan Xiaoqi thought about it and decided to leave it in the yard. He just moved it a little to a place closer to the corner of the wooden house, where it would not be easily affected by the battle. It took more than 7 hours in total. My back and waist ache, and it's no less relaxing than normal work. As it approached dusk, the sky became darker and darker. The wind became stronger and stronger, and the snowflakes in the air were like white snow dragons, roaring angrily and rolling up and down. Almost no snowflakes fell to the ground. This is the power of heaven. No human power can contend with it. Guan Xiaoqi had already hidden back in the cabin and was terrified when he heard the terrifying howling outside. Guan Xiaoqi kept dozens of red pine trees for himself and filled the fireplace with the wood. The flames were white, and there were crackling sounds of burning. Even indoors, Guan Xiaoqi still wrapped his coat tightly. The temperature outside had dropped below -50 degrees Celsius, and one could even hear the walls of the cabin crackling. White frost appeared on the roof of the cabin and continued to spread downwards, clashing with the heat from the fire in the fireplace in the air, making a crackling sound. Only the fireplace is warm. I am a 3rd-level wooden house, and there are other 1st and 2nd-level wooden houses. You can imagine what a difficult day it is. The short-term temperature has been close to the temperature of the Antarctic on the Earth. There are very few people on the forum, and everyone even has no energy to complain, and they are all suffering. 1 minute, counting the time on your fingers and struggling to pass by. Someone fell down quietly and never got up again. The cabin was annihilated by the ice and snow, turning into one abandoned cabin after another in the wilderness. The crowd, which was not dense to begin with, became even more deserted. When the weather is extremely cold, if you exercise to produce heat, you are seeking death. The best way to survive is to huddle up and hide by the fire. However, the strange wood fire in this alien world is different from the one on Earth. It releases a fixed amount of heat. The heat of the flame will not increase just by adding more wood. It will only increase the burning time. This is a damn setting. Countless people were cursing. If he sold red pine wood today, he would definitely make more money, but Guan Xiaoqi's heart was not here. He had no intention of making money today. He kept his eyes closed to rest, conserve his strength, think about the possible attack methods of his opponent, and simulate every detail of the battle. There are many possibilities for the battle, and it will be too late to make a temporary decision. Guan Xiaoqi went over them in his mind over and over again. Even a trivial detail can mean the difference between life and death. Making money is meaningful only if you stay alive, and making money for one more day is not a big deal. 200 hours. The cold current was approaching its extreme, with the lowest temperature reaching minus 53 degrees Celsius. The entire world was ravaged by the storm, except for some islands in the deep ocean. That is the place of refuge of the gods. There was a flash of green light, and another treasure chest appeared next to the fireplace. This is the last treasure chest given by the system. Many people opened this perhaps life-saving straw with trembling hands. After opening the treasure chest, some people cried with excitement, while others felt despair. Guan Xiaoqi naturally doesn't need this treasure chest to save his life. It is said that the probability of heating supplies coming out of the treasure chest will be greatly increased. In fact, there are not many items related to warmth that Guan Xiaoqi opened. The flower hat can barely be counted as one, and there is also a thin white blanket. He casually opened the treasure chest without much expectation. A flash of blue light scared Guan Xiaoqi. What was that? Another shipment? Am I so lucky, or is the system being merciful these days? This treasure chest is a bit strange. There is only a blue card in it and nothing else. The card in his hand was also different from the others. It had delicate patterns on it, and some faint light flowed back and forth between the patterns. Not a card in the ordinary sense. Murphy's Magic Handouts. This is a set of cultivation methods written on cards. It explains the common knowledge of magic and energy in a simple and profound way, allowing you to make full use of the energy between heaven and earth. When releasing magic, you no longer need to rely on energy stones. It can also resist the cold, heat, and various toxins. Magic cards? What is Murphy's Magic? I frowned, wondering whether I should learn it right away. Don't study it yet. The skills of this card have some flaws. In 2 days, my cooldown will expire. I can help you upgrade this card and make up for the flaws. The Magician card seemed to sense Guan Xiaoqi's hesitation and gently reminded him in his mind. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. It takes 7 days for you to upgrade a green card. I was counting on you to be a killer. The Magician chuckled. You are too impatient. 7 days is short. You still have a long future. Guan Xiaoqi angrily said. Bullshit. I don't even know if I can survive tonight, and you lied to me that the future is long? Magician. You are such a cunning person. You are the best at deceiving people and causing harm for thousands of years. You won't die so easily. This sounded familiar. Guan Xiaoqi blinked. Are you praising me? Magician Ka ignored him. It seems that everyone has confidence in Guan Xiaoqi, except Guan Xiaoqi himself. At 2200 hours, no one went to sleep. Everyone huddled together in front of the fireplace and put on all the clothes they could. Suffering. Every second seemed like 10,000 years. Wu Dan was wearing only a single layer of clothes, casually roasting by the fire and yawning. He ate 2 kilograms of python meat in 1 day, which was not easy. Fortunately, the python meat was tender and tasted good. It was worthy of being called energy meat. After eating it, he immediately mastered this skill and did not feel cold at all. Waving his little fists, the air was filled with fist shadows, and his strength and speed were greatly enhanced. Even in extremely cold weather, you don't even need to wear cotton clothes, and it's no problem to sit by the fire. This technique is really so magical. It really didn't lie to me. On the desk, there was a card with the words Murphy's Magic Handouts written on it. 2300 hours. The coldest time is about to come. People's faces are ashen, and each of them is like a stone sculpture, motionless. Guan Xiaoqi carried a rattan chair to the yard and sat there looking at the thick fog, wearing his favorite little flower hat, like the Joker in a deck of cards. The heavy snow was mixed with thick fog. 2 black and white dragons were entangled in the air, like terrifying beasts, ready to pounce and swallow Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even look at it, but stared outside the courtyard wall, listening to the rustling sounds, all of which were the movements of small and medium-sized beasts. But what about that giant beast? I prepared for a long time, but in the end, the giant beast didn't come? That would be a joke, right? Guan Xiaoqi entered an ethereal state, feeling the energy changes in the thick fog. His basic meditation skills were becoming more and more advanced. Soon, he felt a huge energy source about 200 meters away. It turns out that you have already arrived, but you are hiding so far away. Why? Are you afraid of me? Chapter 55. Late Night Wolves. This monster seems a little too cautious. It watched Guan Xiaoqi setting the trap and sensed a hint of danger. So let the small and medium-sized wild animals test it out for it first. This is Guan Xiaoqi's first and truly dangerous battle since he came to this world. If you can get through, the sky will be the limit. If you can't get through, you will be dead on the battlefield and become one of the countless wronged souls in the wasteland today. The wooden house is abandoned. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the thick fog coldly, with no joy or sadness in his heart. He put on a funny little flower hat and replaced a new energy stone for the arrow tower. The old energy stone still had some energy left, but to be on the safe side, Guan Xiaoqi replaced it with the excellent energy stone before the battle to ensure that the arrow tower always had sufficient energy during the battle. Then he gripped the raven staff tightly and summoned the skeleton warriors and the fairies. The little fairy floating in the air was very small, only 50 centimeters tall, holding an emerald green staff in both hands. It floated beside Guan Xiaoqi, jumping in the air, restless for a moment. It forms a sharp contrast with the calmness of the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior held a battle axe and stood in front of Guan Xiaoqi, ready to fight at any time. He stood still, staring into the thick fog with his ghostly eyes. Time passed slowly, as if it had been 10,000 years, and the clock finally struck midnight. It seemed as if some barrage of words had shattered, and all the cabins in the world made a crisp sound at the same time. Just like chickens hatching. The vague sound of the storm suddenly became deafening. The false world was shattered, and the real world showed its terrifying fangs to everyone. A giant beast in the distance let out a low roar. The howling of wolves nearby was responding, one after another, shrill and cruel, and no one knew how many there were. The wolves have already rushed to the edge of the wall. The stone wall began to bleed and made a thumping sound as if it was being hit. The eye of Sauron on the arrow tower had turned dark green, and green arrows of light penetrated the wall at a rate of 1 per second and shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Very rhythmically, he ruthlessly shot out poisonous light arrows, one after another. Outside the wall, there were the howling sounds of wild wolves. The durability of the wall was rapidly decreasing. 10 minutes later, when only a quarter of his endurance was left, Guan Xiaoqi opened the gate of the yard. The wall cannot collapse completely, and Guan Xiaoqi still hopes to withstand an attack from the giant beast. The wolves made way for the fence and rushed in through the gate. Each one of them had green eyes, and they ran and danced around like a disco. What does it mean? Come in and perform a wolf dance for me? Then he saw that the poisonous arrows from the arrow tower were shooting at the wolves in turn, and almost all the wolves that rushed in were poisoned. Neurotoxin. So it was the cerebellums of these wolves that were affected, and that's why they all started dancing. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly discovered that the IQ of his arrow tower was probably slightly higher than that of this wolf pack. The rushing wolves were blocked by chevaux de frise. Some of the wolves were charging at the barricades, while others were trying to jump over them, and they seemed to have different opinions. Mob! Guan Xiaoqi shouted. Crow! A shiny black crow seemed to have just awakened from hell. It spread its huge wings and flew out from the staff. The crow's dark eyes looked around and immediately flew towards the nearest wolf. The first group of wild wolves had already jumped over the barricades, and what greeted them were spikes and various thorns. The wolves, who were already shaky and unable to stand steadily, howled in pain. A magic missile was fired and exploded in the middle of the wolves, instantly turning them into a bloody mess. The little fairy was chanting some spell, and countless green balls of light shot out. The killing power of this light ball seems to be very average, but the wolf hit by the light ball has obviously slowed down a lot. The attacks of the fairy have a slowing effect. Only the skeleton warrior stood still, holding his battle axe horizontally, blocking Guan Xiaoqi, with the will-o'-the-wisp burning in his head, staring closely to see if there were any wolves breaking through the defense line. The wolf in front died. The wolf behind rushed forward, stepping on the corpse of the wolf in front. The first line of defense lasted only 10 minutes before the chevaux de frise was bitten to pieces and the staggering wolves rushed in. Guan Xiaoqi's heart sank. This number seems a bit too much. There were 4 or 5 wolf corpses lying on the ground, blocking the thorns and thorns. A gust of cold wind blew, and Guan Xiaoqi felt cold all over. Just kidding, the extremely cold wave of more than 50 degrees below zero outside rushed in through the gate. How could Guan Xiaoqi bear it? His lips began to turn blue, but he didn't dare to step back. The behemoth has not yet appeared. We can't let the wolves break down our defenses. Wouldn't the giant beast in the distance be laughing to death? Wrapping his cotton coat tightly, Guan Xiaoqi moved a little closer to the evergreen tree, which could still release some warmth. Magic missiles flew one after another. I don't know how many wolves were outside. After more than a dozen of them died, they finally broke through the second line of defense. Guan Xiaoqi could already see the cavities on the nearest wolf's fang. If this were still on the original Earth, Guan Xiaoqi would probably have covered his head and cried for help. After arriving in another world, he became stronger instead. A magic missile exploded into the wolf's mouth. The wolf's head exploded, and the scattered flesh and blood turned into blood ice in the air, making a shattering sound. He fell on the snow and was trampled under the feet of the wolves behind him. Oh! 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 The last layer of barricades was finally overturned. Guan Xiaoqi threw lime powder at the wolves that were rushing towards him. The wolves, which were already staggering, became even more confused. The smell of lime powder filled the air, and the wolves were in chaos. Seems to have the upper hand. However, Guan Xiaoqi not only had to fight against the wolves, but also had to fight against the damn weather. The cold wind was blowing the snowflakes, and the backs of Guan Xiaoqi's hands were all frozen and cracked. There were creaking sounds all over his body, like a rusty machine. A wolf broke through all obstacles and rushed over. The skeleton warrior chopped it down with an axe, and the wolf's head was cut off directly. Extremely fierce, 3 or 4 wolves rushed through the obstacles and set their sights on the ferocious skeleton. They attacked from 3 directions with reckless steps and blindfolds covered with lime. The skeleton warrior held the axe horizontally and swung it in a circle, forcing the wolves back. Guan Xiaoqi and Xiao Xianling at the back shot out magic bullets like they were free. This is the benefit of defense. Within the scope of the cabin, Guan Xiaoqi and Xiao Xianling have unlimited ammunition and can attack continuously. More wolves rushed over, and all the chevaux de frise were knocked over, leaving the yard flat. More than a dozen wolves surrounded him, and the skeleton warrior was unable to stop so many wolves, and several of them pounced on Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi could easily dodge attacks of this magnitude now, but when he took a step, he was shocked to find his feet were frozen. Just like the wolves, he only took a small step after walking for a long time. I'm going to become a popsicle if I plagiarize. For some reason, the animals in the thick fog were not afraid of the cold, and their bodies were agile. So Guan Xiaoqi suffered a great loss. The wolf pounced on him, but Guan Xiaoqi was quite flexible and used his staff to block it. He was about to summon the crow to come back and rescue him. Thump! The wolf convulsed in the air and fell heavily to the ground. After struggling twistedly on the ground for a while, it ran out of breath. In less than a moment, it was completely frozen and turned into an ice wolf. Well, died of poisoning? The wolves around were howling, twitching, twisting their bodies, and falling to the ground one after another. They were all poisoned to death. The arrow tower stopped firing. Can this toxin be accumulated? This poison arrow tower, I upgraded it with some foresight. It's really amazing. Guan Xiaoqi had long forgotten the contribution of the magician's cards. Guan Xiaoqi moved his feet slowly, and he had lost all feeling in them. It was so horrible that he almost doubted whether his legs were disabled. In the distance, there was a vibration sound. These wolves are just a test. The giant beast feels that he has seen through Guan Xiaoqi's tricks and is finally going to take action himself. Chapter 56. Ape Horse Beast. It was not surprising that the monster would drive small and medium-sized wild beasts to test, which was also one of the several attack methods calculated by Guan Xiaoqi. But Guan Xiaoqi did not expect that the cold would be so terrible. In just a short while, his legs were frozen. I don't have time to care about my legs now. The earth was rumbling. The monster is running towards us. Is this a charge and a trampling? Crash! A section of the wall collapsed. The vibration from running alone was enough to collapse the short-lived wall, just like a low-intensity earthquake. How heavy is this beast? 200 meters, it was right in front of us in the blink of an eye. After smashing the last wall into pieces, the monster slowed down. The thick fog rolled, and a large ball of black fog entered the yard. When the black fog dissipated, the head of the monster appeared in the air, looking down at Guan Xiaoqi. A huge ape's head poked out of the mist. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. "Brother Monkey, is that you? I am your loyal fan, and have never slandered you, okay?" In front of me was a huge monkey more than 4 meters tall. It walked out of the darkness, and the earth was shaking. When the 4 hooves appeared, Guan Xiaoqi knew that he had guessed wrong. This was really not a monkey, and he had wronged Monkey King. When the monster's previous form appeared, it was in the body of a horse. A monster with a monkey's head and a horse's body. Guan Xiaoqi had only heard of centaurs. Was this the first time he had seen a centaur? A half-monkey horse with an extremely tall and majestic body. It patted its chest and stared at Guan Xiaoqi with its gray eyes. There was pure gray in his eyes, the color of death. I don't understand how such a huge monster can have such a pair of eyes, so lifeless, as if it came from hell. The remaining wall only held off the monster for a second. It was totally vulnerable. What Guan Xiaoqi was waiting for was this 1 second. Just like one of the many battle scenes he had imagined, Guan Xiaoqi pulled up a rope without thinking twice, and the python's inner core was pulled to the top of the bamboo pole, dangling in front of the huge monkey head. The huge half-monkey horse monster was stunned. It was only 1 step away from forming an elixir, and it felt the aura of the inner elixir here, so it circled around Guan Xiaoqi's house every day. I didn't expect this kid to be so smart and actually put the inner elixir right next to its mouth. He stopped for a moment and stood there in a daze. I glanced down and saw Guan Xiaoqi with a big smile on his face. This guy is easy to get along with and a nice person. He doesn't cause me any trouble. I'll give him an intact body later. The monster was quite moved. Of course, he was not moved by Guan Xiaoqi's generosity, but he suddenly felt that he was really kind. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the monkey-headed monster nervously. The smile on his face was an illusion caused by the severe cold. When a person smiles in the extreme cold, he is actually only 1 step away from death. Guan Xiaoqi didn't know all this. His brain was still working fast. According to his plan, the monster had 3 options when facing this situation. 1. He assessed that the most likely possibility was that the monster took the inner elixir with its hands. 2. Eat this inner elixir directly. 3. Ignore this inner elixir and just come over and kill yourself first. The third type is naturally the most dangerous. Guan Xiaoqi had already made a kite on the inner elixir. If the monster dared to chase him, Guan Xiaoqi would directly release the inner elixir and let the strong wind blow it away. Even if I die, I will not let you get the inner elixir. Guan Xiaoqi is also a ruthless person sometimes. He won't let you get what you want even if he can't beat you. The ape horse beast misunderstood Guan Xiaoqi's smile, thinking that he was trying to be friendly, and opened its mouth contentedly. It couldn't wait any longer. As long as it swallowed the elixir, it would form its own inner elixir, and it would be able to get rid of its identity as a wild beast and turn into a real monster. This is the obsession it has cultivated for hundreds of years. How can it still suppress it now? Open your mouth and bite. Guan Xiaoqi was overjoyed when he saw it open its mouth wide. This silly monkey actually chose the best option. The rope was pulled suddenly, and the bamboo pole was pressed down. When the rope was released, the inner elixir bounced directly into the mouth of the ape horse beast. Including the small strange package above, it popped in together. This guy even took the initiative to feed it to his mouth? Yuamaman looked down at Guan Xiaoqi, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this boy was really a good person. Or, should I spare his life and let him be my slave? Saramaman blinked. At the entrance of the python's inner elixir, the whole body of the ape horse beast emitted red light, which shot straight into the sky. Even the black fog and blizzard could not block it. From the perspective of space, one could also see the red light shooting up into the sky and straight into space. The ape horse beast was ecstatic, with tears in his eyes. After hundreds of years of hard work, his long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled today. From now on, I am a noble monster. The ape horse beast is different from the python. The python is a unique species among wild beasts. It is very easy to practice among wild beasts, but it is extremely difficult for other beasts. Just when its eyes were filled with tears, Guan Xiaoqi wanted to escape, but he found that his legs could no longer move. 10,000 alpacas ran past. He smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking that he was afraid that he would die here with this big fool. A strange sound came from the belly of the ape horse beast. Uamaman was stunned. What was going on? Eating an inner elixir could cause indigestion? Dark and violent energy suddenly exploded in its stomach. What? Before Sarumaman could figure it out, a huge explosion erupted from its stomach. That was the magic grenade that it ate into its stomach. At this critical moment, the skeleton warrior suddenly charged over and hit Guan Xiaoqi hard, knocking Guan Xiaoqi directly into the cabin. The silly little fairy followed and flew into the cabin. A horrific explosion occurred. A mushroom cloud rose slowly in the yard. Sarumaman never understood what happened until his death. The huge force of the explosion raised the yard to the ground, and the entire cabin was cracked and riddled with holes under the shockwave. Fortunately, it is a level 3 cabin produced by the system, which has certain defensive capabilities. This grenade exploded in the monster's stomach, and the monster's body blocked a lot of damage to the cabin. The shockwave entered the house, blowing Guan Xiaoqi and the skeleton warrior all over their bodies. The little fairy moved quickly and flew into the studio in an instant, thus escaping the disaster. Guan Xiaoqi's face was black. He touched it with his hand and found some monster flesh on it. He felt sick immediately. My whole body is burning with pain. Good. I am still conscious, which means I am not dead. I felt something strange about my face, so I touched it and found it was swollen like a loaf of bread. Mistake. I didn't expect this grenade to be so powerful. Are all devils so honest? Guan Xiaoqi certainly didn't know, and grenades certainly didn't have such great power. But this monster had just been upgraded to a demon beast, and there was a large amount of heaven and earth energy stored in its body. When it was detonated by a grenade, how could it not be powerful? It is equivalent to a monster in the Dan stage self-destructing. Guan Xiaoqi is not a saint, and various coincidences are not something he can fully control. Guan Xiaoqi took out a piece of python meat from the bag, crawled to the wall, and quickly ate a small piece. Guan Xiaoqi needed the heat provided by the python meat to keep his body from freezing. At this time, both the windows and doors had been completely broken, and even the walls were full of cracks. A cold wind blew in, and the temperature inside dropped sharply. Using both hands, he climbed to the edge of the fireplace. Fortunately, the red pine wood inside was still burning. Guan Xiaoqi wanted to hug this fire. Congratulations, you have leveled up 3 times in a row. You now have 3 basic attributes to use. Guan Xiaoqi didn't even look at it and directly added 3 points of endurance. What's the point of rationally planning properties? Go to hell. Living is the truth. Wearing the small flower hat, my endurance directly reached 9 points. As expected, endurance has an immediate effect on improving a person's physical fitness, and the feeling of coldness was instantly relieved a lot. Warning, warning, your house has been detected to be seriously damaged. Do you want to spend 200 wood and 300 stone to repair your wooden house? Repair. Is there any need to ask? If it is not repaired, people will die. Okay, please wait, the cabin is being repaired. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 57 Space Ring and half of the death. Oh my god, it hasn't been repaired immediately and still needs time. Isn't the system omnipotent? Guan Xiaoqi almost froze to death and couldn't help but curse a few times. A white light flashed, and the crumbling cabin stabilized, and the broken wooden boards were repaired bit by bit. The wind seems to have died down a bit. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the broken window. The window had not been repaired yet, leaving a big hole, and the cold wind was still blowing in. But the wind was really getting weaker. The sound of the storm, like a lion's roar, gradually turned into a wolf's howl. After listening carefully, Guan Xiaoqi was sure that it was not caused by the repair of the wooden house. But the strong wind outside has indeed subsided. So, is the cold wave over? Guan Xiaoqi listened nervously to the sound of the wind outside, and then watched the system repair the cabin with concern. This system is also terrible. The walls are repaired first, and such a big window is ignored. The window will not be reinstalled until all the walls are repaired. The warm red pine wood in the fireplace releases the heat. 3 o'clock in the morning. Guan Xiaoqi finally recovered from the stiffness, but his whole body was in severe pain, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. The good news is that I am still alive. The energy from the python meat continued to nourish his body. After lying down for another half an hour, Guan Xiaoqi finally staggered to his feet, holding on to the wall. He wanted to go to the yard to take a look, otherwise he would be worried. When he opened the door, Black fog rushed in, and Guan Xiaoqi sneezed immediately. Looking at the yard in front of me, 10 meters in front of the cabin, a huge pit appeared. It was like a wound in the earth, more than 3 meters deep. Guan Xiaoqi walked over in shock, approached the pit, and looked down at the bottom. He found that the bottom of the pit was like a huge piece of glass, crystal clear, reflecting the weak light around. What was even more surprising was that the soil, which should have been soft, was burned into hard ceramics by high temperature. Is this a large ceramic bowl? The strong wind seemed to have really receded, and the temperature was rising rapidly. It was no longer severely cold, but it was still very cold. Guan Xiaoqi first spent 200 stones to repair the courtyard wall, then took a look at the half-collapsed arrow tower, and spent another 100 stones to repair the arrow tower. It's all resources, it hurts. Isn't the explosion too powerful? The yard was repaired faster than the cabin, and soon the yard was back to its original state. With the gate closed, the warmth from the evergreen trees continued to flow into the yard. This sapling is definitely strong. The cabin was almost shattered, but the sapling was not hurt at all. What made Guan Xiaoqi laugh and cry was that the courtyard wall was repaired, but the ground was not restored, and a quarter of his yard overlapped with the big pit. This left a pit in his yard, which was connected to the big pit outside. It was like his yard enclosed part of the big pit. What a headache! Everything was blown up. Guan Xiaoqi searched for a long time, but there was no fur, no meat, no box, and no cards on the ground. It's such a fucking ripoff. Guan Xiaoqi felt like he had gone back to the time before liberation overnight. Just as he was feeling frustrated, suddenly a bright light flashed and shone out from the pit. There seems to be something in the big pit. The pit was very deep, 3 meters. Guan Xiaoqi was covered in wounds. If he really fell into the pit, he probably wouldn't be able to climb out. He thought about it, summoned the fairy again, and ordered the fairy to take out the things inside. The little fairy was much more obedient than the skeleton warrior. After hearing the command, it immediately flapped its wings and flew in. In less than a moment, it flew out holding 2 things. One is the inner elixir, and the other is a ball of purple light. The inner elixir didn't explode? Is this thing so magical? Guan Xiaoqi took the inner elixir first. Ape Horse Beast Inner Elixir. Good Ape Horse Beast is naturally extremely powerful and has extremely high energy. It is not easy to form an inner elixir, so Ape Horse Beast Inner Elixir is generally very rare. The inner elixir of the python is green and of excellent grade. Sarumaman's inner elixir turned into a blue excellent grade. Can this be upgraded? The blue inner elixir is definitely better than the green one, so Guan Xiaoqi quickly put it away. Then he took the purple ball of light. The first purple item Guan Xiaoqi owned was the key in the black cabin, and this was the second one. Space Ring. Epic. This is a storage device with a cubic meter of space. The weight of items placed in the ring is reduced by 90%. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly felt his blood boiling, and the injury just now suddenly became insignificant. It's a magical weapon. I finally have practical storage equipment. Although the Blue Princess backpack is said to have 3 times the space, its total capacity is only 100 L. The capacity of this ring is 10 times that of the Blue Princess backpack. More importantly, it's easier to carry than a backpack. Princess Blue's backpack was originally Guan Xiaoqi's favorite, but now it instantly became Mrs. Nio's. Guan Xiaoqi happily put the ring on her finger. Immediately dropped Blue Princess backpack. Newcomers are better than old loves. So happy. My bones no longer hurt, my steps no longer feel heavy, and the bruises on my face no longer seem so ugly. The most important thing is, the strong winds outside have really died down, and the temperature doesn't seem to be that low anymore. The snowflakes in the sky stopped. Only the black fog was still rolling in the sky. Is the cold wave about to pass? Guan Xiaoqi held onto the wall and slowly returned to his cabin. Although the loss was huge, I also got 2 good things. This ring is definitely priceless. I don't know the purpose of the inner elixir, but I think it must be a good thing. Fortunately, my house now has a stone wall. If it were still a wooden fence, I wouldn't even be able to get the wood to repair the wall. I really have to be grateful that I have so many stone reserves. Otherwise, tonight would be too embarrassing. 4 o'clock in the morning. Guan Xiaoqi returned to the cabin, but still couldn't sleep. I opened the survival manual out of boredom. The top of the manual showed that the current remaining population was 3.5 billion. Guan Xiaoqi's heart trembled. In just a few hours, more than half of them died. How many people died? Billions of people. Just gone like that? There are just cold numbers in the survival manual, But Guan Xiaoqi knows that they were once living people. Human life is cheaper than grass. So many people died without even a splash. Some people froze to death, and some were bitten to death by wild beasts. Some people died of illness. Guan Xiaoqi felt that it was a miracle that he was still alive. Just when Guan Xiaoqi was feeling emotional. Drop! He took out Devil Robin's communication card from his pocket. It was Devil Robin calling. It's great that you're still alive. I am relieved. Why haven't you rested yet so late? Robin asked gently and politely. Guan Xiaoqi almost threw away the communication card. This devil even knew that I didn't sleep, which only means that this communication card has a monitoring function. Damn, this devil is such a bastard. The magic grenade didn't disappoint you, did it? Robin asked with a smile. Guan Xiaoqi forced an ugly smile on his face. It's okay. It's quite powerful. It almost blew my cabin down. Robin paused, trying hard to suppress a gloating smile on his face, and couldn't help but say, I reminded you before to throw it farther. Guan Xiaoqi blinked his eyes. This isn't an emergency. It's the middle of the night, and I don't dare run into the fog to throw a grenade. How can I control the distance if I throw it in my own yard? Robin thought for a moment and said, That's right, I didn't think it through. Guan Xiaoqi asked cautiously, What do you want to talk to me about? Seeing Guan Xiaoqi asking, Robin explained his purpose. This is a special night. There is a piece of data that is particularly important. I can't wait to know the result. Can you tell me how many humans are left now? Guan Xiaoqi, 3.5 billion. Robin was surprised and said, There are still so many left. You Earthlings are pretty good. You are pretty tenacious. Guan Xiaoqi felt a little choked up in his chest. What do you mean there are still so many left? Billions of people died overnight. Even if so many chickens died in the chicken farm, it can't be said so lightly. Just a few chickens died, right? Doesn't this guy have any concept of human life? Guan Xiaoqi sighed. He didn't want to reason with the devil. He was not a human being, and it was impossible for him to empathize with humans. Even if all human beings died, he probably wouldn't shed a single tear. As a scientist, he might seriously study an ancient species how humans became extinct and then write a dozen papers. He might even win a scientific and technological progress award from the Devil's Academy of Sciences. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 58, Rejuvenation of the Earth. Your data is very important to me. It's a pleasure to work with you. Oh, by the way, I have a small gift for you. This is a devil who keeps his word. After completing the market research, he gave me a small gift, which is nice. A blue light flashed, and a small pill was transmitted from the devil's communication card. Devil's pill, the devil's healing medicine. As a human being, will you take it or not? Fuck, this guy knows I'm injured. With this communication card, he will automatically collect information. Guan Xiaoqi opened his mouth and swallowed the pill without hesitation. If this devil wanted to harm me, he wouldn't have to trick me into taking a small pill. If he really wanted me to take it, he would have just held my head down and stuffed it in, and I wouldn't have been able to resist. A current of heat rose from Dantian. This time the feeling was 100 times stronger than eating python meat. My whole body felt like it was on fire. My face was red, and sweat was pouring down my body. Is this a cure or a tonic? Guan Xiaoqi suddenly felt hot all over, and all the pores in his body opened up, releasing endless heat. I couldn't help but open my mouth and puff out a puff of smoke. Oh my God! Guan Xiaoqi's hair stood on end with fear. Could it be that his body was on fire? It's really a devil pill. The effect is off the charts. The metabolic rate of cells in the body increased by hundreds or thousands of times, and new cells were frantically replacing old injured cells, releasing endless heat in an instant. Guan Xiaoqi's whole body was red, just like a prawn that had just been cooked in a pot. The nervous system couldn't handle this much heat, and he fell into a coma for a while, then quickly woke up. After tossing and turning again until 6 in the morning, the heat gradually dissipated. Guan Xiaoqi, who was half dead, finally took a breath and looked down at his hand. The wound on his arm had completely healed. I slowly stood up and did some exercise. I found that the fracture had miraculously healed. Guan Xiaoqi's current state is that he is extremely mentally exhausted, but physically healthy. The medicine was quite effective, but it was a little too strong. Guan Xiaoqi still felt scared when he thought about it now. Very hungry. My eyes almost turned green from hunger. Guan Xiaoqi felt that he had just healed his wound and lost at least 10 pounds. This was simply a magical skill that burned his life to heal his body. It makes sense, this is really the devil's stuff. Taking out a few pieces of wolf meat, Guan Xiaoqi simply sat by the fireplace and started roasting the meat. I don't dare to grill the meat of a two-headed bear because it is too hard. Not only does it require high heat, it also takes a long time to cook through, and it doesn't taste any better than wolf meat. In less than a quarter of an hour, the wolf meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it was full of fragrance. Guan Xiaoqi added some salt and ate 5 pounds of it in one go. I was burping, still hungry, but my stomach couldn't hold anymore. Then he leaned against the wall to rest for a while. After 3 seconds, Guan Xiaoqi had fallen into a deep sleep, snoring slightly and falling into a deep sleep. New World Calendar. Year 1, Month 8, 6 a.m. Today's weather. Light breeze. Temperature, 3 degrees Celsius. The cold wave has passed, and the warm current has reborn. The temperature changes drastically, and it is easy to get sick. Please pay attention to staying healthy. Congratulations to all the surviving creatures. Each person or the Undead system will be given a reward package. Congratulations on passing the first test of the new world. Guan Xiaoqi slept until noon and didn't hear anything the system said. When he woke up, he was hungry again. He tried to touch the wolf meat next to him, but instead of touching the meat, he touched a treasure chest containing silver, which suddenly appeared next to him without him noticing. Flashing blue light. An excellent level treasure chest? Guan Xiaoqi quickly woke up and realized immediately, is this a reward from the system? I quickly looked up the information in the survival manual and found that it was indeed a treasure chest distributed by the system. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned for a long time. Saw today's weather. 3 degrees Celsius. From 50 degrees below zero to 3 degrees above zero in an instant, the temperature changed drastically without any buffer time. Guan Xiaoqi walked to the window and reached out to push it open. Outside the window, everything is revived, birds are singing, flowers are blooming, and birds are flying through the sky, chirping happily. Guan Xiaoqi had never experienced such a strange world. How difficult is it to survive in such a rapidly changing world? Turn around and open your silver treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 pieces of wood and 500 pieces of stone. Iron pan, excellent essential for cooking. Greatly improves the quality and storage time of food. Engineer shovel card. Excellent, this is an excellent engineer shovel with a wide range of uses. Of course, it is best at digging. For example, if you accidentally fall into a hole and want to dig out the soil, you will definitely need it. Good. My luck was normal. I got some basic materials and daily necessities, so the harvest was average. Fine iron pots are rare, and since this thing is associated with food, it must be a top-notch product. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Food and clothing are the most important. When opening up a new world, an engineer's shovel is also a very practical tool. It is definitely worth having this thing, and you don't have to use an ice dagger to dig the soil in the future. I checked the survival manual and found that all 7 backpacks had been sold, earning 280 gold coins. All the investment was recovered, and a small profit was made. I really want to make more bags, but unfortunately, I don't have enough raw materials. We can sell as many of this stuff as we can make. Unfortunately, dozens of wolves were killed last night, but they were all blown into powder by a magic grenade, without even a trace of skin left. Fortunately, the protection period has passed, and in the future the wild beasts in the mist will attack the cabin freely, so there will definitely be no shortage of animal skins. The most difficult raw material to obtain is canvas. Guan Xiaoqi walked out of the room and came to the gate of the courtyard. He breathed in the fresh air outside, feeling very refreshed. He pushed the gate open with both hands. The breath of spring is blowing towards us, and the eyes are filled with green. New sprouts grew sparsely on the ground, and green sprouts grew in the forest in the distance, creating a vibrant scene. The average temperature is 3 degrees. It is noon now. Guan Xiaoqi estimates that the real-time temperature is around 10 degrees, which is actually not warm. But the temperature is just enough for young plants to grow in the fields. But isn't it too fast? In such nice weather, we should go logging. After returning to the cabin and eating a little, Guan Xiaoqi came to the grove with all his tools as if he was familiar with the place. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly stopped. A few meters in front of him, there was a bright and beautiful light mist. I didn't dare to touch it and looked around. Throughout the grove, clouds of light mist emerged from time to time. Guan Xiaoqi found it strange. The mist was colorful and very bright, and he didn't know where it came from. What is this? He looked into the distance and found that there were quite a lot of colorful fog in clusters on the plains, and it was even thicker in the forest farther away, almost completely covered by this fog. Not knowing what the fog was, Guan Xiaoqi was now very cautious, carefully avoiding the mist and looking for places with fresh and clear air to cut wood. Guan Xiaoqi now has about 400 gold coins and enough stones. The only thing he lacks is wood, and he is about to upgrade again. He summoned a skeleton warrior and chopped at it continuously for an entire afternoon, chopping off more than 700 pieces of wood. He had gained 3 levels in yesterday's battle, and he had added stamina to all of them. Guan Xiaoqi's endurance is extremely high now, and his physical strength is related to endurance, so he is naturally extremely abundant. This time there was no singing of folk songs, and the efficiency of the skeleton warriors has improved a lot. There was no conversation all day, and we were busy until dusk. He returned to the yard with the wood and did not go out again. Instead, he transplanted the ice corn from the bedroom and replanted it in the yard. The corn grew very fast. In just 2 days, it had grown to half a meter high. Look at the leaves, 7 leaves on one branch, round and plump. They have nothing to do with corn on earth. I don't know why it is called corn. They could no longer be planted in the original location because the big pit occupied a quarter of the yard. They could only plant the ice corn and evergreen trees in a corner outside the window. As the ice and snow melted, the water flowed into the big pit and turned it into a natural pond. Because the bottom of the pit has been sintered into ceramic, the water cannot penetrate at all. This is not a good thing. The water looks very clear now, but it is stagnant water. In a few days, it will probably turn into a stinking ditch. Guan Xiaoqi had another headache. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 59 Miasma. You want to check the spiritual compost bin again? Opened the lid and took a look inside. It seemed that the dead grass inside had not changed at all. Was it because the temperature was too low? This was also the first time for Guan Xiaoqi to handle this thing. He had no experience, and his intuition was that the temperature was not high enough. He lowered his head to take a look and unexpectedly found a groove under the compost bin. He squatted down and reached out to open the groove, revealing a box of energy stones. Oh my God! After all this fuss, I just put dead grass in there for 2 days. It was completely useless. This thing didn't work at all. On Earth, if you put organic matter into a compost bin, it will become fertilizer after a few days. This was a preconceived notion, so Guan Xiaoqi didn't think much about it at the time. He didn't expect that it was not the same here. Although this is also a compost bin, the key point is that it is a spiritual compost bin. Aura is energy. Guan Xiaoqi sighed and could only try to remedy the situation. He happened to have an energy stone that was half used by the arrow tower. When fighting against the ape horse beast, he was worried that the arrow tower would not have enough energy halfway through the battle, so he replaced the energy stone. In fact, there was still a lot of energy in it, so Guan Xiaoqi installed this energy stone. Clang, clang. Hot air blew from inside. The mechanical gears began to turn, and the spiritual energy composting box officially started working. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but sigh that energy stones are too important in this world. This was the first day after the novice period. Returning to the cabin, Guan Xiaoqi opened the survival manual. It was very lively inside, with survivors lamenting everywhere. I was lucky enough not to freeze to death yesterday. I have never seen such cold weather in my life. It really is killing me. Oh, several of my friends' avatars have turned gray. It's so sad. It's really too cruel. What's even more bizarre is that the temperature rose to above 0 early this morning. What the hell is this? What kind of planet is this? Let's not talk about the temperature. Have you seen the colorful mist outside? It's so strange. Is that miasma? I don't even dare to touch it. That thing is poisonous. Don't touch it. Ah, what's going on? Tell me in detail what happened. How did you know that thing was poisonous? I accidentally touched it with my finger, and now my whole finger is rotten. It's so scary. The man released a video of his own rotting fingers. One of the fingers was completely useless, swollen to a black and purple color, with pus and blood faintly visible inside. This video scared a lot of people. Oh my God, I'm so careful. This fog is very poisonous. One of my friends accidentally walked into the colorful fog, and his whole body was swollen. He came back to complain to me via video and died in front of the video. It was really unbearable to watch. Can't we live in peace in this new world for a while? The extreme cold has just passed, and the poisonous fog is coming again. Are we going to be allowed to live? Why should they let us live? Yeah, Maybe they're just using us as test animals and are researching us. Have you heard the story of Universe 25? Universe 25? I've never heard of it. What's going on? Tell me. There was once a scientist who captured a lot of mice and locked them in a laboratory to observe the survival of these mice in the laboratory. His laboratory was called Universe 25. And then, the experiment is over. The mice are useless, so they are killed. Fuck, don't scare me. It's over. It's over. Are you telling a horror story? I'm sure I'll have a nightmare tonight. What if what he said is true? We are actually those mice, and there are scientists watching us right next to us? There was a silence afterwards. Let's talk about the colored mist. The topic of mice is too heavy. But I still think the colored mist is heavier and scarier than mice. Guan Xiaoqi closed the chat forum, and his heart was as calm as water. He had seen the Devil Robin. That guy claimed to be a scientist and was indeed very interested in human survival, but humans were not really the devil transferred to this planet. Moreover, the magician card said that the system is just a program to maintain order. There is no good or evil. Therefore, before the truth comes out, Guan Xiaoqi will not worry too much and will just survive first. If anyone dares to use him as a test subject, I will fight him to the death. Who is afraid of who? Drop. Alicia's private chat came over. On the screen, a smiling face blooming like a flower came into view. It was the face of an elf, breathtakingly beautiful. Compared with human beauties, her beauty was obviously superior, like the gathering of the essence of heaven and earth, fresh and refined, smart and elegant. Although Guan Xiaoqi was not interested in love, he couldn't help but feel his heart beating violently. This is a normal man's reasonable reaction when seeing a beautiful woman. Congratulations, you've passed the rookie test. I knew you'd be fine. You're so smart. Alicia made a strange gesture, which represents victory among the elves. Thanks to you, I passed the level in a thrilling way. By the way, do you want to discuss with me how to deal with that lead's fish? Guan Xiaoqi asked. Of course. It's rare that you still remember this. I'll reward you with a fish later. How about tomorrow? Are you free? Alicia stared at Guan Xiaoqi with her big eyes, quite expectant. It's so urgent. Don't you want to prepare? In the dungeon, Alicia was very calm. Why did she suddenly become so impatient? Guan Xiaoqi was a little surprised. No, the inner elixir of this fish is very important to me. I want to use it for cultivation. Alicia explained the reason. Inner elixir? Is this a monster? Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. What do you think? If it wasn't a monster, I wouldn't have to ask you for help. Oh, by the way, you mentioned inner elixir. What is the use of the inner elixir of monsters? Can it also help in practicing martial arts? If you use the inner elixir of monsters to practice martial arts, will you also become a monster? Guan Xiaoqi was full of questions. You are really smart. If you use the inner elixir of a monster to practice, you may actually be assimilated and turned into a monster. It is extremely dangerous. Ah, you still want to try it even though it's so dangerous? It's okay. We have the elves' secret method. The chance of this happening is very small. Don't be afraid. Alicia thought for a moment and said, the inner elixir can also absorb poisonous miasma. It is also very useful for people who haven't cultivated the inner elixir themselves. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. Poisonous miasma? Are you talking about the colorful mist outside? Alicia chuckled and said, of course. Those poisonous miasma are caused by the sudden disappearance of the cold current. The heat from underground surges up and brings out the toxins from the underground world. So it's very scary. The underground world of this planet is a world full of poisonous miasma. Guan Xiaoqi blinked his eyes. Then he realized that the poisonous miasma was just a normal natural phenomenon here, and it was not something that scientists deliberately poisoned for experiments. Obviously, the guy who talked about universe number 25 was talking nonsense. But is there an underground world here? Guan Xiaoqi learned some strange knowledge. But since the underground world was full of poisonous miasma, it had nothing to do with humans. Even if some of them popped up from time to time, they were extremely annoying. Alicia said again, help me deal with that lead's fish monster. I only want the inner elixir. I will give you all the drops from other fish monsters as a reward. What do you think? The monster's entire body is full of treasures. The most valuable one is naturally its inner elixir, but its meat, bones, and skin are all excellent alchemical materials. Moreover, from Alicia's description, this monster is probably much more powerful than a python, so it's possible that it will drop an epic item. Guan Xiaoqi was still very cautious. Are you sure I can just hold the night shining pearl to help you light the way? Is it dangerous? Alicia hesitated for a moment and told the truth. If you say there is no danger, then I'm lying to you. But that stinky fish can't beat me. It will hide in a deep-sea cave. It's extremely dark inside. I can't fight it in the cave while holding the night pearl in one hand. Guan Xiaoqi asked, can't you find something to fix the night pearl on your head and fight it? Alicia sighed and said, no, I'm too fast in the water. Do you know swordfish? I'm 10 times faster than a swordfish. The night pearl can't be fixed at all. 10 times faster than swordfish? Guan Xiaoqi took a deep breath. Two great gods were fighting, and he was watching the fun with the night pearl in his hand. He knew that innocent people would be affected. Could this really be all right? Chapter 60, Tropical Island. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. I'm trying my best. Isn't it just holding a lantern on the side? Can't I just stay away? Guan Xiaoqi got excited and agreed immediately. Okay, I'll go to your place tomorrow. Alicia clapped her hands and laughed. Then it's a deal. Later, after chatting for a while, Guan Xiaoqi began to do some preparatory work. Alicia said that the temperature there is on an island, and it is around 25 degrees Celsius now. She is still wearing winter clothes, so it is definitely not possible to go there in this outfit. And you have to go into the water, so obviously you need to wear cooler clothes that are suitable for swimming. The pants I was wearing were almost torn into rags and were definitely not wearable anymore. So I went online and exchanged 50 pieces of wood for a pair of large sports shorts. The price was very cheap. After all, summer clothes in this season are not expensive. Moreover, the shorts were embroidered with bright red flowers, which was quite indecent and more like non-mainstream clothing. Guan Xiaoqi didn't care. What mattered to him was that the shorts had a note saying suitable for swimming. His eyes immediately lit up and he decided to pick this one. Moreover, it was the cheapest summer outfit. The red flowers embroidered on the shorts unexpectedly matched his little flower hat. I also have a white vest, which is a little dirty but can still be worn. That's it. I don't want to waste too many resources on clothes, so just about anything is fine. I had a space ring, so I put all the cards into it. I also had an empty Sprite bottle, so I filled it with fresh water and put that into the space ring. Finally, he took out the meat of the two-headed bear and roasted 3 large pieces in one go, which weighed 6 kilograms in total, enough for him to eat for 2 or 3 days. The meat of a two-headed bear is very hard and takes a long time to roast. It also doesn't taste any better than wolf meat, but the advantage is that it is extremely resistant to hunger. Of course, these works were not all prepared to help Alicia. They were just daily reserves. Guan Xiaoqi was a cautious person and planned to store supplies according to this standard in the future. The new world is too weird. You never know when you will be trapped in a certain place or suddenly enter a dungeon. It is better to be fully prepared. The first time I suddenly entered a dungeon, I was completely unprepared and ended up in a very embarrassing situation. Before we knew it, it was already late at night. It was a quiet night. Few people had a good sleep last night, so everyone fell asleep early this night. Guan Xiaoqi hadn't fully rested yet and was still very tired. After preparing all the tools, he went to bed early. New World Calendar. Year 1, Month 9, 6 a.m. Today's weather, sunny. Temperature, 7 degrees Celsius. The temperature is rising slowly, which is suitable for exploration and gathering. Please pay attention to the miasma, as the amount of miasma in the wasteland has increased slightly. Guan Xiaoqi stretched and got up, took a look at the thick clothes hanging on the chair, thought about it, and put them all into the ring. I washed up and ate some bread and sweet potatoes to replenish my energy. I have eaten too much meat these days. I don't want to eat meat for breakfast. I need to supplement some vitamins and sugar. At the appointed time, Guan Xiaoqi sat down in front of the survival manual. Alicia was already waiting there. Lazy guy, you just got up? Guan Xiaoqi smiled and said, I'm ready. Where is your teleportation scroll? The trading channel flashed, showing that Alicia was sending him an item. Guan Xiaoqi took it and saw that it was indeed a teleportation scroll. Teleportation scroll. You can teleport to a designated location over a long distance. After 3 hours, the person using the teleportation scroll will be automatically teleported back to the starting point. In other words, I can only stay there for 3 hours before I am automatically sent back to the cabin. This is much safer and there shouldn't be any problems. I've already determined the position for you. Just use the scroll. Alicia reminded Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi opened the scroll and found a coordinate already written on it. The handwriting was beautiful. It should have been filled in by Alicia. The girl was quite thorough. Guan Xiaoqi held the scroll and chose to use it. There was a moment of darkness, as if entering a time tunnel, and Guan Xiaoqi disappeared in his cabin in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, Alicia was sitting in front of him with a table between them. The surrounding furniture is all made of pure wood, and a natural breath blows in the face. The room is clean and tidy, just like the boudoir of an ancient lady. However, Guan Xiaoqi didn't look around. He looked up and saw Alicia sitting opposite him. Alicia looks beautiful in the video, and it's breathtaking to watch her up close, especially now that she's wearing a turquoise swimsuit with a curvaceous figure. Fuck, tempt me. Guan Xiaoqi did not forget that he was here to complete a mission, so he quickly collected his thoughts and smiled. Nice to meet you again. Alicia stared at Guan Xiaoqi for a long time, clapped her hands and laughed. You look much better than before. You were really embarrassed in the dungeon before. Guan Xiaoqi thought if you rolled down a rocky slope hundreds of meters high and got bruised and battered, you probably wouldn't be in any better condition. Let's get to the point. We don't have much time. Only 3 hours. Well, it's a little urgent, but no matter how urgent it is, I have to teach you how to use this water-repellent bead. And you also have to take this night shining pearl. Guan Xiaoqi reached out and took the water-repellent beads and night shining pearls that Alicia handed over. The night shining pearl was obtained in the dungeon last time. It is a treasure in Princess Blue's boudoir. The water-repellent pearl is different from the night shining pearl in that it is a crystal clear bead, very small, like a small glass ball. There is a strange light flowing inside it, releasing a strange energy. Come on, I'll take you to try it. Elves don't seem to have as many taboos as humans. Alicia came over, took Guan Xiaoqi's hand, and walked out of the cabin. The little hands were soft and very smooth, and Guan Xiaoqi's heart was moved again. As soon as he walked out of the cabin, Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. The yard is the same size as mine, about 80 square meters, but it is full of flowers, competing with each other in beauty and extraordinary. Damn, this is too luxurious. Guan Xiaoqi wanted to pull out all the flowers for Alicia. It would be great if she could plant vegetables in such a big yard. Why plant flowers? It would be a waste of the yard. A child from a wealthy family. The way I look at the world is different from that of ordinary people. Pushing open the gate, a typical tropical ocean island appeared in front of them, with coconut trees everywhere, different kinds of coconuts on the trees, and flowers all around. There are no ferocious beasts, only a few rabbits and birds flying by occasionally. There is a small hill in the middle of the island, and spring water from the hill flows down, passing right by the cabin with gurgling water. It is a beautiful island with wild flowers and weeds growing everywhere. The cabin was on a cliff near the coast. Alicia held Guan Xiaoqi's hand and walked a few steps to a not-so-high coastal cliff. Looking down from the cliff, which is only about 10 meters away, the transparent sea water is crystal clear, and the fish swimming in the water seem to be flying in the air. If it weren't in another world, Guan Xiaoqi would feel like he was in the Aegean Sea. Let's enter the sea right here and just jump in. Alicia let go of Guan Xiaoqi's hand, jumped up, made a beautiful arc in the air, and fell into the sea. With barely a splash, Alicia jumped into the sea like a swimming fish. Come on, you have the water-repellent beads with you. It's okay to jump down. Alicia poked her head out of the sea and loudly encouraged Guan Xiaoqi to jump down as well. Guan Xiaoqi could swim, but his level was average. However, this was his first time diving. The 10-meter cliff didn't seem too high, so he gritted his teeth, jumped up, and imitated Alicia to jump into the sea. Bang! It was like a depth charge going off, with water splashing 3 meters high. The fishes around were frightened and fled in all directions. Huh, interesting. Guan Xiaoqi was surprised to find that he was wrapped in a bubble, but his limbs could still feel in the water. I tried swimming and found that the bubble did not affect my swimming at all. So magical? Guan Xiaoqi was amazed. This water-repellent bead is so powerful. Alicia swam over like a mermaid, pulling Guan Xiaoqi and helping him adapt to the water-repellent bead. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Guan Xiaoqi to master the use of the water-repellent beads. It was really simple. Are you ready? Alicia held Guan Xiaoqi's hand and floated on the sea. Then we will set off now. Remember to hold the night shining pearl when you enter the cave. It doesn't matter if you hide a little further away. The night shining pearl is really bright. Chapter 61, Deep Sea Cave. Guan Xiaoqi was about to speak when he was suddenly pulled by Alicia and quickly sank into the water. If it weren't for the water-repellent beads, he would have been choked to death. Alicia was running so fast that the waves quickly separated into two sides. The two of them were like super torpedoes on the seabed, diving rapidly into the depths of the sea. When they encountered countless fish, they all gave way. People have their own language, and animals have their own language. All the fish shouted, "Everyone run away! That domineering elf is coming again." There was chaos in the ocean. All kinds of marine animals, dragging their children with them, fled in all directions, just like the Japanese invaders had entered the village, dragging their families with them. Guan Xiaoqi felt that his arm was about to be torn off, and it hurt terribly. Fortunately, the water-repellent beads were magical. Not only did they provide a bubble for people to breathe, but they also greatly reduced the resistance in the water. This allowed Alicia to dive with him without affecting the speed at all. The two people swam towards the deep sea, swimming forward and diving at the same time. After about 10 minutes, the light became darker and darker, and they approached the seabed. While running, Alicia suddenly stopped, and Guan Xiaoqi could not control his body and bumped into her. It's soft and comfortable to hold. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was hugging Alicia's slender waist. He was startled and quickly let go. Alicia didn't look at Guan Xiaoqi. Her eyes were fixed on the dark ocean, and she took out her longbow from behind. The green light is unfortunately limited in the ocean and cannot shine very far. The sea was rolling, and Guan Xiaoqi soon sensed something unusual. He was a little frightened and could sense a terrifying monster swimming not far away. This behemoth can create huge waves in the ocean, even if it is just cruising. The difference between the centaur and this terrifying ocean monster is like the difference between a rabbit and an elephant. The enormity of the marine life was beyond Guan Xiaoqi's imagination. Can this be used to fight? Facing a monster of this terrifying level, Guan Xiaoqi's principle was to run as far as he could. He turned around and saw Alicia's face flushed with excitement. This girl seemed a little belligerent. Alicia quietly concealed the energy in her body, bent her bow in the ocean, and a sharp arrow broke through the sea water, making a strange whistling sound, and shot towards the lead's fish in the distance. The arrow was so fast that it directly evaporated the seawater it came into contact with and shot out through the water at supersonic speed. The power of an arrow is so terrifying. Even though he was hiding in an airball that was protected from water drops, Guan Xiaoqi could still feel the tremendous force of the rolling seawater. Just after it was shot, a mournful cry was heard in the distance. It was obvious that the lead's fish was successfully ambushed by Alicia. Alicia made a gesture. "Ha! That stupid fish is injured. It's trying to escape. Chase it." Then he pulled Guan Xiaoqi forward rapidly in the water for the second time. The terrifying beast in front was fleeing wildly, with no intention of fighting at all. When it saw Alicia's arrow, it swam back desperately, causing huge waves along the way, and the entire ocean was boiling. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. It seemed that this was not the first time that Liz Yu was bullied by Alicia. This was how many times she had been beaten, and now she had no fighting spirit at all. With such a big body and being a monster, how could it be afraid of a well-behaved and cute elf girl? It's really killing me. Although the lead's fish is large in size, it is also extremely fast. Alicia pulled Guan Xiaoqi without slowing down at all, and even used the elf's secret magic and spatial abilities. After chasing for half an hour, they went deeper and deeper into the ocean and saw endless underwater mountains. They were about to catch up with the lead's fish when suddenly a pitch-black hole appeared in front of them. The lead's fish made a sprint and dived into the hole. Alicia pulled Guan Xiaoqi and shouted, "Take out the night pearl." No one knew how the sound in the water entered Guan Xiaoqi's ears. Upon hearing this, Guan Xiaoqi quickly took out the night pearl. Alicia pulled Guan Xiaoqi into the cave in an instant. The cave is extremely huge and has many holes. The night pearl in Guan Xiaoqi's hand releases light. This light is not hindered by water at all and illuminates the cave. The lead's fish was immediately furious. It had wanted to use the darkness to deal with Alicia in these gaps, but it didn't expect that she was well prepared this time. From deep within the cave, terrifying devil whispers could be heard from time to time. The Liz fish did not dare to approach the depths of the cave. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, it turned around. The monster also had its own dignity. Its huge, wheel-like eyes stared viciously at the elf girl who had embarrassed it. Alicia let go of Guan Xiaoqi's hand and pushed him. Guan Xiaoqi immediately understood what she meant and swam away. Looking around, he saw a narrow groove on the left wall of the cave. He quickly swam over and hid in it. This strange fish was huge, and it could not swim into the groove no matter what. The night shining pearl is placed at the mouth of the groove, and its light is enough to illuminate this underwater cave. when Guan Xiaoqi settled himself and looked back. The fierce battle has begun. Alicia and the lead's fish chased each other in circles, like a chase game. The lead's fish swam quickly in various gaps, not giving Alicia a chance to aim. All we can say is that these are two horrible monsters. They swam faster and faster, and actually formed a horrible whirlpool in the cave. The water, under tremendous pressure, made a deafening roar. From time to time, stone pillars were crushed by the terrifying water pressure. Even though Guan Xiaoqi was watching the fight from a distance, he was still terrified. He didn't expect that Alicia's small body could have such huge energy. He suddenly remembered the heroic figure of Alicia shooting the blue princess with an arrow. It's really too strong. Boom! With a loud bang, another stone pillar was twisted off by the waves and shot towards the hollow where Guan Xiaoqi was hiding. Guan Xiaoqi was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly grabbed the rock wall and dodged quickly. The stone pillar shot into the hollow past Guan Xiaoqi's face. The stone pillar collided with the hole, splashing out sharp gravel. Guan Xiaoqi felt a pain in his buttocks and knew that he was hit. Fortunately, it was not a vital part. Escape quickly. But at this time, there was no safe place in the entire cave, as it was completely enveloped by a huge whirlpool. Guan Xiaoqi was extremely panicked, dodging here and there to avoid the huge pieces of rock that were falling on him. Just as he dodged a piece of rubble, a huge wave rushed towards him. Guan Xiaoqi looked up and saw a lead's fish right in front of him, opening its hideous and terrifying mouth, ready to swallow him in one gulp. The lead's fish is very smart. It has long been eyeing Guan Xiaoqi, and its goal is clear, which is to swallow him and the night pearl in his hand. As long as it is pitch black here, he might be able to escape from this little elf villain. The bloody mouth was more than 10 meters high. Guan Xiaoqi was so frightened that his brain went blank, and he quickly backed away. At this moment, a shining arrow finally found the right opportunity and aimed at the lead's fish's head at close range. The arrow flashed like a stream of light, and a big hole was instantly shot through the lead's fish's head, and blue blood spurted out. However, the power of the lead's fish's charge did not stop, and the dying lead's fish still crashed towards Guan Xiaoqi. Alicia was horrified and quickly shot another arrow. The lead's fish did not hide or evade. It just stared at Guan Xiaoqi and the night pearl in his hand. "You monster! The one chasing you is that little girl. Why are you chasing me and biting me? I can't kill that little girl, but I can kill you. Killing one is enough. Don't you understand?" Liz Fish grinned. "Damn, that's cruel." Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but give Liz Fish a thumbs up. "Since you can't beat the little girl, you come and bully me. It seems like I'm easy to bully, right?" But after thinking about it, he realized that he was the easiest to bully here, so he immediately lost his temper and turned around to run away. Guan Xiaoqi was swimming towards the wall of the cave. Fortunately, he had water-repellent beads, and the waves had little impact on Guan Xiaoqi. He found a groove on the wall in front of him and was overjoyed. He thought he was really lucky and had escaped from a desperate situation. Guan Xiaoqi rushed into the groove suddenly. Almost at the same time, a colorful halo appeared in the dark groove, as if it had been waiting here for a long time. Guan Xiaoqi rushed in head first. At the same time, Alicia's stunning arrow had arrived. The lead's fish did not dodge at all, and this arrow really pierced its vital point. Lizu took a last desperate look at the elf girl, who was too cruel. Lizu died, and Guan Xiaoqi accidentally entered the dungeon. Alicia was very anxious and swam over. Without bothering to deal with the body of the lead's fish, she also swam towards the copy halo. "This is a special instance. Elves cannot enter." A cold system voice sounded, and Alicia asked in surprise, "What?" Chapter 62, Devil's Factory. Damn your ancestors. After crashing into the rainbow door, Guan Xiaoqi felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes, he saw more than a dozen humans standing around him in various postures. There were men and women, each holding a weapon in their hands. Everyone was looking around carefully to see what was going on. Then everyone saw a boy in flowery shorts, wearing a small flower hat, holding a night pearl in his hand, crawling out from the void. "What's going on? Is this a human or a monster?" Everyone raised their weapons and pointed them at Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi was startled, thinking that this group of guys was going to rob each other. So he quickly put the night pearl into the ring and took out the crow staff. "What do you mean?" Seeing Guan Xiaoqi's panicked expression and the human words he spoke, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and put away their weapons. "Yes, it's a human." "Brother, have you just returned from a vacation in the Mediterranean?" "Yes." Guan Xiaoqi answered simply, which confused the person asking the question. Some people appeared from the void one after another, looking around vigilantly. Is this the secret place? You touched the rainbow door yourself. Don't you know it? I'm just making sure. There were two young men nearby who seemed to know each other, one with a bowl cut and the other with tattoos. The two of them huddled together and whispered. The one with the bowl cut looked excited. Dude, we're rich. I heard that there's gold everywhere in the secret realm. You can pick up treasures even if you're lying down. The tattooed man couldn't hide the smile on his face. He nodded repeatedly and looked around curiously. Everyone's eyes were focused on a door number. The crowd then realized that they were standing at the gate of a factory with a sign that read, Devil's Factory. Devil's Factory? The name sounds quite scary, so those who are timid may hesitate. This copy is obviously different from the last copy. As soon as everyone came in, the system directly released the task. Emergency mission. Enter the Devil's Factory within 3 minutes. Find the energy core within an hour, and stay within 100 meters of the energy core. Those who fail the mission will be killed. This copy seemed to be even more cruel than the previous one. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. Knowing that the system was cruel and ruthless, he did not dare to go against the system and was the first to run into the factory gate. Hey, look at that clown. He runs pretty fast like a dog. There was laughter from the back. The timid ones followed Guan Xiaoqi into the factory, while the brave ones also walked into the factory leisurely. The task of entering the factory is too simple. The key is to find the energy core after entering the factory. The pot-covered man frowned and didn't move. That's not right. The last time I looked at the dungeon strategy, didn't it say that if you enter the dungeon and stay there until the dungeon ends, you can get a lot of rewards? The tattooed man sneered. The system must be a bluff. The strategy will not lie to us. That was said by a very trustworthy female classmate. This system is suspected of deceiving. Having said that, the two guys still looked nonchalant and slowly walked towards the factory gate. Suddenly, a laser shot out from the gate. Thump! 2 bodies were burnt and fell to the ground. When everyone turned around, they saw that they were the 2 non-mainstream brothers who didn't believe in evil. The time limit was exceeded. Some people pouted, some covered their eyes and dared not look. But no one felt sorry for them. If you use your rebellious spirit in the wrong place, you will only end up seeking your own death. Guan Xiaoqi walked slowly into the factory, looking around as he walked. This factory covers a huge area, with no end in sight, and all kinds of strange towers standing tall. However, the factory was silent and seemed to have been abandoned. There was no sound of machinery or steam. Or is it that this place is too modern and there is no noise during production? Guan Xiaoqi started to practice elementary meditation to find the source of energy in the factory, but he had a subtle feeling that it was there and not there, and he couldn't find it at all. The energy seems to be hidden. 1 hour was too short, and Guan Xiaoqi was a little nervous. He caught a glimpse of a tall tower not far away and was slightly startled. There was a window on it, and it seemed that fog was being released from the window. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to waste time and ran towards the tall tower. The large group of people at the back were looking around in panic, searching, but naturally, they couldn't find anything. Guan Xiaoqi ran to the bottom of the tall tower and saw a big door. He pushed it open and rushed in. The window was on the 29th floor of the tall tower. Guan Xiaoqi counted the number of floors while running all the way over. After entering the gate, there is a modern lobby with bright windows and an elevator room next to it. Guan Xiaoqi ran to the elevator door and found that the elevator was not connected to the power source at all and could not start. He knocked on it for a long time, but to no avail. In desperation, he opened the fire door next to him and ran upstairs. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoqi's endurance had reached 9 points, far exceeding the level of ordinary people, and his agility was also high. Even more fortunately, it was very hot in the factory, so I was able to travel light in just wearing shorts. A few minutes later, Guan Xiaoqi, panting, rushed to the 29th floor. He remembered it was the room on the left, so he slammed the door open and rushed in. Sir, who are you looking for? Guan Xiaoqi jumped back 3 feet. This weird place was so scary. How come there were still people inside? Looking carefully into the room, there was an office inside. A puppet seemed to have just woken up and didn't know what had happened. It raised its head and looked at Guan Xiaoqi curiously. I'm the director of this factory. You can just call me David. Are you the technician who is here to help us restart the factory? The puppet's mouth did not move, but human voice came out. He said to Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. What did this have to do with anything? At this moment, some noises were heard in the distance. The sleeping factory seemed to wake up suddenly. The roar of machinery was heard, and many tall towers began to spew out mist. Countless puppets woke up from their slumber and looked around curiously. Is the devil's factory about to restart? Hurry up, hurry up. Everyone, cheer up. The factory will be restarted soon. No one is allowed to be lazy. Otherwise, you will be sent to the recycling furnace. A supervisor puppet began to shout loudly. The street lights in the factory were lit up, and all the towers were lit up as well. Rows of street lights and tall towers were all lit up. The question is, it's broad daylight now. Why turn on the lights? The people walking on the road were all stunned, not knowing what was going on. The originally lifeless factory suddenly came alive. A few minutes later, when all the lights in the factory came on, the sky seemed to have changed a curtain, and it quickly darkened, and night fell suddenly. The factory is brightly lit at night and looks full of vitality. Guan Xiaoqi stared at David, feeling the energy in his body. To Guan Xiaoqi's surprise, he could not sense the presence of the energy stone in David's body. A puppet without an energy stone? How can I run it myself? Guan Xiaoqi frowned and did not answer David's question. Instead, he looked out the window behind David. An invisible energy was continuously entering David's body from outside the window. Are you a technician? David looked at the strange human in front of him with confusion. The puppet's hand quietly placed next to the alarm and looked at Guan Xiaoqi vigilantly. He finally discovered that there was something wrong with this human. Guan Xiaoqi didn't intend to pay any attention to him at all. He just rushed into the office and ran to the window. The 29th floor is very high. This tower is the tallest building in the factory. Guan Xiaoqi looked out the window and saw a large platform a few hundred meters away. A huge black hole appeared in the middle of the platform. A huge orange energy gem slowly rose from the black hole. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 63, Angry Puppet. The enormous energy contained in this orange gem is continuously charging all the puppets and facilities in the factory, and its huge range covers the entire factory. Guan Xiaoqi took a look inside the room and saw an explosion-proof shield placed in the corner. His eyes lit up, and he went over to pick it up. It was very light in his hand, and he was delighted to see that it was made of high-tech material. Guan Xiaoqi blinked his eyes and turned around to trick the factory director and steal some information at the same time. Suddenly, a voice came from the intercom. Director, a large number of unidentified people have appeared in the factory, including humans and skeletons. Many of them are destroying things everywhere. What should we do? The puppet factory director's face changed. It really changed. His white face turned red. You are not technicians sent by our superiors at all. You are robbers. The angry puppet David pressed his hand heavily on the alarm. Sharp alarms rang out throughout the factory. Guan Xiaoqi cursed inwardly. Which bastards started smashing and looting without understanding the situation clearly. There were a lot of footsteps in the corridor. Guan Xiaoqi didn't dare to waste time here, and these puppets didn't even have an energy stone on them, which was really disappointing. He didn't waste any time, picked up his shield, and rushed out. Before the puppets in the corridor could surround him, he had already quickly run out of the tower along the stairs. There was a large group of humans outside who were entering the dungeon for the first time. When they heard the shrill alarm, they looked around in panic, not knowing what was going on. A large number of staggering puppets appeared from the surrounding buildings, holding sticks, hammers, and wrenches in their hands, and poured out from the shadows on all directions. What the hell is this? Didn't they say that there was gold everywhere in the dungeon, and that we could just sit there and pick up the money? The crowd became chaotic and drew their weapons, aiming at the puppets. These puppets were made of plastic and moved slowly. They surrounded us from all sides and shouted loudly, "Defend the factory!" Soon, the puppet came into contact with the crowd, led by a violent black man with a big knife in his hand, who chopped at the puppet. The puppet blocked it with a stick, turned around, and kicked the black man to the ground. Damn, it knows martial arts. The black guy crawled away, cursing all the time. The crowd was in an uproar. These puppets seemed to move slowly. So how come they were so fierce when they fought? Kill these bandits. The puppet seemed to have been sleeping for a long time and had just woken up and was slowly adapting its body. They ran faster and faster and soon surrounded them. A cold and beautiful woman held a magic wand in her hand and chanted a spell, and a big fireball was released from the magic wand. Boom! With an explosion, the puppet's whole body caught fire, and it screamed and turned into a fireman. In less than a moment, it was burned to ashes. This thing is afraid of fire. Those who had fire on them took out all their things. There was even a guy who had a flamethrower and burned the puppets from all directions. The puppets were a little frightened at first, but relying on their large numbers, they still rushed forward. Humans and puppets fought each other in an extremely chaotic scene. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, although many puppets were burned and several people died, when everyone was at a loss, someone saw Guan Xiaoqi wearing a clown costume and running very fast. Only then did some people wake up. Don't fight too long. Hurry up and complete the mission. If we can't find the energy core, we will all die here. But where is the energy core? Follow him. He must know. Only then did everyone look at Guan Xiaoqi, who was running far ahead, the clown-like guy who was looked down upon by everyone. Kill them. Now everyone had a direction. They swarmed after Guan Xiaoqi. They fought and ran, leaving several bodies on the ground. Fortunately, the square was not too far away. Guan Xiaoqi was very fast and arrived at the core square in 10 minutes. As soon as I stepped onto the square, the system sent a message. The first stage of the mission has been completed. Please rest on the spot and wait for all humans and zombies to complete their missions. No fighting is allowed in the square. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. Sure enough, there are still corpse ghosts. As long as there are humans, there are corpse ghosts. But what does it mean to forbid fighting? Just don't allow fighting in this square. Guan Xiaoqi stepped into the square, feeling the huge energy core and the tremendous power contained within. Could this square be a shelter or a safe house? Guan Xiaoqi guessed. He was the first to arrive at the square, so it was empty on all sides. Not long, the second creature arrived here. It was a skeleton in black armor, shiny all over, holding a black long sword in his hand. He was 100 times more handsome than his own skeleton warrior. The black skeleton was also stunned when he saw Guan Xiaoqi. He stopped far away on the other side of the square and stared at Guan Xiaoqi cautiously with an extremely unfriendly look in his eyes. However, he still restrained himself from coming over. He just waved a knife in his hand and made a humiliating gesture. Apparently, it also received a system ban prohibiting fighting and could only express its dissatisfaction through actions. No matter whether it is a human or a zombie, no one dares to violate the system's prohibition. Guan Xiaoqi took out a rattan chair from the ring, placed it on the square, and sat comfortably on the chair, looking at the surrounding scenery, waiting for the second stage of the task to begin. The humans who suffered heavy casualties finally ran to the square following Guan Xiaoqi's footsteps. 7 or 8 people died, and the survivors all looked terrified. Those puppets were obviously also bound by the ban and did not dare to set foot on the square. They just stood outside the square with their weapons raised and roared fiercely. Everyone stared at Guan Xiaoqi. This clown was really annoying. Not only did he avoid the fight with the puppet, he even brought a rattan chair over to watch the fun. Dude, you're pretty good. Guan Xiaoqi didn't say anything, but stared curiously at the angry puppets surrounding outside. These puppets were so strange. They actually had all kinds of emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Then, were these plastic assembled parts still considered puppets? Some people disliked Guan Xiaoqi and speak ill of him. Guan Xiaoqi frowned and looked at the guy who cursed the most fiercely, a middle-aged white man. Although he was called a white man, his skin was actually red, so it would be more accurate to call him a red man. Fighting is not allowed in this square, and Guan Xiaoqi couldn't do anything about this guy, so he pretended not to hear and looked into the distance. Everyone followed Guan Xiaoqi's gaze. In another direction, a large group of skeletons were running towards the square. So, this copy doesn't have just one gathering point, but many, and people are gathering here from all over? Guan Xiaoqi understood immediately. This team of skeletons is more disciplined than humans. They have long weapons guarding the outside, while inside are full of archers and magicians, launching long-range attacks. It was the first time for many people to see a skeleton, and they were all attracted to it. Some timid girls covered their mouths and almost screamed. The group of skeletons rushed into the square, obviously relieved, and then were surprised to see the black skeleton warrior who had arrived here a long time ago. All the skeletons bent down and saluted the skeleton warrior, as if the warrior had a high status among the skeletons. Guan Xiaoqi was surprised that the society of skeletons seemed very different from that of humans. In this world, even if the President of the United States stands in front of everyone, humans will not take it seriously. Your past identity is not worth mentioning here. But that doesn't seem to be the case with the skeleton. The black skeleton warrior nodded slightly as a return gesture, but his arrogance almost blinded Guan Xiaoqi's eyes. Hashtag Chapter 64. Secret Art of Passing Through the Underworld. It seems in the world of skeletons, the hierarchy is extremely strict. Guan Xiaoqi seemed to be thinking about something. It's quite interesting when you observe other ethnic customs up close. The atmosphere in the square is very subtle now. All the humans gathered on the left, and all the skeletons gathered on the right, clearly separated, and their eyes were full of sparks as they looked at each other. There was still chaos in the distance, with more people and skeletons rushing towards here. Because there were more and more worker puppets gathering around the square, it was becoming increasingly difficult to kill them. If you are a step slow at the beginning, you will only be racing against death. I looked at the time. There were less than 10 minutes left until the deadline, and countless panic humans were still fighting in the distance. In sharp contrast, the square was quiet. A group of people, already bloodthirsty, rushed into the puppet group. The strong man in the lead swung an axe and used brute force to cut a bloody path. There were several people following behind him, rushing over together. Hurry up! People in the square cheered them on. The leader finally approached the square, leaped suddenly, and fell on the square, escaping from danger, gasping for breath, still in shock. Someone called him from behind. "Brother, help me!" A man with glasses was originally following him, but was pulled by the puppet and stretched his hand into the square. The sturdy man quickly turned around, grabbed the man's arm, yelled, and pulled him into the square with all his strength. People around also came to help. "Bye! The time is up. All humans and ghouls who fail to reach a distance of 100 meters will be killed." A cold voice sounded in everyone's heart. "Ah!" The man with glasses screamed, and as the sound of the system fell, his whole body suddenly rotted and turned into flying catkins, disappearing into the air. The sturdy man pulled half of the man with glasses' arm, stepped back 3 steps, and sat down in the square, shaking all over, stunned. Cold and merciless. There was complete silence all around, and all the humans and skeletons who had not arrived in time were reduced to ashes in an instant. The scene was very quiet for a while. Everyone in the square was still in shock. The worker puppets outside the square had lost their target and gradually quieted down, but they still stayed around and refused to leave. Judging from their angry expressions, it's obvious that this matter is not over yet. Guan Xiaoqi looked around and found that hundreds of humans and skeletons had gathered here without him noticing. Are there so many people entering this copy? Congratulations to everyone for completing the first stage of the mission. Now we are distributing rewards. Each person will receive 50 gold coins and a random blue weapon card. The gold coins and blue weapon cards were instantly in everyone's hands. After putting the gold coins into the space ring, Guan Xiaoqi took a look at the card in his hand. The blue weapon he got was a sword called Blood Soul, which came with the Blood Soul sword skill. It looked pretty good. Even if he couldn't use it, he could probably sell it for a lot of gold coins when he returned to the new world. The Blood Soul was also collected. At this moment, the magician suddenly gave him a gentle reminder in his mind. The cooling period has expired. You can now upgrade a card. Do you want to upgrade Murphy's magic handouts? Upgrading Murphy's magic notes is the magician's suggestion, but he cannot make a direct decision to Guan Xiaoqi. The final decision is still in Guan Xiaoqi's hands. Guan Xiaoqi thought about it and decided that if he wanted to deal with the current situation, upgrading the Raven Staff would be the most appropriate option. However, for long-term development, he should still prioritize upgrading Murphy's magic notes. After struggling for a while, Guan Xiaoqi made up his mind and said, "Upgrade Murphy's magic handouts." Receive instructions. Upgrade Murphy's magic handouts. There was a slight fluctuation in time and space, and Guan Xiaoqi felt his forehead suddenly throb violently. This was the magician using a mysterious skill to upgrade Murphy's magic notes. Bite! A strange sound. Guan Xiaoqi was curious about what the upgraded Murphy's magic notes looked like. While everyone was in a daze checking the weapon cards they had just obtained, and no one noticed him, he carefully covered his eyes with his hands and took out the upgraded Murphy's magic notes. He was very cautious, fearing that others would see the purple epic card and cause him to run into unexpected trouble, so he hid it in his hand and took a sneak peek. Isn't that right? Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. There was no purple light, nor was it an epic card. What he held in his hand was actually a plain booklet. This booklet was extremely simple and ancient, like an object that had been passed down from ancient times for thousands or tens of thousands of years. It was full of vicissitudes of life, with only a few pages of paper of unknown material, and the cover read, "Secret Art of Passing Through the Underworld." How did I upgrade a blue card into a booklet? Everyone in the square was checking their cards and gold coins. 50 gold coins was not a small number, and most people did not have space equipment. Fortunately, the system was considerate and gave everyone gold coins in a cloth bag with a strap so they could carry it directly on their backs, saving a lot of trouble. Drop. The second stage of the mission officially begins. In 10 minutes, the gods and monsters will attack the Devil Factory. Be sure to protect this energy core. The core cannot be destroyed by the gods and monsters within half an hour. If the mission fails, everyone will be killed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge energy core suspended in the air in the middle of the square. What? Our mission is to protect this energy core? That's not right. If our mission is to guard this energy core, these worker puppets should be on our side. Then why did they fight and kill just now? This system task is too fucked up. Everyone felt frustrated. This mission was filled with too many pitfalls. In the first stage, there was no need to offend these worker puppets. But it's too late to regret now. Especially those who had smashed, looted, and robbed the factory without restraint when they first entered it. Now all looked ashamed. Guan Xiaoqi frowned. He didn't think too much about it. He just felt that this copy was completely different from the previous one. The penalties in this instance are too harsh. Moreover, it was very strange that Alicia was unable to enter this copy. He used the communication card given to him by Devil Robin to notify Alicia, but Alicia said that she could not enter this copy. Special copy. Elves are not allowed to enter. Interesting. So is there anything special about this copy? Everyone was studying their cards, most of them having a blue weapon card for the first time, with surprise on their faces. Blue weapon cards come with special combat skills, and everyone is familiarizing themselves with their newly acquired combat skills. Looking at the people in the square, waving their weapons in various poses and performing strange weapon skills, Guan Xiaoqi suddenly remembered the scene when he first used the ice dagger. In fact, only a few days have passed, but it feels like a long time has passed. Hashtag. Chapter 65. A monster falling from the sky. Guan Xiaoqi did not try out the Blood Soul Sword technique. He did not think it was of any use. He was a magician now, he just needed to make good use of the Raven Staff. At this moment, he was sitting on a rattan chair with his legs crossed, talking to the magician card. I say, what's going on? Shouldn't the blue card upgrade become an epic card? Why did it become a booklet? The magician explained softly. Murphy's Magic Handbook is a little special. It is a secret book that was modified and artificially made into cards. So when Murphy's Magic Handbook was upgraded, it was accidentally upgraded to its most original version, which is this secret book of the underworld. This is a rare exception. Guan Xiaoqi seemed to be thinking. You mean the secret art of communicating with the underworld was deliberately modified by someone, renamed Murphy's Magic Lecture Notes, and the level was lowered to deliberately make cards? Magician Card replied indifferently. That's right. Guan Xiaoqi frowned. Why would he do this? I don't know. The Magician Card's answer was simple, concise, and clear. Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. Then look at Murphy's magic handouts and this book on the secret art of communicating with the underworld. What exactly did that person change? Also, what level of practice is this book on the secret art of communicating with the underworld? The magician patiently explained. Murphy's Magic Handbook is easier to learn and progresses faster, but it absorbs too many impurities from the heaven and earth's vital energy, and the upper limit is not high. It seems that there are some other hidden dangers. However, the secret art of passing through the underworld is a true, ancient secret art, mythical level. Guan Xiaoqi was shocked. What does mythical level mean? Literally. Guan Xiaoqi was extremely shocked. The cards in this world, from low to high level, are ordinary white, excellent green, sophisticated blue, epic purple, legendary orange, and mythical colorful. How can a blue card become mythical after upgrading to a higher level? How many levels has it crossed? No, the question should be how much sand did the editor mix into this mythical level of martial arts? The magician reminded Guan Xiaoqi, don't think that a mythical level technique is a good thing. It is also extremely difficult to practice. After all, this is a technique, not a weapon or skill. There is still an essential difference. Guan Xiaoqi nodded, indicating that he understood this principle. If he now had a mythical weapon or skill, he would be able to kill everyone immediately. However, possessing a mythical level martial arts technique is different. You still need to practice it yourself before it can gradually be transformed into your own combat power. The only advantage is that you can practice it without any worries. This technique has a very high upper limit. Once you succeed in practicing it, your strength will definitely exceed that of a mythical weapon because it is your own power. Guan Xiaoqi tried hard to digest the conversation with the magician, which contained a huge amount of information. 10 minutes went by quickly. It passed without me noticing. There was a loud buzzing sound in the night sky, and everyone looked up. 7 or 8 cyberpunk-style steam airships flew from a distance. They were brightly lit and very eye-catching in the night sky. He had seen this kind of airship before. The Devil Robin used a similar airship. The airship driven by a steam engine makes a mechanical roar. Is this the airship of the gods and monsters? What is the relationship between gods and monsters? Guan Xiaoqi was very curious. It was obvious that the system used different names. In the previous copy, the system clearly pointed out that the huge coffin suspended in the air contained the body of the god. So, what are gods and monsters? Guan Xiaoqi narrowed his eyes, put away his precious rattan chair, took out the crow staff, raised his head and stared at the sky with everyone else. 7 or 8 airships came from a distance and hovered above the square. The gears and steam were clearly visible. Dozens of figures flew out of the airships and swooped down rapidly. Guan Xiaoqi had excellent eyesight and could see these flying gods and monsters from afar, descending from the sky with flaming swords in their hands. It's like an angel descending. As it got closer, the face of the god or monster became clearly visible. The pointed beak, fangs, red eyes, and a pair of huge wings behind it. Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. Is this a fucking monster? Why does he look so much like the devil? You can't say they look alike, except for the wings on the back. They look like they were carved from the same mold. Guan Xiaoqi would not find it strange what the gods and monsters looked like, but he was shocked to find that these gods and monsters looked almost the same as the devil. The first monster has fallen from the sky, wielding a flaming giant sword in its hand and slashing down. A skeleton is standing on the ground, holding the blue weapon he just obtained in his hand, and holding it across his body, trying to block the attack from the sky. The flaming giant sword chopped down fiercely, and the weapon in the skeleton's hand was instantly cut off. The whole skeleton was split into 2 halves. The undead fire was extinguished instantly, and bone fragments were scattered everywhere. No one thought that the skeleton could defeat this monster, but the skeleton was holding a blue weapon and couldn't take a single blow, which still made everyone panic. The humans and skeletons who had just received the new weapons were eager to try them out, and their morale was extremely high. But after seeing the power of this sword, they were all dumbfounded. Morale instantly fell to the bottom again. Damn it, what's the difference between the blue weapon given by the system and the fire stick? Some people have already started cursing. More people began to retreat, not daring to stand in the area where the monster landed. After making room, the gods and monsters landed on the square. Dozens of them, waving burning swords, rushed up with expressionless faces and began to reap lives. These gods and monsters are more than 2 meters tall, with sturdy build, wielding giant swords with immense power, and the flames on the swords are like the wrath of heaven. Whether they were humans or skeletons, they were all retreating. But this square is so small that after retreating only a few dozen meters, they were almost at the edge, but these gods and monsters still attacked them mercilessly. With no way to retreat, people finally exploded. Damn it, let's fight them. There are so many of us. Just a few of us can beat one of them. What's there to be afraid of? The brave man rushed forward with red eyes. Ah, look at my axe. A human jumped high and chopped down on the head of the monster. The melee began. Oh my God! A white woman prayed palely, but she didn't dare to step forward. Someone ran by and shouted, "Isn't this the legendary god? What's the use of your prayers? They are killing people. Resistance is the only way out. Go ahead." The white woman gritted her teeth and argued, "These are not gods, they are demons. Then exorcise the demons. This is the duty of you believers." Hearing this, the white woman's eyes lit up. She let out a sharp cry, waved the staff in her hand, and finally rushed forward bravely. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the chaotic scene and sighed. This task was actually not difficult, because he found that these gods and monsters did not destroy the energy crystals at all, but were constantly killing skeletons and humans. In other words, as long as you avoid being chased by these monsters within half an hour, you can complete the mission. The battle was extremely brutal. There were broken skeletons and wailing humans everywhere. These gods and monsters were all combat elites. With one strike of the flaming giant sword, the humans were split into 2 firemen. They burned separately and ran forward howling for more than 10 meters before they were burned into 2 balls of ashes. Chapter 66. No slacking off, forced battle. Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to stand out, so he blended in with the crowd, running everywhere. When he saw the right target, he threw a magic missile out from a distance. In order not to attract attention, even the fairies and skeleton warriors were not summoned. It feels so good to slack off, but he was too agile and always managed to escape nimbly, which still attracted the attention of some gods and monsters. Boom! There was a huge vibration, and a monster finally couldn't stand Guan Xiaoqi's despicable behavior of slacking off, so it jumped into the air and landed heavily in front of him. Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to fight with this monster at all, so he turned around and ran, heading for crowded places. However, before he could get close to the crowd suddenly dispersed. When I looked up suddenly, I found that there was another monster coming here. The 2 gods and monsters actually gave up chasing the fleeing crowd and attacked Guan Xiaoqi from the front and behind. Guan Xiaoqi stopped, took a deep breath, and looked at the 2 monsters in front and behind. One chased him, while the other stayed where he was, as if afraid that he would escape. Are you so disrespectful? I was just playing around, and you guys were targeting me. Are you forcing me to take serious action? One of the gods and monsters strode over. Guan Xiaoqi looked around and saw no good escape route. He knew that this time the situation would not end well, and there was no way out. He got angry instantly. Since you forced me to fight, then come on. Without bothering to hide, he quickly summoned the skeleton warrior and the little fairy from the card, raised his crow staff, and shouted, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you gods and monsters? Crow, come out!" A black vortex connected to the void. In the whirlpool, a pitch-black and shiny crow flew from the abyss to the human world. The crow not only looked ferocious, but also had extremely sharp eyes. It turned its head and stared at the monster. Guan Xiaoqi pointed the crow staff at the monster in front of him, and the crow rushed towards the monster fiercely, revealing its sharp fangs and claws, all flashing with metallic light. Like a flash of black lightning, the crow appeared in front of the monster in an instant. The monster looked a little weird, with a dull expression and slightly clumsy movements. He stared at the crow and raised his huge flaming sword, slashing it downwards fiercely. The crow rolled over to avoid the attack, but the monster's giant sword was also very flexible. It quickly swung horizontally and continued to chop at the crow. Dadyo! A clear child's voice. The fairy's magic missile shot out from the staff. The green missile hit the monster with a bang. Although it only caused little damage, it was attached with a slowing magic. The god, who was already a bit clumsy, suddenly moved in slow motion. At the critical moment, the fairy magic worked. Guan Xiaoqi stared at the monster for a long time. He had been slacking off just now. This was the first time he observed a monster up close. He unexpectedly discovered that these monsters were not real-life forms, but puppets. It is much more refined than the stone puppet in the God's Tomb copy. Its entire body is made of soft plastic and high-toughness material. It is agile and has great power. This is a purely combat puppet, and its combat power is completely different from those worker puppets around it. The movements of the monster puppets were extremely ferocious, but after looking at them, they only had a few moves, just Cheng Yaojin's 3 axes. Guan Xiaoqi started to meditate, and immediately noticed that there was a heart beating pounding in the chest of this combat puppet. That's the location of the energy stone. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. It turned out that the energy stones were in different positions for different puppets. The energy stone of the puppet in the God's Tomb is at the lower back, but the energy stone of the puppet in front of you is at the heart. The skeleton warrior rushed forward waving an axe. Because he was short, he simply jumped into the air, raised his axe, and smashed it hard on the monster's head. The crow had already drawn an arc and flew away. The monster raised his sword to block the axe. With a loud bang, the skeleton warrior was bounced back and retreated more than 10 steps before he could barely stand firm. The power of gods and monsters is so great. The crow had already flown high into the sky at this time, and while the puppet and the skeleton warrior were trying their best, it swooped down rapidly from the sky. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and with a sharp cry, the crow had already rushed to the top of the monster's head. At this time, the monster, who was hit by the slow magic, had no time to dodge. The sharp beak pierced the monster's right eye fiercely. The monster's eyeball was pierced and pus flowed out, so he quickly retreated. No one knew where the crow and the staff came from. It was extremely ferocious and pecked one of the monster's eyes blind. Not stopping yet, It quickly stretched out its steel claws and grabbed the monster's face. Half of the monster's face was torn off by the crow. The monster growled and took a few steps back. Guan Xiaoqi was also a little shocked. How come the strength of this crow has increased a lot? He forgot that the crow inherited Guan Xiaoqi's basic attributes. As Guan Xiaoqi continued to upgrade, the crow naturally also continued to improve. At this time, its combat effectiveness had surpassed that of the skeleton warriors and the little fairy. The monster's face was torn off, revealing a horrifying face. His face was covered with ugly threads and springs. You can tell at first glance that it is a mechanical monster. All humans who saw this face screamed in surprise, and everyone then realized that they had been fighting a group of puppet machines. The monster suffered a great loss and roared to the sky, echoing throughout the square. The scene in the square was extremely miserable at this time, with heavy casualties among humans and skeletons. How could a group of rabble, without any military training, fight against such elite combat puppets? Many people had broken arms, were bleeding, and were wailing on the ground. They were trampled into meat patties by passing monsters. Others had their legs shattered and were dying. They didn't even have the strength to shout, and no one paid any attention to them. The skeleton fragments scattered all over the ground showed that the skeleton was not in a good condition either. It was a bloody slaughterhouse where humans and skeletons resisted in vain, seemingly to no avail. There was no decent resistance anymore. They had been killed so much that the remaining people were trying their best to dodge in order to buy time. The monster's roar immediately attracted everyone's attention. The remaining people all looked over. Guan Xiaoqi was also furious at this time. He gritted his teeth and led his entire family to fight and rush towards the monster. The skeleton warrior always takes the lead, wielding an axe, and is particularly brave, but he lacks strength and is once again knocked away by the monster's giant sword. The little fairy was throwing magic bullets with little power, but the gods and monsters found that their movements were becoming less and less smooth. The most insidious one is, of course, the crow, which always suddenly charges forward like lightning and tears off a piece of skin from the monster. The monster became extremely ugly, revealing all the mechanical parts on its body. As they fought, screws fell to the ground with the clatter of a clang. Seeing that the monster was staggering and almost unable to hold on, Guan Xiaoqi knew that his chance had come. He waved the crow staff and bang! A magic missile exploded and hit the monster's chest, instantly blowing it apart. The monster paused for a moment. The magic bullet had damaged its energy system, and its entire body began to become uncoordinated. He held the huge sword in his hand and swung it around randomly, unable to aim at the target at all. Guan Xiaoqi took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. The magician took the initiative to fight close to him. When the puppet raised its sword to chop, the skeleton warrior rushed forward again and shook the giant sword away with an axe. Chapitre 67 Murphy's Magique Lecture. The axe was not as good as the giant sword, and with a loud bang, it broke into two pieces, finally successfully stopping the giant sword's attack. Guan Xiaoqi seized the opportunity and rushed forward. He was an assassin before and was skilled in close combat. He casually shot another magic bullet, still aiming at the heart of the monster, which had been turned into a charred black hole by the continuous bombardment, and there was a faint light of energy stone released. Almost at the same time, another black light from the crow rushed towards his other eye. The skeleton warrior threw away half of the axe, went over and hugged the monster's right arm that was holding the giant sword. The monster felt extremely aggrieved and could only raise his left hand to block the damn crow. The crow pecked at his arm fiercely, and then grabbed a large piece of fake leather. Springs and all kinds of weird threads were scattered all over the sky. Guan Xiaoqi handed the crow staff to his left hand and suddenly stretched out his right hand, inserted it into the chest of the monster, grabbed the energy stone inside, shouted loudly, and used all his strength to pull it out. A green light flashed, and an excellent grade energy stone appeared in his hand. The puppet lost its energy stone and its strength instantly. Its whole body stiffened, and it fell to the ground with a bang. Its already tattered body broke into countless parts and rolled everywhere. Everyone was stunned. It was not that Guan Xiaoqi killed a monster, but that Guan Xiaoqi grabbed the monster's heart with a ferocious face and an extremely evil expression. He then kept the heart as a treasure. Fear. Evil. Who is the real devil? In this scene, it seems that the monster is the little white sheep, and Guan Xiaoqi has become the hideous devil. Guan Xiaoqi probably felt that he was too excited and his expression was excessive, So he quickly changed his face to smile and grinned at everyone in a friendly manner. The people around jumped away in fright. Fuck, I didn't hit you. Why are you afraid of me? Guan Xiaoqi sighed, thinking that he still had no talent for acting. Maybe it was because his smile was too stiff. Someone whispered, "That guy in the flowery shorts is so scary. He actually likes to eat the hearts of gods and monsters. He is definitely a first-rate villain." Yes, it's brutal. It's really too brutal. Guan Xiaoqi had no time to explain. At this moment, he was targeted by several gods and monsters, including the gods and monsters who were blocking his way from behind. They also rushed over to kill this dangerous guy. Seeing that there were too many gods and monsters, Guan Xiaoqi did not want to fight. He took his family and ran desperately around the square. The little fairy cast slowing magic on these gods and monsters one by one, and these gods and monsters could not catch up with Guan Xiaoqi for a while. Time is passing by second. Boom! Suddenly, another loud noise was heard not far away. Everyone turned to look and saw that the black skeleton warrior had just leaped up and with one sword, split the monster that they had been fighting for half a day into two halves from head to toe. Then he ferociously thrust his skeleton claws into the monster's chest and took out something, and like Guan Xiaoqi, he carefully kept it. Everyone exclaimed again. Everyone was a little confused. Why were these tough guys so interested in the hearts of gods and monsters? Smart people have guessed that the hearts of these gods and monsters are probably invaluable treasures. But everyone only dared to think about it. No one had the ability to kill the gods and monsters independently. If a group of rabble were organized, they might be able to compete with these gods and monsters to a certain extent. But now everyone is fighting on their own. How can they win? The Black Warrior successfully attracted the attention of many gods and monsters, while Guan Xiaoqi and the Black Warrior have led away most of the gods and monsters. The remaining humans and skeletons in the square began to gather together spontaneously and form a formation to fight against these monsters. Two skeletons held spears in front and held off the monster. Two human archers behind them shot arrows at it recklessly, turning the monster into a sieve. Guan Xiaoqi was surprised for a moment. This archery skill is really good. It even has a bit of elf-like style. These two human archers were probably experts who were just slacking off. It is quite ridiculous that the humans and skeletons, who were hostile to each other half an hour ago, unknowingly formed a team under pressure. The gods and monsters behind him were slowed down by the fairy and could not catch up with him. But Guan Xiaoqi set his eyes on an injured god and monster not far away. The monster had several arrows stuck in its head, and its body was covered with wounds. It was staggering and obviously suffered serious injuries. The little fairy was screaming, and the skeleton warrior lost his weapon and was a little hesitant. The little fairy rushed over first and fired several magic bullets at the severely damaged monster. The most ferocious one is the crow, the strongest among the summoned creatures. The one in front of him is a soft persimmon, which is just right for him to take advantage of. Bang! Guan Xiaoqi used the same trick again with two magic missiles, blasting the chest of the puppet, and once again rushed over to engage in close combat. He had extremely high endurance, and in fact, it didn't matter if he was hit by a punch, so he was very brave. This monster was obviously already shaky. Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to waste a magic missile, so he raised his staff and poked it into the puppet's nose. He twisted and pulled hard, and a spring popped out of the nose. The monster watched the spring in its nose fly out and was stunned for a moment. Guan Xiaoqi had already stretched out his right hand and thrust it fiercely into its chest, pulling out the energy stone inside. The chest of this monster was already riddled with holes, and Guan Xiaoqi grabbed the energy stone effortlessly. The energy stone is the puppet's weakness. Once the energy stone is taken away or destroyed, the puppet will instantly lose its combat effectiveness. Gods and monsters are also a kind of puppets, so naturally they cannot escape this fate. Some people were surprised to see that the magician Guan Xiaoqi was actually fighting the puppet in close combat. Is there really such a profession as a melee magician? Watching Guan Xiaoqi skillfully moving around, attacking and dodging at close range, he didn't look like a magician at all. In the chaos, half an hour passed by unknowingly. Suddenly, all the gods and monsters stopped attacking and strode to the vicinity of the energy core, forming a circle and pointing their giant swords at the periphery together. Humans and skeletons didn't dare to go forward and all retreated. The airship overhead suddenly made a roar. Everyone looked up at the dark night sky. There were 7 or 8 airships suspended above, all with their bottom plates opened. Each airship emitted a strong light from its bottom plate, which gathered into an extremely bright purple in the air. Then this beam of light shone down and shot towards the energy core. Everyone was on edge, asking, "What are they doing? Are they going to destroy the energy core? Will our mission fail?" Guan Xiaoqi shook his head. It doesn't look like they want to destroy the core. If they wanted to destroy the core, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. In the square, there were only a dozen or so humans and skeletons left alive. Now no one cared about racial differences. All races gathered together. Even Guan Xiaoqi and the skeleton black warrior gathered together. Just when everyone was worried, the system finally issued a notification that the task was completed, and the survivors finally breathed a sigh of relief. The second stage of the mission is completed. Now the mission rewards are distributed. Each person is rewarded with a blue spell card. A blue light flashed, and a magic card appeared in everyone's hands. Guan Xiaoqi took a look and was immediately speechless. Murphy's magic lecture notes? One for everyone. Of course, the skeletons was different. Guan Xiaoqi took a peek and saw that what the skeleton was holding was Murphy's Introduction to Dark Magic. Everyone took a look at the cards in their hands. Although they were still shocked, they all showed joy. Everyone knew that among the blue items, only the skills were the most precious. This was a treasure that could directly improve one's attributes. Even if one did not enter the dungeon to fight, it could greatly increase one's chances of survival in the new world. Everyone collected the magic card like a treasure. Interesting. Murphy's magic handouts. Introduction to Murphy's dark spells. All Murphy? But who is Murphy? Guan Xiaoqi frowned slightly and calmly put away the magic card in his hand. Although I can't use it myself, I can sell it for some gold coins. Under the illumination of the purple light, the gods and monsters looked extremely sacred, and together they made a strange, celestial sound, like the sound of heaven, high and holy. Under the illumination of this purple beam, the energy core is constantly changing color, rapidly changing from orange to purple. The puppet workers in the factory were still blocking the square, waving their hands in anger, protesting in vain against these robbers. A dazzling light descended from the sky. The worker puppets stopped shouting and looked blankly at the energy core that was changing color, feeling that something big might be about to happen. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 68. The third stage begins. Ding dong. The system announced new tasks. The third stage of the mission has begun. All participants who survive the second stage are eligible to participate. The mission is as follows. Please find the puppet shown in the photo below as quickly as possible and ensure its safety. The puppet is called Jianglu. Ensure Jianglu's safety before the next stage of the mission begins. If the target dies before Jianglu is found, the mission will be considered a failure. If Jianglu dies during the escort process, the mission will be considered a failure. Mission failed. Everyone will be killed. When everyone heard about this task, they were all confused. Guan Xiaoqi felt pain in his chest. What kind of mission was this? Why were they trying to kill him at any time? The previous God's Tomb copy was not so strict. There was only one final task, and if you failed to complete it, you would just accept the punishment of failure. How could it be like this copy, which would wipe out at any time? I feel very frustrated but helpless because this is the rule. Guan Xiaoqi could not resist the rules of the strong, but it stimulated his obsession with becoming stronger. Deep down, Guan Xiaoqi is not the kind of person who likes to be manipulated by others. Guan Xiaoqi suppressed the anger in his heart, calmed himself down, and quickly analyzed the task in his mind. It seems that Task 1 and Task 2 are just a screening process, the purpose of which is to eliminate unqualified participants. The third stage of the task is the start of the official task. It is inevitable that this energy core will be occupied by gods and monsters. Now, in order to save this factory, a seed must be left behind. This seed is a puppet with a strange name, Jianglu. Therefore, future missions will probably be closely related to Jianglu. The most important thing now is to find Jianglu as quickly as possible. Along with this notification, a photo appeared below. The photo was very clear and without any retouching, just like a human ID photo. The photo shows a puppet that is slightly different from the others. It has a slightly blue body and 3 bumps on its head, but otherwise seems to be no different from the other puppets. Guan Xiaoqi looked outside the square and saw that all the puppets had quieted down, staring at the energy core that was changing color, with looks of fear on their faces. There is a huge group of puppets, and at first glance there must be tens of thousands of them. Where can I find the puppet in the photo? Everyone else, whether human or skeleton, had gloomy faces, thinking in their hearts, what the hell is this mission? What the hell is this for? In everyone's eyes, this tiny difference makes it impossible to recognize the puppet unless you see it face to face, just like asking you to find a slightly different rabbit among 10,000 rabbits. It's simply a fantasy. Guan Xiaoqi was not panicked at all. He didn't even go to look for the puppet. The system would not give an impossible task, so Guan Xiaoqi guessed that something unexpected would happen. This task should not have started yet. So, the only thing to do now is to wait for the next change. Most importantly, what kind of danger does this puppet pose? Or where does the danger come from? Guan Xiaoqi looked back at the energy core that had completely turned purple and was emitting dazzling light. The gods and monsters were half kneeling around the core with sacred faces, guarding the core devoutly, and obviously had no intention of rushing out to continue fighting. He raised his head again and looked at the airship in the sky. These airships have retracted their bottom plates, and the laser just now has disappeared in the night sky. The airships are suspended in the air, brightly lit and motionless. Finally, Guan Xiaoqi turned his gaze to the worker puppets in front of him. The puppets looked strange and confused. All movements had stopped, and they seemed to be frozen in place like puppet zombies. Guan Xiaoqi turned around suddenly and looked at the energy core that had turned purple again. He remembered that the energy of these puppets was released from this energy core. The energy core has turned purple and stopped outputting energy. This is why the worker puppet turned into a zombie, but it only paused for 1 second. If Guan Xiaoqi hadn't been so sharp, he wouldn't have noticed this change. Guan Xiaoqi's face changed, and he finally knew where the problem lay. These worker puppets outside all use energy provided by the energy core. Now that the energy core has been transformed, there will definitely be changes. Just when everyone was confused and uncertain, a vast and powerful force was released from the purple core like a storm, and Guan Xiaoqi felt a chill on his back. This power was extremely cruel and violent. Soon the energy entered the body of the worker puppet. Everyone noticed the changes in these puppets. After a brief pause, the worker puppet absorbed new energy. Its face became ferocious, it gasped, and its skin turned from white and blue to purple and black. It began to twist its body and let out a low roar. 200 archers stood beside Guan Xiaoqi, their faces filled with shock. Is this a transformation? Guan Xiaoqi sighed. It seems to be true. All the puppets changed their shapes. Their limbs suddenly grew longer, their bodies turned into the shape of wild beasts, and their fangs grew out. There were crackling sounds everywhere. It is the various mechanical gears that cause changes in the bodies of these puppets. No one in the square dared to breathe. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly shouted, "Everyone, keep your eyes open. Our target should be among these puppets. Since the system has given us the photo, it means Jiang Lu will not transform. Everyone look to one side. Once we find Jiang Lu, we will rush over and take him away. Do you understand?" Everyone looked at Guan Xiaoqi in surprise. Guan Xiaoqi smiled bitterly and said, "I can't handle it alone. You must come together to find Jiang Lu as soon as possible. One step short could mean life or death for everyone." The two hunters looked at Guan Xiaoqi deeply and said, "You are right. We both have excellent eyesight. Let's look in this direction." The leading hunter pointed in a direction. The black warrior snorted coldly. "All skeletons, watch the west. Line up according to your positions, and keep a close eye on them." "Yes, Lord." The skeletons dispersed and looked for Jiang Lu according to their respective positions. "I'll look here. Then I'll look this way." The same is true for humans. Everyone finds a direction on their own. There are not many people left, although they are still skeptical about Guan Xiaoqi's command. What Guan Xiaoqi said just now makes sense. We are all adults. No one wants to gamble with their own life. Especially the cooperation of the Black Warrior made Guan Xiaoqi feel relieved. Time is life. The scene was very quiet. Both humans and skeletons were staring at the mutating worker puppets. Suddenly, there was a piercing scream, and the girl shouted, "I saw it, it's there. That puppet must be Jiang Lu." Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of her finger. Chapter 69, River Flow. I saw a short puppet looking around in horror. It dropped the wrench in its hand to the ground. One of the puppets next to it had completed its transformation, turning into a terrifying mechanical monster. It turned around coldly and looked at the alien puppet that had not transformed, then opened its mouth and revealed its sharp teeth. "Ah, help!" The little puppet was frightened. He screamed and squeezed frantically from the group of puppets that were still transforming. The puppet at the back stretched out its extremely long arms and reached out to grab it. Fortunately, the puppets were standing very closely, and the little puppet was extremely flexible, so its arms were blocked by the other puppets. The little puppet squeezed out from the gap and was almost caught by this extremely long arm. "Go and save him." A girl was the first to discover this unusual little puppet, and she screamed. The sound was so loud that it made Guan Xiaoqi's head buzz. Everyone was cheered up and finally found Jiang Lu. "Kill them quickly. We can't let this little puppet die." The first person to rush out was not a human, but the black skeleton warrior. He held a sharp black sword in his hand and chased in the direction of Jiang Lu. Ouch! Another worker puppet completed its transformation and suddenly blocked the black warrior. The black warrior didn't waste any time and slashed at the puppet with his sword. Lu Guang. Escape shadow. The black knife was extremely fast, as if it had broken through time and space, and instantly chopped onto the puppet's head and chopped into it. The puppet had just completed its transformation and didn't even have time to react. The black knife cut into the puppet's head like cutting tofu. The black warrior turned his wrist, and the left side of the puppet's head was chopped off, and the left eyeball was also blown out. What a sharp knife! Guan Xiaoqi's eyes were stern. But what shocked everyone was that the puppet only staggered a little and seemed to be unaffected by the loss of half its head. It suddenly opened its mouth and roared at the black skeleton warrior. The puppet's mouth is as big as a hippopotamus's and is full of fangs, but its head was chopped off in half, so naturally only half of the mouth is left, and its deterrent power is naturally greatly reduced. At the same time, his body suddenly swelled up, expanding so rapidly that it tore his work clothes. His body turned into a mechanical monster more than 2 meters tall, with black and green tubes wrapped around his body. His skin was all torn, like a real devil returning from hell. With his limbs long and bent, he pounced towards the black warrior with a roar. A foul-smelling gust of wind blew in my face. Fortunately, the black warrior was a skeleton. If it were a human, he would probably have vomited out of nausea. The Black Knight was caught off guard and was entangled by the puppet's extremely long arms. The puppet pounced on him and opened its mouth to bite his head. When it was about to bite his head, the Black Knight used his elbow to clamp the puppet's chin, then suddenly kicked hard with such force that the puppet fell to the ground. The Black Warrior retreated quickly. "Get out of the way!" The Black Warrior reacted very quickly. He lowered his head, and a magic missile shot out from behind him. Bah! It exploded on the puppet, and the huge force of the explosion caused the puppet to retreat repeatedly, with parts of its body blown all over the sky. It struggled for a long time, but was finally destroyed by the magic missiles and fell down crookedly. "What the hell is this?" the girl screamed again. "Obviously, this is the monster that threatens our target." The 2 human archers responded calmly. Guan Xiaoqi turned around and took a look at the 2 archers. They looked similar and were wearing the same standard hunter uniforms. He nodded slightly to them. The 2 hunters nodded quickly in return. This is respect for the strong. In everyone's heart, Guan Xiaoqi has gradually grown from a clown to a trustworthy master. Guan Xiaoqi didn't want to stand out, but at this time there was no leader, and in order to complete the task, the remaining people had to organize themselves. At the critical moment, he had no time to hesitate. He raised the magic wand in his hand and shouted loudly. Everyone rush out together and follow the puppet named Jiang Lu. All the skeletons looked at the Black Warrior. The Black Warrior looked at Guan Xiaoqi coldly and waved his hand. "Follow his command. Roar! Roar!" The skeletons shouted and rushed forward along with the humans. All the puppets were transforming from gentle and harmless workers into terrifying mechanical monsters one by one. There are hundreds of different shapes. Some look like insects, some look like ferocious beasts, and no one knows how they evolved. But at this time, there were only 7 humans and 6 skeletons left on the mission participants' side. If they don't unite and fight on their own, they will be dead. The Dark Knight has obviously figured it out and can only put aside the hostility between humans and skeletons for the time being. Boom! Another puppet completed its transformation, stretched its limbs, briefly familiarized itself with the new body, and leaped over from the air. This monster has long arms and legs and amazing jumping ability. It is just like a flea that has grown countless times larger. It is both terrifying and disgusting. While most of the puppets were still transforming, everyone rushed forward together, and the bow and arrow magic shot at the puppet jumping in the air. Before it landed on the ground, it turned into a big ball of fire and fell heavily on another puppet. The two puppets hugged each other, rolled into a ball, and rolled to the outside. The puppets on the side made way one after another. Unexpectedly, a passage was created. "Quick! Hurry!" Guan Xiaoqi shouted loudly and took the lead in running outside. It was as if his feet were equipped with springs, and he rushed out like the wind. The opportunity was fleeting. Seeing the river flowing farther and farther away and turning into a small, everyone became anxious. He quickly passed through the group of puppets that were still transforming. Gathering all their strength, the group ran wildly without looking back. Boom! An accident happened. A tall tower on the side of the road suddenly exploded with a deafening sound. Countless glass and stones fell from the sky and hit everyone. When Guan Xiaoqi looked up, he was shocked to see a mushroom cloud rising from the tall tower. You can imagine how powerful the explosion was. What happened again? Everyone looked unhappy. Although terrified, none of the 13 survivors stopped because of the explosion. They ran forward desperately towards the smoke and falling objects, trying to race against time against the rocks falling from above their heads. There was another louder explosion in the distance. This explosion was closer to the ground, so the earth began to shake. The group staggered and even had difficulty taking a step forward. In less than a moment, violent explosions began to occur throughout the factory. High towers exploded continuously, and flames shot into the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Don't worry about these explosions. It may be that the original system is incompatible with this foreign purple energy core. Let's go after Jianglu. In the distance, there was a tall tower that had just exploded and was still emitting smoke. Guan Xiaoqi saw that Jianglu was being chased by a monster, and he panicked and fled into the tower. What the hell? What a jerk! He couldn't help but curse. Chapter 70: Encirclement. There was no time to complain. A group of people followed quickly. Hiss! Roar! Countless terrifying noises came from behind. Those worker puppets transformed into various monsters, roared together, and then chased after them. These puppets have one thing in common. That is, no matter what shape they are, they all have long arms and legs and run extremely fast. No, they are too fast. We may not be able to outrun them, someone said anxiously. Don't look back. Let's rush into that tall tower together and find Jianglu first. Guan Xiaoqi shouted loudly. The monster puppets behind had long arms and legs, and each step was 3 meters long. There was no way humans could run faster than them. Although they were chasing from behind, they were getting closer and closer. Guan Xiaoqi was the fastest and took the lead, running to the front of the tower. The glass door had been completely shattered. He stepped on the broken glass, left everyone behind, and rushed into the tower first. There was another explosion inside, and the whole building was shaking. He secretly groaned. This Jianglu was really troublesome. Why did he run in here? Don't you know the danger? Helpless. I could only chase after him. The door of the fire escape was open, and the sound of someone climbing stairs could be heard from inside. Guan Xiaoqi was startled, knowing that they were not far ahead. Not caring that he was out of breath, he ran up the stairs. There was another loud bang. The ground shook. Guan Xiaoqi staggered and knelt on the stairs. He didn't know how many explosions there were. Each one was bigger than the last. All the glass at the corners of the stairs had been shattered. Obvious cracks appeared on the walls, and the tower began to tilt. The sound of footsteps was not far ahead. Guan Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and stood up, enduring the numbing vibration under his feet, and continued to chase. But he was extremely angry in his heart. I climbed to the 13th floor in one breath, and the guy in front of me flashed and turned out of the stairs. The walls were still shaking, and the entire tower was in danger of collapsing at any time. Finally, I saw the little guy's back, and it was running into a room. Guan Xiaoqi took 2 steps at a time and chased after him. The door of the room was shaking, and the ground began to tilt to one side, which scared Guan Xiaoqi so much that his heart almost jumped out. Damn it, you little bastard. Wait until the mission is completed and see how I'm going to punish you. Guan Xiaoqi's face was black at this time. This little puppet was really a worry. The ground was shaking. Guan Xiaoqi was going crazy, and he walked into the room holding onto the wall. Because of the vibration, the room was in a mess. Jianglu was indeed inside, staring blankly at a photo frame on the wall. The building is going to collapse. Let's go. Are you stupid? Guan Xiaoqi shouted angrily, rushed over, grabbed Jianglu, and was about to drag him away from here. Jianglu struggled desperately, biting and kicking, as violent as a pig being sent to a slaughterhouse. Guan Xiaoqi wanted to throw this little bastard out of the upstairs window. Be patient, this is a mission. Who are you? I don't know you. Don't grab me. The little puppet was anxious. I'm not a bad person. I received an order to rescue you. Can't you see that this tower is about to collapse? Zhang Lu was stunned. Did my mother ask you to save me? Guan Xiaoqi was speechless. Who knows who its mother is? Besides, a puppet also has a mother. How ridiculous! But at this critical moment, Guan Xiaoqi would not refute it without emotional intelligence. He just shouted loudly, Yes, your mother asked me to come. Come with me quickly. Zhang Lu's eyes lit up. Then wait for me for a while. Just a little while. I'll get something and leave. The tower was shaking back and forth, and explosions were heard one after another. Guan Xiaoqi was almost going crazy, but he had no choice but to shout, Hurry up! He let go of Zhang Lu, who jumped to the wall, took the photo frame off the wall, and turned around and said, All right. Guan Xiaoqi then breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Zhang Lu to run outside. As soon as I walked out of the house, a long arm stretched out. It was a transformed beast puppet that caught up with me. It looked like a gibbon, and its arms were twice as long as those of the other puppets. Guan Xiaoqi fired a magic missile. There was a shake under my feet, and the magic missile missed its target and flew over the monster's head. The monster couldn't stand still and couldn't maintain his balance. He slid far away. He couldn't catch Guan Xiaoqi with his outstretched arms, so he quickly grabbed the railing on the side to stabilize his body. Ah! Zhang Lu screamed in fright. Don't worry about him. Just follow me. Guan Xiaoqi grabbed Zhang Lu and ran towards the fire escape. The gibbon puppet was not giving up yet. Taking advantage of the gap in the explosion when the ground became a little more stable, it stood up again, leaped over, stretched out its long arms, and grabbed the two people again. The arm, which was more than 3 meters long, reached the door of the fire escape in an instant. At this moment, the door of the stairs flashed, and the black warrior jumped out from inside, raised the black knife in his hand, and without hesitation, slashed at the arms. With a flash of light, the arm of the puppet was cut off. 2 archers flashed by from behind, and a hail of arrows shot the puppet into a sieve. It turned out that everyone had caught up at this time and helped Guan Xiaoqi out of the predicament. Hurry up, this tower is going to collapse. Many of the stairs in the stairwell had begun to break, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Guan Xiaoqi finally found Zhang Lu. Everyone immediately turned around and ran down the stairs together. It seemed that their luck was on their side, as there were no more explosions along the way, and although the stairwell was shaking, it did not collapse. Going downstairs is much faster than going upstairs. Soon everyone and the skeleton ran to the first floor. The girl was originally the last one to run up the stairs, but she became the first one to run down the stairs. When she reached the lobby on the first floor, she was the first one to run out. A shrill scream. Ah! The girl turned around and ran back. The black warrior dodged and saw that the hall on the first floor was densely packed with various beast puppets. Even the skeletons were frightened and turned around and fled back to the stairs. Boom! There was another explosion, and the sand and soil above my head fell down. What's going on? I can't get out. The entrance is blocked by a large group of puppets. Guan Xiaoqi was running at the end, pulling Zhang Lu. The people in the front were at a loss and looked back at Guan Xiaoqi, not knowing what to do. Go to the basement. Guan Xiaoqi took Zhang Lu's lead and ran to the underground floor. There are too many puppets outside, and it is impossible to rush out in a short time. The tower is shaky and will collapse at any time. Guan Xiaoqi led everyone and ran into the basement in a few steps. When I arrived at the basement, it was pitch black. The lights were on originally, but after the purple energy came over, the energies were incompatible and all the lights exploded. It was pitch black without any light. When everyone was panicking, Guan Xiaoqi took out the night shining pearl from his arms and instantly illuminated the surroundings. Chapter 71: Escape from the Factory. It was a huge parking lot, except it was empty with the odd car parked in it. The load-bearing pillars have cracked, and cement dust is falling from them. It is obvious that we cannot stay here for long. Guan Xiaoqi saw a particularly strange vehicle, which looked like a bus, but it had armor on the front and back and looked very heavy. There was no roof on it, so it was an open-top armored bus. Go and take a look. He took the lead and ran over. Although this vehicle was very different from the vehicles on Earth, it also had a driving seat and a steering wheel. Can that car be driven? The woman looked at the strange bus hesitantly. Try it, just in case it works. The woman was very strange. Although she was a magician, she was very agile. She jumped out of the car and quickly got to the driving seat. However, after fiddling with it for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what was going on. A sturdy man came over, pulled the woman away from the driver's seat, and shouted, "I'm a mechanical engineer. Let me show you how to do it." The woman pouted and had to move aside. The sturdy man studied it for a while, then pressed a button lightly, and an energy box popped out with a bang, and it was empty. "Who has the energy stone?" the strong man shouted. Guan Xiaoqi was about to take out the energy stone from his bag, but he didn't expect that the black warrior had taken a step ahead of him and had already taken out an excellent energy stone from his arms. He handed it to the strong man and said in a deep voice, "I have an energy stone. Hurry up and install it." The sturdy man took the energy stone and quickly stuffed it into the energy box. With a gentle push, he restored the energy box to its original state, and the lights on the bus lit up instantly. The sturdy man was overjoyed. He fiddled with it a little more and pressed another button. With the rumbling sound of the motor, the car actually started. Although the world is different, the knowledge of mechanical science is the same. Everyone cheered. "Get in the car." One of the load-bearing pillars could no longer support the shed and suddenly broke in the middle, causing the roof to collapse. Everyone had already climbed onto the bus. Guan Xiaoqi placed Jiang Lu in the middle and told him, "Stay here and don't move. We'll take you to a safe place." Jiang Lu held the photo album in his arms nervously and nodded repeatedly. The sturdy man grabbed the steering wheel, turned it around on the spot, and drove out directly according to the instructions on the ground. The load-bearing columns at the back collapsed one after another, and the entire tower collapsed from top to bottom. No one in the car said a word. It was silent, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Only the roar of the car indicated that the armored bus was accelerating. Soon, a bright light appeared ahead, and we arrived at the exit of the underground parking lot, but there was a lifting pole there. Obviously, no one would care about this lifting pole at this time, but behind the lifting rod, there were many beast puppets squatting. Behind is a collapsing tower, and in front is a monster blocking the road. "Hold on tight." Instead of slowing down, the burly driver gritted his teeth and accelerated the car to the limit, making a harsh friction sound. The car rushed over, knocked over the lifting rod in an instant, and then crashed into the beast puppets. Boom, 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 boom. There were continuous loud noises, and even the front of the armored bus was a little dented. 7 or 8 puppets were directly knocked away by the huge force of the car, and parts were scattered all over the sky. This car is really good and has strong horsepower. Boom! The tall tower behind him finally couldn't hold on and collapsed as a whole, raising a terrifying cloud of dust, filled with things like rapidly falling reinforced concrete blocks. Someone was praying, and the car rushed out like lightning, racing against death. The car drove quickly in front of the smoke and dust, knocking away all the puppets blocking the way. Ouch! As the puppets woke up, with a roar, all the puppets turned their eyes to the bus and rushed over from all directions. "Brothers, don't just stand there, kill!" Guan Xiaoqi shouted loudly, then turned around and shouted to the driver. "Keep the direction right, keep the speed. Receive!" The brother driving the car was also a ruthless guy. He rushed forward recklessly, relying on the fact that it was an armored bus, and did not care about the puppets blocking the way. The key is to control the balance. At this speed, it is very easy to overturn the car, which is a great test of driving skills. These beast puppets were not stupid. Seeing that they could not stop the armored bus from the front, they began to attack from both sides. Some extremely fast puppets even chased after it. "Humans, hold the right side. Skeleton brothers, hold the left side. Don't save your ammunition now. Don't let them get close." No one in the car responded. Everyone was checking their weapons. Then, at Guan Xiaoqi's command, arrows rained down. The extremely agile woman waved her staff and released magic one after another. Call out. Boom. Bang. Sizzle. Various melee and ranged weapons were used together to instantly repel the puppet. The skeletons suffered a little loss, mainly in close combat, but a row of long swords and giant axes stretched out from the car, madly cutting the approaching puppets. And using the power of the car's charge, they were also constantly cutting into the bodies of these puppets. The car was shaking back and forth. Fortunately, it was a heavy armored bus. If it was an ordinary vehicle, it would have overturned long ago. Bang! An agile figure flew over from a distance. The jumping ability of this strange puppet was simply beyond common sense. It jumped out of the car in one leap. Guan Xiaoqi was defending at the rear of the car and had no time to release the magic bullet, so he kicked it. The puppet was extraordinarily flexible. It twisted in the air and quickly dodged Guan Xiaoqi's kick. Suddenly, a crow flew out from behind Guan Xiaoqi, grabbed the puppet in the air with its sharp claws, and threw it far away. The puppet rolled on the ground continuously, then quickly got up and chased again. What a tough monster! Fierce battles were everywhere. What surprised Guan Xiaoqi was that the two human archers were extremely strong. Their arrows never missed their targets. Their fierce arrows could even penetrate the mechanical puppets directly, knocking the puppets approaching on the right to the ground. Finally, we got out of the collapsed building and saw a fork in the road. The driver shouted, "Captain, which way should we go now?" Everyone in the car, whether human or skeleton, looked at Guan Xiaoqi together. Guan Xiaoqi looked around and saw smoke billowing everywhere in the entire factory. From time to time, more and more beast puppets ran out from the dark corners. There are several airships overhead, watching closely. The car had already driven to a gate of the factory. Guan Xiaoqi thought to himself, "Leave this factory. The farther the better." "Boss, you mean? Open the factory?" "That's right. The mission only said that we had to protect Jianglu, but it didn't tell us where to go. It's too dangerous in the factory." Guan Xiaoqi stared at the huge group of beast puppets behind him, then looked up and saw that the airship in the sky seemed to be ready to start again, and his heart tightened again. No one in the car said a word. The car began to accelerate and gradually left the beast puppet behind it. No matter how fast the two legs were, they could not outrun the wheels. There was a factory gate in front of him. The driver stepped on the accelerator and rammed the gate hard. The gate was smashed into pieces. The car rushed out of the factory and drove away. Chapter 72, Jiang Lu's Devil Mother. Seeing the gate being knocked open, the car driving out of the factory and speeding on a straight road, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting down on the car seat, the girl who loved to scream was still holding her staff tightly. Her whole body was soaked with sweat, her face was pale, and her legs were still shaking. A group of skeletons sat together, whispering something. Guan Xiaoqi took a spring from his head. He didn't know where it came from during the fight, and it got tangled in his hair. He finally had time to throw the spring far away. Walking in front of Jiang Lu, the poor little puppet curled up in the seat, staring at Guan Xiaoqi. "You are a very special puppet. Can we chat?" Guan Xiaoqi sat in front of Jiang Lu. "Me?" Jiang Lu pointed at himself and said timidly in a low voice, "Yes, tell me about yourself. You seem very special, different from other puppets." Guan Xiaoqi said with a smile. Guan Xiaoqi was just speaking casually, an unintentional remark, but Jiang Lu fell silent. After a while, Jiang Lu spoke up and said, "Yes, I was different from other puppets when I was born. They said I was a defective product and could not accurately receive energy. They also said they wanted to destroy me, but my mother stopped them. She also said that I was very special and she loved me very much. She installed an energy converter for me. Although I cannot directly use the energy in the energy core, I can convert it into the energy I need." Jiang Lu looked at the photo album in his hand, his face full of nostalgia. Guan Xiaoqi thought to himself, is this the reason why he can't transform? Other puppets absorb energy directly, but he is the only one who transforms it before turning it into energy for his own use. "So, you ran back to such a dangerous tower, just for this photo album? Is this a photo of your mother?" Guan Xiaoqi was a little surprised. He couldn't imagine that a puppet could have such rich emotions. Jiang Lu showed a smile on his face and showed the photo album to Guan Xiaoqi. "Look, my mother is beautiful, isn't she?" Guan Xiaoqi took a look and thought it was a bit eye-catching. The photo showed a female devil with a sharp mouth, fangs, and scarlet eyes. Apart from her big breasts, nothing else about her conformed to human aesthetics. "Yes, very beautiful, right?" Guan Xiaoqi said against his will, suppressing his physical discomfort. Jiang Lu smiled happily, even happier than when Guan Xiaoqi praised him and clapped his hands. "I knew that grandma is the most beautiful." The two hunters and the screaming woman all came over and listened to Jiang Lu's story together. The hunter glanced at Guan Xiaoqi sideways and thought to himself that this kid was lying with his eyes open without batting an eyelid. He was indeed a ruthless character. "My name is Tang Long, and this is my brother Tang Hu." The two hunters greeted Guan Xiaoqi in a friendly manner. These two hunters didn't talk much, but they were very strong. Guan Xiaoqi had a good impression of these two guys. He didn't expect that they were brothers. There must be some story behind them being able to enter the dungeon together. "I am Guan Xiaoqi." Guan Xiaoqi smiled. "My name is Natasha. Nice to meet you." A white girl who likes to scream. Her name sounds like a Slav. Several people sat down around it. Zhang Lu happily held the photo album, but suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked up and asked Guan Xiaoqi in confusion. Didn't you say that my mother sent you to save me? But, how come you don't even know her? Well, 1,000 horses raced through Guan Xiaoqi's mind. Is this still a puppet? How can it be so smart? Its IQ seems to be no less than that of a normal human being. Tang Long and Tang, who were holding back their laughter. Although they didn't know the details, they knew that Guan Xiaoqi was lying and tricked this little puppet out. They turned their heads and listened to how Guan Xiaoqi justified himself, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Guan Xiaoqi coughed, blinked his eyes, and said to Zhang Lu, "We have been entrusted by the senior leaders to rescue you. You just saw us fighting so hard. Are we protecting you?" Zhang Lu nodded but still didn't understand. If that was the case, why did Guan Xiaoqi say that it was his mother who asked him to come? Guan Xiaoqi continued. So who do you think would care about you? Who would send a mission to save you? Apart from your mother? Could it be someone else? There is no need for confrontation for such things. You should know it as soon as you think about it. Don't you think so? Zhang Lu nodded excitedly. Yes, no one else would save me except my mother. It must be her order. She is the best scientist in the underground city, and everyone listens to her. Be good and listen. As long as you are safe, we have completed our mission. Your mother might send someone to pick you up. Guan Xiaoqi touched the little puppet's head, and the 3 blue raised horns on its head felt very warm. This seems to be the energy converter. It is really magical. Guan Xiaoqi feels the abnormal flow of energy inside. Tang Long and Tang, who looked at each other and opened their mouths into an O shape. This boss was indeed amazing. He could deal with this clever little puppet with just a few words. The two of them would never be able to do that. Natasha came over halfway and didn't hear the initial conversation between Guan Xiaoqi and Zhang Lu. She asked Zhang Lu curiously, "You puppets also have parents?" "Of course. Otherwise, how did we come to this world?" Zhang Lu looked at the human woman strangely. "So, your mother is referring to the human being who created you?" Natasha asked again. "Of course not a human. You humans usually call her the devil." Zhang Lu proudly raised the photo frame again for Natasha to see clearly. Natasha finished looking at the photo album with a strange expression on her face. At this time, the bus had already rushed onto a bridge. Guan Xiaoqi watched the steel ropes of the bridges on both sides flying past quickly and the cars speeding in the middle of the bridge. At this moment, a skeleton suddenly cried out, "Look ahead!" Guan Xiaoqi was sitting with his back to the front of the car at this time. Hearing this, he turned around and looked towards the front of the car, and his face suddenly changed. In front of the bridge, there were temporary roadblocks that completely blocked the road. On both sides of the roadblocks, there was a large group of black monsters slowly crawling, waiting for their bus to come over. Judging from the torn worker clothes on these monsters, they were previously worker puppets, but now they have all turned into beast puppets. Judging from the visual, there are at least hundreds of them. These puppets were originally in a static state, but suddenly they heard the roar of the bus and all looked towards the bus. Ouch! Ah! There was a roar and they rushed towards the bus. Damn it! The system knew we were going to escape and had already set up a dragnet outside. The driver stepped on the brakes hard and the bus stopped in the middle of the bridge. The monsters in the distance were running towards us, and they were only a few hundred meters away. At this distance, they would probably arrive in less than a moment. What should I do? The driver was sweating profusely and looked back at Guan Xiaoqi. Turn around! Turn around! Natasha was terrified and screamed wildly. There are too many of them, the 2 hunters also said in a deep voice. Guan Xiaoqi's eyes struggled for a moment, and suddenly he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Don't be afraid, drive across. Drive across this bridge at full speed and never look back. Chapter 73 Bridge. What? Natasha screamed. Don't you see all those monsters ahead? Shut up, everyone. Listen to me. Do as I say now. There's no time to explain. Everyone, hold on tight. Dark Warrior, you skeletons, watch the left side. 2 hunters, lead the humans to watch the right side. I'll be in charge of the front. Natasha was obviously not convinced and was still screaming wildly. The driver's face changed several times. He gritted his teeth, restarted the bus, and stepped on the accelerator. The bus rushed out again with a roar, facing the monster running towards it, and began to charge forward fearlessly. The Black Warrior glanced at Guan Xiaoqi without saying anything, but led the skeletons to guard the left side seriously. The two hunters looked at each other, then turned back and said to Guan Xiaoqi, "Okay, we will trust you this time. I hope your choice is right." Guan Xiaoqi sneered. He had no time to explain to everyone. He jumped up and landed on the front of the vehicle. He summoned the skeleton warriors and the little fairies again, causing the black warrior to look at his skeleton warriors several more times. Crow! A shiny black crow flew out from the whirlpool of the abyss, and with a loud cry, it rushed to the front, leading the cars to charge. The sound of arrows continued as the bus rolled forward like a tank. A bus running at full speed has extremely strong horsepower to begin with, and coupled with its own weight and armor, if it were to be hit hard, it would probably be no different from a light tank. Seeing those beast puppets running wildly on the bridge surface, the bus rammed into them violently, knocking several puppets flying on the head, and even knocking several puppets off the bridge pier and flying away. There were continuous splashing sounds as they fell into the river one after another. Guan Xiaoqi stood at the front of the car, waving the crow staff, and fired magic missiles one after another to blow away the puppets blocking the road. He wanted to prevent these puppets from affecting the speed of the car. The car must continue to accelerate. Once it slows down, everyone will die. The bus rolled over it. The body of the bus kept shaking up and down, and the bridge deck was covered with mechanical parts. The bus ran over it and crushed it into a discus. Watch your sides. The bus had already rushed into the puppet group, and both sides were also filled with puppets, which jumped up one by one and were about to jump onto the bus. Although the bus was running at full speed, these monsters with long legs and arms, some jumped up, some stretched out their hands to grab the railings, and tried to climb onto the bus. The iron sheets on the bus body were torn apart by these monsters and fell to the ground, leaving a trail of sparks. There was also a puppet hanging on the car body, swaying constantly with the vibration of the car body. The black warrior held a big knife and very skillfully cut off the hands and feet of these monsters. With a flash of the knife, the arm of the puppet pulling the car was chopped off and rolled far away. The humans also had a spearman who used the advantage of his long weapon to poke the puppets that were clinging to the carriages down. "Get out of here!" Natasha finally stopped shouting. Although her face was ashen, she still waved her staff and fired magic bullets. Everyone was fighting hard, and everyone knew that if they couldn't get through, they would die. Boom! A roadblock was seen in front of them. Guan Xiaoqi fired several magic missiles at the roadblock in succession. The roadblock was blown open, and the crow flew over suddenly, desperately grabbing the roadblock with its claws and moving it to the side. Crows are huge in size and have great strength. Although the roadblock was not completely removed, it had become deformed and loose, blocking the road at an angle. The bus crashed into it, and the loosened roadblock could not withstand the huge impact of the bus. It smashed a gap in the middle and broke through. "Kill those guys behind!" The two puppets hanging from the rear of the car have already climbed onto the car, and everyone is in a panic. Guan Xiaoqi waved the crow staff, but no magic bullet flew out. It turned out that the ammunition had been used up. Suddenly, several sharp arrows shot out and hit the puppets' heads. The two puppets screamed and rolled off the bus. They were moving so fast that they were smashed into pieces when they hit the ground, causing the mechanical parts of the puppets to fall all over the ground. After breaking out of the encirclement of puppets, the road ahead was clear and the bus was moving faster and faster. The puppet at the back couldn't catch up with the car and was left far behind. Soon, it disappeared from sight. Guan Xiaoqi sat down on the car, gasping for breath, and looked at his body. During the fight just now, the puppets rushed in front of him several times. During the fierce fight, he was injured in several places. There was also a wound on his buttocks, which was caused by the lead's fish, and it was also a piercing pain. "Damn, this thing shouldn't be poisonous, right?" Guan Xiaoqi muttered. "Let's charge forward, let's charge forward." Natasha was so excited that she was a little incoherent. The driver was sitting in the driver's seat, his whole body covered in sweat, as if he was exhausted. He took one hand off the steering wheel, gave Guan Xiaoqi a thumbs up, and shouted, "Brother, you are still awesome." The bus had already shaken off the puppet and quickly rushed down the bridge on a flat ground and ran all the way on the road. The road was straight, and no one knew where it led to, but there was no other way to go. Watching the puppet behind gradually disappear on the horizon, everyone finally relaxed and recovered from the initial excitement. Everyone sat in the car and treated their wounds. The battle was short, but the adrenaline rush was intense. Guan Xiaoqi also silently bandaged his wound and then returned to Jianglu. "Do you know where this road leads?" When Guan Xiaoqi asked this, everyone in the car pricked up their ears. The six skeletons also turned their heads and looked at Jiang Lu together. This question was the key to everyone's safety. I have never left the factory, Jiang Lu said in a low voice. Everyone was disappointed. But I heard from my mother that all the roads in our factory lead to the same place. That place, she said, is called the underground city. All the roads lead to an underground city? I don't believe it. Natasha's voice rose 8 octaves. She didn't believe such nonsense. There are so many gates in the factory, and the roads in each direction lead to all directions. How can they all lead to the same place? Tang Long smiled and said, "Don't get excited. This is a different world, and it's the most mysterious copy of the different world. Whatever happens here is very reasonable." Guan Xiaoqi looked back in the direction of the factory. Although the factory was no longer visible, a raging fire could still be seen burning in the night sky, illuminating that area extremely brightly. There were even continuous explosions that came from far away. This factory has probably been completely destroyed by gods and monsters. Squinting my eyes and looking up at the sky, I could vaguely see 2 airships spewing steam and turning around to fly towards here. It seems that we are not completely free of our troubles yet. The Dark Warrior skeleton suddenly spoke up and said coldly, "Our car is very fast, but the airship is not very fast. It will take a long time for it to catch up with us. I believe that our mission is not far from completion." Although the skeletons are the enemy of mankind, now that everyone is in the same car, Guan Xiaoqi does not want to destroy this short-term cooperation. He smiled slightly, glanced at the Black Warrior, and said softly, "But how can you be sure that we can drive all the way on this road?" Chapter 74, Roadside House. The fire of the Black Warrior's soul flashed, and he immediately understood what Guan Xiaoqi meant. The fire of his soul trembled a few times. "You mean, we are likely to reach the end of this world? There is no road there?" Guan Xiaoqi nodded. "Everyone, don't forget this is just a copy." "What is a copy?" "It could be an area or a time and space node, but no matter what it is, it can't be a very big world. Therefore, this copy must have an end. We have been driving for so long. I am afraid we will reach the end soon. Then they will catch up. Can we deal with the gods and monsters above?" What Guan Xiaoqi said made sense, and many people began to speculate that the key mission node should be on this road and should not be missed. Everyone fell into deep thought, thinking about countermeasures together. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly turned to Jiang Lu and said, "What's going on with the gods and monsters?" Jiang Lu had never heard of this name and shook his head in confusion. "I have never heard of any gods or monsters before, and those gods and monsters that descended from the sky look like... Mom! It seems that this little puppet has never been anywhere except the factory." The bus was driving quietly on the road. There were plains on both sides of the road with extremely lush, wild grass, more than 1 meter high. Everyone in the car fell silent. Guan Xiaoqi stared at the 2 airships in the distant sky, which were still slowly chasing after him. He turned around and looked at Jiang Lu a few more times. I wondered what was so special about this little puppet. Why did these puppets commanded by gods and monsters have to chase him so desperately? Jiang Lu felt very lonely. He sat in the car blankly, staring at the weeds outside the car. The factory he was familiar with was gone, and all his good friends had turned into monsters. Before today, the factory was everything to him, but now it was burning everywhere, and a group of weird guys occupied the place. The puppet has no tears and cannot cry, but he still looks very lonely. Suddenly the driver shouted, "Boss, come and take a look. There is a strange building in front." When the driver started shouting, everyone was startled at first. The woman almost dropped her staff, and everyone became frightened birds. Later, when she heard that it was just a roadside building, Natasha gave the driver a middle finger, saying that it was a big deal and it was really scary. Guan Xiaoqi noticed that everyone was looking at him, and then he realized that the driver was calling him. He sighed, as he had no interest in being a boss. But he still stood up and walked to the front of the vehicle. There is a building on the roadside not far ahead. The exterior wall is painted black metal, with a huge awning in front of the front and a large door in the middle. The door is half open and swaying back and forth in the wind. It says Energy Supply Station on it. Is this some kind of gas station? Guan Xiaoqi was very surprised. This world used energy stones as the basic energy source. Could it be that if the energy in the energy stone was used up, it could be recharged? The Black Warrior stood up suddenly, a little excited, and shouted in a deep voice, "Stop the car. There may be something good in here." Guan Xiaoqi glanced at the Black Warrior and knew that he must know the secret of the energy stone. The driver ignored the black warrior and turned to look at Guan Xiaoqi. Natasha said, "You just said that we will soon reach the end of the world. Let's stop and take a look. There must be opportunities for missions along the way, and we shouldn't miss them." Everyone nodded, thinking it made sense. Since everyone agreed, the driver slowly slowed down the car. Guan Xiaoqi looked suddenly at the road ahead. At that moment, he seemed to see a shadow and was startled. I rubbed my eyes again, and the shadow disappeared again. Is it my own hallucination? Guan Xiaoqi was not sure, so he asked, "Did you see a shadow appear on the road ahead?" "What shadow?" "Boss, you can't scare me like that. It sounds like the truth." Natasha's face turned pale, and she looked for a long time, but saw nothing. No one else saw any shadow either. Guan Xiaoqi smiled bitterly. "Maybe I was too nervous and saw hallucinations." Tang Long smiled and comforted Guan Xiaoqi. "It's okay. Everyone is nervous, and you're not the only one." The bus slowly stopped and parked on the side of the road in front of the building. The Dark Knight was the first to jump off the bus, followed by several skeletons. The hunter was about to jump down when Guan Xiaoqi suddenly stopped him and said, "I always feel that this place is a little weird. It makes me shudder. How about we stay in the car and let these corpse ghosts go in and explore the way?" An explorer holding a spear did not listen to Guan Xiaoqi. He thought that if there were any treasures in the car, they would have been taken away by the skeleton first. So he jumped out of the car and followed the skeleton to the house. Natasha hesitated for a moment, then got out of the car and followed. Guan Xiaoqi naturally couldn't say much. He was not the real leader. But in times of crisis, everyone had no choice but to listen to him. Tang Long and Tang, who stopped and said with a smile, "That's right, it's good to take a break. Life is more valuable than treasure." Tang Long took out a cigarette and handed it to Guan Xiaoqi. "Little brother, you look young and calm, but I just can't understand why you are dressed so avant-garde." Tang Long and Tang, who looked at Guan Xiaoqi wearing big flowered shorts and a big flowered hat, and couldn't help but smile a little, wanting to laugh but feeling too embarrassed. "Hey, there's still cigarettes?" "Thank you, I don't smoke." Guan Xiaoqi refused the cigarette handed over by Tang Long, twisted his hips and smiled. "I said that when I was fishing in the deep sea of the Mediterranean, I suddenly broke into this copy. Do you believe it?" The driver sitting in the driver's seat suddenly laughed and said, "I believe it." "Brother, Tang Long, give me the cigarette. If you don't want it, I will." Tang Long threw the cigarette over, and the driver caught it. Tang Long turned around and asked curiously, "Did you really enter the dungeon from the sea? We haven't seen the ocean in this world yet. How is it? How does it compare to Earth?" Guan Xiaoqi smiled and said, "It's like the water in the Mediterranean Sea, very beautiful." Tang Long looked envious. "I must go and see it if I have the chance, but unfortunately we are all confined to the cabin and can't leave too far." "You'd better not go there. There is a very fierce female Tyrannosaurus there. It is extremely powerful. Anyone who gets close to it, even if it is a monster, will not have a good end. Skinning and pulling out the tendons is the norm." Everyone listened in awe. This new world was indeed full of dangers. Thinking of Alicia's beautiful face, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but smile. Tang, who looked at Guan Xiaoqi suspiciously. "There's something wrong with you. My intuition tells me that you're lying." "Ahem." Guan Xiaoqi quickly changed the subject. "Tang Long, I remember that a bow only has 50 arrows, and once you shoot them all, there are no more. You just shot more than this many arrows, right?" Tang Long smiled slightly, took out a blue card, and showed it to Guan Xiaoqi. "You don't know there is such a thing as an arrow card?" Guan Xiaoqi took a look and saw that this was a card with 300 arrows. He was immediately amazed and said in surprise, "This card is absolutely a must-have for archers." Tang Long smiled and took back the card. Guan Xiaoqi was excited and wondered if there were any cards to replenish the magic missiles. The magic missiles were actually very powerful, but the ammunition was too limited. Tang Long took out his lighter and lit cigarettes in turn. This kind of cigarette is not produced on Earth. He made it himself using materials from the New World. It is quite exquisite. Several people were chatting while blowing smoke rings. Only Guan Xiaoqi, due to his job, cannot smoke while doing archaeological work, so he has not developed the habit of smoking. However, he never minds others smoking, just when a few people were talking and laughing. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the room. It was Natasha's voice, and it seemed that she had encountered something terrifying. Several people looked at each other. Guan Xiaoqi took out a dagger and said, "I'll go in and take a look. You stay here." The two hunters nodded, took out their bows and arrows, aimed them at the entrance of the building, and carefully guarded the car. Guan Xiaoqi jumped out of the car, once again reverted to the actions of an assassin, and quickly rushed into the store. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 75 Invisible Monster. As soon as I entered the room, I saw several rows of glass counters, like a supermarket. There were some strange goods on the counters, but they were all covered with glass. There was nothing around, and except for my own people, there was no sign of any other life. It was like a scene from a horror movie. Everyone gathered in front of the counter, except Natasha, who had just screamed and quickly covered her mouth. Guan Xiaoqi walked over and saw a worker puppet that had been split into two pieces lying on the ground. The worker puppet was cut into two pieces smoothly, and even the mechanical parts inside its body did not fall out. All I can say is that this puppet died peacefully and his emotions were very stable. The wound was very smooth, but there were no signs of burning, which meant it was not cut by laser. If it was not laser, then it must have been cut by a knife or other weapon. Guan Xiaoqi looked at the Black Warrior, who was holding a black knife in his hand. The Dark Knight is a master with a knife, so he definitely has more say in the puppet's death. The Black Warrior examined the wound quietly and said with certainty, this puppet was chopped in half by a knife. The knife moved very quickly, so the puppet had no reaction at all and was instantly cut into two pieces. Is it faster than your knife? Guan Xiaoqi asked. It's hard to say, but when the knife was chopped out, the puppet didn't even see it. The Black Warrior looked at the way the puppet fell to the ground, and then said, and it was chopped directly from the front. The front? But I can't see it. Guan Xiaoqi pondered. Could it be? Is this knife transparent? The Black Warrior nodded and said grimly. Perhaps the murderer himself is also transparent. The skeleton's voice was already hoarse, and when he spoke in such a spooky tone, the temperature in the room seemed to drop by several degrees. It's a bit scary here. Let's grab our things and leave quickly. Natasha waved her staff and was about to blow up the glass-like counters. There were several black balls inside, shining with light. They were obviously good things. The Black Warrior suddenly drew out the black knife and blocked Natasha in an instant. Natasha was angry. You skeletons want to rob too? If you don't want to die, don't be so impulsive. Do you know what's in here? Guan Xiaoqi looked up at Natasha and advised gently. Natasha was a little confused. What did you say? What's in here? Guan Xiaoqi shook his head. The thing inside this glass cover is called a magic grenade. One of them can completely blow up this house. There are 3 of them inside. If your staff really explodes and detonates the grenade, I'm afraid all of us will be buried with you. The Black Warrior looked at Guan Xiaoqi in surprise. He didn't expect that Guan Xiaoqi actually knew about magic grenades and even knew their power clearly. How could Guan Xiaoqi not know about this? His own home was almost blown up by this thing. He had a very deep impression of this grenade. Natasha was a little panicked. Are you telling the truth? Guan Xiaoqi was about to speak when he heard a slight sound, as if something was moving. He turned his head sharply. Who's there? Hiss! There was a sound breaking through the air. Guan Xiaoqi's face suddenly changed. He remembered what the Black Warrior had just said about the invisible knife and the invisible monster. Back away quickly. A skeleton next to Guan Xiaoqi didn't understand why Guan Xiaoqi suddenly retreated and was still in a daze. Suddenly, a sharp knife seemed to come down from the air and cut it into 2 pieces in an instant, and the fire of its soul was extinguished directly. A knife that cuts from head to toe. There were almost no signs. Liu Guang! The Black Warrior shouted loudly, swung the black knife, and slashed at the void in front of him. Sparks exploded in the void, and it was obvious that it collided with another weapon in the air. Wah! Guan Xiaoqi shouted. Everyone waved their weapons and ran out of the house together. The human holding the spear ran the fastest. His spear could not be used in this small space and was the most dangerous, so he ran without hesitation. As soon as he ran to the door, he seemed to hit an invisible wall and was bounced back violently. He rolled on the ground for a few times and hit his head on the counter. He saw blood flowing from his forehead. Everyone was shocked. They all waved their weapons and fired randomly in all directions, and the sound of glass breaking could be heard continuously. Ding, ding, ding. I don't know who it was, but in a panic, the glass cover containing the magic grenade was finally broken, and 3 magic grenades rolled out. 2 of them began to flash, a precursor to an explosion that lasted only a few seconds. Run! Guan Xiaoqi was almost going crazy. He held the dagger and waved it rapidly in front of him. and rushed towards the gate again. No matter what kind of monster you are, you can't stop me from escaping. As a result, there was nothing in front of the door. The monster had already left. Guan Xiaoqi exerted too much force and staggered out of the building. When the people behind saw Guan Xiaoqi so panicked, their faces suddenly changed and they ran out with Guan Xiaoqi. Suddenly, a human screamed. Guan Xiaoqi looked back and saw a long knife stuck in the man's chest. It had stabbed him from behind and had pierced his chest. The invisible blade was stained with blood, which was dripping from the air drop by drop. The man's mouth was full of blood. He stretched out his hands and tried to run forward, but eventually he lost all his strength and fell limply at the door. Guan Xiaoqi knew that this man had no chance of being saved, so he ran towards the armored bus without looking back. Strangely enough, everyone ran out together, but the black warrior ran last. Beep, beep, boom. There was a huge explosion. Guan Xiaoqi fell directly to the ground without having time to return to the bus. Orange flames shot up into the sky, blowing the entire roof of the building upside down. In the fierce flames, it exploded into a small mushroom cloud, and countless broken glass shot out in all directions. The black warrior who was running at the back was blown far away by the shockwave, but no one knew how much endurance this guy had. He actually jumped up from the ground and continued to run towards the bus as if nothing had happened. Others lay prone on the ground in various postures. After dodging the first wave of shockwaves, Guan Xiaoqi was the first to stand up and jumped onto the bus. Although Natasha was a magician, she was also extremely agile. She quickly got up and jumped onto the bus second. "Drive! Go!" Guan Xiaoqi shouted loudly, and the driver was also confused. The bus was shaking and buzzing. Fortunately, it was an armored vehicle, so he quickly stepped on the accelerator and started the car. The living humans and skeletons fled to the car. Tang Long suddenly pointed in the direction of the fire and exclaimed, "What is that?" When everyone looked back, they saw a pile of broken glass floating in the air and moving continuously behind them. Blue blood was dripping down from the glass. "There is something. It's moving, damn. It's transparent," Tang Long shouted. Boom! The second explosion was heard, and the invisible monster covered in broken glass was rushing towards the bus using the impact of the explosion. Tang Long and Tang, who drew their bows without hesitation and shot. The arrow was as fast as lightning and pierced through the transparent monster. The monster let out a mournful wail in the void. The sound was extremely sharp and piercing, several octaves higher than Natasha's scream. Resounded throughout the night sky. Guan Xiaoqi's face changed, and he said in surprise, "It's calling for its kind. Drive quickly." Chapter 76 Mantis. The driver had already panicked. He stepped hard on the accelerator and started the vehicle rapidly. The wheels kept slipping on the ground, but the vehicle did not move forward at all. It was like something huge was hitting the front of the car. Guan Xiaoqi stared at the front of the car, feeling a sense of fear that made his hair stand on end and his entire body stood on end. "Crow!" Guan Xiaoqi shouted loudly, and a crow monster from the underworld flew out from the void. Guan Xiaoqi pointed forward, and the crow suddenly swooped down in front of the car. With a mournful cry, the crow encountered a huge resistance in midair and was trapped, unable to move forward. The angry crow suddenly blew itself up. The huge force of the explosion injured the monster in the void and caused some blue blood to fall from the sky. At this time, the third explosion occurred again. The building was completely razed to the ground. Everyone lay down in the car together, using the armor on the outside of the vehicle to block the broken glass that was shot at like bullets. But the monster in front of the car was not so lucky. It was pierced by countless glass and let out a scream. The driver raised his head carefully and saw countless broken glass sparkling in the sky, blocking the way in front of the car. Although the monster was invisible, everyone could see the broken glass floating in the air. A huge monster inlaid with glittering broken glass appeared in front of everyone. It is more than 10 meters long and 4 meters high. Because the glass refracts the light, it is crystal clear, like a huge work of art waving two sickles in its hands. This monster is dozens of times bigger than the one we saw in the house just now. Natasha couldn't help but ask, "Do you think this monster looks like an invisible praying mantis?" Guan Xiaoqi replied, "It's not a resemblance. I think it's a giant praying mantis. Let's go." The people in the car shouted loudly. The driver was confused. "Where are we going?" "It's blocking the road. We can't get through." "Run out onto the road and kill them." Guan Xiaoqi roared. The driver suddenly realized what was going on and quickly reversed the car, then slammed the steering wheel, rushed off the road, and onto the grass on the side. Bang! With a loud bang, the bus almost flipped over. The giant cockroaches at the back rushed over and hit the rear of the bus directly. No matter whether they were humans or skeletons on the bus, they couldn't stand firmly and were in chaos. The rear bumper of the car had been knocked crooked. Even an armored vehicle could not withstand a few more collisions like this. Deal with this monster first. We can't let it rush over like this. The bus shook back and forth. The dark warrior gritted his teeth and turned back to shout, "Let's go together and kill this mantis first." Guan Xiaoqi noticed that next to the big mantis, there was a small mantis with blue blood. It was its sharp cry that called the big mantis. I thought he was calling his own kind, but who would have thought he was calling his parents? The little mantis has no moral principles. Guan Xiaoqi once again rushed to the rear of the bus, and the black warrior also rushed over. The mantis's huge sickle chopped down, and the black knife in the black warrior's hand was made of an unknown material. It directly blocked the attack, making a creaking sound, but he was not hurt at all. However, the dark warrior could not withstand the mantis's enormous power and was thrown back by the sickle. It rolled from the rear of the car to the front. Everyone in the car moved out of the way, and the black warrior bumped into the front of the car. No one helped him up, and he couldn't help but stand up cursing. The mantis leaped into the air and suddenly opened its mouth, and green mucus spurted out, immediately followed by a strong, fishy, and pungent smell. Guan Xiaoqi was very panicked. This smell didn't taste good. Why does this pungent smell seem familiar? Shit, it smells like gasoline. This thing, while still in the air, the sprayed mucus turned into flames and swept towards the bus. The first to be hit was naturally Guan Xiaoqi. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly took out a shield and held it in front of him. This was the shield he had snatched from the factory director David's room, and it came in handy at this moment. The flames sprayed on the shield. This shield is really made of high-tech materials. Not only is it not afraid of burning, it doesn't even conduct heat. Natasha's magic wand had been used up and she had no more magic missiles, so she replaced it with a spear and stabbed Guan Xiaoqi from behind, right next to Guan Xiaoqi's ear and into the mantis's mouth. The whole spear instantly caught fire. The huge force knocked Natasha off the car, and she rolled a long way until she reached Jiang Lu's side, where she got up in a panic. The spear had already pierced the mantis's mouth, so it was naturally impossible to get it back. The Hunter brothers were also shooting arrows desperately. Tang Long shot his arrow at the little mantis next to him. The bow and arrow were extremely powerful, and countless arrows shot holes all over the little mantis body. The little mantis lost all its blue blood and finally couldn't hold on any longer, falling into the grass. The big mantis still had the spear stuck in its mouth. When it heard the little mantis's cry, it quickly turned its head to look at the little mantis and let out a long, shrill howl. The bus jolted violently. The driver couldn't hold the steering wheel anymore. The car body suddenly flew up, leaped several meters into the air, and rushed out in the wilderness without knowing the direction. The wilderness was full of wild grass more than 1 meter high, and the car was bumping and swaying in the grass, driving crookedly. Everyone in the car fell silent, holding onto the handles tightly for fear of being thrown out of the car. "Be careful, that guy's still behind." Following an extremely angry roar behind me, I saw the grass behind the car suddenly fall to the left and right in large tracks, as if some invisible object was crushing it all the way and at a very fast speed, even faster than the car was moving. Damn it, it's invisible again, and it's still chasing me. Seeing the fallen weeds getting closer and closer to the bus, everyone's face changed. How could this monster be so powerful? The skeleton warriors and the fairy had exceeded their time limits. Their energy was exhausted, and they returned to the cards. The crow didn't have the energy to summon it again. Guan Xiaoqi simply changed to an ice dagger, held a shield in one hand and a dagger in the other, stood at the rear of the car, and nervously thought about countermeasures. At this moment, the black warrior suddenly opened his mouth and roared towards the back, and the sound wave almost made Guan Xiaoqi next to him dizzy. Damn, is this a lion's roar? Under this sound wave, the huge mantis behind it actually twisted its body again and revealed its shape.